Chapter 421 Punch France and Kick Germany. Capture the inner city. The French and German armies had fully invaded the city. The Han army retreated into the inner city and tried its best to defend the inner city and block the two armies. Zhou Bo, Li Ju, Guisi and other generals who stayed behind took chestnuts from the fire and stabbed a big basket. Although they occupied the main city in the east, this also meant attracting the hatred of other civilizations in the entire national war battlefield, except for the fifth main city located on the small island. Mainland civilization can only fight for 4 main cities. Life and death. This also means that if you want to compete for the 2 main cities, you have to fight half of the neutral civilizations as enemies. If you want to gain something, you have to take risks. Unless you give up the main city voluntarily, no civilization is willing to give up its main city, because it is already the 5th month of the national war. If one civilization occupies the main city and then moves all the population there, it will be difficult for other civilizations to capture the main city again. Zhou Bo, Li Ju and others paid a very small price to capture the Lord's mansion in the eastern main city, which was already a miracle in itself. If Germany occupied the main city and then defended it, coupled with the restraint of Rome and Macedonia, the Han army would not be able to attack the eastern main city with all its strength. It is estimated that the national war would end with a main city. Now 150,000 Han troops are blocked in the inner city, and France and the Holy Roman Empire cannot attack the city. At least the inner city cannot be invaded in a short period of time. The inner city wall is 10 meters high and forms a natural moat. Han army crossbowmen shot and killed a group of soldiers from Europe. The French lord personally supervised the battle, and tens of thousands of French longbowmen and crossbowmen violently shot at the inner city defenders. The Han Empire had already kidnapped their Saint Joan of Arc, and now they had taken over the eastern main city, which angered them. There are also German legions that are rushing to attack the inner city. Some smaller civilizations saw that there were more than 100,000 defenders, several times more than the previous 20,000 Qin troops. Knowing that there was no hope of seizing the main city in the east, they had no choice but to retreat. Even if the main city in the east is captured, they will not have a share. Now France and Germany have occupied half of the city. Even if the Lord's palace is destroyed and the smaller civilization seizes the city, it will not be able to compete with France and Germany. The cavalry of the Han army appeared outside the city. When the French and German lords were rushing to attack the inner city, a piece of bad news came, which stunned the French and German lords. They deduced the time of the Han army's return based on the speed at which the cavalry relayed information. They didn't expect the Han army to march so fast. Not only did the Han army use war eagles to convey information, but Wei Qing also had the aura of the entire army, which could increase the marching speed of the cavalry troops, making it the most appropriate weapon for attacking. Chu Tian also called Huan's general Hu Xubing to act with Wei Qing to strengthen the destructive power of the Han army's cavalry. The Han army's light cavalry has arrived outside the city. Now the French Legion and the Holy Roman Empire Legion are facing 2 groups of Han armies. Hold the city gate and make an emergency landing in France and Germany. Wei Qing, Chen Qingji, Xuerengui, Zhang Liao and others led the cavalry to block the surrounding city gates, and then stormed the French Legion and Holy Roman Empire Legion in the city. The Han cavalry galloped through the city and attacked the French army, which numbered less than 200,000. From behind, Wei Qing and Hu Xubing sent troops at the same time. Cao Cao provided the aura of the entire army. Xuerengui, Zhang Liao, Yang Yi, Xia Hoyuan and other generals were at the vanguard, and the French army collapsed in an instant. Xuerengui and Xia Hoyuan are both bow heroes. They bent their bows and set arrows. They each shot an arrow, one after the other, and hit the same French general. Chen Qingji's white-robed army was as powerful as a rainbow. With the help of Chen Qingji, they galloped past the chaotic French army and headed straight for the French commander's flag. Our reinforcements have arrived. Come out of the city and fight back. Zhou Bo, Xiahou Dun, Chao Hong, Li Ju, Guisi and other military generals saw the city on fire, and the Han generals galloping on their horses. Knowing that their own cavalry was coming, they detached 50,000 troops from the inner city and attacked the French with the incoming cavalry. Legion, I want to take the lead in destroying the French Legion with the smallest number. The French legions under attack were in chaos, and the city gate was sealed with obstacles by the Han cavalry. If they wanted to escape, they would have to spend time fighting with the Han army at the city gate. Wei Qing, Hu Xubing, Cao Cao and other generals who entered the city would not give them a chance to escape. but would force the French lords to withdraw from the national war. If you don't withdraw from the national war, you will be blocked in this city. The princes of the Holy Roman Empire still had about 300,000 troops. They looked around, and there was smoke everywhere. It was not easy to support France in the narrow street fighting, and it was extremely chaotic. The city gate has been occupied by the Han army. If we don't recapture the city gate, we will be trapped in the city. The princes of the Holy Roman Empire also faced a dilemma similar to France. Once they are blocked in the city and reinforcements from the Han army arrive later, they will suffer heavy losses. And even whether they can survive is a question. Hold them! Zhou Bo once again sent out 50,000 troops to contain the German princes from behind when the Holy Roman Empire attacked the city gate. The two sides fought bloody battle at the city gate. The lords of France were in dire straits. Wei Qing and Hu Zubing planned to defeat the French army first and then attack Germany. Yang Yi and Zhang Liao led the cavalry to break into the enemy's formation, weakening the enemy's morale. Hu Zubing had the ability to target foreigners. His cavalry was very sharp and broke into the enemy's formation. Boss Chow drew out his long sword, braved the stray arrows and personally commanded. And the leopard cavalry charged and killed a French lord. The other French lords couldn't help but be afraid. They were deeply surrounded and were attacked by the Han army inside and outside the city. The German princes could not understand how bad the situation in France was now. More than 100,000 French soldiers were scattered in various streets and alleys, fighting individually, and were trampled by the Han cavalry. Quit the national war! A French lord gave up resistance and led his troops to withdraw from the battlefield. France was unlucky in this national war. It was successively killed by the Mongol Empire, the NPC Qin army, and the Han army who cooperated internally and externally. The number of soldiers dropped sharply to less than 100,000, and they basically lost their qualifications for the national war. With less than 100,000 people, even if they capture the main city, they cannot hold it anyway. The largest lord, Louis, was unwilling to give in, but there were fewer and fewer soldiers around him. If he continued to stay in the city, it was very likely that all his generals would be killed or captured by the Han army. Some lords have already voluntarily withdrawn from the national war battlefield and abandoned him. The Han Empire. Although he was unwilling to do so, Louis gritted his teeth and chose to withdraw from the national war in order to save his generals. Louis has only tens of thousands of troops since the beginning of the national war. If he stays on the battlefield of the national war, his military will become the object of competition for everyone. He needs to consider leaving a group of generals for France. Otherwise, if all the generals are used up in the national war, France and the main world will be in danger. The city gate has been recaptured. The Teutonic Knights of the German princes and the imperial soldiers showed strong performance, recaptured a city gate, and began to retreat outside the city. What they were afraid of was not the Han army inside the city, but the main force of the Han army outside the city that was about to return. They were unwilling to suffer the same fate as the French Legion and were blocked in the city. About 100,000 Holy Roman soldiers withdrew from the city gate, and more than 200,000 were trapped in the city, fighting with the Han army. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly. The German prince Hohenzollern, who had withdrawn from the city, saw the heavy cavalry of the Han army appearing on the horizon, and his face was as sinking as water. Accept the challenge! The German medieval knights began to gather, and the Han army's heavy cavalry arrived. And it was definitely not just heavy cavalry. The Han army assembled all its heavy cavalry troops, with generals such as Lu Bu, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Yang Dian, Mu Guiying, and Hua Xiong serving as the vanguard. The total number of heavy cavalry in the Han army, including servant heavy cavalry, is 50,000. There were only 100,000 Holy Roman soldiers outside the city, and more than 200,000 were fighting inside the city. Among the 100,000 soldiers outside the city, there were less than 20,000 heavy cavalry. Hohenzollern gritted his teeth. This time he was facing 50,000 heavy cavalry. Behind the heavy cavalry of the Han army, there are also a large number of Han army infantry and crossbowmen approaching, intending to eliminate France and the Holy Roman Empire from the national war before Rome and Macedonia arrive. 50,000 Han heavy cavalry slammed into 100,000 Holy Roman Empire legions. The pear gun in Mu Guiying's hand opened the plate armor knight's lance and hit the opponent's head head-on. The huge impact of the pear gun shook the plate armor knight's head and almost lost his ability to fight. Guan Yu's Qin Long Yanyu sword struck a knight in plate armor. Ordinary full-body armor was unable to defend himself against the Qin Long Yanyu sword. The Qi Longyan Yu sword split open the iron kin and killed a noble knight covered in plate armor. 100,000 Shinra soldiers were pierced, which was a total of 50,000 heavy cavalry. In addition to the heavy cavalry carried by the Han army, there were also heavy cavalry from the Ottoman Empire, the Mughal Empire, and even the Mongol Empire. The attacked Hohenzollern army was severely damaged, and the Teutonic Knights also lost a number of their lives. A high-spirited knight in full armor. The German soldiers inside the city were still rushing out, and the German soldiers outside the city were hit hard by the Han army's heavy cavalry. The German princes, including Hohenzollern, collapsed because the Han army's infantry had appeared. The princes outside the city retreat, and the princes inside the city leave the national war battlefield to preserve their strength. We still have to fight in the main world. Hohenzollern was the most powerful German prince in the Holy Roman Empire. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable to his side, he cut off his warriors and decisively abandoned a group of soldiers. The German princes who had fled outside the city led their knights to break through, while the German princes inside the city were surrounded by the inner city defenders and Han reinforcements. They had nowhere to escape and had no choice but to leave the national war battlefield. After the French and German princes in the city left the battlefield, the more than 100,000 soldiers they recruited on the national war battlefield could not be taken away, and they all became prisoners of the Han army. When Chu Tian personally commanded the infantry and crossbowmen to the main city in the east, the Han cavalry basically ended the battle. The German princes were second only to France in misfortune. If their more than 300,000 troops were arrayed outside the city, they might not be defeated by 50,000 heavy cavalry. However, the German princes' troops were divided into two parts by the city gate. One part was outside the city, and the other part was inside the city, each fighting separately. 100,000 German soldiers outside the city were defeated, and only half of them fled under the leadership of Hohenzollern and several German princes. France was defeated too quickly. When Hohenzollern fled, he complained that the French army in the city was defeated too quickly, or that the French lords withdrew from the national war too early. So that Wei Qing, Hu Zibing, and Cao Cao could allocate cavalry to contain the more than 200,000 German troops in the city. The Han army, which captured a large number of servants from the Mongol Empire, arrived. The number remained at about 6 to 7 million. But the proportion of the Han army was getting smaller and smaller. Compared with the 150,000 defenders in the city, now there are less than 100,000 left together. They become more powerful. There were still 50,000 Han troops guarding grain and grass. When they heard that the main city in the east was occupied, they immediately protected the baggage train and came to join them. Li Mu and Lian Po led the heavy infantry. Sun Bin formed a formation, and Mingguan's Liaodong army covered them. Under Alexander's suppression, they retreated to the main city of the Han army. In the current eastern city, the real number of Han troops may only be 300,000 to 400,000, and the number of servants is also 300,000 to 400,000. When Chu Tian came to the city, he immediately used the characteristics of the God of Heaven to recruit all the French soldiers who had withdrawn from the battlefield, in order to preserve their strength in this battle. The French lords who were in dire straits, except for 1 or 2 lords who were guarding their homes. All other lords withdrew from the national war. The French soldiers were leaderless. Their loyalty wavered, and they succumbed to Chu Tian's tent. Chu Tian also has Joan of Arc, making it easier to recruit French soldiers. Finally, we can recruit Joan of Arc's exclusive troops. Chu Tian finally captured a group of French soldiers. It seems that Joan of Arc's troops must be built with French troops. The number of French soldiers Chu Tian recruited to surrender was fully 50,000. Compared with the French soldiers, the German prince's soldiers in Lord were more militant. They were blocked in the city. Before the princes left, they ordered these soldiers to continue fighting with the Han army, causing considerable casualties to the Han army. Among them, some German soldiers rushed out of the city. Of the more than 200,000 soldiers of the German princes trapped in the city, only 100,000 were captured. Chu Tian wanted to take away the French prisoners who provided troops for Joan of Arc, while the German prisoners were divided among the other Han princes. Currently, there are more than 300,000 Han troops in the main city in the east, and 600,000 servants, for a total of 900,000. There are 900,000 of us. Look how Rome and Macedonia will eat us. Chu Tian and the princes of the Han Empire counted their forces. The main force of the Han Empire became the servant army, similar to the Mongol Empire. The current Han Empire has completely replaced the Mongol Empire in the eastern battlefield and has become a giant. There is still an hour until the city defense is refreshed. The advantage this time was that Zhou Bo, Li Ju and others captured the main city early. When the Roman and Macedonian armies reacted and pursued them, the city defense was about to be refreshed. The Han Empire's army sent a massive force of 200,000 troops to assist Li Mu, Lianpa, Sun Bin, Chong Yuchen and others in forcing Alexander back and allowing them to enter the city. In order to pursue the Han army, Alexander only brought his companion cavalry. Facing the 200,000 Han troops who came out of the city, Alexander had no choice but to retreat. Li Mu, Lianpa, Sun Bin, Chong Yuchen and others were able to enter the city smoothly. Chapter 422 Jishan Tiger. When Rome and Macedonia arrived, it had been a full day since the Han army captured the main eastern city. The city walls and various fortifications were reset, and the towers, gates, and gate towers were restored. Almost all the French lords withdrew from the national war battlefield, and the German princes were reduced to a small force with only about 100,000 troops left. Rome and Macedonia each had hundreds of thousands of troops. Facing the 900,000 defenders of the main city in the east, they couldn't help but despair. In a siege battle, there are 900,000 defenders in the city, which means that the siege side must invest 1.8 million troops, or even 2.7 million troops. France was completely destroyed. Only a few German princes were left, and the only ones that could fight in the eastern battlefield were Rome and Macedonia. We were tricked by the Han Empire. Alexander rarely suffered such a big loss, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. When he conquered Athens and Sparta, he suffered no losses. The 100,000 NPC city defense troops were already a headache, and now there are 900,000 defenders. The 900,000 defenders do not necessarily have to defend to the death. They can also take the initiative to leave the city and fight against the enemy, causing the siege troops to suffer unspeakably. Do we still want to attack this city? The three giants in Rome felt somewhat desperate. Any famous general would find it hard to swallow when encountering a fortified city with 900,000 defenders. It is estimated that even if all the Roman legions are exhausted, it may not be possible to capture this strong city. If all the Roman legions are wiped out, it will only make some small and medium-sized civilizations cheaper. Caesar, Pompey, and Constantine all shook their heads subconsciously. The Roman legions had 100,000 citizens and 300,000 servants, a total of 400,000. In the battle with the Mongol Empire, 150,000 Roman legions were killed and 100,000 Mongol servants were captured, leaving only 350,000. The Romans had less than half the number of defenders. The situation in Macedonia was much better. Before the war, Macedonia had 500,000 people. During the war with the Mongol Empire, 50,000 people were killed and 150,000 Mongol servants were captured. Macedonia had 600,000 people. Rome and Macedonia combined did not differ nearly in number from the garrison. However, the Han army has majestic city walls and numerous arrow towers. The city walls can greatly improve the defense of the defenders. If there is a fight, all 950,000 people in Rome and Macedonia will die under the main city in the east. It's better to attack the main city in the south, Macedonian ministers advised Alexander. There were too many Han troops in the main city, making it impossible to even think about attacking the main city. When France and Germany were defeated, a group of soldiers were captured by the Han army, and instead became the Han army's defense force. The remaining 100,000 German princes' army did not have a very good relationship with Macedonia. The Holy Roman Empire and the Kingdom of Macedonia bordered on each other, and conflicts were prone to break out. Hohenzollern knew that if he joined forces with Macedonia, even if he captured the eastern main city, it would either be captured by Rome or Macedonia. So he simply gave up the eastern main city. We return to our own city, join forces with Macedonia. In the end, the main eastern city will only be owned by Macedonia. We have lost the qualification. It is better to keep the population gained in this national war. Bringing millions of people back to Germany is also considered not a small gain, Hohenzollern said to the surviving princes. The remaining German princes listened to Hohenzollern's analysis and finally agreed with Hohenzollern's idea. Some small and medium-sized civilizations have discovered that they have no opportunity to take advantage of them, no matter which camp they join. The main city has nothing to do with them, and will only become cannon fodder for the great civilization. Small and medium-sized civilizations have changed their strategies. They just want to survive the national war battlefield and take away the population. A population of hundreds of thousands or millions is an important asset to small and medium-sized civilizations, no less important to them than obtaining the main city. There is no hope of fighting for the main city, so they can only keep the population. Rome and Macedonia saw that no small or medium-sized civilization dared to join forces with them, and they were disappointed when faced with the huge Han Empire. The combined population of Rome and Macedonia now accounts for less than half of the population of the Han Empire. After wandering for 2 days, Rome and Macedonia withdrew their troops and returned to their respective cities, preparing to go south to compete for the main southern city. They did not believe that after the Han Empire obtained 2 main cities, it would still have the troops to fight for the third main city. The Romans and Macedonians seemed to have retreated. Send out scouts to conduct reconnaissance to prevent them from retaliating. The princes of the Han Empire were very cautious and sent thousands of scouts to follow the Roman and Macedonian armies. Rome and Macedonia may also attack the main western city, but if they attack the main western city, they will face the risk of 900,000 Han troops raiding from behind. The Han army annexed the Mughal, Inca, Mongolian, French, and German prisoners. The main city in the west and the main city in the east combined had more than 1 million soldiers and horses. Rome and Macedonia together did not have that many. Unless Rome and Macedonia combined, only if Macedonia is really stubborn will it face the risk of annihilation of its entire army and forcefully become an enemy of the Han Empire. At the meeting of the Han princes, Su Fengyan frowned. But this time we have offended the Romans and Macedonians again. This time we have offended too many people in the national war. If Catherine had not been related to you, maybe we will also offend the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Mingwan didn't care much. There are only 5 main cities in the national war battlefield. The more main cities you occupy, the more civilizations you offend. This is a conflict of interest and cannot be avoided. Many princes also realized that occupying the main city was a process of offending other civilizations. When they occupied the main city in the west, they offended the Ottoman Empire, the Mughal Empire, and the Persian Empire. When they occupied the main city in the east, they offended Rome, Macedonia, and Germany. The same was true for the Mongol Empire. When it occupied the main city in the north, it offended a group of civilizations located on the northern battlefield. This is a conflict of interest and cannot be avoided. The Grand Duchy of Moscow still looked out for Chutian's face, so it avoided the main city in the west and the east and took the initiative to attack the main city in the south. The more main cities you occupy, the more civilizations you offend. But at the same time, it is most beneficial to the future of your own civilization. You can't hand over the main eastern city to Rome and Macedonia for the sake of an alliance that may break down at any time. Only the benefits you get are the real benefits. Order the western main city to recruit troops frantically and increase the number of troops in the western main city to 900,000. Our 2 main cities have 1.8 million soldiers. Who dares to take the initiative to attack us? We have made a lot of money by holding on to the 2 main cities. The princes of the Han Empire were in a good mood. With 1/5 of the population, they occupied 2 main cities. This national war would bring bonuses to the Han Empire in the future. In the long run, the prospects of the Han Empire would be brighter. What happened to the navy that attacked the 5th main city? If we take another main city, I'm afraid we will be the enemy of the whole world. The princes of the Han army realized that the 2 main cities had already made Rome and Macedonia jealous. If another main city came, it would probably cause the red eye of all civilizations. The naval princes already have a lot of points, indicating that they are fighting the enemy, but it seems that they have not yet captured the 5th main city. Urgent report. The main city in the west is being attacked by enemy troops. The princes in the main city in the east were recuperating, and bad news came from the main city in the west. What kind of civilization dares to attack the main city in the west? In the main city in the west, Guizi serves as the commander, and Jiasu and Guijia serve as military advisors. They have 400,000 troops and can attack at any time. The opponent does not have 1 million troops and cannot capture it. To be on the safe side, we will send 50,000 cavalry to support the main city in the west. The princes of the main city in the east sent 50,000 cavalry, led by Wei Qing, Zhang Liao, Yang Yi, King Lanling and others, to support the main city in the west. Joan of Arc saw 50,000 French captives. According to Chu Tian, these 50,000 French prisoners were her subordinates, and would become the source of French troops in the future. When she heard that almost all the French lords had withdrawn from the war, she couldn't help but be silent. In other words, she felt a little relaxed in her heart. The French lords withdrew from the national war, and she had no one to defect to. So she had another reason to stay in the Eastern Han camp. Lord Jean, you are indeed here. Among a group of French prisoners, a French general saluted Joan of Arc. Gilles de Rais? Joan of Arc saw the French general and called out his name. This was her lieutenant in France, a shrewd, silent, and unscrupulous French general who was active during the 100 Years' War between England and France. Are you already serving the Han Empire? Aye. When Joan of Arc saw her former lieutenant asking questions, it was difficult to answer. If so, she did not work for Chu Tian, and Chu Tian has been unable to view the panel of Joan of Arc. If not, then Joan of Arc is indeed serving in the Han army now. Whatever you choose, Gilles de Rais will follow you. Gilles completely ignored whether Joan of Arc was loyal to France, but followed his commander fanatically. In a sense, Joan of Arc was regarded as a saint because she did have charisma at the time. Joan of Arc recruited her former lieutenants and a small group of French generals to formally form her own army. The generals under her command were mainly French generals from the 100 Years' War between England and France. In the western main city, the Han army defending the city was attacked by Japanese, Persian, Goryeo and other armies. During this period, the Shuafang army recruited by Guizi appeared and defended the city wall. The enemy could not attack by force. Japanese daimyos such as Oda Nobunaga, Takeda Shinjin, and Yasuji Kenshin took turns supervising the battle. The Persian army lacks powerful infantry, and only the undead army poses a threat. The Goryeo kingdom already has more than 10,000 remaining soldiers. The Mughal Empire dare not send troops to attack the main city with us. They still have hundreds of thousands of troops. Why can't they defend it? Cui Zishan was responsible for contacting various civilizations. As a result, the Mughal Empire with its huge military force did not dare to come to join them. The Mughal Empire has been defeated one after another by the Han Empire. The millions of troops were defeated until only 500,000 were left. Several princes were killed. The remaining princes concentrated the entire population in 3 ordinary cities, drinking and having fun every day, and indulged in sensuality, and no longer fought with the Han army. They gave up attacking the main city and just wanted to take millions of people back to the Mughal Empire. So when Cui Zishan urged the Mughal Empire to attack the main city in the west, the princes of the Mughal Empire refused. They were beaten and frightened. At least, I was afraid of being beaten on the national war battlefield. The Persians provided craftsmen and Japan provided manpower to build trebuchets, ladders, siege towers and other siege equipment, and attacked the main city in the west for days. Oda Nobunaga, Takeda Shinjin, Yasuji Kenshin and others successively took command of the battle and sent their fierce generals to ascend first. But they were all blocked by the 12-meter-high city wall. You know, the difficulty of siege of the main city in the west is not only the 400,000 defenders, but also the nearly 10 million people in the city. The main city in the west was recruiting troops quickly. Zhang Dao left Zhang Bao behind and recruited 200,000 yellow turban troops within 10 days. The troop explosion was extremely fast. Therefore, from the perspective of Japan and Persia, the garrison in the city did not decrease after 10 days of strong attack. The difficulty of attacking this city is far beyond our expectations. It is better to retreat and conserve our strength. Maori Motoji, the most intelligent general in the Western Kingdom, also lost the courage to attack the main city in the west at this time. The 400,000 defenders, plus Zhang Dao, a prince of the Han army, retained a hand. They placed Zhang Bao in the main city in the west and blasted the level 40 Yellow Turban soldiers wildly. The combat power was considerable. The Yellow Turban army was weak in field battles, but relying on solid city walls to defend the city could inflict a lot of damage to the Japanese army. The main city in the west has a population of nearly 10 million. And Zhang Bao has no worries about the casualties of the Yellow Turban army. 10 days after Japan and Persia attacked the city, the morale of Japan and Persia has dropped sharply, and their troops and horses are exhausted. Wang Yanshang and Chao Ren led 20,000 cavalry to keep a distance from the main city in the west, and could not lurk out. After patiently waiting until the 10th day, Wang Yanshang and Chao Ren set off to attack the Japanese camp at night. The Han army quietly approached the Japanese camp and launched a thunderous strike. The war horses are galloping, and the horses are trampling the Japanese camp. The Japanese samurai and Ishigaru were alerted, and the camp was in chaos. The brazier overturned, and the fire spread in the Japanese camp. Thick smoke billowed. A few warriors were burned by the flames and screamed. Various daimyo came out of their camps and tried their best to control the army. Guizi and others in the city saw the Japanese camp in flames. So they sent their troops out of the city to attack the Japanese warriors. Die! Die! Wang Yanzhang goes on a rampage with a gun. And no one can stop his 100-gene iron gun. The heavy iron gun was like a tiger in Wang Yanzhang's hands. 20,000 cavalry suddenly attacked from behind. The sleepy Japanese warriors suddenly woke up. Horse hooves had already trampled through the camp tents, trampling many Japanese warriors to death. Wang Yanzhang separated from Cao Ren in order to cause greater chaos in the Japanese camp. Wang Yanzhang attacked Takeda Shinjin's camp. In the darkness, it was impossible to tell which Japanese daimyo the opponent was. But Wang Yanzhang knew that all he had to do was charge forward. Takeda Shinjin's red cavalry was summoned to stop Wang Yanzhang. One of the veterans in red armor was about 60 years old. He was still brave and fought with Wang Yanzhang with a gun. The Jieshan tiger is here. The red-armored Japanese veteran came to stab him with his spear. You're still far away! Wang Yanzhang swung the 100-pound iron gun in his hand several times and hit the Japanese veteran. One is 60 years old. The other is young and strong. The iron spear came, and the spear in the red-armored veteran's hand broke. It hit the Japanese veteran's armor with great force, causing the armor to be dented. The Japanese veteran was injured and spit out a mouthful of old blood. Interesting. Wang Yanzhang saw that the opponent was not killed by him with one shot, indicating that he had some force. So he continued to fight with him. Another shot came, and the red-armored veteran held the spear broken into 2 pieces and tried his best to resist it. Boom! The hard red armor was dented again, and the Japanese veteran vomited blood. Wang Yanzhang's shot hit the Japanese veteran again. You have some skills, but you are not qualified to use a gun. Wang Yanzhang held a gun and faced the dying Takeda family minister. But he still did not forget to belittle him. Ahem. Cough. Cough. If you make me 3 or 40 years younger. The Japanese veteran's internal organs were injured by Wang Yanzhang, and he was bleeding profusely. You are still no match for me. Wang Yanzhang fired his 3rd shot and stabbed the Japanese veteran off his horse. Brother! Another commander of the Takeda Akabe cavalry, Yamagata Masaki, who was in his prime, saw that his brother Ito Hamesa was killed by Wang Yanzhang. His eyes were red, and he rode towards Wang Yanzhang. The 2 spears were fighting, and Shanxian Changjing was killed because of Yifu Hucheng. Under the hatred, the power exploded even stronger, and he even blocked Wang Yanzhang's shot. You are much better than that old guy. That old guy can't live for a few years anyway, so it's worth it to die under my gun. Wang Yanzhang seems to have found an interesting opponent. Come and die! As the most powerful general of the Takeda clan, Masaki Yamagata had defeated Hanaxiong. At this time, the commander of the Chibai cavalry rushed to attack Wang Yanzhang, hoping to avenge his brother, the Koyama tiger, Ito Hamesa. Wang Yanzhang has angered him. Chapter 423 Japan suffered heavy losses. My lord, the Jieshan tiger was killed in battle and was beheaded by a Han general. Takeda Shinjin is holding a military fan, and there are many war flags of Fuelin volcano, surrounded by red cavalry, archers, Naginata samurai and other troops. After being attacked by the Han army at night, Takeda Shinjin immediately gathered 20,000 people, and generals such as Ito Hamesa and Yamagata Masaki of the Red Cavalry had already attacked to intercept the Han army. Fan Fu was killed by the Han army. Takeda Shinjin was furious when he heard that the leader of the Chibai cavalry was killed by a Han general. Ito Hamesa was a veteran of the previous generation and the leader of the Akabe cavalry. His death will greatly affect the morale of the Akabe cavalry and weaken the Takeda family's strength. The current Red Cavalry can only be handed over to Ito Hamesa's younger brother, the more capable Yamagata Masaki. But the death of a veteran was a big blow to the Takeda family. All the soldiers. The invasion is like fire. Takeda Shinjin's characteristic, wind, forest, volcano, is divided into 4 states. The angry Takeda Shinjin used invading fire to increase the attack power of the troops and counterattack the Han army with all his strength. My lord, please calm down. The player's retainer, Takeda Tadayoshi, who had fought against Chutian during the Second National War, tried to stop the angry Takeda Shinjin. The death of the veteran Ito Hamesa caused Takeda Shinjin to go berserk, and Takeda Shinjin had already lost his mind a little. Loyalty and justice must be avenged for Mr. Fan Fu. Takeda Shinjin's 4th son, Takeda Katsuyori, went into battle armed with a spear. He also advocated attack. That's all. Seeing that the head of the family and the candidate for the next head of the family both advocated attack, Takeda Tadayoshi followed Takeda Shinjin and Takeda Katsuyori to launch the attack. As the current major force in Japan, the Takeda family has suffered losses in the confrontation with Yasuji Kenshin and Oda Nobunaga, and has never suffered such a big loss. The leader of the Akabe cavalry was killed. Your martial arts skills are good, but they are still far behind. Wang Yansheng clashed with Yamagata Masaki, the current #1 warrior of the Takeda family, and stabbed Yamagata Masaki with a 100-gene iron spear. The latter struggled to resist. His mouth was numb, and he almost missed the spear. Although Yamagata Masaki is currently the most ferocious military commander of the Takeda family, his force is still inferior to Wang Yansheng. He only relied on the death of his brother Itomi Hamesa to go on a rampage in a short time and block Wang Yansheng's iron spear. As time passed, he gradually became exhausted. In front of him is the Iron Spear Demon King from the suzerain country. You are a good opponent, but today there is only a dead end. Wang Yansheng was so arrogant that he regarded the 100-gene iron gun as if it were nothing and stabbed Chongjing of Shanxian County again. His weapons are heavy and have great inertia. It takes a lot of strength to open his iron spear. Shanxian Chongjing struggled to push it away, but the spear in his hand was bent and cracked. Shanxian Chongjing's forehead was covered with beads of sweat as big as soybeans. The force on the other side is simply terrifying, second only to Lu Bu and Xuerengui. Shan County Lord, we are here to help you. After his death, Takeda Shinjin sent several generals to help the mountain county prosper. Takeda Shinjin was worried that something might happen to his most powerful general, Yamagata Masaki, so he sent more generals to bully the few. The Chibai cavalry will kill him. Don't come here and die, Shanxian Chongjing shouted. If the generals come to besiege Wang Yansheng, they will most likely be seriously injured. If they want to kill Wang Yansheng, they can only use soldiers to consume Wang Yansheng's physical strength. Only when Wang Yansheng's physical strength is exhausted can he be captured and killed. Several generals from the Takeda family did not follow Yamagata Masaki's advice and had already come to kill him. Wang Yansheng returned his carbine and hit a general on the head with a 100-gene iron spear, knocking him off his horse and killing him on the spot. Nobu Shijamata, one of Takeda's 24 generals, was killed in battle. The movements of the remaining generals of the Takeda family were stagnant. The big devil wielding an iron gun in front of them gave them a great shock. 2 generals of the Takeda family had already died under his gun. Kill him! A general of the Takeda family understood that it was difficult to compete with Wang Yansheng with his own personal force, so he could only use small soldiers to kill him. Hundreds of Naginata cavalry wielded their Naginata and roared, slashing at Wang Yansheng to relieve the pressure on Shanxian Chongjing. The sharp big Naginata cuts with a hint of coldness. Wang Yansheng blocked and killed a Naginata cavalryman with one shot. There were Naginata in all directions. One of them hit Wang Yansheng's armor, and a slash appeared on the armor. Wang Yansheng raised his eyebrows, and the iron spear knocked down another Naginata cavalry, and the Naginata fell to the ground with a clang. Catch him alive! Takeda Shinjin went to the battlefield in person. His strength was not in force, but in the ability to command troops. Under the command of Takeda Shinjin, the Chibai cavalry of Yamagata Masaki also joined the battle to besiege Wang Yansheng. General, all enemies, retreat quickly! Wang Yansheng's cavalry saw the Takeda corps reacting, so they informed Wang Yansheng. Wang Yansheng broke into the camp of the Japanese army and killed thousands of people, including 2 famous generals of the Takeda family, as well as several ordinary generals. After obtaining the victory, Wang Yansheng, who was attacked by Takeda Shinjin's army, killed hundreds of Red cavalry and Naginata cavalry, and led the cavalry to break out. Keep him at all costs! When Takeda Shinjin saw the sound of Han cavalry fading away, he sent out all his troops to capture Wang Yansheng alive. Wang Yansheng's bravery is superior to any general of the Takeda family. Military commanders such as Baba Noharu and Akiyama Nobu were all sent by Takeda Shinjin to flank Wang Yansheng. Anyone who stops me will die! Facing more and more Takeda family generals and cavalry, Wang Yansheng rolled his iron spear and killed several people in a row. He led the cavalry into the Takeda family's camp and directly poked a hornet's nest. There are currently more than a dozen Takeda family generals besieging Wang Yansheng. Wang Yansheng was already facing one of the strongest daimyo in Japan's warring states period. Takeda Shinjin used the Wind Forest Volcano, or a bonus, and a group of cavalry attacked Wang Yansheng like fire. Wang Yansheng's cavalry fell, and the Japanese cavalry also fell, and the battle between the two sides continued. The entire battlefield was extremely chaotic. Guazi, Zhang Bao and other generals who stayed in the main western city led 150,000 Han troops and 150,000 Yellow Turban troops out of the city to attack the Japanese camp. The sky is dead. Huang Tian must stand. Zhang Bao muttered words. And the 150,000 Yellow Turban army fell into a frenzy and attacked the Shimazu clan, the warring state's daimyo, who was close to the city. The Shimazu family was raided by countless Yellow Turbans in the dark, and the situation was chaotic. The Satsuma warriors quickly collapsed in the face of a large number of people and unexpected attacks. Only a few fierce generals of the Shimazu family were fighting hard. I told you not to provoke the Han Empire. The lord of Hirado City, Tera Yoshinori, led the warriors of Hirado City to retreat. As Chutian's trading partner, he was unwilling to offend Chutian, and he was not a war party. On the contrary, he was pessimistic about the Shimazu family's actions. What I was thinking about for a while was to preserve my strength. Reorganize the army. In the Kyushu Island Army, Kyushu military god Tachibana Michiyuki helped the Shimazu family gather the defeated troops and barely blocked the large Yellow Turban army. The Kosoga family of Shikoku Island was fiercely attacked by Guazzi Shogata army and retreated steadily. It was not until Kinshin Yusuji, the dragon of Ekigo, led his troops to help that he was slightly blocked. The fire in the camp exacerbated the chaos of the Japanese army. The raids and fires caused the Japanese army's morale to drop significantly, and Yusuji Kinshin barely restored morale. Oda Nobunaga organized 30,000 troops to come over and join forces with Yusuji Kinshin to share the pressure brought by Guazzi's 150,000 Han army assault. Not only Yusuji Kinshin and Oda Nobunaga, but also the army of the Hojo family joined the ranks to resist Guazzi. Mauri Motonari's legion was attacked by Chaorin. Chaorin himself was also a powerful general. He raided the Mauri army and killed Mauri Motonari's fourth son, Mauri Yuanqing. In the chaos, my son! When Mauri Yuan was nearly 70 years old, his son was killed by Chaorin, and he was dizzy. The retainers of the Mauri family hurriedly supported their master, the wisest general in the Western Kingdom. Mauri Yuan has grown from a small tycoon to a daimyo with a population of 1 million, and can be regarded as an overlord. However, he is already old and was attacked by Chaorin. The Mauri army was in chaos because of Mauri Yuan's attack. Chaorin led 10,000 cavalrymen to march through the Mauri army and killed more than 7,000 Mauri troops. He caught a glimpse of Wang Yanzhang being besieged by Takeda Shinjin's army, so he sent troops to support Wang Yanzhang. Wang Yanzhang was besieged by generals such as Yamagata Masaki, Takeda Katsuyori, Baba Nobuharu, Akiyama Nobuyoshi, and a large number of soldiers. Wang Yanzhang had killed 4 Takeda family generals in a row, completely angering Takeda Shinjin. Yukitaka Sanada! Take him down for me! Takeda Shinjin sent important retainers, Yukitaka Sanada, one of Takeda's 24 generals, and the Sanada retainers group. Take orders! Yukitaka Sanada and his sons go into battle. The Sanada family is a famous family in Japan's warring states period. The first soldier, Yukimura Sanada, is the grandson of Yukitaka Sanada. As more than 10 military generals from the Sanada family joined in besieging Wang Yanzhang, Wang Yanzhang's pressure increased sharply. Wang Yanzhang is currently facing the siege of more than 20 Japanese generals and is already injured. One-on-one. No one was Wang Yanzhang's opponent. But there were too many Japanese military generals besieging Wang Yanzhang. Wang Yanzhang killed 4 generals in the melee, which shocked Takeda's retainers. Sanada Nobutsuna, the eldest son of Yukitaka Sanada, swung a 3'3" sword at Wang Yanzhang. But Wang Yanzhang blocked it with an iron gun. The reaction force of the impact made Sanada Nobutsuna's arm numb. Sanada Nobutsuna felt his hand holding the sword tremble. Wang Yanzhang took advantage of the situation and stabbed Sanada Nobutsuna with an iron spear, trying to kill him. Wang Yanzhang couldn't tell who the Japanese generals were, so he just fought hard and killed everyone he could. Sanada Nobutsuna gritted his teeth. He was no match for Wang Yanzhang. 2 samurai swords blocked Wang Yanzhang's iron spear for Sanada Nobutsuna. Sanada Nobutsuna's 2 brothers, Sanada Masayuki and Sanada Masaki, joined hands to block the fatal shot for their brother. However, Masayuki Sanada and Masaki Sanada's katana hands were released. Sanada Nobutsuna took the opportunity to break away from the battle with Wang Yanzhang. This man is simply terrifying. Wang Yanzhang attacked, trapped in more and more Takeda legions, and swept one side. His strength gradually declined and his breathing began to become rapid. When physical strength drops to a certain level, force will decrease. Once his strength is exhausted, He will be killed by me. Takeda Shinjin's heart was bleeding. He was fighting with Yasuji Kenshin, Oda Nobunaga, and other daimyo in the main world. As a result, Wang Yanzhang killed several generals in the national war. The loss of the Takeda family will change the strength comparison of various daimyo in the main world. Takeda Shinjin has already seen that Wang Yanzhang is not an Iron Man, and his physical strength will eventually be exhausted. Now Wang Yanzhang has killed 4 generals of the Takeda family, and more than 200 cavalry. He is so majestic that his physical strength is about to be exhausted. If it weren't for our main force to march eastward, you would all be in vain. Wang Yanzhang killed another Chibe cavalry, leaving only 6,000 of the 10,000 cavalry around him, while probably 10,000 Takeda soldiers died under his attack. There are more and more Takeda soldiers around. Wang Yanzhang's physical strength is about to be exhausted, and his force begins to decline. Just when all the Takeda family's generals exhausted Wang Yanzhang's physical strength in a round of battle, the second cavalry attacked. Chaoren led the cavalry to attack the Takeda family's cavalry to support Wang Yanzhang. A spear penetrated Sanada Nobutsuna's armor and tore Sanada Nobutsuna off his horse. Chaoren met him and was caught off guard, killing the eldest son of Yukitaka Sanada, a retainer of the Takeda family. Wang Taijian, let's go! Chaoren saw that Takeda Shinjin had the halo of the entire army, and that his Fenglin volcano troops and Chibe cavalry quickly organized a counterattack after being attacked. They were not a big name to be trifled with, so he called Wang Yanzhang to leave. The Han army has achieved certain results, and will stop when it is good. Good! Wang Yanzhang's force dropped to only 90 points. He knew that if he continued like this, he would be captured by Takeda Shinjin. So he joined Chaoren. After the 2 cavalry joined together, they became stronger and fought out of Takeda's army. No! The elderly Yukitaka Sanada was filled with grief and anger when he saw his son Nobutsuna Sanada died in Chaoren's raid. His eldest son died like this. When Sanada Masayuki and Sanada Masaki saw their brother killed by Chaoren, they wrote down the appearance of this military commander and gritted their teeth. The Sanada family is full of talents. Although the death of Sanada Nobutsuna will not cause a devastating blow to the Sanada family. After all, for them, this is a family connected by blood. The Sanada family is at odds with this person. Chaoren was hated by the Sanada family, so much so that he later became an enemy of Chu Tian, the man behind Chaoren. Takeda Shinjin looked gloomy when he saw that the Sanada family had lost a famous general. Sanada Nobutsuna was the son of his retainer. His own retainer. This was the 5th historical military commander under his command who was killed. And a number of ordinary military commanders were also killed. The Takeda family was severely damaged by this blow. On a hillside, a daimyo looked at the burning Japanese camp, his eyes reflecting the raging fire. The Han army is really strong. Where should we Japanese go from here? Next to the daimyo, there was a strong man with antlers in his pocket, holding a dragonfly cutter, and said to the daimyo, "My lord, are we not going to join the war?" The daimyo pointed at Wang Yanzhang and Chaoren, who broke out of Takeda Shinjin's camp. "Anda Tadakatsu, take the heads of the generals of that cavalry and come back to see me." "Yes." Honda Tadashi rode his horse and led 3,000 cavalry to attack Wang Yanzhang and Chaoren from a high position. Tokugawa Ieyasu, who was only in his 20s at this time and almost the same age as Chu Tian, sent out Honda Tadakatsu, a fierce general who was one of the top Japanese civilized forces, and looked at the Japanese army of the Fire Sea Company with his hands behind his back. The Han Empire was too powerful in this era, but Tokugawa Ieyasu had the capital. As long as I survive the famous generals of this era of the Han Empire, maybe I can still go to Luo. Chapter 424. Japan suffered heavy losses. B. Chaoren, there is a cavalry coming. There are about 3,000 people. Wang Yanzhang adjusted his breathing and tried his best to regain his strength. He saw a cavalry holding torches approaching in the darkness, and judged from the sound of horse hooves that there were 3,000 cavalry on the other side. No! Chaoren detached a group of cavalry to stop them, and then retreated to the city with Wang Yanzhang. The main force of the Han army marched eastward. He, Wang Yanzhang, faced all the great names and generals of the warring states period in Japan. The surprise attack was still a bit laborious. 2,000 cavalry stepped forward to block it, and a fierce general came to kill him. Dragonfly cut and killed the Han cavalry in front of him. Honda Tadakatsu was extremely ferocious, and was one of the most powerful generals in Japan. He could kill dozens of Chaoren's cavalry with a dragonfly slice. 2,000 cavalry were attacked by 3,000 cavalry led by Honda Tadakatsu, and were quickly defeated. Honda Tadakatsu rode his horse to kill Chao Ren. Chao Ren fought with Honda Tadakatsu with a gun. The two fought for several rounds, and Chao Ren was completely suppressed. The imperial weapon Dragonfly sliced open Chao Ren's armor, leaving a trail of blood. It is said that Honda Tadakatsu followed Tokugawa Ieyasu since he was a child. He fought 57 battles in his life without any injuries. He had many records of beheadings and sieges. He was called the most powerful general of the Warring States period and Zhang Fei of Japan. Chao Ren was sniped by Honda Tadakatsu and was quickly injured. Wang Yanzhang's physical strength recovered slightly, and he supported Chao Ren with a gun. If Wang Yanzhang fully recovers his physical strength, he can fight Honda Tadakatsu. At this time, joining forces with Chao Ren, he can still block Dragonfly Curie. Dragonfly cut the gun blade into Wang Yanzhang's right hand holding the gun, and sparks were generated from the friction between the gun blade and the iron gun. Wang Yanzhang released his right hand and used only his left hand to shoot Honda Tadakatsu. Honda Tadakatsu retracted the Dragonfly cutter to block the iron spear. During the Warring States period in Japan, Honda Tadakatsu could defeat almost any general on his own. But when facing Wang Yanzhang, he failed to kill him directly, which was surprising. Wang Yanzhang's physical strength was consumed in the battle with the Takeda family generals. In his current state, his force is not as strong as Honda Tadakatsu, and he is not greedy for war. Cooperating with Chao Ren, he can only stop Honda Tadakatsu. Wang Tianqiang, who was at the peak of his physical strength, wanted to fight to the death with Honda Tadakatsu to see if his own iron gun was more powerful or Honda Tadakatsu's Dragonfly cut. 30,000 Yellow Turban troops came to support Wang Yanzhang and Chao Ren, including the Yellow Turban chief. Honda Tadakatsu killed hundreds of Yellow Turbans. When he saw Wang Yanzhang and Chao Ren retreating into the city, he gave up the pursuit, even with his might, which is currently the most powerful general in Japan's Warring States period. He would be killed if he were to attack the city and be surrounded by a group of Han troops. Just like Wang Yanzhang was besieged by the Takeda family, his physical strength would be exhausted. My lord, I failed to behead the enemy general. Please punish me. After Honda Tadakatsu wounded Chao Ren, he came back to see Tokugawa Ieyasu and took the initiative to plead guilty. At this time, the sky had turned slightly white. Tokugawa Ieyasu withdrew his troops in advance, and the losses were not heavy. You beheaded thousands of people in this battle, with merit and demerit. Tokugawa Ieyasu was very fond of Honda Tadakatsu, who had grown up with him, so it was naturally impossible to punish him. The battle between the Han army and the Japanese army lasted from night to early morning. After the Han army achieved its combat objective, it retreated into the city like a tide. The Han army only used spare troops to face the entire lineup of famous names and military generals in the middle and late period of the Japanese Warring States period. They could not completely annihilate them. They only needed to severely damage the Japanese army. The Han army in the city is mainly composed of low-level troops, and the main force of high-level troops is marching eastward. However, Oda Nobunaga and others use high-level troops brought from the mainland as the main force. Guizhi and others have achieved considerable results, and the flames burned most of the Japanese army camp and suffered heavy losses in siege equipment. The Japanese army was unable to organize and siege in a short time. Each daimyo counted their losses and found that more than 1,000 people were trampled to death by their own people in the chaos. The Takeda family suffered the greatest loss. 5 important historical generals were killed in the battle. Among them, the senior leader of the Akabe cavalry, the elderly Ito Tomasa, was killed by Wang Tiqian with 3 shots. He was not saved in the evening. The eldest son of the Sanada family, Sanada Nobutsuna, was killed by Chao Ren, and the Sanada family became enemies with the Han Empire. 2 important figures of the Mori family were killed in the battle. Among them, Mori Genji's 4th son, Mori Genki, was killed in the battle, and Mori Gen became ill. Oda Nobunaga, Yusuji Kenshin, Hojo Ieyasu, Shimizu Takahisa, and other daimyo each suffered losses, and all their retainers were killed or injured in this battle. The Japanese daimyo retreated. In the melee last night, the Persian army stood still because they could not distinguish the situation. The next day, the Persian army was shocked when they learned that the Japanese army had suffered heavy losses, with dozens of generals and 50,000 casualties. The tenacity of the Han army exceeded their imagination. No one expected that there was an ambush of the Han army outside the city. and they waited patiently for 10 days before launching a surprise attack. Most of the Japanese army's siege equipment was burned and had to be rebuilt. And there is even more unfavorable news coming. Some ninjas have inquired about the situation on the eastern battlefield. The Han Empire has defeated the Mongolian Empire and has occupied the main city in the east. If we stay here, we may be annihilated. In Oda Nobunaga's camp, Counselor Takanaka Hanbei sensed that the Han army in the eastern battlefield might return to support the main city in the west. Is this the end of our military fortune? Even with all the strength of the world, we can't win a main city? Oda Nobunaga is already in the main world, with a lot of popularity. He has won the support of players. The expansion speed is much faster than expected. Kinoshita Hideyoshi, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Takanaka Hanbei, and others are under his command. Tokugawa Ieyasu and others are under his command. Is his ally. Except for Takeda Shinjin, Yusuji Kenshin, and Morimoto, who were just a few nearby daimyo. No one could stop Oda Nobunaga's determination to spread military power all over the world. As for Mitsuhide Akechi, who betrayed Oda Nobunaga during the Hinoji incident, he has been deprived of power by Oda Nobunaga. Oda Nobunaga got a lot of help from strangers and avoided many twists and turns, so the expansion speed can be very fast. Even so, Oda Nobunaga, who planned to capture a main city before the start of the national war, found that he had gathered all the Japanese daimyo and was unable to capture even a main city. It is extremely difficult to capture any main city. After the powerful Mongolian Empire captured one main city, it was defeated by the three major civilizations when it attacked the second main city. The Japanese daimyo were unable to compete with the Mongol Empire, and even a major city was difficult to capture. Hideyoshi, shall we fight or retreat? Oda Nobunaga looked at the trusted Kinoshita Hideyoshi. We should retreat. Otherwise we will suffer greater defeat. Inform the other daimyo to relieve the siege and return to the city. After losing confidence, Oda Nobunaga began to withdraw his troops. The other daimyo heard that they wanted to withdraw to the initial city, although they were unwilling to do so. The main western city could not be captured for a long time. More and more defenders would be recruited in the city, making the Japanese army even more dangerous. The Japanese daimyo withdrew their troops, and the Persian nobles heard that their temporary allies had retreated, so they also disbanded and returned to their own cities in Persia. Without a main city, they still have other trophies such as the population and points gained in the national war battlefield. There were only 300,000 Japanese soldiers left, and they withdrew to the rear of the eastern battlefield. Wei Qing, Zhang Liao, Yang Yi, King Lanling and other cavalry generals led 50,000 cavalry and came quickly. When they encountered the retreating Japanese army, they immediately attacked. The two legions met on the plains, and the Takeda cavalry, who served as the vanguard of the Japanese legion, was hit hard again. Takeda's cavalry was less than 20,000, and 50,000 Han cavalry galloped past, leaving many high-level Red cavalry dead and wounded. Takeda legion was attacked. The cavalry in front told the rear, if we don't fight hard, we will be wiped out. Only by joining forces can we survive. Oda Nobunaga, Yusuji Kenshin, Tokugawa Ieyasu and others understood that only by fighting desperately can they avoid being defeated. The elites of each group entered into a melee with the cavalry of Wei Qing and others, and the Oda family and Shimazu family invested in their own iron artillery teams. Intense iron cannons sounded, and matchlocks fired at the Han cavalry, frightening the horses, and hundreds of Han cavalry were shot and killed. This was not the first time that Han cavalry encountered arquebusiers. Facing Oda and Shimazu's iron artillery team, they could only be defeated by stepping forward and killing these arquebusiers with their sabers. You go kill the arquebusiers! Two fierce generals, Yang Yi and Zhang Liao, were ordered by Wei Qing to wipe out the iron artillery teams from the Oda family and the Shimazu family. The iron artillery team can cause casualties to heavy cavalry. Ordinary armor cannot withstand the penetration of matchlock guns. Their iron artillery team must be wiped out. A group of Satsuma warriors protected the Shimazu family's iron artillery team. Shimazu Yahisa, who had had a quarrel with Miju, personally led the Satsuma warriors, and used dense spears and naginata to block Yang Yi and Zhang Liao's cavalry. The battlefield was very chaotic, and the various daimyo rushed into the battle bravely. Honda Tadakatsu was once again thrown into the battlefield by Tokugawa Ieyasu, and Dragonfly attacked King Lanling fiercely and fought against King Lanling. Zhang He saw that King Lanling was in a tough fight, so he came to help King Lanling with a gun. and together they dealt with the most powerful general in Japan. Take your head! Honda Tadakatsu's dragonfly cut was glowing with cold light, slashing towards Zhang He horizontally. Zhang He's spear was cut off, and the spear blade tore through the armor. King Lanling hurriedly came to the rescue with a spear, blocking the dragonfly from cutting. His arms were trembling. The smoke was thick, and the cavalry, archers, and iron artillery teams were fighting. The melee between the two sides lasted for half a day, and each suffered damage. The Japanese army was attacked on the way back, and was temporarily assembled to fight. So the losses were even greater. After being weakened by Wei Qing, the Japanese army had less than 300,000 people left. The various daimyo of the Japanese army joined forces. Oda Nobunaga, Takeda Shingen, Yasuji Kenshin, Kinoshita Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu all had the aura of the entire army, which was enough. Covering an army of 300,000 people, they alternated with each other and left cautiously under the prying eyes of the Han cavalry. Wei Qing did not order a pursuit. Most of the Japanese regiments that are still alive today are high-level troops who have experienced hundreds of battles. And there are not many high-level cavalry under Wei Qing's command. The high-level cavalry of the Han army successively dealt with the Mughals, Persians, Ottomans, Mongols, and Germans, losing more than half. Most of the cavalry brought by Wei Qing to support the main city in the west were low-level cavalry. Even so, Wei Qing still attacked the Japanese army and weakened its strength to less than 300,000. The national war will end in less than 2 months. The Japanese army has little time to replenish its troops and poses almost no threat to the main city of the Han army. General Zhang He is injured. In the legion temporarily commanded by Wei Qing, Zhang He was injured by Honda Tadakatsu's imperial weapon. King Lanling, who also belonged to Yuan Shao's camp, looked solemn. Honda Tadakatsu's force was obviously superior to Zhang He's, and King Lanling could not stop Honda Tadakatsu from injuring Zhang He. Wei Qing ordered doctors to treat Zhang He's injuries, and then entered the main city in the west. At this point, all threats facing the main city in the west have been eliminated. In order to attack the main city in the west, the Japanese army suffered more than 100,000 casualties, and did not achieve any results, but only gained a batch of points. Japan was not without gains. The national war taught Japan's daimyo a lesson, and the Takeda family's losses also broke the structure of the main world. The Third National War had an unprecedented impact on the main world. The Mongol Empire in Mabe got the opportunity to rise. Suleiman the Magnificent of the Ottoman Empire was killed in battle, and the Ottoman Empire fell into pieces. The Takeda family in Japan was weakened, and the Red Cavalry suffered heavy losses. They can leave, and they are not weak. Then we just need to stick to it until the end of the national war. Guizi heard that the Japanese army left, and was not completely wiped out. As a civilization with a population of tens of millions and lords, the other party was also somewhat capable. The Han Empire had achieved the most ideal situation by seizing 2 main cities. The Han Empire no longer coveted a third main city. The Han army attacks the main city in the north, and will have a decisive battle with the Mongolian army on the northern grasslands. The terrain in the north is grassland. For the Mongolian cavalry who are good at detours, running attacks, and luring the enemy, they are eager for the Han army to come to the grassland. Attacking the southern city will offend Yekaterina, her only ally. The Grand Duchy of Moscow is planning to plot the southern main city. If the Han army intervenes, Yekaterina will definitely turn her back. Not only that, the southern United States, Switzerland, Kushan Empire, Amazon, Maya, Taungu and other civilizations will also enmity with the Han army. In short, the more main cities you attack, the more civilizations you offend. If the Han army attacks the third main city, some civilizations that have not withdrawn from the battlefield, such as Persia, Arabia, Japan, Korea, Rome, Macedonia, Germany, and the Mughals, may attack the Han army's western main city and eastern city at the same time. In the main city, the gains outweigh the losses. The 2 main cities are already the current limit. In the 5th main city, the Han navy fought with the ships of England, the Netherlands, Spain, Portugal, the Nordic countries, and the United States. No one had a chance to attack the 5th main city. The 5th main city is located on a small island and has only 50,000 NPC defenders. But this legendary hero is a little depressed. The navies of various civilizations fought fiercely, but no civilization attacked the 5th main city. The Han navy wanted to attack the city, but was intercepted by the navy from the west. There are many maritime civilizations in the west, and they have many navigation masters and heroes, including Columbus, navigation master; Francis Drake, English privateer captain, who defeated the Spanish Armada; Don Juan, Spanish general. Naval heroes such as the commander of the Battle of Lepino are among them. Marine civilizations are prone to giving birth to navigation masters and heroes, while mainland civilizations are at a disadvantage in this regard. Similarly, the coalition forces of the Nordic countries wanted to send brave and capable Viking warriors to the island to seize the city, but they were blocked by the Han navy. The two sides are trapped in a prisoner's dilemma, and neither side is willing to let the other party go to the island to attack the city. This dilemma is difficult to solve even if Tonke brings Counselor Chinping, and the two sides have reached a deadlock. In the southern battlefield, various civilizations are still fighting for the southern main city. The militia musketeers of the United States and the Amazon warriors fought with heavy casualties, while Catherine's cavalry appeared on the horizon as the American civilization fought, and the Cossacks raised their sharp sabers. Chapter 425: Ekaterina's request for help. Ma Chao is young, but his strength is quite high. Chu Tian saw Ma Chao, who was only 14 years old, charging into the battle and killing several Japanese warriors. He could be regarded as a shrunken version of the overlord of Western Chu. The initial city of the Japanese daimyo was on the eastern battlefield. In order to retaliate, the Han army in the eastern main city went to attack from time to time. Ma Chao, recruited by Su Fengyan, was able to kill the enemy for the first time on the battlefield. Su Fengyan said, "In Longxi, Ma Tang has lost his real power. Without us, a group of lords from Longxi, it is difficult. But how to control the Ma family army is a problem. Are you confident in dealing with Jiao Laoqin? It's hard to say. But he wants to annex Liangzhou, and it's very difficult." The national war is coming to an end, and Chu Tian sets his sights on the main world again. An ally during the national war, they might become enemies when they return to the main world. During this period, Chu Tian sent troops from time to time to sweep away the surrounding civilizations and increase their points. After returning to the northern battlefield, the Mongol Empire began to recruit soldiers and horses, and continued to go south to fight the Han army and other civilizations. Temujin also realized that he needed to gain points. He alone had the majority of the Mongol Empire's points. The points come from conquering other civilizations. Currently, Temujin is still ranked first, taking up most of the Mongol Empire's points. The total points of the Han Empire were twice that of the Mongolian Empire. However, because the princes of the Han Empire were not economical, the points of the Han Empire were divided among the 22 princes. Chu Tian's points alone were not as good as Temujin's. Regarding this point, Chu Tian was also helpless. The situation in the Han Empire was that there were more wolves and less meat. If everyone swarmed up and got 100,000 prisoners, they would be divided up quickly. During this period, the main southern city was captured by the Grand Duchy of Moscow. It is said that the United States of North America suffered a great loss in front of the powerful Grand Duchy of Moscow and became a mortal enemy of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. In the early stage, Catherine annexed part of the troops of the Ottoman Empire and the Mughal Empire, digested a large number of people, and then forcefully entered the chaotic southern battlefield, penetrating the United States Army from the rear, causing the United States Army to collapse, and dozens of United States generals killed in action. When Rome and Macedonia ran from the eastern battlefield to the southern battlefield, the main southern city had been occupied by Catherine. Now the main city in the north belongs to the Mongolian Empire. The main city in the south belongs to the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and the main cities in the west and east belong to the Han Empire. As for the fifth main city on the sea, the navies of all parties are still facing off, and no civilization can win the fifth main city. 5 main cities. A main city can only be occupied by one civilization, so it is unlikely that all civilizations will join forces to attack a main city. Joan of Arc formally formed the French servant army, with Gilles de Rais as deputy general, commanding 50,000 French servant army. Joan of Arc reported the matter to Chu Tian, and Chu Tian agreed to her request. During the 100 Years' War between England and France, Gilles served as the deputy general of Joan of Arc, and he was somewhat famous. Later, when the prisoner of Joan of Arc was killed, Gilles was hit and became a madman after he retired. In terms of loyalty, as long as Joan of Arc is in the Eastern Han dynasty, Gilles will not betray. After Joan of Arc specifically commanded the French vassal army, the rest of the vassal army lacked a suitable general. Chu Tian also had servant armies from the Ottoman, Mughal, and Inca empires. In addition, there are a small number of soldiers from Goryeo, Songhai and other civilizations. In the absence of a second suitable foreign general, Chu Tian had no choice but to personally command the 8-nation allied forces. The servant army is very practical. The Mongol Empire once dominated the national war battlefield by expelling a large number of servant troops. Rome, Macedonia, Holy Rome, France, the United States, Mongols, Ottomans, and Persia are really unlucky. They are also powerful civilizations. If the number of main cities is enough, they can also occupy a main city. It's a pity that the main city there are only 5 cities, and there are only 4 main cities on the mainland. Zhejiang Laoqin sighed with emotion, and then said to Su Fengyan, "This national war is over. I will not let you go after I go back." Su Fengyan frowned. "If I lose, maybe we can have a good talk." All the Han princes have their own thoughts. During the national war, the conflicts between the various princes were not obvious for the time being. When they returned to the main world, the conflicts between them would break out again. "My lord, Sophia of the Grand Duchy of Moscow has sent a note asking for help." Joan of Arc, who replaced Hua Mulan in charge of Iron Eagle Scout, came to the city and presented a brief note. Before leaving, Yekaterina borrowed a war eagle from Chu Tian for communication, and she also mastered the skill of controlling the war eagle. It is said that the news came from the adjutant Sophia, but it was probably Ekaterina herself who actually wrote the note. However, Ekaterina was unwilling to admit that she needed help. Chu Tian couldn't understand Russian at all. "The Grand Duchy of Moscow is under siege by the United States, Rome, Macedonia, and Taungu, and they want to ask us to send troops for rescue." Hua knew Russian and explained the general meaning to Chu Tian. "Sure enough, as long as a city is captured, it will most likely be attacked by a group of people. Now even the United States, Taungu, and other civilizations have joined the southern battlefield." Chu Tian was considering whether to save Ekaterina. In response, Catherine's cavalry defeated the Ottoman Empire and relieved the Han army in the western battlefield. Yuli, Chu Tian wanted to go to the southern battlefield to earn points. Temujin is ranked first in points, and with 1 month left, Chu Tian can still turn the tide. If you want to surpass Temujin and rank first, you can only choose to be a lone wolf. Of course, the prerequisite for being a lone wolf is not harming the interests of the Han Empire. The combined strength of the 2 main cities in the west and east exceeds 1.5 million, which is enough to withstand the Mongol Empire's troops. Now the famous civilizations are in the south, which poses little threat to the battlefields in the west and east. I myself went south to Yekatai. There is no need to alert other soldiers when Lena comes to the rescue. Chu Tian plans to be a lone wolf for a time and go south to support Yekaterina. There are other princes who are enough to defend the 2 main cities, and Chu Tian can come back to support at any time. "I will follow you with a small group of cavalry." Huan took the initiative to ask for a fight. "I have to say low to other princes about this matter." Even if Chu Tian wanted to be a lone wolf for a while, to support Yekaterina and earn points by the way, Chu Tian still had to look at the attitudes of other Han Empire princes rather than leave the team on his own. Otherwise, you are cheating your teammates. The main city in the east and the main city in the west can be defended by us. However, if you enter the southern battlefield with a partial division, be careful of the entire army being annihilated. Zhejiang Laoqin, Mingguan and other princes were confident in defending the city. The Han army exploded during this period, with a total force of more than 1.5 million, which was more than enough to defend 2 cities. Unless the Mongolian Empire sent 2 to 3 million troops, it would be possible to break the city. It was almost impossible to recruit so many troops to capture the city in 1 month. "I want to go too." Myuk, the lord of the southern barbarians, is willing to follow Chu Tian south. Or in other words, she wants to follow Huan. "The 3 of you can only take away 200,000 people. Otherwise, the power of the main city may be empty. 150,000 is enough." Chu Tian relied not on the Han army for this operation, but on the servant army. Chu Tian took away 100,000. Huan took away 30,000. And Myuk took away 20,000. A total of 150,000 people. Compared with the more than 1 million soldiers and horses of the Han Empire, it was not too many, and did not affect the city defense. Seeing that the rankings were basically set, the other princes of the Han Empire did not follow Chu Tian in order to preserve their strength and protect the main city. The southern battlefield is the last battlefield. It is very dangerous. If you are not careful, Your entire army will be wiped out. 150,000 soldiers and horses gathered. Chu Tian took away 100,000 people from his headquarters. 100,000 people were composed of infantry, crossbowmen, and cavalry, including Han troops and servants. In order to speed up the march, each soldier, even the infantry and crossbowmen, was equipped with a war horse, and the heavy cavalry was equipped with 2 or 3 war horses. These war horses come from captured soldiers, including Dewan horses, Arabian horses, Mongolian horses, Ili horses, and Heku horses. Huan and Muk soldiers also have war horses. As the lord of the southern barbarians, Muk originally lacked war horses, but Huan generously gave her a batch of war horses. For Huan, his western region protectorate focuses on animal husbandry, and there is really no shortage of war horses. However, the transmission cost from the western regions to the central plains is too high, so it is difficult for war horses from the western regions to flow into the central plains. Chu Tian brought the senior generals Li Yi and Peng Wan and others, the cavalry generals Wei Qing, Xueren Gui, Zhao Yun, Mu Guiying and others, the archer generals Li Guang, Li Ling, Liang Hongyu and others, and the foreign generals Joan of Arc and Gilles de Rais. A total of 100,000 people. Huan took Witsubing, Chen Tang, Gao Xianji, Li Sai, 30,000 people with him. Most of Muk's generals in Chu Tian cannot be named. There are 20,000 of them. The vine-armored soldiers were also equipped with war horses, which looked somewhat shocking. If the enemy does not know the weakness of the vine armor soldiers, the vine armor soldiers are actually a powerful type of arms. This is a magical type of arms between the 1st level arms and the 7th level arms. If you know the weakness, the vine armor soldier can easily break it. If you don't know the weakness, the vine armor soldier is a combination of light and heavy infantry, making it invulnerable. This expedition is the last attempt. If you are lucky enough, you may be able to surpass Temujin. Chu Tian once again looked at the points gap between himself and Temujin. Now that various civilizations in the northern battlefield have either fled or withdrawn from the national war, Temujin no longer has many opponents. In other words, Temujin had no choice but to go south if he wanted to gain points. Going south meant either attacking the Han Empire in the west and east, or attacking the Mughal Empire in the central plains. Although the Mughal Empire lost all confidence after being beaten by the Han Empire, the lean camel was bigger than a horse. The Mughal Empire still had 500,000 soldiers and horses, and recruited another 300,000. They did nothing but defend the 3 kingdoms, an ordinary city, waiting for the end of the national war to bring the population back to the Mughals to make up for the losses. It was quite difficult for the Mongolian cavalry to capture the 3 ordinary cities of the Mughal Empire without obtaining enough siege equipment. Moreover, the Han army may not necessarily sit back and watch the Mongol Empire destroy the Mughal Empire. There are only eternal interests between civilizations, but no permanent friends and enemies. One moment the Han Empire was taking Rome and Macedonia to fight Mongolia, and the next moment it occupied the main eastern city. Temujin's expansion route was temporarily blocked, but Chu Tian could enter the southern battlefield without any worries. As for whether he can surpass Temujin, it can only depend on his efforts in the next month and the use of the Sky Khan characteristic. In terms of data, Temujin's ability to enslave other foreign races is a little stronger than Tian Khan. After all, the Mongols once occupied countless areas in Asia and Europe. But Tian Khan is not much worse. Set off! Chu Tian led an army of 100,000 Han troops and servants to the battle. Dian Wei, who was as tall as an iron tower, followed him. Joan of Arc held the holy flag in her hand, and a group of cavalry galloped. Huan and Muk's cavalry followed closely behind, and 150,000 cavalry marched south in large numbers. Zhoujiang, Lao Qin, Mingwan, Zhao Long and other princes stood on the city wall and witnessed the cavalry of Chu Tian and others leaving. It would be great if Chu Zimu's entire army was wiped out, but as a prince of the Han Empire, we can't stab him in the back. Mingwan expressed the thoughts of all the princes bordering Chu Tian. Returning to the main world, Chu Tian will definitely be committed to expansion, and all the princes around him are facing unprecedented pressure. In the southern main city, Ekaterina defeated the army of the United States and occupied the southern main city. Rome and Macedonia happened to move south from the eastern battlefield and join forces with the United States to besiege Ekaterina, who occupied the southern main city. Catherine has hundreds of thousands of troops, facing 1 million troops outside the city. She is on the defensive. There is no danger of falling into the city yet. My lord Duke, do you think the Han Empire will come to support us? Probably so. Ekaterina didn't know whether Chu Tian, who valued interests, would come. After all, it was she who forced Chu Tian to conquer her, not Chu Tian's willingness to conquer her. The three Roman giants, Alexander and Marshall, the Lord of the United States, who had lost in the eastern battlefield, formed an alliance below the main city in the south. There was only 1 month, and if they could not capture a main city, they would return without success. The United States is the largest civilization in North America. It is a composite civilization of the colonial era and the tribal era. The matchlock militia and tribal archers coexist, which is considered a relatively special civilization. After all, the United States is also one of the member states that developed Lord, and it will definitely not treat its own civilization badly. In addition, the population of the United States is 1/4 of that of the Eastern Han Dynasty, equivalent to the population of 3 large states. So it is also a strong civilization. They have the qualifications to be on an equal footing with Rome and Macedonia. If we capture the southern main city within a month, how should we divide the ownership of the southern main city? As the largest slave owner in the United States, Marshall took the initiative to claim ownership from Caesar and Alexander. Caesar and Alexander were stunned for a moment, and then they understood what Marshall meant. Whoever leads the occupation of the Lord's mansion will have the southern main city. Although the 3 major civilizations have this agreement on the surface, they have their own ideas in their hearts, especially after the 3 giants of Rome and Alexander were put together by the Han Empire. They no longer believed in the United States, which was also a white civilization. 150,000 cavalry moved south quickly. Huan asked Chu Tian, "Shall we go directly to the main city in the south?" The riding crop in Chu Tian's hand pointed forward. "First capture hundreds of thousands of servants, and then defeat the enemies surrounding the southern main city in one fell swoop. The last time Catherine did this, we can return a favor to her." Chapter 426 Chu Zimu is in action. Surrender without killing! Surrender without killing! Han cavalry holding sabers surrounded a group of NPC soldiers from the Tongda Kingdom, Myanmar, in the Southeast Asian peninsula. A military general from the Tongda Kingdom tried to resist, but was cut in half by Xingderong, an admiral of Lingling and a 10,000 enemy, with an axe. All the Tongda soldiers subconsciously took a few steps back. Xingderong's bravery leads the 3 armies. "If you dare to provoke our 4 tigers of the Northern Army, you are really asking for your own death. Why don't you put down your weapons quickly and surrender to our heavenly kingdom, leaving you to wait for the dog head?" Mi Fong, Pan Fong, and Lu Kuang held their heads high and angrily rebuked tens of thousands of Dongqiu soldiers for being arrogant. "I'm waiting for you." The soldiers in Tongda were afraid of their overlord country and knelt down one after another. Of course, what they were afraid of was not the 4 tigers of the Northern Army, but Chu Tian and the endless army behind the 4 tigers of the Northern Army. Incorporate them into a legion of servants. The characteristics of Chu Tian's Tian shocked the Tongda Kingdom in Southeast Asia, and they subdued this group of servants and gathered them into a larger army. He wanted to use this army of servants to overwhelm the enemy forces besieging this city. Many lords of the Tongda Kingdom were attacked by Chu Tian and immediately withdrew from the national war battlefield after being defeated. "Run to the next target." Chu Tian worked non-stop, attacking any army he saw in the wild, gathering them to strengthen himself, in order to gain as many points as possible and surpass Temujin, who ranked first. Chu Tian could only move dangerously, conquer as many servants as possible, accumulate strength, and use it to relieve the siege of the main southern city, while helping Ekaterina out of the siege. She was also gaining points. The southern main city is located between the plains and the jungle. The main city is surrounded by plains, and further south is the jungle. Chu Tian, Huan, and Muk's cavalry swept across the foreign legions in the plains. Several lords of Taundu and Siam were defeated, and Chu Tian captured nearly 100,000 soldiers. The military units in Southeast Asia are somewhat similar to those of the Eastern Han Dynasty, but also very different. They are good at fighting in rainforests and mountains, and there are many elephant soldiers. The Muk brought by Chu Tian can just strengthen the war elephant troops and strengthen the soldiers' combat capabilities in mountains and jungles. After all, the southern barbarians are adjacent to the eastern region. In the future, I may be able to expand to Tunggu. Although the population of Namman is similar to that of Tunggu, the terrain at the junction is too harsh. Unless I can quickly invade Tunggu, occupy a large city, and activate the teleportation array, Muk wants to attack the Tonga Kingdom in the main world. Both Huan and Muk have a strong desire for expansion. Opening up territory and expanding territory was a common idea among the lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty. And the territory of China was also laid out bit by bit. Historically, due to the harsh natural environment, it was difficult for China's territory to expand to the entire Southeast Asia. However, in Lords, the existence of the teleportation array makes it entirely possible for the Han Empire's territory to expand to Southeast Asia. After conquering the lords in the plains, Chu Tian sent Muk as a vanguard to enter the jungle and conquer the lords in the nearby jungle. Muk's vine-armored soldiers dismounted and fought in the jungle on foot. As a unique unit of the southern barbarians, the vine-armored soldiers will increase their combat effectiveness when fighting in jungle terrain. Groups of cavalry dismounted, followed by Wei Wu's soldiers and Yin Jia to clear the way. Day 2 into the jungle. Mi Fang, the 4 tigers of the Northern Army, and others gathered together to set up a stove and cook. Among them, Wu Anhua and Xing Daorong had a good relationship. The two of them are considered to be the most powerful faction among the 4 tigers of the Northern Army, with Mi Fang and Lu Kuang falling behind. Mi Fang sat upright and said, "Xing Daorong, the assessment of you by our 3 brothers has ended. You have the strength to sworn brothers with us as brothers with different surnames." Xing Daorong, who was discussing the general situation of the world with Wu Anhua, and wished he could fight with his sword and conquer the world for his lord, could not help but be overjoyed when he heard this. Xing Daorong from Lingling was originally a fisherman, and later he took refuge with the prefect of Lingling. Now I am fortunate to be sworn brothers. We are brothers with different surnames. So lucky. Shuzhou Wushuang General Mi Fang. Beihai Hammer Wu Anhua. The great sword of Yanzhou is invincible to Lu Kuang. Thousands of people in Lingling are against Xing Daorong. Today we are sworn brothers with different surnames. We do not wish to be born in the same year, the same month and the same day, but we wish to die in the same year, the same month and the same day. Let's learn from this, brothers. After Mi Fang spilled the wine, she patted Xing Daorong's shoulder vigorously to show encouragement. Xing Daorong burst into tears with gratitude and said, "I didn't expect that I would meet all the brothers after escaping from Lingling. From now on, I will definitely work with you to rule the world for justice for the Lord, and be crowned king and prime minister." Mi Fang said meaningfully, "Our real eldest brother should be the Lord. We are actually the 5 tiger generals." Oh, it turns out that the Lord is the eldest brother. When Xing Daorong looked at Chu Tian, he was in awe. Chu Tian had a dark look on his face. Mi Fang established the 4 tigers of the Northern Army, and even brought Chu Tian in to make him the 5 tiger generals of the Northern Army. Although Chu Tian's military strength is indeed only between Mi Fang and Xing Daorong, forget it. These god generals can do whatever they want in private, as long as they don't rebel or cause trouble. Chu Tian usually turns a blind eye. Mi Fang and the others were sworn friends, but they could not form a big force. They just cared about each other. If the army commanders under Chu Tian swore sworn vows, Chu Tian would have trouble sleeping and eating. For example, Zhou Yafu, Lu Yi, Cao Cao, Wei Qing and others became sworn brothers with different surnames. Of course, with the IQs of Cao Cao, Wei Qing and others, it is impossible for them to be too close in private. This is the self-cultivation of a qualified minister, especially for such an important position as the commander of the army. It's time to go. After everyone ate in a hurry, Chu Tian immediately urged the army to fight in the jungle and besiege an Amazon civilization lord. The Amazon civilization has tribal soldiers such as Amazon female warriors, leopard warriors, and eagle warriors, as well as some heavy infantry imitating European civilization. They gallop in the jungle. The Han army fought against this group of ancient civilizations. Chu Tian has Nammen troops, Taunbu troops, and Inca troops under his command. The performance of these troops in the jungle is not much worse than the Amazon troops. As the Han army and a group of servants fought in the jungle, there was a lot of excitement. Chu Tian's points rose as he continued to fight and capture enemy troops. Chasing Temujin. Chu Zimu's points are increasing rapidly. His points have been increasing for several days in a row, and it seems that he is already at war with other civilizations. If this trend continues, there may be a chance to surpass Temujin. The points continue to increase. He should not have encountered a joint attack from the southern civilization. The Han princes who chose to stay near the main city and sweep away the surrounding enemies, and did not intervene in the southern battlefield, could see that Chu Tian's points were approaching Temujin on the ranking list. Temujin's expansion trend was blocked by the Han Empire, and the Mughal Empire, and it was no longer easy to gain points. Xiao Long frowned. Did he use a large number of servants? But the larger the number of servants, the harder it is to control, and they may betray at critical moments. The number of servants is not unlimited. The higher the proportion of servants, the lower the loyalty. The servant army captured on the national war battlefield has little loyalty at all, and its actual combat effectiveness is not very impressive. Otherwise, the Mongols drove out millions of servant armies. If these servant armies could explode into the fighting power of their own civilization, they might have overthrown the Roman legions. Unless Chu Tian has special means to ensure the loyalty of this group of prisoners. Maybe he has some special tricks. It depends on whether he can surpass Temujin. Although it is disadvantageous for us if he surpasses Temujin. At least Temujin cannot be allowed to develop. Zheojiang, Lao Qin, Mingguan and others have complicated moods. In the main northern city, Temujin can also see the rankings. His original number 1 position has begun to waver, and there are signs of being surpassed. Prepare to go south to attack the Mongols. Temujin originally thought that his number 1 position was unshakable, but he never thought that the points of the Han Empire and its lords were rising, indicating that he was conducting external conquests. In order to maintain first place, Temujin prepared to go south to attack the unlucky Mughal Empire and use the Mughal Empire to gain points. In Temujin's eyes, the Asen army was easier to attack than the Han army, and it was easier to gain points. The Mongol army mobilized again. This lord of the Eastern Han dynasty. His points are rising rapidly. What on earth is he doing? Is the Han Empire at war with the Mongol Empire again? The 3 giants of Rome who were attacking the main city in the south also noticed that Chu Tian's points were rising. They judged the whereabouts of the Han Empire based on changes in points. The change in points shows that Chu Tian is fighting against other legions. In the Macedonian military camp, a fellow cavalryman reported a strange thing to Alexander. There were many routes on the southern battlefield. These routes formed groups claiming to have been defeated by a group of soldiers wearing Eastern armor. It may be the legions of the Han Empire. They have arrived on the southern battlefield. Are they not satisfied with gaining 2 main cities? The young Alexander raised his eyebrows. Based on the intelligence, he accurately deduced that some Han troops had entered the southern battlefield. The counselors and generals of the Han army have been divided into 2 groups to defend the 2 main cities. Attacking another main city will arouse the anger of all civilizations. Inform the Romans and Americans that the main army of the Han army has appeared nearby and must be on guard. Alexander could reach India and was very capable. With his keen intuition, he could directly see through the whereabouts of the Han army. However, one of his inferences was biased. The main force of the Han army was not fully out. Only 3 princes were dispatched to rescue their allies and earn points by the way. The 3 main armies of Rome, Macedonia, and the United States built thousands of siege equipment, including trebuchets, ballistas, siege towers, and ladders. The siege methods in the West are somewhat similar to those in the East. After all, civilizations all have something in common. Hundreds of trebuchets and ballistae roared. Stones and crossbow arrows destroyed the arrow towers and towers of the main city. The United States arquebus militia, Cretan archers, Indian archers, and other long-range troops suppressed the city wall defenders. Smoke filled the air and arrows covered the sky. The Macedonian partner infantry, Roman legions, Spartan heavy infantry, and other infantry pushed huge siege towers and besieged the southern main city from all directions. After Alexander detached a group of cavalry to monitor the surrounding area, he personally supervised the battle. Antigonus, Seleucus, Hephaestion, Lysimachus and other generals stood behind Alexander, which was an extremely luxurious lineup at the time. In addition to generals, there were also Greek heroes such as Aristotle, Pericles, and Brasidas watching the battle. Alexander showed off his military might to the Greeks and brought Athens and Sparta to their knees. As the most powerful city-states in Greece, Athens and Sparta had prosperous civilizations. However, their shortcomings were that they had small populations and were at war with each other. In the end, they were unable to withstand the offensive from the kingdom of Macedonia from the north. The king's army will destroy the city. Alexander looked at the eagle flag of the Grand Duchy of Moscow on the city wall. He was determined to win this main city, and he also used this opportunity to establish supreme military power among Greek heroes. Military power is extremely important to a king. Only by being in charge of the army can people's hearts be stabilized. Marshall, the largest slave owner in the United States, was also supervising the war. In his opinion, Capturing the main southern city was not the biggest gain. If he could capture the largest lord of Moscow, Ekaterina, and try to annex Moscow's territory, that would be the biggest gain. Reward? I heard that Ekaterina is still a beauty in Moscow. It's a pity that in this national war, the lord can choose to withdraw from the battlefield midway. Marshal couldn't help feeling regretful. During the Second National War, the lord was still unable to withdraw from the national war, so that Yekaterina was captured by Chu Tian and could not escape even if she wanted to. In Marshal's view, the capture of the main southern city was a certainty. Ekaterina stood on the city wall with her hands folded on her chest, looking very majestic. Behind her, the big eagle flag of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was flapping in the strong wind. Stones and crossbow arrows fell like a meteor shower. Your Majesty, Duke, don't risk coming to the front line. Adjutant Sophia led a group of heavy infantry to protect Catherine. Sophia, if there is a support army outside the city, we can defeat the enemy in front of us. Catherine is observing the deployment of the coalition forces. She needs a support force. It is really difficult to deal with Rome, Macedonia, and the United States at the same time with only the troops in the city. Originally, Catherine had severely damaged the armies of the United States and Amazon, thinking that she could defend the main city. But she did not expect that Rome and Macedonia would turn to the southern battlefield after losing in the eastern battlefield. Is he fighting with others? Or is he not planning to save me? Ekaterina also noticed that Chu Tian's points increased, thinking that Chu Tian didn't know where he was fighting with others and didn't come to save her. Thinking about it this way, I can't help but feel a little disappointed. The allied forces of Rome, Macedonia, and the United States attacked the main southern city for half a month, killing and wounding many soldiers and servants of the Grand Duchy of Muscovy. However, they were unwilling to attack the city at all costs like the Mughal Empire, so they were unable to capture it. As the end of the national war drew closer, the coalition forces became more anxious and stepped up their siege efforts. During this period, Chu Tian and others defeated the surrounding civilizations one after another and captured 200,000 servants. This was the limit of the servants Chu Tian could control. Chu Tian currently has more than 300,000 troops in his hands. As long as we kill all the servants and kill as many enemy troops as possible, we might get more points than Temujin. Chu Tian regarded all the servants as bargaining chips in his fight with Temujin. Fang Xianling discussed with Sun Yu and said to Chu Tian before he started to take action, "The two of my subordinates have a plan." Chapter 427 Battle against the Six Giants of Rome. Han Army. Han Army appears, coming from the north. In the southern battlefield, all the Romans, Macedonians, and Americans who were attacking the city were stopped. Although Alexander judged that some Han troops had arrived through rankings and clues, the news that the Han troops had appeared in the north of the battlefield was officially reported by the companion cavalry, which still frightened the three legions. At present, the Han Empire's army on the battlefield of the national war has become a giant. No one knows how many troops the Han Empire has sent. The partner infantry, Athenian heavy infantry, and Spartan heavy infantry formed an array. The Han Empire had to defend two main cities. They dared to intervene in the southern battlefield, with no more than 500,000 people at most. If the Han army sent more troops, the Mongols we will not let go of their two main cities. Alexander personally commanded the companion cavalry. His military power was extremely prosperous at this time. Historically, after Alexander's death, the successor war broke out among his generals and was divided into several kingdoms, which also gave the Romans an opportunity to rise. At present, Alexander has a luxurious lineup and has several king-level generals under his command. His judgment was also very reasonable. It was impossible for the Han army to send more than 500,000 troops. The Macedonian army began to mobilize, and the Roman legions were also in formation. There were also United States militia, hook and sickle militia, axemen, and tribal soldiers gathered, and rangers were patrolling and escorting. The Roman commander Caesar, Pompey, Scipio the Great, and Scipio the Younger commanded the Roman legions and faced the Han Empire head-on without fear. The legions of Rome against the enemy. The legions of the United States against the garrison. Alexander was earlier in history, and his status was higher than that of everyone in Rome. So he served as the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. His leadership was as good as anyone in the current Han Empire. The coalition faced the Han Empire and Catherine in the city. After Alexander came into contact with the Roman legion, he learned that the Roman legion had several emperor-level commanders who were fully capable of blocking the impact of the Han Empire. What worries Alexander more is that the United States cannot stop Catherine in the city. In order to attack the southern city, the United States broke out a war with the Amazon civilization, Southeast Asian countries, and Mayan civilization. Amazon warriors killed 150,000 people in the jungle. During the battle in the southern main city, they were attacked from behind by Catherine's hundreds of thousands of troops, resulting in 300,000 casualties. There are now only 200,000 people in the United States, and Catherine's army still has 500,000 people. Such a gap is quite dangerous. All the giants of Rome, Macedonia, and the United States were all paying attention to the coming Han army. As far as the eye can see, the sand and dust are billowing, and there are thousands of troops coming. Generals Wei Qing, Hu Zibing, Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, Zhang Liao, and Yang Yi each held weapons, rising and falling with the galloping horses, and behind them were the cavalry with majestic armor. At the rear, in the sand and dust, the sound of dense footsteps could be heard as the army marched. It was obvious that there were a large number of infantry and crossbowmen in the rear. How many people are there? There were beads of sweat on the old Caesar's forehead, and the shirt inside his breastplate was soaked with sweat. The dust raised by the Han cavalry showed that the opponent had a large number of troops. The main southern city is located at the border of the plains and jungles, which does not affect the movements of the cavalry. The cavalry has enough flat land for assault. Your Majesty, the Han army is here to help, but there is still a place for you in that person's heart, Sophia said to Lord Ekaterina. Humph, I don't care if he comes to support us. With our strength, we can also stop the coalition forces. The national war will be over soon. We are here now. It is already too late. Ekaterina carelessly took off her bicorn hat and arranged her somewhat messy wavy hair. A war hawk came back and landed on Catherine's shoulder. Corresponding information is tied to the talons of the war eagle. He actually asked me to cooperate in the attack. Since we are the besieged party, we must reluctantly follow his orders. Sophia, organize the army, concentrate the elite, and destroy the United States. Catherine was dissatisfied with the United States, which was her enemy. Chu Tian asked her in a note to lead out of the city and attack the three-way coalition with the Han army, currently on the southern battlefield. Due to the brutal siege, Rome has 250,000 left, Macedonia has 400,000, and the United States has 200,000 left, for a total of 850,000. The Grand Duchy of Muscovy has 500,000 soldiers, but the number of Han troops is unknown. Rome and Macedonia have several imperial commanders, and the United States has a large number of special arms arquebus militia. The Han Empire Grand Duchy of Muscovy allied forces have a low chance of victory. Still, Ekaterina took a gamble. Adjutant Sophia said to Catherine before Catherine went into battle in person. Can we trust the Han army? If they deliberately lure us out of the city, consume us with Rome, Macedonia, and the United States, and then take away our main city, so what? For the current plan, the best policy is to hold onto the city and wait for the end of the national war. The food and grass in the city can be held until the end of the national war. Sophia, various city defenses have been basically destroyed by trebuchets and ballistae. It is getting more and more difficult to defend the city. Why not go out and fight? I still need points. Ekaterina drew her sword and planned to take command in person. The fighting nation is so fierce. As commanded? As a qualified and loyal adjutant, Sophia will only loyally follow Catherine to fight when she is determined to go out of the city to wipe out the United States. The city gate opened with a bang, and the Cossack cavalry galloped out of the city, waving their sharp and curved sabers. The Muscovites have indeed sent troops. Marshal, the Lord of the United States, immediately mobilized the Matchlock militia and Hook and Sickle militia to form a formation. The Hook-Sickle militia and the Matchlock militia formed the early Matchlock line. This is the top tactic that can be used by the United States, which lacks historical military generals. It is a special compensation. After all, the history of the United States is too short. The reloading speed of the Matchlock guns was not fast, and a group of Indian longbowmen made up for the lack of firepower of the Matchlock guns at the rear and flanks. The Indian longbowmen already used iron arrows, and their power should not be underestimated. To Marshall, they were almost the same as the servant army. In addition to the main force of infantry combat, there is also a team of rangers armed with sharp blades, and priests as auxiliary units. Priest heroes have motivational effects and healing skills similar to those of Eastern physicians. It can be said that the United States as a large civilization. Although it lacks historical heroes, its military mix is not weak. It's just that the United States was very unlucky. It fought with Amazons and other tribal civilizations, and was harvested from the rear by Cossack cavalry. It suffered heavy losses. Its current power is not as powerful as Rome and Macedonia. Musket militia load gunpowder. The generals of the United States commanded from the front row. The characteristic of the United States is that the recruitment conditions for arquebusiers are relatively loose. So 2 or 3 teams of arquebusier militia can be organized to form a formation. The cavalry of the Grand Duchy of Moscow galloped out and took the initiative to attack the United States. It takes great courage for the cavalry to break through the arquebus blockade of the United States. Cossack cavalry. Flank attack from both sides. Boyar cavalry intrusion from the front. Catherine knew the power of the special forces of the United States. She did not rush into the mixed phalanx of matchlocks and hook-and-side militia head-on. Instead, she sent light cavalry to flank the attack. The recruitment conditions for matchlock gunners are still somewhat harsh, and the United States has not yet been able to form a dense line of matchlock gunners. Therefore, in Yekaterina's view, there is enough opportunity to directly wipe out the United States with an army of 500,000. You want to break through my phalanx? You are wishful thinking. The mixed phalanx composed of arquebuses, crossbows, and hooks and sickles. No matter how many cavalry come here, they will die. Marshal saw that the cavalry of the Grand Duchy of Moscow came out in full force to block Yekaterina's offensive with a mixed phalanx. On the other side, the Han cavalry had already launched an attack on the Roman legion. The galloping cavalry threw a hail of arrows, harvesting hundreds of Roman soldiers who failed to adjust in time. How can a mere big man shake the morale of our army? Caesar reorganized his army. He had 6 incomplete Roman legions under his command, pieced together into 3 Roman legions, and a group of servants to fight against the Han cavalry. The Roman soldiers used a tortoise L formation, with rows of square shields on top of mountains to block the cavalry's arrows. The long archers at the rear began to draw their bows and throw the arrows at the Han cavalry. Roman archers were relatively weak, but the dense rain of arrows still caused casualties to the Han cavalry. Pompey! Constantine! Attack! Caesar blocked the Han cavalry attack from the front, prompting the legions of the other 2 Roman giants to attack. Pompey's army was on the left and Constantine's army was on the right, attacking the Han army from both sides. The Han cavalry fought with the Roman heavy infantry, who were good at hand-to-hand combat. The Roman heavy infantry threw sharp javelins, and the power of the javelins penetrated the armor and killed a group of Han cavalry. Fire the arrow! Archers such as Sheshenjing and Jianyan crossbowmen fired thousands of arrows, and hundreds of Roman infantry and archers were killed. All the fierce generals under Chu Tian's command came forward to fight fiercely. The white-robed army's cavalry and archery cover Schwerin-Gui and Zhao Yun as they break into the Roman legion's front and fight against the legendary heroic and capable Roman legion. Schwerin-Gui, Zhao Yun and a group of white horse daikon plowed through like iron plows, and the Roman soldiers along the way died everywhere. Qin Qingji led the white-robed army behind him, forming an invincible military force and marching forward one after another. A Roman general, who was commanding on the front line, was killed by Fang Tian's painted halberd. His helmet fell to the ground, and he died on the spot. Schwerin-Gui killed a Roman general, while Zhao Yun fought with 2 Roman gladiators. During the battle, one gladiator was stabbed to death with a bright silver spear, and the other was shot away. The 2 fierce generals cleared the way, and Qin Qingji's white-robed army broke through and fell into the Roman legion. The white-robe army numbered 3,000 before the start of the national war. Many died during the war, and they were supplemented by Chu Tian to 2,000. Although the number of people has been reduced, with the addition of Qin Qingji, the white-robe army still showed terrifying strength. Slashing with a straight blade, the white-robed army swept past, cutting off fallen leaves like the autumn wind. 2 cavalry generals, Wei Qing and Huitsubing, took advantage of the situation to attack the same Roman legion of Caesar. Huitsubing bravely champions the 3 armies, just like Schwerin-Gui and Zhao Yun, except that Huitsubing's cavalry troops are more sharp against foreigners. He is a cavalry commander specializing in foreign wars. The cavalry Huang gave him were Han cavalry from the Western Region Protectorate, and they had extra bonuses when dealing with foreign races. It can be simply believed that in this specific situation, excluding the influence of the general's personal force, the destructive power of Huitsubing's cavalry is twice that of Schwerin-Gui and Zhao Yun's cavalry. The Roman legion encountered an attack by Huitsubing, a cavalryman in the forefront of the Han Empire. The pressure increased sharply, and there were more casualties. Zhang Liao and Yang Yi protected Wei Qing and cleared the way for Wei Qing's cavalry. Zhang Liao and Yang Yi can weaken the enemy's morale. If used well, they can cause the enemy's morale to drop during a battle. And then the soldiers will attack fiercely, causing the enemy's morale to collapse. But this time, they were not facing an ordinary legion, but the Roman legion of Caesar the Great. The bonus that Caesar the Great brought to the Roman legion was equally powerful. At the same time, there were many gladiators, generals, and strong men who fought with tigers and lions in the Roman legion, which strengthened the combat power of the Roman legion. Zhang Liao and Yang Yi's damage to the morale of the Roman legions was limited. Even Chutian's Heavenly Khan failed in the face of Caesar, who also had the characteristics of a great emperor. Caesar's great emperor characteristics are also ineffective against Chu Tian. It was a close encounter. Father! The Han army is concentrated on attacking the Third Army. If this continues, the eagle flag of the Third Army will be chopped off by the Han army. The young Octavian followed his adoptive father Caesar. He was worried when he saw the Han army concentrated on attacking the Roman Third Army. The temporarily reorganized Third Army only had more than 5,000 men, after being cleared by the opponent's fierce generals with force. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before they were destroyed by the Han cavalry. The number of a Roman legion after the Marius reform was 6,000, fighting in a divided Europe. This kind of number was not small. However, in Lords, a legion only had this few people, and it was attacked by several Han generals at the same time. The Third Army of the cavalry expedition was in danger of being completely wiped out. The Han army placed their elite cavalry in the center, with Han infantry and crossbowmen on both wings. As long as Pompey and Constantine's legions attacked their left and right wings, they could defeat the Han army. Antony, you lead the first legion. Lepidus, you lead the second legion to support the third legion. All soldiers, wait for Pompey and Constantine to defeat the Han army's flanks. Caesar commanded calmly. At this time, Caesar has almost an all-star lineup. Caesar, Pompey, and Constantine, replacing Crassus, were the first three giants of Rome, while Octavian, Antony, and Lepidus were the last three giants. This was equivalent to the 6 giants who dominated the late Roman Republic on this battlefield. The 6 giants of Rome are either kings or emperors. In addition, there are Scipio the Great and Little, imperial commanders. What the Han army has to face is the Roman lineup that has already taken shape. But the Roman legions were severely damaged by the Mongolian Empire and suffered some losses during the siege. Among the 200,000 people in Rome, there are only less than 50,000 Roman citizens left, and the rest are servants. The first and second legions led by Antony and Lepidus supported the third legion and contained Wei Qing and Huitziubing. The 3 Roman legions, currently numbering only over 10,000 men, were engaged in a fierce battle with the cavalry of Wei Qing and Huitziubing. Auxiliary legion, eat this cavalry. Caesar sent auxiliary legions to assist the Roman legions, which were mainly heavy infantry, in fighting the Han army. Pompey's army and Constantine's army have already attacked the flanks of the Han army. Zhou Yafu's Shilio camp and Pang Wan's Wei Wuzu fought against Pompey's army, while Li Yi's Yanjiao army and Li Xiaoning's women's army fought against Constantine's army. Chapter 428 Fierce Battle. Surpassing Temujin, the Han army will be defeated. Caesar held a sword inlaid with gems and looked down upon the Han army. He has seen through the reality of the Han army. This cunning Han army deliberately tied branches to the tails of their horses to raise sand and dust, pretending that they had a large number of troops. In fact, the number of Han troops was only a little over 100,000, which was not as many as the Roman legions. Caesar was too nervous to send Antony, Lepidus and other generals out as if he was facing a powerful enemy. He seemed overly cautious. On the right wing, the famous Roman general Scipio the Great, who once defeated the Carthaginian commander Hannibal, and the imperial commander Scipio the Great, who destroyed Carthage, joined forces to defeat the legions of Li Yi and Li Xiaoning. Li Yi and Li Xiaoning's regiments were retreating steadily, and their infantry fled on horseback. On the left wing, Pompey, who had great military exploits throughout his life, and was second only to Caesar among the 6 giants in military achievements, led the Roman legion to attack Zhou and Wei Wuzu. Zhou Yafu and Pang Wan, who were smaller in number, retreated after tenacious resistance. The Roman Empire once stood side by side with the Han Empire in the west and east, and they continued to conquer the surrounding areas. In each period, there were famous generals who fought against barbarians or civil wars, and the lineup was luxurious. with a strength of just over 100,000. The Chu Tian army faced a group of king-level and emperor-level heroes of the Roman civilization, 40,000 Roman legions, and 160,000 auxiliary legions. They were defeated by the Roman legions. The Han army began to retreat hastily and gave up rescuing Catherine. Destroy them! The Roman legions were severely deceived by the Han Empire on the eastern battlefield. The heavy infantry armed with guns and swords launched a charge to pursue the Han army, who overestimated their capabilities. The Han army was only a little over 100,000, and they dared to attack the dream lineup of the six giants of Rome plus Scipio. The Han army was defeated. According to Chu Tian's order, she went out of the city to attack the United States. Catherine was commanding the cavalry and infantry to attack the mixed phalanx of the United States. She saw that the Han army was defeated by the Romans, and her face turned pale. Was Chu Tian deliberately trying to trick her? The Grand Duchy of Moscow used the lives of its servants to block the United States matchlock militia. The Polish hussars and boyar cavalry were ready to break through the United States phalanx from the corners of the phalanx. However, the defeat of the Han army disrupted her deployment. If Chu Tian was defeated by the Romans and fled like this, why should he be qualified to conquer her? Your Excellency, let's retreat to the city. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, Sophia asked Catherine to order to withdraw into the city and use the fortified city for defense. No, with our cavalry, we must at least severely damage the United States. Otherwise, they will attack the city. Catherine has led the cavalry out of the city and is determined not to make things easier for the United States. And she still insisted that the person who could conquer her should not be chased by 40,000 Roman legions and 160,000 servant legions. Under the command of Ekaterina, the 500,000-strong Muscovite legion stormed the 200,000-strong United States phalanx. After the servants consumed the gunpowder of the matchlock gunners, the Polish hussars and boyar cavalry, two heavy cavalry, attacked the United States army. Destroy it. Ekaterina has been number one in the Grand Duchy of Moscow for a long time. She has many SS level and even SSS level characteristics, which provide a lot of bonuses to the Grand Duchy of Moscow's army. Her army is very ferocious, killing 50,000 soldiers of the United States in one battle. The arquebusiers were harvested by the approaching Cossack cavalry with sharp sabers. What a cruel woman! Marshal, the Lord of the United States, was defeated by Catherine for the second time, collected his broken troops, and moved closer to the 400,000 Macedonian army. Support them! Alexander had been secretly observing the entire battlefield. The Romans went to hunt down the Han army, but the United States was defeated by Catherine again and suffered heavy losses. Now no one is qualified to compete with Macedonia. As long as the Grand Duchy of Moscow is defeated, the main southern city will belong to Macedonia. Defeat Ekaterina! Alexander's generals all came out, leading 400,000 Macedonian troops to launch a massive attack. The one in the middle is the Macedonian phalanx, with the personal addition of Alexander the Great. On both wings are servant legions and companion cavalry. The Macedonian legion is coming, facing the Macedonian phalanx. The Cossack cavalry threw a hail of arrows. The dense forest of guns pushed aside most of the random arrows, and arrows rained all over the ground. A few arrows fell in the Macedonian phalanx, and were blocked by the heavy infantry armor in the phalanx. The servants come forward! Catherine faced the legendary Macedonian phalanx and Alexander the Great, so she sent out an army of servants to test and consume them. The servant army fought with the Macedonian phalanx, and was forced back step by the uniform Macedonian phalanx. If she loses her mobility, Catherine, whose main force is cavalry, will suffer a great loss, because Alexander's infantry legion is a Macedonian phalanx that restrains cavalry, and there are also a large number of Greek heavy infantry. Chuzimu, what on earth are you doing? Are you treating me as a victim? Catherine knew that even if she defeated Alexander the Great, she would suffer heavy losses, and extremely heavy losses. The Roman legions pursued the Han army for 5 miles, and the Roman commanders suddenly realized that there was a hint of danger. The scene in front of me was too familiar. When the Mongolian field king Subutai retreated, he used this tactic of luring the enemy, which looked like defeat, and taught Rome and Macedonia a lesson. The Mongolian cavalry is Eastern cavalry, but the cavalry of the Han Empire is also Eastern cavalry. You have to pay a certain price to lure the enemy. You have to be defeated without being defeated. And you have to hide the judgment of the Roman legions, anger the enemy, and lead the enemy into a trap step by step. In order to ambush the Roman legion, Chu Tian gritted his teeth at the expense of some high-level troops. After being taught a lesson by the Mongols, the Roman generals became more or less aware of the danger. When they thought about the Eastern cavalry tactics of the Han Empire, their faces turned livid, and they wanted to contain the Roman soldiers and servants who were still chasing the Han army. Military. The earth shook, and an iron cavalry came from the side. A dozen Roman generals shouted, "Gather in formation!" Before the Roman legion could be completely assembled, generals such as Mu Guiying, Tai Shirzi, Shui Wanche, Hua Xiong, etc., wearing armor, led tens of thousands of cavalry to charge, and crashed into the Roman legion from the side. The first to bear the brunt was Pompey, one of the three giants on the left. One of the legions was pierced by the Han army's heavy cavalry. Sure enough, it was another of the Orientals' tried and tested tactics of luring the enemy into encirclement. Pompeo gritted his teeth and tried his best to adjust his formation. A Roman legion, with less than 10,000 full strength and auxiliary troops, was attacked by tens of thousands of heavy cavalry. The Roman legion collapsed in an instant. Any infantry without formation in formation would be unable to withstand a wave of attacks from the flanks by tens of thousands of heavy cavalry. Mu Guiying rushed to the commander of the Roman legion, killed more than a dozen guards, and stabbed the commander with a gun. The Roman legionnaire drew his long sword to block Mu Guiying's pear-shaped spear. The latter flew upside down like a kite without strings, and was shot away by Mu Guiying. His life or death was unknown. Mu Guiying danced wildly with the pear-blossom gun in her hand, killing the surrounding Roman guards, pulled out the wild goose feather sword, chopped off the Roman eagle flag, and returned in triumph. Each Roman legion had an eagle flag, not only for decoration, but also to enhance the cohesion of the legion. When the eagle flag was chopped off by Mu Guiying, the morale of the Roman legion collapsed. The generals such as Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, Lu Yi, Zhou Yafu and others who were originally defeated fought back. In addition to heavy cavalry, the ambushed troops also had 100,000 servants, besieged on all sides. Eagle-cutting flag! The first goal of generals such as Xuerengui and Zhao Yun is to cut down the eagle flag of the Roman legion. The eagle flag is the symbol of the Roman legion. If you can cut off a Roman eagle flag, you can show off your military power to the generals. All the Roman legions are in danger, and the fierce generals of the Han army have set their sights on the location of the legion commander. Xuerengui and Zhao Yun's goal is Caesar's 3rd Legion. Labienus, who was appointed by Caesar as the commander of the 3rd Army, was covered in blood, facing the fierce counterattack of the Han army. The 3rd Army, which had been severely damaged by the Han cavalry, once again fell into a bitter battle. He was not sure whether it was one of his own or the enemy. The machine he repeated the same action, piercing the body of a Han infantry with his sword, pulling it out, and then piercing the body of another Han soldier. The 3rd Army Corps, which was at the forefront, faced the Han army's offensive more and more fiercely. A cavalry galloped over, and Zhao Yun, who was in the lead, stabbed Caesar's general Labienus with a spear. The dagger and the spear rubbed violently, and the huge force from the spear blade forced Labienus to take a few steps back. His force was much worse than Zhao Yun. Labienus's eyes were red, facing the Han armies from all directions. His legion had become the protruding part of the Roman army. He narrowly escaped death. Zhao Yun was unable to kill Labienus in one round, so he took advantage of the opportunity to chop down the eagle flag of the Roman 3rd Legion and hold it in his hand. This is the 2nd eagle flag captured by the Han army. Take back the eagle flag! Labienus fell into madness. The Romans had never experienced such a brutal battle in Europe. First the Mongolian cavalry, and then the Han cavalry. Both used tactics to lure the enemy and eliminate the pursuing Roman legions one by one. The mobility of the Roman legion, which was dominated by heavy infantry, was passive, and it was a step slower in both attack and retreat. One wrong step. Every wrong step. Labienus led the Roman heavy infantry to besiege Zhao Yun, and Zhao Yun killed dozens of Roman soldiers. One of the Roman soldiers used a crossbow from Genoa and shot Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun was injured, but his characteristics prevented his strength from declining in a short period of time, and instead increased his combat power. Zhao Yun was even more ferocious, and as many as 100 Roman soldiers fell under his gun. Another cavalryman came, and Fang Tian inserted his halberd into Labienus' back. The terrifying force directly penetrated Labienus' Roman plate armor and nailed him to the ground. Labienus hit the ground hard and suffered a bloody head. Xuerengui pulled out Fang Tian's painted halberd. When the brave and militant Roman soldiers around him saw the Oriental general, who killed their legion commander with a halberd, They subconsciously retreated back as if they saw the devil coming. Labienus. Caesar saw the eagle flag of the 3rd Legion being chopped off from a distance, and knew that Lieutenant General Labienus was in danger. His fingers were shaking. At this point in the national war, several Roman legions have lost their eagle flags, and some Roman legions have suffered heavy losses and lost their organization. The ambitions of the Han army are more than that. The ferocious Dian Wei, wearing iron armor, led Chu Tian's escort and attacked one of the giants, Constantine. Dian Wei is like a giant humanoid beast, holding a halberd in both hands, killing several Roman generals one after another. The powerful generals behind Constantine came out to protect his master's retreat. The Roman general held a short sword in each hand and fought with Dian Wei. This man is the gladiator hero that Chu Tian saw when the 3 giants of civilization met. Spartacus, who fought a lion with his bare hands, launched the Spartacus uprising, and shook the existence of Rome. Dian Wei met a powerful enemy. As a gladiator hero, Spartacus often fought with beasts, wandering between life and death, with a will to die in his eyes. When fighting alone, one is most afraid of such a dead soldier who does not regard as one thing. Dian Wei is also of this type. The 2 fierce men from the east and west were fighting fiercely with a weapon in each hand. The iron weapons opened and closed, colliding from time to time, and veins popped out on their arms. When the Roman legion was ambushed, the Muscovite legion was severely damaged by Alexander the Great of Macedonia after defeating the United States, and the United States subsequently counterattacked. Ekaterina's situation was not good. The Han army was driven away by the Roman legions. Now Macedonia, the United States, and the Grand Duchy of Moscow don't know what happened to the escaped Han army in Rome. They are busy with the stalemate battle in front of them. Spartan warriors and Athenian heavy infantry suppressed the cavalry-based army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Unless Catherine voluntarily abandons the city, her cavalry advantage will not be brought into play, and there will be heavy casualties. The main city in the south is finally mine. Romans, I'm sorry. Alexander was ready to take over the main city in the south. The accident happened in the southern jungle. The disgraced Chu Tian peered into the jungle at the fierce battle in the southern main city. The person who commanded the Han army to attract the Roman legions was not Chu Tian himself, but Chu Tian's substitute Cao Cao. If placed in Japan, this type of lord substitute would be called Shadow Dancer. The real Chu Tian made a detour in the jungle and came to the south. This was Fang Xianling and Sun Yu's plan to seize the opportunity to attack the east and attack the west. Chu Tian's troops ambushing in the jungle were mainly servants conquered by Nam Man, Tonggu, Inca, Amazon, etc., as well as a small number of dismounted knights from Joan of Arc. France's dismounted cavalry has considerable combat power. Fang Xianling and Sun Yu were ragged from marching in the jungle. Surprise always comes with a price. After a brief observation, the 2 of them said to Chu Tian, "It's time to attack. All officers and men listen to the order and follow me to defeat the enemy." Chu Tian was so excited that he drew his sword. What is the purpose of his hard march in the jungle? This is the moment. Behind Chu Tian, there were about 80,000 jungle soldiers who were good at hiding their whereabouts. They drew their weapons and fought out of the southern jungle. Among the 80,000 ambushes, elite Amazon female warriors riding jaguars and holding horned bows attacked the Macedonian army from behind. Joan of Arc is carrying the holy flag and following Chu Tian. Her command point allowed her holy flag's motivational effect to cover the 80,000 strong army. The morale of the 80,000 strong army had dropped due to marching in the jungle. The morale of the 80,000 strong army soared, and all the soldiers howled. Ouch! The 4 tigers of the northern army, Mi Fang, Wu Anhua, Lu Kuang, and Xing Durong, roared out, waving their weapons and charging into the battle. Huan and Myuk are both among the 80,000 troops ambushing them. Huan's Datong Mo Dao team and Myuk's Tung Jia soldiers rushed to attack. And there were also terrifying war elephant troops in the rear. The Amazon female warrior shot and killed the unsuspecting Macedonian soldiers in the rear. The ferocious jaguar had already pounced into the Macedonian army and bit the Macedonian infantry. When the Macedonian horses and soldiers saw the ferocious jaguar, they were frightened and retreated in all directions. The Amazon female warrior riding on the jaguar used a spear to stab the Macedonian infantry or war horses along the way. The special forces in the Amazon once caused a lot of trouble for the United States, which gave Ekaterina the opportunity to enter the southern battlefield. And now, Chu Tian conquered an Amazon lord's legion in the jungle and obtained a group of Amazon female warriors and leopard warriors. which he used to deal with the Macedonians, which worked wonders. The Tang Dynasty Mo Dao team came to kill, and wherever they went, men and horses were smashed to pieces. The Macedonian army did not know whether the Vine armor soldiers were real or not, and the Vine armor soldiers were invulnerable. Under the command of Muk, the huge war elephant roared into the Macedonian legion. The 9th level war elephant directly knocked away more than a dozen companion cavalry, including men and horses. The 4 tigers of the northern army used their military strength to sweep across all directions. The Macedonian army and the United States army were attacked from both fronts and backs by the 2 civilizations, and were on the verge of collapse. He is indeed here! Ekaterina seemed to smell Chutian's breath, and was inexplicably excited. Chutian was not in the mood to pay attention to Ekaterina yet. He commanded his army of servants to continuously attack Macedonia, which threatened the most. Only by killing the opponent's army as much as possible could Chutian give more points. Chutian and Temujin are secretly competing to see who can get the first place in points. In order to get the first place, Chutian dared to fight all the servant legions. Alexander had already gone to the front line to command, intending to defeat Ekaterina in one fell swoop. Suddenly, Chutian took over the rear. When he reacted, he could no longer take over the defeated rear army in a short time. As the 2 sides fought, Chutian's servants fell one after another, and they continued to kill the Macedonian soldiers. Both battlefields were providing points for Chutian. Finally, Chutian found that his points surpassed Temujin and reached the top of the rankings. Chapter 429 Final Ranking. In the southern battlefield, the Macedonian and United States legions were defeated. Alexander and his royal division tried their best to resist, and then merged with the Roman legion. They fought and retreated for 50 miles before the Han army gave up the pursuit. In order to surpass Temujin in points, Chutian treated his legions of servants as cannon fodder, and killed as many enemy troops as possible to gain points. Rome lost 1 lieutenant general and 2 eagle flags. Rome's citizen soldiers suffered more than 10,000 casualties, and auxiliary soldiers suffered 50,000 casualties. The battle was severely damaged. Caesar met with Pompey and Constantine, one of whom still had scars on his face from an arrow. The 3 giants looked at each other, and saw each other's embarrassment. A Roman legion is small in size, and should form a larger legion, or get used to the tactic of using multiple small legions to temporarily form a large legion. Our Roman citizen legions alone are not sufficient for large-scale battles. We should absorb soldiers from the provinces of Venice and Genoa, and if necessary, barbarian soldiers. In particular, we must absorb the barbarian cavalry and archers, and abandon the single heavy infantry tactics. For hired barbarian soldiers, they were allowed to become Roman citizens. The privileges granted to those barbarian soldiers and to our noble Roman citizens would affect the purity of our Rome. Expansion abroad means absorbing more barbarians. Otherwise, the cost of governance will be too high. At least the tens of millions of people in the Italian peninsula are trustworthy citizens. The crossbowmen of Genoa and the fleet of Venice will become our Roman conquest of the Mediterranean. Sharp weapon. Rome is the first class. The Italian peninsula is the second class. And the rest is the third class. Constantine, a player turned tycoon, has a higher vision. Players in cities such as Rome, Venice, Genoa, etc. actually have a common sense of identity. If some of the privileges of Roman citizens in these places are granted, the group of Roman citizens can be strengthened. Rome learned many lessons from this war. First, the arms are relatively single and lack elite crossbowmen and cavalry. These arms may need to come from cities other than Rome, or even from barbarians. Secondly, the size of a Roman legion in Lords seems a bit insufficient. In order to form a larger legion, more barbarian soldiers also need to be recruited. The third is the emphasis on cavalry tactics commonly used in the East. Rome suffered losses at the hands of the Mongol Empire and the Han Empire, and was almost defeated by the same tactics. Whether it's the Parthian Persian Empire, the Mongolian or Han Empire, their cavalry tactics are all the same. If we can conquer the Parthian Empire, we will get a group of excellent Eastern cavalry. The Romans were thinking about how to deal with the cavalry in the East in the future. Alexander was also a little depressed. After this defeat, the number of Macedonian troops was less than 300,000. Enemies from the jungle unexpectedly attacked its rear, causing the Macedonian servant legions to collapse, which in turn caused the Macedonian troops to retreat. Alexander, a young and vigorous man who was almost invincible in the Balkans, rarely experienced setbacks, and he went on a hunger strike for one day, even though his friend Hephaestion went to comfort Alexander. Alexander was still depressed until the next day. There is a folk saying in the East that victory or defeat is a common matter for military strategists. Please don't worry about it, Your Majesty. The teacher Aristotle came to enlighten Alexander. I, Alexander, was the chosen one to unify Greece and rectify the Balkans. But I was defeated by a prince in the East. He was just a prince, not even their emperor. Alexander and Aristotle sat across from each other, always grudges against each other. If he was defeated by the Han Emperor in the East, he could comfort himself. Macedonia's population and military strength were not as good as those of the Eastern Han dynasty. But the one who defeated him was only one of the other princes. The gap was so huge that it is unimaginable. Aristotle said, "Wisdom consists not only in knowledge, but also in the ability to use knowledge. Your Majesty should apply the knowledge learned from the Orientals to future conquests. Only war can gain peace. The only one who can end the troubled times is you, Your Majesty." Following Aristotle's enlightenment, Alexander's eyes gradually became brighter, because he had been trained by Aristotle since childhood. Alexander had made significant progress compared with previous Macedonian kings. The martial prowess of Macedonia and the wisdom of Athens gave Alexander a good understanding. "That's what you said, teacher." Alexander regained his composure and emerged from the tent with Aristotle. Antigonus, Seleucus, Hephaestion, Lysimachus and other generals were already waiting outside the tent for their king to regain his confidence. Among the kings of Europe, Alexander was already an enlightened king. They were about to embark on an even greater conquest. "One day, we will fight the cavalry in the Far East again. But before that, we have to conquer the Asia Minor Peninsula. Suleiman the Magnificent of the Ottoman Empire is dead. This is the time for Macedonia and Greece to expand to Asia Minor, and then fight Persia. Take the throne of Persia and conquer the Mediterranean." Alexander failed to seize the main city, so he had to change the target of expansion to the Asia Minor Peninsula in the main world. The Asia Minor Peninsula was the territory of the Ottoman Turkish Empire, and was only slightly smaller than France. This is already a war to destroy the country. After losing the national war, he could only regain his face from the main world. As one of the powerful countries in the United States, we did not expect that this national war would be so useless. The number of matchlocks is still not enough. If you organize 10,000 matchlocks for me, you must take revenge. Marshall also couldn't let go of the loss. In the southern main city, Chu Tian, as a reinforcement, garrisoned outside the city and counted the losses. From more than 300,000 soldiers, only 200,000 were left, in order to severely damage the elite divisions of Rome and Macedonia. The Han army paid a high price. A group of Amazon female warriors, who are more ferocious than men, captured a group of enemies. This group of Amazon female soldiers belongs to a special unit of South American civilization. Their combat effectiveness is stronger than that of Amazon male soldiers. Among the Amazon female warriors, there are also high-level panther warriors, who use jaguars as mounts. Leopard warriors are as powerful as elephant soldiers. However, the cavalry, leopard warriors, and armored elephant soldiers consume more food than each other. A war horse consumes several to 10 times as much food as a soldier. Leopard warriors need a lot of meat, and one meal of an armored elephant soldier is equivalent to a dozen cavalry. Although high-level troops are good, in terms of logistics, they cannot make ends meet. Chu Tian felt a dangerous aura. Sure enough, Catherine arrived with a group of cavalry. "What are you doing here?" Chu Tian was angry. "Who came to my rescue?" "I didn't come to your rescue, Sophia." "But you came to his rescue?" "Yes." Sophia took the initiative to help Ekaterina take the blame. Chu Tian frowned. He didn't believe that without Ekaterina's instruction, Sophia, as a follower, would take the initiative to ask for help from the Han Empire. This guy is really not honest enough. "Oh, my goal has been achieved. Farewell." Chu Tian saw that the southern main city had been relieved from the siege, that his points were ranked first, and that the national war was about to end. So he prepared to lead his cavalry to leave. Wait. Ekaterina didn't expect Chu Tian to turn around and leave, so she quickly stopped her. "After all, you have helped us. I have specialty vodka here, so I can barely use it to entertain you." After Ekaterina surrendered, Chu Tian entered the southern main city. The counts and military generals of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, as well as a group of Polish, Ottoman, and Mughal servant generals, saw Chu Tian entering the city with great arrogance. They were not afraid, and they couldn't help but admire Chu Tian's courage. Ekaterina took out her collection of vodka, hoping to get Chu Tian drunk and then vent her anger. Chu Tian always felt that his situation was a bit dangerous. Ekaterina is not a normal guy. When she looked at Chu Tian, she was already a little fanatical. Maybe it was the last time he captured her that gave her Stockholm Syndrome. If this is really the case, then Chu Tian must bear a great responsibility. Chu Tian led a group of generals into the city and held a celebration banquet with the generals of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Rome and Macedonia still have some threats. The Han army and the Grand Duchy of Moser cannot kill each other. Otherwise, other civilizations will take advantage of them. Chu Tian checked the rankings and found that he had successfully surpassed Temujin and became the current number 1. Chu Tian originally had 350,000 points. But he teamed up with Rome and Macedonia to besiege Mongolia and gained 100,000 points. Attack France and Germany and gained 70,000 points. Attack Japan and gained 30,000 points. Entering the battlefield south, sweeping away the surrounding lords, and defeating Rome and Macedonia, earning 200,000 points. Currently, Chu Tian has 750,000 points. First place, Han Empire. I just want to farm well and have 750,000 points. Second place, Mongol Empire. Temujin, NPC, with 700,000 points. Third place, Kingdom of Macedonia. Alexandria, NPC, with 510,000 points. Fourth place, Ekaterina of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, with 490,000 points. Fifth place, Marshall, United States, with 450,000 points. Sixth place, the Roman Republic, the last Roman, Constantine, with 360,000 points. Seventh place, Roman Republic, Caesar, NPC, 350,000 points. Eighth place, Han Empire, Jiujiu Laoqin, with 300,000 points. Ninth place, Han Empire, a small soldier at the border in the late Ming Dynasty, with 280,000 points. 10th place, Holy Roman Empire, Hohenzollern, 270,000 points. 11th place, England, God will bless you Charlie, 270,000 points. 12th place, Philip, Spain, with 250,000 points. 13th place, Han Empire, Tonke, with 240,000 points. 14th place, Kingdom of Sweden, Christina, with 230,000 points. 15th place, Kingdom of the Netherlands, Nassau, with 220,000 points. In the rankings, the forces of the United States and Germany were almost exhausted, so they squeezed into the top 10. If Marshal of the United States had not been penetrated from behind by Ekaterina, he might have ranked higher. What surprised Chu Tian was that the 11th to 14th places were occupied by several lords with navy, which showed that the battle for the 5th main city was very fierce, and warships on both sides were destroyed. Naval battles are different from land battles. Even if you destroy the ships of hostile civilizations, you can still get points. Therefore, after a large-scale naval battle broke out, a group of lords with a navy rose up. If a lord is careful enough, he can tell a lot from the ranking list. England, Spain, the Kingdom of Sweden, and the Kingdom of the Netherlands have all chosen to participate in the naval battle. They have gained so many points. I'm afraid Tonke and the others have been frustrated. Chu Tian could imagine that the naval lords of the Han Empire were targeted by a group of heroes from the Western Age of Sail. There were too many marine civilization navigation masters and admirals in the Age of Discovery. Tonke and their ships were suitable for inland warfare, so they were at a bit of a disadvantage. As a Nordic civilization, the Kingdom of Sweden can also recruit Viking pirates, and land warfare is not bad either. All in all, Tonke and the others could be in trouble, especially once all the Western maritime civilizations join forces. Then, there are the points for all civilizations. First place, Han Empire, with total points of 2.55 million. Second place is the Mongol Empire with a total of 1.4 million points. Third place, the Kingdom of Macedonia, has a total of 1.22 million points. Fourth place, Roman Republic, with total points of 970,000. Fifth place, Grand Duchy of Moscow, with total points of 950,000. Sixth place, United States, with total points of 920,000. Seventh place, Mughal Empire, with total points of 900,000. The eighth place is the Kingdom of England, with a total of 750,000 points. 9th place, Holy Roman Empire, with total points of 710,000. 10th place, Japanese Shogunate, with total points of 700,000. The Han Empire gained a lot of points because of its navy, so its total points increased rapidly. The Kingdom of England came from behind and climbed to 8th place with its navy's naval battle points. Behind them were the Persian, Arab, Egyptian, Amazon, Kushan and other civilizations that were severely damaged. These civilizations were hit hard from the start. For example, Persia was crippled by the Han Empire at the beginning. Amazon was attacked by the United States at the beginning. And the Kingdom of Khwarezm was suppressed by the Mongolian cavalry at the beginning and failed to develop. Chu Tian glanced at it hastily and had a rough understanding. Yekaterina always tried to get Chu Tian drunk with vodka. But Chu Tian was not fooled at all. Our Lord Duke invites you to meet us. In return for your generous act, she has prepared treasures worth 10,000 taels of gold. Sophia took the initiative to knock on the wooden door of Chu Tian's house in the main city. 10,000 taels of gold? When Chu Tian heard that there was gold, he couldn't help but be moved. This was a fatal temptation for him. War requires money. People die for money and birds die for food. Chu Tian followed Sophia to find Yekaterina to claim the 10,000 taels of gold that belonged to him. In Catherine's house, there is firewood burning in the fireplace, which is as warm as spring. After Sophia led Chu Tian in, she went out quietly, closed the door, and sealed it with an iron rope. Chu Tian frowned. There was no 10,000 taels of gold that Sophia mentioned in this room. Only Ekaterina. Ekaterina, where is the treasure worth 10,000 taels of gold? If he hadn't heard that there were 10,000 taels of gold, Chu Tian might not have come. Am I not worth 10,000 taels of gold? I am a Grand Duke who owns territory from St. Petersburg in the north to the Don River in the south. Do you know how many lords in Europe want to get me? That's your business. Chu Tian was deceived by Yekaterina and wanted to leave, but found that the door was blocked from the outside. Chu Tian's face changed slightly. Damn! The behavior of these fighting nations is too aggressive, and they have to use force. I did this in return for your rescue. If you think it's not enough, I can be your servant, but only for one day. Yekaterina handed the hemp rope to Chu Tian and let Chu Tian handle it, her body trembling slightly. You're such a weirdo. Let me out. The more Chu Tian refused, the more excited Yekaterina became. Sophia was outside and said to the guards, Please watch the corridor. Everyone is waiting. No interruptions. Chapter 430 The Deal with Ekaterina. Give me a batch of Don war horses for the Cossack cavalry. Chu Tian was dining in the main hall of the southern city. Opposite the long table was Ekaterina. He unceremoniously asked Catherine for a batch of high-quality war horses. The cost of raising ordinary war horses in Shuzhou and Yenzhou is very high. The land used to raise an ordinary war horse can feed more than a dozen people. As for high-quality war horses, they require sophisticated feed and are more expensive. So Chu Tian had the idea of Ekaterina. Catherine mentioned that she had a territory on the Don River, so her cost of raising war horses was much lower. Don horses are excellent war horses used by Cossack cavalry. If a group of war horses can be stolen from Catherine and returned to the Eastern Han dynasty, 100,000 taels of silver can be saved, which can be regarded as 10,000 taels of gold. For Catherine, the cost of training thousands of Don River horses was less than 100,000 taels of silver. Ekaterina narrowed her eyes. What do you want the Don Hippo to do? Improved horse breeds in the central plains of the Eastern Han dynasty. The war horses in the army are all geldings, and you can't raise offspring if you take them back to the Eastern Han dynasty. When I return to the main world, I can give you hundreds of stallions that have not been gelded. However, it is difficult for you to improve horse breeds. Ekaterina looked at the man sitting opposite and was not very optimistic about his plan to improve horse breeds. Chu Tian knew that she had a large number of cavalry and was an eagle on the prairie. She should have great insights into raising horses. How do you say that? First of all, given the natural conditions there, if you don't take good care of the top quality war horses, a large number of Don horses will die every year, and the breed will decline. If you take care of it carefully and maintain the breed, the expenditure on horse administration will be huge. Cultivate a horse from an early age. The cost of a high-quality war horse may be several times higher than the cost of a high-quality war horse purchased directly, because the purchased war horse can be put into use immediately. Secondly, if the base of imported good horses is too small, plus good horses die every year due to acclimatization, and the base to be improved is large, the breeding results are likely to disappear during the backcrossing process. Furthermore, it takes 10 years to achieve some results in the improvement of war horses, and 30 years to achieve significant results. This is still improving horse breeds under modern conditions. Unless you think that the second generation of horses can achieve the results you want, then the probability is extremely small. Finally, there is still a problem of water and soil. Improving horse breeds may fail. An ideal thoroughbred horse may not be produced for 2 or 3 generations. Some ancient civilizations even spent hundreds of years improving horse breeds. Yekaterina's words made Chu Tian need to consider it in more detail. It is possible to raise horses in farming areas, but the cost of caring for war horses from an early age, coupled with mortality, breed degradation, and the opportunity cost of occupying farmland, is much higher than that in nomadic areas. Superior war horses are more likely to degrade, mainly because it took too long to improve the war horse. In modern times, it takes 10 years to improve war horses, and it takes 30 years to achieve significant results. 30 years ago, Chu Tian thought that he was already in his 50s. In 30 years, Chu Tian believed that he had enough time to seize a horse-producing land. Abandon the war horses in your area. You can consider using Mongolian horses, Doan horses, and Don horses to improve Ili horses. The breeding of Ili horses is mainly based on Don horses. Or, use Mongolian horses, Baikal horses. Arabian war horses were improved to create 3 hemipod horses. However, you must have excellent pastures, such as alpine meadows, mountain meadows, and mountain meadow grasslands. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult or extremely expensive to improve horse breeds, and you may not be able to achieve your goal, unless you have the resources and conditions of industrial civilization. Ekaterina talked freely. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. Yekaterina was a talent. No wonder she can become the largest lord in the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Ekaterina saw Chu Tian staring at her. Although her body was a little hot, she still asked uneasily, "What's wrong?" "What I said is wrong." "No, you are right. Having good pastures can indeed reduce the burden. However, we can try to improve horse breeds now to prepare for the next generation. If they are not used by this generation, they can be used in the future." Chu Tian looked at Yekaterina with burning eyes. "I really want to capture you and go back to the Eastern Han dynasty to raise horses." Yekaterina was a little angry. She could raise children, but how could she be allowed to raise horses? Chu Tian already knew it in his heart. Improving horse breeds requires a lot of time and energy, and water at a distance cannot quench near thirst. In Chu Tian's generation, they were snatching horse-producing land and sweeping the world faster than improving horse breeds. Improving horse breeds takes time and can be done simultaneously. Maybe it will take 10, 20, even 30 or 50 years for the local horse breeds to undergo earth-shaking changes. "Can you let me go now?" Of course. Chu Tian couldn't capture Yekaterina in her territory and raise her horses in the Eastern Han dynasty. Whether Yekaterina was willing to let him go was a question. "Who wants to keep you here?" "Sophia. Take him away. I'm leaving." "Wait a minute." Ekaterina regretted it again and thought out of desperation. "How can I give you the stallion of the Don hippopotamus? A teleportation array should be built in our territory." With the teleportation array, there will be a way to trick Chu Tian into coming to St. Petersburg. Can a teleportation array be established between the Eastern Han dynasty and the cities of the Grand Duchy of Moscow? Chu Tian was a little surprised. You know, his summer city and Catherine's St. Petersburg are half a world apart. That's right. Exactly half the world. St. Petersburg is the world trade node of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. You should know that teleportation can be carried out between world trade nodes at a high price. If your Han Empire's World Trade Node Western Region Protectorate is willing to sign an open teleportation agreement with St. Petersburg with the Formations Treaty, I can send people to take the horses from St. Petersburg to the Western Region Protectorate, and then use the Western Region Protectorate to go to other cities in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Ekaterina explains. In fact, it is very simple. Just teleport from St. Petersburg to the Protectorate of the Western Regions, and then teleport from the Protectorate of the Western Regions to Xia City. World trade nodes are very important, ensuring the circulation of special products and people, and are also a way to conduct expeditions. The Protectorate of the Western Regions and Nanhai County were 2 world trade nodes of the Eastern Han Dynasty, representing the Land Silk Road and the Maritime Silk Road respectively. They were occupied by Huan, the Protector of the Western Regions, and Defa, the Muwang of Jiaozhou. Huan's relationship with Chu Tian is okay. and signing the St. Petersburg Western Region Protectorate Treaty should not be a problem. Theoretically, it is possible to use the teleportation array to sneak attack on other civilizations. But Chu Tian need not worry too much. The teleportation array can only teleport a few hundred people at most at a time, and the cost is extremely high, unless a lord is rich enough. He will send troops directly from St. Petersburg to attack the Western Region Protectorate. Teleporting hundreds of people at a time will only lead to death. Furthermore, the teleportation arrays are mutual, and the Western Region Protectorate can also send troops to St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg is the bridgehead for attacking Northern and Eastern Europe. If he had money in the future, Chu Tian would not mind taking 100,000 troops to visit St. Petersburg. There is no problem with opening the teleportation array, but you give me 20,000 Don River horses and 30,000 other war horses. 50,000 horses should not be a big problem for you who own a ranch. Return to the main world, I will be of great use. In exchange, I will give you a sum of gold and silver. Chu Tian obtained a lot of trophies in the national war. He plundered a large amount of gold and silver jewelry from the enemy soldiers who died in the battle, as well as the throne of Suleiman the Magnificent, which Chu Tian exchanged with Catherine. Catherine has vast grasslands, more horses than Su Fengyan's Lingxi war horses, plus a personal relationship. When exchanging interests on the national war battlefield, there is no need to consider the cost of the teleportation array. Chu Tian can buy 3 war horses from Yekaterina for the price of 1 war horse from Su Fengyan. Of course, this is with Catherine's consent. When it comes to business, Ekaterina is serious and refuses to back down. Don't forget that you are still my servant now, and you should obey the master's request. Otherwise, in order to buy 50,000 fine war horses from Yekaterina at 1/3 of the market price, Chu Tian had to take out the hemp rope that Yekaterina gave him. Although Yekaterina is a pervert, Chu Tian can only sacrifice himself for the sake of 50,000 horses. No, these are 50,000 war horses. I will never agree. Ekaterina is determined. About 2 hours later, the defeated Yekaterina finally decided to sell 50,000 horses to Chu Tian. 50,000 war horses are indeed nothing to her. In this national war, more than 50,000 horses were captured. Catherine used military force to conquer the Cossack tribes in the Don River basin. She could not count the number of horses she owned. Chu Tian defeated Yekaterina and obtained 50,000 war horses. Yekaterina promised that after the teleportation array was opened, she would send the best stallions among the Don horses to Xia City. Only then did she leave Yeka with satisfaction. To Lina's room, Chu Tian's generals were anxiously waiting for their lord's return. Their lord suddenly disappeared last night, and even Dian Wei didn't know about it. Joan of Arc and Li Xiaoning asked Sophia for help, but Sophia didn't know what to ask, and the two sides almost got into a fight. When Chu Tian came out, the tension between the two sides was resolved. Li Xiaoning seemed to see something. After all, she was as shrewd as Xiao Liang. This matter is neither complicated nor simple. Chu Tian came to Huan to discuss opening up the Silk Road with Europe. Huan's Western Region Protectorate was originally a transit point between the East and the West. He was happy to open the teleportation array with St. Petersburg. As long as we strengthen the monitoring of the teleportation array and close the teleportation array in time, the European legions will not be able to attack the Western Region capital. Protect the mansion. Then I'll leave this to you. Chu Tian only needs to wait for Ekaterina to deliver the Don Horse Stallion as agreed. Chu Tian also purchased a batch of Dewan Horse Stallions from Huan and carried out a small-scale horse breed improvement plan, using Don horses and Dewan horses to improve the war horses of the Central Plains. However, raising good horses in the Central Plains is expensive and takes a long time. The military horses purchased in daily life are also fan horses and cannot breed offspring. Before seizing the horse-producing areas, the source of excellent war horses basically depended on buying them. Catherine's 50,000 war horses were enough for Chu Tian to squander for a while. What's more, Chu Tian also captured many war horses alive during the National War, including Mongolian horses and Arabian horses. It's just that the vast majority of war horses are geldings and have lost their ability to reproduce. With St. Petersburg in the future, wouldn't we be able to send troops to Eastern Europe? Huan wondered. That also depends on whether Ekaterina agrees. She probably won't be willing for our troops to set foot on her territory. Chu Tian drew a clear line between the individual and the territory, and most likely Ekaterina did the same. She would not allow Han troops to appear in Eastern Europe unless there were common interests. Huan thought about it, and it was indeed the case. And the price from the Western Region Protectorate to St. Petersburg is not small. It is estimated that one soldier needs 20, 30 taels, 100,000 troops. That is 2 million taels, or even 3 million taels of silver. Thinking of this astronomical figure, Chu Tian and Huan both shook their heads. Unless a special expedition is organized, one would be willing to pay such a high price. The national war is about to end, and Temujin has no chance to overtake in a short time. Just in case, Cao Cao, Wei Qing, and Lu Yi raided the nearby enemies. In order to suppress Temujin in the final period of the national war, Chu Tian sent commanders such as Wei Qing, Cao Cao, and Lu Yi to sweep through nearby civilizations and continue to accumulate points. Cao Cao served as Chu Tian's stand-in during the battle in the southern main city. This was Cao Cao's pledge of honor. It was the first time he ran into the army commanders such as Wei Qing, Lu Yi, and Zhou Yafu. Wei Qing and Zhou Yafu may not be as versatile as Cao Cao, but their ability to command troops and horses is almost the same as Cao Cao's, and they are ranked among the ranks of army commanders. Cao Cao's loyalty has also increased. Coupled with Chu Tian's Anwu characteristics, Cao Cao's loyalty has increased even more. Next, just wait until the national war is over. During this period, Catherine selected 50,000 war horses and gave them to Chu Tian. Anyway, after returning to the Grand Duchy of Moscow, she will soon be able to replenish her war horses. These war horses have lost a lot of weight after the national war and need good care. Ekaterina is obviously very familiar with war horses. Chu Tian took over 50,000 war horses, and at the same time paid a batch of gold and silver to hand over the throne of Suleiman the Magnificent to Catherine. Catherine's prestige in Europe will greatly increase if she wins the throne of Suleiman the Magnificent, because Suleiman is one of Europe's enemies. To Chu Tian, Suleiman's throne was just a piece of gold inlaid with gems, and it would definitely be worth it in exchange for a war horse. Ekaterina looked at each other with Joan of Arc and Li Xiaoning, vaguely hostile. The national war was about to end, and Temujin, who was besieging the city of the Mughal Empire, found that he had no chance to catch up with Chu Tian because Chu Tian's points were still increasing. Lacking large-scale siege equipment such as Xiangyang cannon, the Mongolian cavalry was not strong in siege capabilities and could only rely on servant troops to siege the city. Crassus, one of the three giants of Rome, was brought by the Mongolian cavalry to meet Temujin, who was supervising the battle. Crassus was sweating profusely in front of the great demon king of the east. The national war will end soon. You will be taken to Mabe to work for me and survive. The premise is that you have a talent. Temujin used a dagger to swipe across Crassus' throat. Crassus felt the coldness of the dagger and swallowed. Money. I am willing to use 10,000 taels of gold to redeem my freedom. Temujin said coldly. No. You have to help me get 1 million taels of gold. Chapter 431 The End of the National War, eh? 1 million taels of gold. You must be kidding. Although Crassus was the richest man in Rome, he was good at doing business and making money. He even financed many of the equipment of his Roman legions. So he was among the four giants. But Temujin asked him for 1 million taels of gold. But he really couldn't afford it. This is an astronomical figure. 1 million taels of gold could form a Roman legion of 100,000 people and maintain it for a period of time, not including the spoils of war. Otherwise it could last longer. I heard from the captured Roman soldiers that you were extremely good at making money, which aroused the resentment of many people in Rome. During the fire, you took the opportunity to buy the surrounding houses at a low price, and then used your monopoly of the firefighting team to put out the fire. With this kind of by dirty means, you bought thousands of houses in Rome. If you sell thousands of your houses in Rome, impossible. Even if I sell all my houses, they will only be worth 30,112 taels of gold, which is far from the 1 million taels of gold you ask for. He is indeed a moneymaker in Rome. The house alone is worth 30,000 taels of gold. Temujin was very satisfied with Crassus' answer. He needs a business talent. For the nomadic tribes in Mobe, 30,000 taels of gold can be used to purchase sophisticated weapons. The value Crassus can create is no less than 30,000 taels of gold. I also heard that you have the ability to manage iron mines. From now on, if you serve our Mongol Empire, I will make you the head of 10,000 households, in charge of merchants, and raise gold, silver, copper, and iron for me. What do you need so much metal for? Create armored cavalry and conquer the world. The Mongolian cavalry and their legions of servants retreated to the north like a black wave. The national war was coming to an end, and the Mongols gave up continuing to attack the Mughal Empire. Temujin had realized that he could not surpass Chu Tian. In order to preserve their strength, the Mongolian cavalry chose to accumulate strength and fight in the main world. Temujin has the second highest points among all civilizations and has achieved his goal. The princes of the Mughal Empire looked at the leaving Mongolian cavalry with fear. If the Mughal Empire had not been outnumbered, they might have been expelled from the national war battlefield by the Mongols. The Mongol Empire was strong, and the Han Empire was the first to bear the brunt. With the climate of the Indian peninsula, the Mongolian cavalry is unwilling to enter the peninsula, so we don't have to worry about the Mongolian cavalry dealing with us. Rather, the rise of the Mongol Empire is a good opportunity for us. The premise is that we are unified. The Brahmin looked at the other princes of the Mughal Empire. This national war shocked him greatly. The population of the Mughal Empire was almost the same as that of the Han Empire, but its performance was lackluster, far worse than that of the Han Empire. Brahmins believed that the reason was that the princes of the Mughal Empire were too scattered. The Mughal Empire was composed of many princely states and was more complex than the Han Empire. A strong figure was needed to unify the Mughal Empire, at least formally, before they could advance into Central Asia. In the Han Empire, Lao Qin, Ming Guan, Xiao Long and others are ready to return to the main world. The Han army occupied 2 main cities and exceeded its mission. As for the situation of the 5th main city, Lao Qin, Ming Guan, Shuatong, Yuan Shao, Liu Bei and others did not know. I wonder if there is a special reward this time that can change my situation. Liu Bei placed his hope on the rewards of this national war. If you are lucky enough, even the princes at the bottom of the list may be able to obtain civil servants and generals who are enough to change the structure of the main world. Now Liu Bei only has 1 county left, but he still has not given up. We can only hope to get random recruitment orders or treasures from this national war to change our fate. Speaking of Tang Dynasty, your Yuzhou is located in the Central Plains. When Chu Zima returns to the main world, he will attack Yuzhou as soon as possible and completely dominate the Central Plains. By then, his power will be infinitely close to that of Cao Cao in the Battle of Guandu. Xiao Long found Tang and discussed the main world's dealings with Chu Tian. It is said that Tang is located in Yuzhou and Xiao Long is located in Jizhou. They are directly threatened by Chu Tian forces. They must join forces, because Chu Tian's territory has 3 states, and there is nothing they can do with just 1 state. Huma, you won't join us? If you lose Jizhou, how can you defend Bingzhou? Xiao Long looked at Huma. Huma said coldly, I lost the battle in Yuzhou at your hands. There is nothing to say. When Yuan Shao and Cao Cao fought in Guandu, all the princes were ready to make a move. If Sun Ce from Jiangdong, Ma Teng from Liangzhou, and Liu Biao from Jingzhou had jointly raised troops to attack Cao Cao, Cao Cao would have lost the battle at Guandu. Xiao Long is promoting an unimaginable alliance. Huma fell silent. He has 2 commanders, Li Mu and Lian Pe, in his hands. As long as he is not tricked, the 2 legions of Li Mu and Lian Pe will frighten the enemy. Perhaps I can intervene in your affairs. Zhoujian Lao Qin narrowed his eyes and intervened. Let's find a place where no one is around to have a good negotiation. Several princes took advantage of the free time of the national war to plot the affairs of the main world. Chu Tian owned Xuzhou, Xinzhou, and Yanzhou, and its power was even greater than that of Cao Cao, who owned 4 states before Guandu. During the Battle of Guandu, Cao Cao's territory was at war almost every year, and the population was withered. Xinzhou and Yuzhou were sacked by the Yellow Turban Army. Cao Cao and Lu Bu fought in Yanzhou and ran out of food. Cao Cao's battle against Xuzhou and his battle against Yuan Shu caused blood to flow in Xuzhou and Huainan. On the contrary, after Yuan Shao defeated Gongsun Zan and the Black Mountain Bandits, Jizhou got the opportunity to recuperate, and its population was relatively abundant. But now the situation is almost the opposite. In Lords, the Hebei region is experiencing continuous wars. At this time, Jizhou was only 5 or 6 years away from the Yellow Turban Rebellion. In order to unify Jizhou, Yuan Shao fought with Liu Bei, and the population of Jizhou decreased. There was another war in Yuzhou, which consumed countless amounts of food and grass. There has been no war in Chutian Shuzhou for quite some time. It can be said that under the governance of Chutian, actually it was cool in summer most of the time. Shuzhou became the largest granary of the Han Empire. In the Huainan area, Lu Fu, the governor of Zhejiang, and Shen Ding, the governor of Guangling, worked in the fields. The Huainan area also had a tendency to become a granary. On the contrary, Yino and Shinjo have smaller populations and are working hard to restore production. Shujo produces more grain every year than Yinzhou and Qinzhou combined, which shows no prince of the Eastern Han Dynasty could withstand Shutian's offensive alone. The surviving princes of the Eastern Han Dynasty are different from Lu Bu, Yuan Shu, Lu Biao and others. They are more like Yuan Shao, Sun Jian, Liu Bei and Cao Cao, and will not be defeated individually. In the Japanese city, Oda Nobunaga summoned a group of retainers and invited Tokugawa Ieyasu as an ally to discuss matters together. The Third National War dealt a huge blow to Japan, who participated in the National War. The Japanese daimyo realized the horror of their overlord country. The Shimazu family, who was once arrogant towards Meiju, was shot by random arrows during a battle with the Han army. His vitality was so tenacious that he had a record of beheading a general at the age of 15. He was also considered one of the most powerful generals in Japan and did not die easily. However, the Shimazu family was already afraid of the Han Empire and was not as arrogant as before the war. The simple truth is that Japanese people bully the weak and fear the strong. We in Japan gathered all the strength of the country, but we were unable to capture a main city. The world will become the world of the Han Empire. Oda Nobunaga's strategic vision was long-term. There are many players in his retainer group who describe the general trend of the world for Oda Nobunaga. Coupled with this battle, Oda Nobunaga's confidence has been somewhat damaged. The military commanders below: Kinoshita Hideyoshi, Takanaka Hanbei, Shibata Katsui, Akechi Mitsuhide, Takegawa Kazumitsu, Sakuma Nobumori, and others also looked a little heavy. Japan has a large population, more than France and England, but its location is terrible. To the west is the Ing Han Empire, and to the east is the United States with a large number of arquebusiers. It is difficult to expand in any direction. Takanaka Hanbei, who is currently serving as a military advisor, was the first to break the silence. If we want to compete with the Han Empire, we can only realize the Lord's ambition of spreading military force throughout the world as soon as possible, hoard food and grass, and wait for the opportunity. This is the only chance of survival. The Han Empire still has civil war and is not in chaos. If there is an opportunity, the Lord can raise 500,000 troops to attack the Koryo Kingdom, use the Koryo Kingdom as a stronghold, occupy Liaodong, and then try to enter the pass. Otherwise, using the Koryo Kingdom as a barrier can divide the Han Empire's military strength and share the pressure on the homeland. Tokugawa Ieyasu sat upright at the invitation of Oda Nobunaga. He heard Takanaka Hanbei's strategy of unifying Japan and conquering Korea first, and most of them agreed. The only thing he disagrees with may be that he doesn't think Japan should take the initiative to provoke the Han Empire. The young Tokugawa Ieyasu could afford to kill most of the civil servants and generals of the Han Empire. The civil servants and generals of this generation of the Han Empire were too strong, and only by surviving them to death would they be the final winners. Tokugawa Ieyasu is more stable than everyone here because he is a Sima-like figure. The Gyeonggi area is under my control. Takeda Shinjin suffered heavy losses in this battle. Takegawa Kazumitsu, you go and conspire with the Hojo family. Return to the main world, and immediately send troops to attack Takeda Shinjin. Oda Nobunaga recognized Takanaka Hanbei's strategy. Takanaka Hanbei first took Korea, and then attacked Liaodong. His strategy was steady, but in the end, he overestimated his capabilities. According to Takanaka Hanbei's vision, offense is the best defense. Are you going to destroy Takeda Shinjin? Tokugawa Ieyasu's eyes sparkled with energy. Takeda Shinjin is a powerful enemy who prevents Oda Nobunaga from unifying Japan. His characteristic, wind, forest, volcano, and special unit of red cavalry make Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu somewhat fearful. Oda Nobunaga looked at Tokugawa Ieyasu. Are you scared? No, I don't have that intention. If you send troops, I will use all Mikawa's troops to attack Kai Kingdom together with the Hojo family. Tokugawa Ieyasu was thinking in his mind. Oda Nobunaga's personal expedition, coupled with Tokugawa Ieyasu and Hojo Ujiyasu, the head of the Hojo family, Takeda Shinjin, who was severely damaged in the national war, will be defeated and die. Furthermore, Oda Nobunaga and his retainers also recruited Japanese military generals from other periods, such as the tragic and legendary hero Minamoto Yoshitsune. What Tokugawa Ieyasu was more concerned about was that if Oda Nobunaga unified Japan, he would become Oda Nobunaga's retainer or regiment commander. Oda Nobunaga put his hand on the hilt of the katana. Once Takeda Shinjin is eliminated, the Shimadzu family will be forced to surrender, and the soldiers of Kyushu Island will restrain Motonari Mori. At the same time, the Maori and Yasuji families will be attacked. Within 3 years, the world will be conquered. Unify. The generals under Oda Nobunaga were greatly inspired. The progress of the unification is slow at first and then fast. When the forces are strong to a certain extent, the troops can be divided into groups, and several big forces can be destroyed at the same time. Conflicts arose within the Han Empire. The Japanese lords also accelerated their annexation, and the balance was collapsing. This national war has had a profound and lasting impact on the main world. Temujin of the Mongol Empire rose. Crassus of the Roman Empire was captured. Suleiman the Great of the Ottoman Empire died in battle, and the Ottoman Empire began large-scale civil strife. France was the most unlucky, and its strength was damaged. The seemingly powerful United States did not gain much benefit. The Han Empire and the Mongol Empire plundered tens of millions of people. The Muscovite, Mughal, Macedonian, Roman, Holy Roman, Persian, Arab, United States and other civilizations plundered millions of people, and some civilizations only gained a few 100,000 people. These changes will greatly affect the layout of the main world, and the population will be converted into laborers and soldiers. The total population and soldiers obtained by Chu Tian alone were more than 3 million, which was equivalent to obtaining a county for the Eastern Han dynasty. This is a direct acquisition of the population of a county. If it rests for 20 years, it may become a population of 5 to 6 million. Seeing that Temujin's points had stopped changing, Chu Tian knew that Temujin had given up secretly competing with him. So he recalled the commanders of each legion and prepared to return to the main world. Chu Tian's troops are divided into 2 parts. One is in the southern main city, and the other is in the western main city. As for the population, it is entirely in the western main city. During a national war, the Lord can see the population and troops he has. Lord, I just want to farm well. Faction, Eastern Han Dynasty. Strength, Han Army 100,000, 30,000 high-level troops, 70,000 low-level troops, 140,000 servants, 30,000 high-level troops, 110,000 low-level troops. A total of 240,000. Population, 3135347. Points, 781215. Ranking number 1. Chu Tian took a cursory glance and found that the number of Han troops basically came from the main city in the rear, and Man Chong recruited soldiers for him. The size of the servant army was larger than that of the Han army. Originally, the number of servants was larger, but in order to surpass Temujin, Chu Tian consumed a large number of servants and gained points, and the number of servants dropped to 140,000. Even so, the size of the servant army of 140,000 people is already considerable. Every national war is a good opportunity to replenish the servant army. The 140,000 servant army can be used for a long time. It will not be a problem for at least 2 years. What troubled Chu Tian more was the lack of a servant army commander. The servant army will be divided into 2 legions. The first servant legion, Saint Legion, and the second servant legion, unnamed. The leader of the Legion of Saints is Joan of Arc, who can provide more powerful bonuses to French soldiers. Of course, it can also provide bonuses for other legions, but it has the highest bonus for the French army. The lieutenant of the Legion of Saints is Gilles de Rais. The commander of the second servant army, Chu Tian, has not yet been decided, and he will be the commander for the time being. All the generals looked tired. They had been fighting for a long time, and could finally return to the main world to rest. Chapter 432 The National War Ends. B. Chu Tian has provoked too many enemies during this national war, and has too many debts to bear. At least before the next national war, Chu Tian will not deal with these civilizations. Chu Tian's territory was not bordered by other civilizations, and the princes located on all sides of the Han Empire were the first to bear the brunt. If we insist that Chu Tian is bordered by other civilizations, then Korea and Japan, which face each other across the sea, can be considered enemies, but they do not have the ability to invade Qingzhou. If you think about it carefully, the Han Empire conquered Persia, Arabia, Mughals, Mongolia, Inca, Songhai, Amazon, United States, Korea, Japan, France, Germany, Rome, and Macedonia in one national war. Provoked them all. This does not include the princes of the Han Empire who participated in the naval battle. They probably provoked the Nordic countries including Sweden, England, Spain, and the Netherlands. The more main cities you rob, the easier it is to offend others. Chu Tian can now allocate 3 million people and 240,000 soldiers to the birthplace of the main world. It is impossible to allocate all the population and soldiers to the same county. Otherwise the population of that county will double, and it will fall into a serious food crisis. So Chu Tian divided the 3 million people and assigned their birth points to Pei Kingdom, Dongjun, Qinlu, Jinan Kingdom, Huainan and other places. Due to the long-term war, the population of these counties has dropped sharply, or they are located on the front line. By allocating the population to the front lines, more labor will be available for farming and transporting grain and grass. 200,000 soldiers were deployed by Chu Tian in Yanshou, a land of 4 battles. They could advance and attack, and retreat and defend. Although the national war is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and there is still the danger of death, it has gained a lot. When Chu Tian participated in the national war, he only brought 30,000 soldiers. When he returned, he had 240,000 soldiers and 3 million people, which was equivalent to adding more than 3 million people to the Han Empire forever. On the last day of the national war, Chu Tian was invited by Catherine. This time, Yekaterina did not ask anyone to take out the vodka, but calmly invited Chu Tian to drink tea. Under normal circumstances, Ekaterina still has the demeanor of a duke, but when she is alone with Chu Tian, her personality seems a little distorted. The source of all evil may still be Chu Tian. Sophia poured tea for the two of them, and with an outsider present, Ekaterina finally controlled herself. Yekaterina added half a spoonful of sugar to the black tea and stirred patiently. Don't think that we are joining forces for this national war. We are friends in the main world, but we are enemies. Also, I will not be responsible for you. Oh! Chu Tian was careless. The Han Empire currently has few conflicts of interest with the Grand Duchy of Muscovy. The value of the land in Siberia was not high in the Cold War age because it was difficult to mine. Even Mabe was a barren land in the eyes of the Central Plains dynasty. The vast majority of the population of the Grand Duchy of Moscow is in Europe, and Catherine has no intention of expanding to the bitter cold lands of the East. The benefit ratio of conquest is too low. There were richer lands around that were worth attacking. If Catherine captured Poland, she would have captured more people than the entire population of Siberia combined, and the land would be fertile. Ekaterina raised her eyebrows. What don't you want to say? Chu Tian picked up the teacup and was wary. You don't add anything to the black tea, do you? He has been squeezed by Ekaterina recently, and he can't help but be suspicious. If Yekaterina mixed the black tea with sweat medicine, Chu Tian would probably want it again. I won't use such despicable means. In order to ensure that there was nothing wrong with the black tea, Ekaterina drank it all in one gulp. Never mind. Chu Tian always had a premonition of danger and did not drink the cup of black tea in front of him. Cut! As the adjutant, Sophia made an inaudible voice. She actually drugged the tea and planned to kidnap Chu Tian to St. Petersburg for Yekaterina. However, Chu Tian's keen intuition allowed him to escape. Ekaterina was also a little disappointed that her plan was discovered. Chu Tian is not an easy person to fall into the trap. After being forced by Yekaterina twice, Chu Tian has become much smarter. I remember that during the Grand Duchy of Moscow, there was no St. Petersburg. This should be a city you built yourself. Before leaving the battlefield of the national war, Chu Tian faced Ekaterina with mixed feelings. So he chatted. Catherine's tone was calm. St. Petersburg is a fortress built by Peter the Great for the Northern War with Sweden. To defeat the Nordic alliance, St. Petersburg must be the frontier. The 7 Han princes on the waterway gave up their fight for the 5th main city. When the Han Navy was fighting with the navies of the Nordic countries, England, Spain, and the Netherlands Triangle Alliance joined forces to seize the port, scuttle some ships in the port, block the port, and then capture the 5th main city. Later, England, Spain and the Netherlands went to war, and eventually the English took the lead in breaking through the stone monument. Spain, the Netherlands, and England are the 3 most famous maritime civilizations in the Age of Discovery. The Armada, Sea Coachman, and the Empire on which the sun never sets are their symbols. Although the Han Navy was forced to retreat by the Triangle Alliance, the Han Navy was not completely wiped out. Instead, it retreated to a city near the sea to rest and prepare to withdraw from the national war. They faced a group of legions from ocean civilization and suffered too much. Even the princes south of the Yangtze River did not attach as much importance to the navy as to maritime civilization. For example, Tokay spends most of its time on land attacking cities and expanding its territory. Our navy has failed. I hope other princes have captured one or two main cities. Half of the warships brought by Tongke were burned. Although they gained a lot of points, the losses were also quite heavy. I never thought there would be such a warship in this world. Sun Jian, the fierce tiger from Jiangdong, led 4 generals from Jiangdong to participate in the battle, and his young son Sun Tzu also came to practice. Western Viking longships, Gallic sailing ships, Mediterranean galleys, and Arabian triangular ships. Sun Jian and Jiangdong's 4 generals were greatly shocked by the various ships. Each civilization's ship features have their own reasons for existing, and their advantages and disadvantages cannot be generalized. Sun Jian and others participated in the war, which was considered a gain in experience. Sun Tzu was only 15 years old. During a chaotic naval battle, he jumped onto the deck of an enemy ship with a gun and stabbed the Viking pirates to death with his spear. In a great battle, Sun Tzu beheaded 17 people by himself. Sun Tzu has shown a little bit of the temperament of Jiangdong's little bully. This battle also allowed Sun Tzu to see that outside the Han Empire, there were many civilizations that were good at naval warfare. Zheng Chunggong is as good as his opponent's generals from the Great Navigation Age, and he is good at fire attacks. But Zheng Chunggong alone is not enough. Zheng Chunggong, the general of the Jiaozhou Muang Defa, can be said to be the most advantageous general of the Han army in naval warfare at present. But he was unable to block the attacks of a group of navigation masters and naval heroes from England, Spain, and the Netherlands. The Han Navy was once attacked by the coalition forces of the Nordic countries. Compared with its strength on land, the Han Empire suffered on waterways. If these princes knew that the Han Empire had occupied 2 main cities, they would not have any psychological burden. Be prepared to return to the main world and fight them again in the future. Furthermore, with the teleportation array, we can completely fight from the land to the west, not necessarily by water. Tongke ordered the Beifu army to count the supplies. Yang Shirlang ordered his generals to retreat. An Shizhong, Wu Jie, count the soldiers. The Han Empire was dominated by infantry and cavalry, and its land offensives were the most ferocious, so it could fully exploit its strengths and avoid its weaknesses. 1 hour countdown to the end of the national war. While Chu Tian and Ekaterina were talking, the system sounded a reminder. Unfortunately, you have to return to the main world next. If you can't survive in the Grand Duchy of Moscow, you can come to Xia City to find me. After all, I have some responsibility for you becoming like this. Chu Tian stood up and prepared to return to his army. I will not go to the Eastern Han Dynasty, and I will not be responsible for you. Ekaterina is still arrogant. Chu Tian left without looking back. Just waved his hand. Sophia said, Your Majesty the Duke. Sophia, there is no need to say more. As a Duke, you must learn to restrain yourself. Ekaterina still couldn't let go of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. In addition to being a pervert in front of Chu Tian, Ekaterina is still the most prominent lord in the Eastern European plains in front of others. After Catherine severely damaged Poland and captured a group of Polish heroes, she directed her troops towards the Kingdom of Sweden. If she hadn't been captured by Chu Tian last time and changed her trajectory, she might have become the enemy of the Han Empire in this national war. Everything is for profit. Probably? Sophia coughed twice. Your Excellency, what I mean is, after the teleportation array is activated, will you go to Xia City? Ekaterina shook her head. If you don't go, you won't go even if you kill me. I want him to be able to help himself and come to me. The 4 tigers of the Northern Army have been assembled. The White Robe Legion has assembled. The Invincible Army has been assembled. One by one, the generals reported to Chu Tian. All the soldiers and horses have been assembled. This group of soldiers has experienced many battles, gained experience, and gradually became a warrior capable of hundreds of battles. The Chao clan and the Xiahou clan also gradually became familiar with and accepted Chu Tian's command. There were a large number of generals under Chu Tian's command, and the Chao clan and Xiahou clan only accounted for a small part, and their authority was not as high as that of the commanders of other dynasties. There was no need to worry about the Chao clan's strength growing for the time being. Brother Chu, we will see you again in the future. Once the teleportation array of St. Petersburg Western Region Protectorate Xiaqing is opened, we can actually meet at any time. However, I am afraid that I will be attacking Dayuan and Wusun by then. They will destroy them. After losing Wusun and Dayuan, I will consider attacking Dewezi or Kushan Empire, or destroying Warismo. Before the National War, Huan brought Nyuk to talk to Chu Tian. Huan is also considered a capable person. During the National War, he defeated Nyuk, a lord from the southern barbarians. Both of them are big lords and can be considered a good match. In this national war, we have provoked Persia and the Mughals. They border on Central Asia. You usually have enemies with the Central Asian countries. Be careful of them joining forces to attack. It is best to have good relations with one or two kingdoms. In China you has an ally. Chu Tian was worried that something would happen to Hua, and when he marched into Central Asia. The Central Asian countries are not that easy to deal with. Not to mention this is their home field. Those countries in Central Asia are worthy of note. Once they conquer the Dayuan kingdom and possess the Dayuan horse, the protectorate of the western regions will be a powerful force in Central Asia. After Huan had Witzubing, he had more confidence in the western region protectorate. Han Empire. I just want to farm well. I remember this strange name. Alexander led his generals to inspect his army. The Macedonian legions were arrayed, with the long spears of the Macedonian phalanx pointing straight ahead. The fellow infantrymen were brave and good at fighting, and the fellow cavalrymen held lances in their hands. Alexander's age is almost the same as that of Chu Tian, and there is still a chance for the two to fight. He made up his mind to reach Persia, India, and even the Tian Shan Mountains one day. The Han Empire, which is as famous as our Rome, will fight next time. By then, it will not be that simple. The relationship between Caesar's three giants was broken because Crassus was captured by the Mongols. The Roman Republic was greatly affected by the Third National War. When they returned to Rome, a civil war was likely to break out and determine Rome's dominance. It is now in the period of transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire. The world is armed. Oda Nobunaga looked down at his standing army, including the Iron Artillery team, and his ambition to dominate the world echoed in his chest. He learned in Guizhou that the world is not only limited to Japan, but also the world of the Eastern Han Dynasty, and even the whole world. This time I failed to severely damage the Han Empire. When I return to the main world, how can I block Mingwan's offensive? Maybe I can clear the wild walls. Cui Zishan, the Lord of Goryeo, successively relied on the armies of Persia and Japan, but he was still unable to severely damage the Han Empire, and he couldn't help but have a headache. In order to eliminate the threat to the Goryeo kingdom from Mingwan, the prefect of Liaodong, he tried his best, but ultimately failed. The Persian Lord Ardashir said to Cui Zishan, Persia is too far away from Goryeo. When you return to the main world, you'd better ask for your own blessings. It's such a pity. If I recruit our highest level special force in Persia at this time, the Holy Death Cavalry, the western route army of the Han Empire has long been wiped out, and the outcome of this national war will undergo earth-shaking changes. Ardashir still regrets the Six Nations War in the western main city. He did not have the most terrifying heavy cavalry in the Persian Empire. But there is no if. The result was that the Persian Empire suffered a complete defeat in this battle and had no improvement. The Eastern Han Dynasty will be our most powerful enemy. Our musketeers in the United States will help us defeat the Han army in the main world. And Ekaterina, I will not let you go. Marshal, Lord of the United States, gritted his teeth. The dignified First Lord of the United States. His points were only assigned to 5th place. In the southern main city, Chu Tian led a group of soldiers to wait patiently for the end of the national war and return to Shuzhou. 1 minute countdown to the end of the national war. Ding! The Han Empire captured 2 main cities in the Third National War, and the attack power/defense power of all civilization arms will be permanently increased by 2%. Ding! The Han Empire captured 2 main cities in the Third National War, and its cultural influence will be permanently plus 2%. Ding! The Han Empire occupied 2 main cities in the Third National War. The probability of auspiciousness is permanently plus 2%, and the probability of natural disasters is minus 2%. Ding! The Han Empire occupied 2 main cities during the Third National War, and the probability of birthing special talents in various fields is plus 2%. Ding! The Han Empire occupied 2 main cities in the Third National War. Its metallurgical technology has slightly improved, and the cost of casting weapons has been reduced by 2%. Chapter 433 Hundreds of Schools of Thought. The system's prompts sounded one after another. The Han Empire received more than a dozen permanent bonuses because of its occupation of 2 main cities. The magnitude of these bonuses may not seem large individually, but they are bonuses that cover the entire civilization. All princes can enjoy the bonuses. When accumulated, They will have a considerable advantage when facing other civilizations in the main world. The longer the Han Empire exists, the more obvious the effect of the permanent bonus will be. Chu Tian distributed the population and soldiers to other states and counties, and he and a group of generals returned directly to Xia City in Langya Kingdom. Ding! The National War rewards are being liquidated, and you will receive ranking rewards. A random Emperor-level hero recruitment order. A 10th level building drawing. A random high-level Tiger Charm can recruit high-level troops. And a designated S-level characteristic, not for personal use. 1 piece of Royal-level equipment, randomly. And 1 Diamond-level Commander training order. Ding! You are the first to destroy the stone monument in the Western Main City, and obtain the legendary hero recruitment order in the Western Main City. Ding! Your points total 781,215. Please use them within a month. The settlement of this national war was very fast. As soon as Chu Tian returned to the main world, 2 hero recruitment orders and a tiger charm appeared in his arms. Chu Tian also received unprecedented rewards. Designated S-level characteristics, Diamond-level Commander training order, and Western Main City legendary hero recruitment order. The main city in the west. Chu Tian suddenly came to his senses. The reward for the national war was directly related to whether the main city stone monument was destroyed. No lord knows that destroying the stone monument in the main city can recruit legendary heroes in the main city. Otherwise, the battle on the national war battlefield will be even more tragic. The stone monument in the western main city was destroyed by Joan of Arc, who is currently serving under Chu Tian. So the legendary hero in the western main city also fell into Chu Tian's hands. England's legendary hero. Chu Tian thought about the legendary English hero King Arthur, who almost killed him in the main city in the west. The other party was a fictional heroine, similar to Fan Lihua and Mu Guiying. This was great, as all the legendary heroes from France and England were brought to the Eastern Han Dynasty. In the future, not only France, but even the English may become mortal enemies. The stone monument in the Eastern Main City was destroyed by Li Ju, and it is estimated that the legendary hero was obtained by Jiujiu Laoqin. It is better to fall into the hands of Jiujiang Laoqin than to fall into the hands of a foreign race. I don't know which civilization the legendary heroes of the Northern Main City, Southern Main City, and 5th Main City will be. There are still 780,000 points available. 780,000 points. I don't know how many rewards I can exchange for this time. Chu Tian only brought back a few dozen generals. The officials in Xia City had long known that Chu Tian and the others would return on this day and came to greet them early. Just as Chu Tian was about to look through the props he had obtained, Xiao Liang's delicate body had already come closer. He sniffed Chu Tian's body with the tip of his nose and said in a bad tone, Sir, why does it smell like another woman? It's a long story. Chu Tian felt a little guilty. Xiao Liang waited with Hua Mulan. They and the officials in Xuzhou knew when the national war would end. With Xiao Liang's intelligence, he immediately noticed the aura of other women, and stared at Chu Tian, seeming a little amused. Hua Mulan's child was not born yet. Under the protection of the detachment of women, she saw Chu Tian with red eyes. Chu Tian did not check the rewards for the time being, and returned to the Lord's mansion with everyone. All generals can take 3 days off. Chu Tian dismissed all the civil servants and generals. The national war lasted for 6 months, with fighting taking place almost every month. Even the civil servants and generals under Chu Tian could not withstand such high-intensity fighting. Li Xiaoying whispered a few words into Xiao Liang's ear, and then took Joan of Arc to rest. Ekaterina? No wonder the scent of the perfume is so strong. I didn't expect my husband to like this type. Xiao Liangfu whispered in his ears, and there was a chill behind Chu Tian. But considering Sister Mulan's mood, I will not do this. Don't talk to her anymore. Would you believe it if I said it was forced? Due to Xiao Liang's generosity, Chu Tian didn't cause much trouble because of Ekaterina's incident. Hua Mulan is in good health, and is taken care of by doctors and maids. Xiao Liang did not rush to squeeze Chu Tian, but suggested that Chu Tian accompany Hua Mulan first. After all, he had to take care of Hua Mulan's emotions. Chu Tian had dinner with Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan, and then talked about the situation on the battlefield of the national war until night, when he had some free time. Of course, Chu Tian also looked at his own son, who was still a teenager. If we really expect our son to fight, it will take at least 10 or 20 years. Chu Tian followed his usual practice of burning incense, bathing, changing clothes, and then checked the rewards obtained in the national war. A 10th level architectural drawing was laid out on Chu Tian's desk. It was a cultural and architectural drawing. This is also the first time Chu Tian has obtained a level 10 building. Buildings built using blueprints have special effects. The higher the level, the stronger the effect of the building. The 10th level building is already the highest level building Chu Tian knows. The Imperial Academy, the Star Observation Tower, and the large Confucius Temple are all less than 10 levels. The 10th level building, as the highest level building known, must have its own origin. Chu Tian could imagine the prototype of the building from the drawings. The floor plan shows that this is a building similar to an ancient academy. Although it is not as luxurious and grand as the Emperor's Palace, its layout is exquisite and in line with the yin and yang and the 5 elements. In the upper left corner of the drawing, for seal characters are clearly visible. Jixia Academy. Xiaoxua Palace? Chu Tian knew the origin of this building. During the Warring States period, King Wei of Qi made changes and appointed Zhou Ji as prime minister, Tian Ji as general, and Sun Bin as military advisor, and placed great emphasis on wise men. King Wei of Qi opened a thoroughfare to Kongzhuang, built a large house with high gates, and expanded the academic palace near Ziji Gate, the capital of Qi, which is also known as Jixia Academy, for the monarchs of Qi to consult on politics, and for Jixia scholars to discuss state affairs, with Jixia Academy as the center. The spectacular 100 schools of thought. During the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period reached its peak, it can be said that Jixia Academy is closely related to the prosperous historical phenomenon of the contention of 100 schools of thought. Jixia Academy once gathered thousands of wise men from all over the world, some of whom are as famous as Mencius, Confucianism, Zhou Yin Yinang School, Shenbuhai Legalism, Tianpian Taoism, and Xuanzi, Yin and Yang, Confucianism, Moism, Ming Dynasty, Dharma, Taoism, Zongying, Za, agriculture, novels, military, medicine. All schools can freely express their academic opinions in Jixia Academy, which can be said to be a gathering of hundreds of schools of thought. Land. No wonder it's a level 10 building. Chu Tian saw the 4 seal characters, Jixia Academy, when he realized that this building was related to various schools of thought. His heart finally felt ups and downs. Jixia Academy is to the east what Plato's Academy is to the west. They are both buildings with special significance. They have more or less shaped the culture and national character of the east and the west. Chu Tian's current territory is equivalent to Qi State during the Warring States period, as well as part of Wei State and Chu State. It is not surprising that Jixia Academy was established by him. What Chu Tian was more concerned about was the bonus from Jixia Academy. Name, Jixia Academy. Grade, 10th grade cultural building. Origin, during the reign of King Wei and King Xian of Qi. The wise men from all over the world gathered under Jixia and respected and favored them. Effect 100 schools of thought contend, when the representative figures of each school reach a certain number, and give lectures in Jixia Academy for no less than 2 hours every month. The following effects can be triggered. The more representatives of each genre, the stronger the effect, until the upper limit is reached. Confucianism. People's hearts are not easily reduced. People's hearts are restored quickly, and the loyalty of civil servants and generals is not easy to decline. Legalism. Public security is not easy to decline. The speed of restoration of public security is accelerated, and the probability of crimes committed by aristocratic families and civilians is reduced. Mahist. The efficiency of building cities, buildings, and siege equipment, weapons, and armor has increased, and the cost has decreased. Military strategist. The rate of morale decline of the legion is slowed down. The training effect is increased, and military discipline is improved. Farmers. Grain production increases, and damage caused by locust plagues, floods, droughts, and snowstorms is reduced. Taoism. Effect 200 of scholars. When listening to the lectures at Jixia Academy, there is a very small chance of understanding skills or characteristics. There is a limit to the number of comprehenders per day. Effect 3 lecture Holy Land. Increased attraction to special talents from various schools, including historical talents and ordinary talents. Chu Tian looked at the attributes of Jixia Academy, and his mind went blank. As a 10th level building, Jixia Academy has too many attributes. Exaggerate. Each genre can bring bonuses to the force, and the more representatives there are, the stronger the effect, unless the upper limit is reached. In other words, Jixia Academy's power improvement was comprehensive. What about the Great Wall, pyramids and other buildings? If the miracle building built has such a powerful effect as the Jixia Academy, Chu Tian will definitely recruit civilians to build the miracle. Anyone who dared to stop him would be sent to Siberia to grow corn. After all, Lord is different from reality. The 10th level buildings are not only to show the national power, but also to provide real improvement, which is enough. When it comes to representatives of hundreds of schools of thought, not just any ordinary person is qualified to hold the position. For example, as a military strategist, although Qinqingji's white robe army is powerful, he is not yet a representative figure of the military strategist. Only if he innovates tactics or has a famous military book can he be qualified to become a representative figure of the military strategist. Although Chu Tian had not realized it before. In fact, among Chu Tian's civil servants and generals, there were already many representatives of various schools of thought. First of all, the Loki Likue, a representative figure of legalism, compiled the law book of laws from various countries. It was the first relatively complete code of law in ancient China. If even Likue is not qualified to be one of the representatives of legalism, it may be difficult for the others to become representatives of legalism. Li was also the reformer of the Warring States period, in the Yin States reform, and the leader of King Zhao of Yan's reform. Then, there is the military strategist. Cao Cao will have a military book, the new book of Mingda. In the future, 13 chapters are about military tactics, and the last chapter is about political strategy. Therefore, Cao Cao is a representative figure of the military strategist. Although Cao Cao has been defeated in battles, based on Cao Cao's experience in large-scale army operations, I am afraid that no one can compare with him from the end of the Han Dynasty to the Three Kingdoms. After all, Boss Cao personally commanded the troops from the Yellow Turbans until the Battle of Hanzhong. With tens of thousands of people, battles abound. Jia Sixi, a farmer who wrote Essential Art for Elevating the People, is qualified to become a representative figure. Confucianism was the largest school in the Han Empire, especially after Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty deposed hundreds of schools of thought and only respected Confucianism. Confucianism became dominant. Chu Tian ministers Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Sun Yu and others were greatly influenced by Confucianism. But they cannot be said to be representatives of Confucianism. Representatives should formulate their own theories. Fang Xianling can only be said to be a disciple of an aristocratic family who study Confucianism, and cannot yet become the founder or master of a school of influence. However, Chu Tian did have a fellow disciple of Lu Ji, a representative figure of Confucianism. Under his command, Zheng Xian, a Confucian scholar and Confucian classics master in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, who founded Zheng Shui and was the master of Confucian classics in the Han Dynasty. Huatu, a medical doctor, wrote the medical book, Qin Sang Jing, and could be said to be a representative figure of medical doctors, Taoists, strategists, yin-yangists, novelists, famous writers, and miscellaneous writers. Chu Tian's power seems to have no representatives of these schools. As for the Mahe school, Mozi is the founder, and the swordsmith Mo Xie was born earlier than Mozi, so it cannot be considered a Mahe school. After careful counting, there are actually not many accomplished people who are qualified to become representatives. As long as they give lectures at Jixia Academy once a month, they can bring bonuses to the entire force. 100 schools of thought contend is just an effect of Jixia Academy. 100 schools of thought is the second effect, and it is also a very impressive effect. Studying in Jixia Academy gives you the opportunity to learn skills and characteristics. For free players, disciples of NPC families, and civilians, Jixia Academy, where they can learn skills or characteristics, is a holy place for them to study. The third effect of Jixia Academy is to attract talents. Once the Jixia Academy is established and becomes large-scale, it will attract talents from hundreds of schools of thought to come to Jixia Academy for study tours. It may also attract scholars from foreign civilizations and expand the scale of the hundreds of schools of thought. For example, Aristotle Dodd lured him over. The construction cost of Jixia Academy is not high, but the effect is very comprehensive. It is more practical than palaces and pavilions. Chu Tian discovered the fourth advantage of Jixia Academy. Chu Tian thought of an illusion. During the Warring States period, King Wei of Qi, who was expanding the Jixia Academy, went hunting with King Hui of Wei. King Wei Hui claimed that he had 10 luminous pearls that could illuminate 12 carriages in the front and rear. King Wei of Qi said that he had 4 ministers who could illuminate 1,000 miles. King Hui was ashamed. Talent is extremely important in troubled times. Chu Tian put aside the architectural drawings of Jixia Academy and later arranged for civil servants to raise resources to build Jixia Academy. Jixia Academy? Chu Tian planned to place it in Xiaoqing instead of Linzi. There is also Taishua in Xiaoqing. Taishua is different from Jixia Academy. Taishua provides talents for the government. Talent selected through the imperial examination can learn their characteristics in Taishua. Officials who graduated from Taishua will be decentralized to various places to manage internal affairs. However, Jixia Academy is open to all talents, attracting talents from all over the world, forming a situation where 100 schools of thought contend. After putting down the drawings, he took out 3 tokens: a main city legendary hero recruitment order, a random emperor level hero recruitment order, and a random tiger charm. Chu Tian took out the tiger talisman first, and a cold touch came from his fingertips. The last time Chu Tian used the tiger talisman, it was the 5th School of the Northern Army tiger talisman given to him by Lu Ji. Chapter 434 Legendary Heroes. As an important prop in Lord, Tiger Talisman allows players and NPCs to obtain special arms. Chu Tian checked the effect of this random tiger charm. Name: Random Tiger Talisman. Grade: Unknown. Description: After use, you can randomly obtain a special unit. The description of the Tiger Talisman is extremely simple, but it is more practical. The more types of special arms there are, the more choices Chu Tian has when recruiting troops. So Chu Tian used this Tiger Talisman. Ding! You have already used the 5th School of the Northern Army Tiger Talisman. You cannot use other Tiger Talismans. Otherwise, the 5th School of the Northern Army will be overwritten. The recruited 5 schools of the Northern Army cannot be replenished. Please select. Failed to use Tiger Talisman. Want to give up the 5 schools of the Northern Army to obtain other arms? If it were a higher level unit, maybe Chu Tian would be willing to replace it. But this one is a random Tiger Talisman, and Chu Tian can randomly get a new special unit. Random means impossible to master. It's not that higher level units are better. Practicality is also important. For example, the Armored War Elephant is a 9th level unit, and its individual combat power is second only to the 10th level unit. The Violent Armored War Elephant can even trample generals to death. However, it is not necessarily true that the Armored War Elephant is more practical than the 5th School of the Northern Army. The shortcomings of war elephants are obvious. Similar arms include the Vine Armor Army and the Leopard Warrior. The recruitment conditions for the 5th School of the Northern Army are quite relaxed. Replenishment is relatively easy and cost-effective. With 15,000 people, the scale is quite impressive. Chu Tian really didn't want to replace the 5 schools of the Northern Army. So why not let others use this Tiger Talisman? Wouldn't this mean that all the 5th School of the Northern Army and the new arms were retained? However, almost all of Chu Tian's generals have their own units. And I don't know who should use this Tiger Talisman. Is it cold in summer? Chu Tian gave her the Tiger Talisman to use, which was equivalent to Chu Tian's own troops. In this way, Chu Tian has the 5 schools of the Northern Army obtained by the Tiger Talisman. The Human Army, mandatory reward by the system, plus Xiao Liang's troops. Unlike in the West where men and women are counted separately. According to Eastern culture, Xiao Liang's military unit is still Chu Tian's military unit. So Chu Tian decided happily. The Tiger Talisman was temporarily unusable. Chu Tian put the Tiger Talisman aside for the time being, and then took out the legendary hero recruitment order from the western main city. The name of this prop. Chu Tian could already imagine which legendary hero he would recruit. Ding! You used the legendary hero recruitment order in the western main city. Ding! The royal legendary knight King Arthur pledges allegiance to you. Sure enough, a blonde female knight was recruited, holding a sword in one hand and looking a little confused. Originally, when recruiting heroes would not be so confused. The main thing is that King Arthur was recruited by the lord of another civilization, which was almost unprecedented. So her mind was in chaos. This was the legendary hero who almost killed Chu Tian at the lord's mansion in the main western city. Chu Tian looked at this female knight, who looked somewhat similar to Joan of Arc. King Arthur is a fictional legendary hero, similar to Chinese military generals. There are such a group of generals and lords, and they are popular heroes. The legendary hero of England was recruited by him. It is estimated that when the English find out, they will be furious. The English will experience the pain of the French, because the legendary French hero Joan of Arc was kidnapped by Chu Tian and sent to the Eastern Han Dynasty. Shouldn't King Arthur be a male king? Chu Tian knew that King Arthur came from Celtic myths and legends and medieval unofficial history. and was the legendary leader of the Knights of the Round Table. Unexpectedly, King Arthur used female legends in The Lord. However, Lord is not a complete historical world, and King Arthur is just a fictional character in the legend. Its design data comes from England, one of the countries where the game was developed. The English recognized her as a female hero, so Chu Tian couldn't refuse. And a girl is more pleasing to the eye than a strong English man. King Arthur Arturia pledges allegiance to you. King Arthur calls himself Arturia and pays homage to Chu Tian as a knight. Joan of Arc is not a knight, nor is she loyal to Chu Tian. So Joan of Arc does not have the same respect as King Arthur for Chu Tian. Chu Tian received the allegiance of King Arthur Arturia, and he knew that he had a candidate to lead the second servant army. The first servant legion is the Legion of Saints composed of French servants, and the second servant legion is the Arthur Legion composed of other civilized servants. This was the first time Chu Tian saw the panels of heroes from other civilizations. Name, King Arthur Arturia. Talent, Emperor-level special hero, writing type. Identity, the legendary king of Britain, expelling the enemies who invaded Britain. Level 50. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 89, 92, Force, 95, 97, Intelligence, 63, 68, Politics, 35, 40, Charm, 90. Phaseality, Integrity. Favorability, 50. Feature 1, King of Knights, SS level exclusive feature. When leading Western Knights in battle, Knight morale plus 30%. Attack power plus 20%. And Warhorse impact plus 10%. Characteristic 2, Sword of Victory Sword Body, SS level personal trait. When equipped with the Sword of the Lake, own attack power plus 30%. Armor breaking ability plus 10%. Characteristic 3, Sword of Victory Scabbard, SS level personal trait. When equipped with the Scabbard of Sword in the Lake, one's own blocking ability plus 20%. Physical recovery speed plus 20%. Less likely to die in battle. Characteristic 4, Upright Knight, A-level trait. Loyalty is not easy to decline. When the Lord/Monarch is in danger, he will sacrifice his life to save him, and his own defense will increase. Special unit, Knights of the Round Table, 9th level heavy cavalry. Number 150. Civilization, England. Chu Tian saw that Arturia's ability was quite strong, but she was suitable for commanding knights, and was not very suitable for serving in other arms. This gave Chu Tian a headache. Originally, Chu Tian divided the servant army into 2 legions, French and non-French. But now it seems that there is something wrong with Chu Tian's distribution. He should select all the Western Knights in the servant legion and give them to Arturia's command, while the remaining infantry, crossbowmen, and Eastern cavalry should be given to Joan of Arc's command. It is hoped that Joan of Arc can command an army of more than 100,000 servants. Chu Tian could not see the panel of Joan of Arc, and could only hope that Joan of Arc could provide bonuses for the large number of servants. Chu Tian saw King Arthur's knight's sword, which was the famous sword in the lake, so he pointed at her knight's sword and said, "Can I take a look?" Arturia hesitated for a while, but still handed the weapon to Chu Tian. Name, Sword in the Lake, King Arthur's exclusive weapon. Quality, Imperial level. Effect, Attack power plus 12. Stabbing damage plus 20%. Slashing damage plus 15%. Blocking ability plus 15%. Holding a sword can restore 30% of the morale of the knight unit. Can only be used once a month. It is indeed a magic weapon, and it actually has the effect of boosting morale. Equipped with this holy sword, King Arthur's military power will be higher, and his troops' combat capabilities will be stronger. Having said that, the commanders of the 2 servant legions, one is a legendary hero in England, and the other is a legendary hero in France. There is 100 years' war between England and France. When 2 legendary heroes meet, I wonder if they will fight. During the Western battlefield, Joan of Arc fought with King Arthur, and was hostile to King Arthur. It is not easy to coordinate the relationship between 2 people. Xiao Ning, please take this Arturia to live with Joan of Arc temporarily, and prevent them from fighting. Chu Tian called Li Xiaoning, because of Li Xiaoning's special status. He was similar to the general manager of the Lord's Palace. There was no need to alert the officials when it came to placing Arturia. Li Xiaoning could just go down and make arrangements. Li Xiaoning took Arturia, who was still a little confused, to the house next to the Lord's mansion. Originally this house was Hua Mulan's residence. Later, when Hua Mulan moved into the Lord's mansion, it became the residence of Li Xiaoning and Joan of Arc. Li Xiaoning was already accustomed to Chu Tian recruiting heroes in the Lord's mansion. Joan of Arc was taking a bath at this time. wrapped in a bath towel, with water droplets still on her skin. Her long wet hair was scattered on her shoulders and collarbones. There was a white mist lingering, giving her a hint of holiness. When she came out and saw her enemy Arturia, hostility spread. During the battle in the western main city, her personal strength was inferior to Artoria's. When she saw Artoria, she immediately became hostile. Artoria felt hostility and looked directly at Joan of Arc. The two faced each other, like fire and water. The two look similar, but it is obvious that the figure of Joan of Arc in the bath towel is much better. So much so that later on, Chu Tian directly distinguished two people based on their body shapes. Otherwise, he would really not be able to recognize them at certain times. You two, you will both be the commanders of the army from now on, and you should jointly assist the Lord. Li Xiaoning interrupted the two people who were fighting. Her words are still a deterrent to Joan of Arc as a friend. As for King Arthur Artoria, she is a hero obtained by the recruitment order and has been loyal to Chu Tian, so she naturally has to obey Li Xiaoning's orders. Li Xiaoning's backer is Chu Tian. The Lord will redivide all the servant armies into two legions, the Legion of Saints and the Legion of Knights. You will be the legion commanders from now on. Li Xiaoning announced Chu Tian's order to them. The Legion of Knights is the spear, and the Legion of Saints is the shield. So the commanders of the two servant legions lived in a house next to the Lord's mansion, and the relationship between the two was temporarily bad. After Artoria left, Chu Tian issued another hero recruitment order. This is an Imperial Hero Recruitment Order, which can recruit a random Imperial Hero. The upper limit and lower limit of a random Emperor-level hero are far apart. Wei Qing is an Emperor, and Dian Wei is an Emperor. Wei Qing's value is higher than Dian Wei. Dian Wei's force can contain at most 1,000 men, but Wei Qing can command thousands of troops. Ding! You used a random Imperial Hero Recruitment Order. Ding! Imperial General Yuqi Jingda pledges his allegiance to you. Yuqi Jingda? Chu Tian was moved. Yuqi Jingda and Qin Xiong are one of the two great masters of China. They were fierce generals in the early Tang dynasty. They knocked Wang Shicheng's general Shan Xiongxin off his horse with one shot and took away Li Yuanji's horse 3 times in a row. Historically, Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and Zhai Changsun jointly commanded Li Shimon's most elite shock cavalry army of more than 1,000 Xuanjia. According to historical records, it can be inferred that they can keep pace with each other and are both brave and capable generals. Qin Xiong experienced more than 200 battles in his military life. Every time Qin Xiong followed Emperor Taizong in a battle, and there were brave generals among the enemies who attacked the Tang army and showed off their force. Emperor Taizong became angry and ordered Qin Xiong to take the heads of the enemy generals. Qin Xiong jumped on his horse and carried a spear, and killed the enemy general among thousands of troops. He also led his troops to defeat Yuqi Jingda. He was countless times more ferocious than in the novel, and it was a complete mess. After his companion Pei Xingyan was hit by an arrow and fell from his horse, Cheng Yaojin killed several people in succession and rescued Pei Xingyan. At the same time, he killed the pursuers even though he was stabbed by the pursuers. Whenever he goes on an expedition, he often raises his flag and ascends first. And he is equally brutal. Yuqi Jingda seized the opportunity and fell into the formation, defeating Shan Xiongxin. He was also a fierce general. As for the 4th Xuanjia army commander Zhai Changsun, due to the lack of records, it is difficult to know his true military power. However, being selected by Li Shimon and placed alongside Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingda, his military strength should not be much worse. He met Yuqi Jingda in the Battle of Engshi City. The elderly Yuqi Jingda participated in the battle. At that time, Yuqi Jingda thought that Chu Tian and Fang Xianling were weak, but he did not expect that one day Yuqi Jingda would fall into his hands. Chu Tian quickly checked Yuqi Jingda's force. Name, Yuqi Gong, Yuqi Jingda. Talent, Imperial General, Riding Type. Identity, a fierce general in the early Tang dynasty. Duke of Estate. Level 50. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 70, 72, Force, 95, 97, Intelligence, 43, 45, Politics, 30, 31, Charm, 45. Character Pride. Favorability, 50. Feature 1, Seize the enemy's weapons, SS level exclusive feature. Has a chance to seize enemy weapons. Own attack power plus 40%. Characteristic 2, Commander of the Xuanjia Army, S level characteristic. When commanding the Xuanjia Army, the Xuanjia Army's impact power plus 12%. Defense power plus 10%. The enemy army will collapse easily. Characteristic 3, Prestige, A-level trait. Enemy morale decrease rate plus 10%. Probability of chaos increases. Special unit, Xuanjia Army, 9th level heavy cavalry. Number 400. Yuqi Gong's military strength is 97, which is on the same level as Li Guang's. Among Chu forces, he is inferior to Shuai Gui, Zhao Yun, and Yan Wei. Like Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Gong was a fierce general who charged into battle, but was not suitable for commanding an army. In short, they are similar to Hua Xiong and Shui Wanxie. This type of warrior, when used well, can also have a huge effect. For example, when Li Shimin attacked Dou Jinda's army, Qin Qiong was the first to break the formation and was rewarded for his merits. What Chu Tian coveted the most was Yuqi Gong's characteristic. Xuanjia Army Commander. Xuanjia Army. Chu Tian swallowed his saliva. He had been coveting the Xianjia army for more than a day or two. As early as when he saw Li Shimin and his Xuanjia army in the Battle of Engqi City, Chu Tian longed to have heavy cavalry like the Xuanjia army. The rank of the Xuanjia army is higher than that of the Huban army. Li Shimin led 3,500 elite cavalry to reinforce Hulao Pass, and used more than 1,000 Xuanjia troops to attack Wang Shicheng's 100,000-strong army. He captured his cavalry general Gu Yanzhang and captured and killed more than 6,000 people, which shows the terror of the Xuanjia army. And Lord, the Xuanjia army has reached the 9th level, and it is a heavy cavalry, compared with Yuqi Jingda's personal force. Chu Tian believed that his military units were of greater value. Chapter 435 Tang Taizong Xuanqi. The last general, Wei Qi Jingda, pays homage to the Lord. The black-faced Yuqi Gong looked fierce, had a violent temper, and had a voice like thunder, which almost shocked Chu Tian. This person made great contributions to the transformation of Zuamamen to Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, so he ranked very high in Lingyan Pavilion. Now, Yuqi Gong has become Chu Tian's fierce general, as well as the 9th level heavy cavalry of the Tang dynasty Xuanjia army. The Xuanjia army is a military unit that Chu Tian is jealous of. When he saw that Yuqi Gong had brought his own Xuanjia military unit, he was a little suffocated. Chu Tian can be regarded as someone who has seen big scenes. He has seen the White Robe Army, the Tiger Bin Army, the 5th Academy of the Northern Army, the White Horse Isong, etc. He would not have been so surprised. But this time he faced Tang Taizong's trump card. Troops. Chu Tian couldn't help but be moved. Each dynasty may have 9th level troops, and the Xuanjia army was definitely one of the most terrifying armies in the prosperous Tang dynasty, because they were small in number and heavily armored. The Xuanjia army reached the 9th level. King Arthur Artoria's Knights of the Round Table were unable to fight against the Black Armor Army. The strength of the Black Armor Army was obviously greater than that of the Knights of the Round Table, which only had 150 people. Chu Tian checked the attributes and recruitment conditions of the Black Armor Cavalry. Arm, Black Armor Cavalry. Level, 9th level cavalry. Basic attack power, 40. Basic defense power, 35. Comprehensive speed, 13. Skills, special level heavy cavalry charge, when charging. Attack power plus 15. Armor piercing damage plus 20%. The effect disappears when the speed decreases, and when the physical strength is exhausted. The charge effect decreases. Special level cavalry shooting. Black clouds over the city, when launching a charge. The enemy's morale decline rate is plus 15%. The impact of obstacles and adverse terrain is minus 20%. And the impact is plus 15%. The effect lasts for a period of time. Characteristics, indestructible, when the commanders of the 4 black armies serve as generals/deputies. Attack power plus 5. Defense power plus 5. Impact power plus 5%. After defeating the enemy morale minus 15%. Military pay, 25 taels/month. Recruitment conditions, Xuanjia for the Xuanjia army, diamond level equipment. At least 1 diamond level heavy cavalry war horse. At least 2 pack horses. Diamond level horses. Gold level horn bows. Gold level tang knives. And diamond level saddles. Chu Tian saw the attributes of the Black Armor Cavalry, and was surprised by how terrifying the Black Armor Cavalry was. More than 1,000 Xuanjia cavalry could possibly defeat an army of 100,000 men. However, the recruitment conditions for the Black Armor Cavalry are simply harsh. A diamond level war horse with a market price of several hundred taels of silver. Assuming 500 taels of silver for a diamond level horse. Recruiting 400 Black Armor Cavalry only requires 200,000 taels of silver. This is 200,000 taels of silver, not including armor. weapons, bows and arrows, and saddles. Chu Tian had a headache just thinking about it. Fortunately, these are troubled times, and at least half of the fiscal revenue is used for the military. Otherwise, Chu Tian may not have the money to build black armor cavalry. Not to mention the Xuanjia cavalry. When Chu Tian went to participate in the national war, Xiao Liang finally reached the conditions to recruit the 8th Order Tiger Bin army. The recruitment conditions for the Xuanjia army are more stringent than those for the Huban army, etc. Chu Tian thought that the recruitment conditions for the Xuanjia army were harsh. So the princes of Yuzhou who owned Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin said Tang would not be able to recruit the Xuanjia army. After all, even Chu Tian is currently unable to recruit the Xuanjia army. Dian Wei, you take Yu Qigong to the Huban army. Mu Guiying will have him placed. Yes. Dian Wei took Yu Qigong away, and the two fierce generals might have a battle sooner or later. After Yu Qigong left, Chu Tian was still a little unwilling. This is the famous Xuanjia army. Chu Tian thought of a way to recruit Xuanjia cavalry and redeem points. In the last battle of Mabe, Chu Tian directly exchanged 1,000 Huban army heavy cavalry with an average level of 60, consuming 100,000 points. This time, maybe you can directly exchange for high-level troops. Chu Tian can indeed use points to redeem troops. A Knight of the Round Table requires 500 points. A Black Armor Cavalry requires 300 points. A Tiger Cavalry requires 100 points. There are 150 Knights of the Round Table in King Arthur Artoria, and they can be directly redeemed through points. Chu Tian does not need to go to England to recruit troops. Chu Tian recruited the legendary hero from England to the Eastern Han Dynasty. If he went to England, it would be fine if the British did not kill him. 150 Knights of the Round Table required 75,000 points, and Chu Tian felt a twinge of pain. The number of Knights of the Round Table is small, but the points are higher. After all, the Knights of the Round Table commanded by Artoria have only 150 people at most. There is a general rule in Lords. The smaller the number of elite units, the higher their rank is. 400 Black Armor Cavalry requires 120,000 points. Tang Taizong's Xuanjia army had more than 400 people, but the cavalry commanded by Yu Qigong only had 400 people, spending 195,000 points at a time to redeem the 9th level heavy cavalry. Chu Tian felt heartbroken. You know, the vast majority of lords participating in the national war have less than 195,000 points. This shows Chu Tian's generosity. The 9th level arms can be called 9th level arms, which naturally has its terrifying features. In Chu Tian's opinion, it is still worth the money, because the 150 Knights of the Round Table and the 400 Black Armor Army will be the two sharpest war spears in Chu Tian's hands. The points themselves have no value, but they are worth it if the things they are redeemed for come in handy. Now Chu Tian can also use points to directly exchange for advanced military units. But this is not the norm after all. After the Black Armor Cavalry is consumed, it is necessary to recruit them. This is the sustainable way. So Chu Tian exchanged various equipment drawings. The Xuanjia Army's special Xuanjia manufacturing blueprint costs 100,000 points. The Diamond Level Horror Sword manufacturing blueprint costs 80,000 points. The Gold Level Tang Sword manufacturing blueprint costs 20,000 points. The Diamond Level Saddle costs 20,000 points. And others. A total of 255,000 points were consumed. Xuanjia is the exclusive equipment of the Xuanjia Army, while Diamond Level horses and saddles are universal equipment. After replacement, the equipment produced can also be used by the Huban Army and Shiliang Cavalry, which is equivalent to opening up a more advanced weapon manufacturing process. Not a loss. Chu Tian has 780,000 points, 450,000 points used, and 330,000 points left. Yes, the current cavalry battalion in Xiacheng is at level 8. If Chu Tian wants to upgrade it to level 9, he needs the construction drawings of the cavalry battalion at level 9. The construction blueprint of the 9th level cavalry battalion requires 160,000 points, and the construction blueprint of the 10th level cavalry battalion requires 320,000 points. 320,000 points. Chu Tian has 330,000 points. Otherwise, he can directly redeem the 10th level cavalry battalion. He will no longer need to redeem the cavalry battalion drawings in the future. Once and for all, Chu Tian couldn't help but feel excited. Directly exchanging the 10th level cavalry battalion is indeed a once and for all solution. And this will be the second 10th level building of the Chu Tian forces. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and directly spent 320,000 points to change to the 10th level Cavalry Battalion blueprint, skipping the 9th level Cavalry Battalion. Since the burning of Luoyang, I am afraid that no city has a 10th level Cavalry Battalion. Once Chu Tian's 10th level Cavalry Battalion is completed, it may be the only 10th level Cavalry Battalion in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Even Jiuzhou Laoqin and Mingwan did not have enough points to exchange for a 10th level Cavalry Battalion. In addition to unlocking all recruitable cavalry units, the 10th level Cavalry Battalion also increases the number of cavalry recruited each time. With 10,000 points left, Chu Tian changed a few more civil construction drawings and squandered all the points. 780,000 points are just gone. Other princes have to use their points carefully, but Chu Tian spends 100,000 or 200,000 at every turn, which is simply a luxury. But Chu Tian has the capital. 150 knights of the Round Table and 400 black armor cavalry appeared at the military camp outside Xia City before Chu Tian had time to review them. Recruitment orders, tiger charms, points, and blueprints were common rewards for Chu Tian in the past. Chu Tian was not very surprised, although the richness of the rewards this time was far beyond Chu Tian's imagination. King Arthur Arturia and the Knights of the Round Table, Yuchi Gong and the Black Armor Cavalry, Jixia Academy, the 10th level Cavalry Battalion, Diamond level horses and saddles. Chu Tian felt like he got rich overnight. There are also 3 rewards, which Chu Tian has never seen before. The first reward is a designated S-level characteristic, cannot be used by yourself. The second reward is a piece of royal equipment random. The third reward is a diamond-level commander training order. S-level characteristics have little effect on Chu Tian, and they cannot be given to himself. Chu Tian has 3 SSS-level characteristics, and there is no shortage of S-level characteristics. Giving S-level characteristics to the generals under Chu Tian's command has little meaning. It is common for king-level heroes to have 2 S-level characteristics, and for emperor-level heroes to have SS-level or even SSS-level characteristics. Chu Tian was bored and choosing among a group of S-class characteristics, and his eyes suddenly fell on an S-class characteristic that seemed to have no effect. Name: I am born with talents that will be useful. Grade: S grade. Conditions: only applicable to children under 3 years old. After the age of 20, this feature will disappear automatically. Effect: people with this characteristic have a higher probability of becoming talented than ordinary people. This S-class feature is interesting. Chu Tian thought to himself that he had seen hundreds, not thousands, of characteristics, but this was the first time he had seen such an ambiguous and extremely special characteristic. The characteristic of "what I am born with will be useful" is a characteristic of the parenting type. The world is so vast and full of wonders. Chu Tian saw this seemingly useless feature, but he was very eager to get it. It seems useless on the surface, but Chu Tian has a son, and if he gives his son the characteristic of "I am born with talents, I will be useful," the possibility of becoming a talented person in the future will increase. Chu Tian was indeed worried that the power he had built would perish, so his hard work in conquering the world would not make much sense. In order for his son to grow up, Chu Tian predetermined the characteristics of "I am born with talents that will be useful." Cultivating a prince will naturally consume resources. Not to mention, it is only an S-level trait. There is also a piece of random royal-level equipment. For emperor-level equipment, it is naturally best to have it. If you don't have it, Chu Tian will not force it. An emperor-level weapon is not enough to change the situation of the battle, and it even has little impact on the situation of the battle. Otherwise, Guan Yu holding the Qinglong Yanyu sword and Zhang Fei holding the Zhangba snake spear would have defeated Yuan Shao's 100,000 strong army long ago. Ding! You will randomly receive a piece of royal equipment that you or your subordinates can use. Chu Tian waited for the system to reward him with a piece of imperial equipment. Among Chu Tian's subordinates, Shuai Gui has Fang Tian's painted halberd, and Zhao Yun has his Jinshan bright silver spear, both of which are imperial weapons. Chu Tian does not yet have an emperor-level weapon. First of all, Chu Tian's military strength is not high. Even if he has emperor-level weapons, they will not have much killing effect. Just like Liu Bei, he has male and female swords, but Liu Bei doesn't always charge into battle. Secondly, it would cost at least several hundred taels of gold to build an imperial-level weapon. Chu Tian was generous to his subordinates, but stingy to himself, and would not force things that were useless. If it weren't for Xiao Liang taking care of the money in the inner treasury, Chu Tian would still be living in poverty. After a while, a piece of imperial equipment appeared on Chu Tian's desk. It was a holy spear. 3 meters long, with a flag attached. The flag had an iris pattern on it, exuding a holy aura. This weapon does not look like a weapon from the Han Empire. The fleur-de-lis is generally a symbol of Western nobility or kingdoms. Chu Tian held this weird weapon. Name, Holy Flag, Joan of Arc exclusive equipment. Quality, Imperial level. Effect, Attack power plus 11. Armor piercing damage plus 20%. Blocking ability plus 15%. When Joan of Arc is equipped with this item, the motivational effect is plus 25% after the weapon is damaged. It can slowly recover over time. Durable. This is Joan of Arc's exclusive equipment, although it is not his own weapon. Equipping Joan of Arc and strengthening Joan of Arc's abilities by 25% is already a treasure. Chu Tian tried to wave the holy flag, and there was a faint sound of breaking through the air. Even if it was used as a spear, it was not inferior to most weapons. That's all. After getting tired of playing with the holy flag of Joan of Arc, Chu Tian felt that he was still not used to this special weapon. The function of the holy flag is not to kill the enemy, but more to inspire morale. Chu Tian was equipped with it, but its effect was very limited. Just like the sword in the lake is Artoria's exclusive equipment. Without the sword in the lake, Artoria's abilities will be greatly reduced. So Chu Tian did not deprive her of the equipment. In the end, there was only a Diamond Level Commander Training Order and a Tiger Talisman. Name, Diamond Level Commander Training Order. Effect, after consuming this order, the user's command value can reach between 80 to 89 and gain 2 military characteristics. Chu Tian read the description of the Diamond Level Commander Training Order. The value of this item is not that great. It is suitable for people with a command value below 80 to upgrade them to Diamond Level Commanders. For some generals with poor abilities, this prop is more practical than an Imperial weapon. They can use the training order to become a Diamond Level Commander. For example, after using Nifong, the command value can exceed 80 and become a second-rate commander. It doesn't mean much to Chu Tian. He doesn't lack a general with a command value of over 80. As for the generals whose command value exceeds 90, there is no such thing as too many. Chu Tian planned to hand over all the training orders and Tiger Talismans to Xiao Liang for use. He has discovered that Xiao Liang is a hidden military god, which can just improve Xiao Liang's faceplate, and may have miraculous effects in the future. Miss Sir, why didn't you stay with Sister Mulan instead of coming to my room? Xiao Liang was looking through Shuzhou's account books, and was surprised when she saw Chu Tian coming to her room. There's something. You don't want to tell me about Catherine, do you? Do you want to bring that woman back to the Lord's mansion? Xiao Liang took out a sword, and with a clang sound, he drew out the 3-foot sword with evil eyes, and gestured with Chu Tian's lower body with the long sword. This is a precious sword. If Xiao Liang is cruel, maybe Chu Tian will really die. Chapter 436 Shinji Camp. It's cool. We can have a good talk. Chu Tian carefully pushed aside Xiao Liang's 3-foot-long sword. Ekaterina's turmoil has not yet passed. With a puff, Xiao Liang couldn't help but laugh when he saw Chu Tian's face covered with sweat. Then he put away his sword. The matter with Ekaterina is not over yet. In fact, I want to show you this sword. What's so good about a sword? Chu Tian took a closer look and saw that the long sword in Xiao Liang's hand was indeed a weapon of excellent quality. So much so that Xiao Liang, who usually did not carry weapons, couldn't put it down. Xiao Liang stroked the icy sword body with his hand. This sword is the famous sword Emosia that the swordsmith Emosia spent 5 months making. Moi! One of the top 10 legendary swords? After Xiao Liang's reminder, Chu Tian discovered that this weapon had a great origin and turned out to be Emosia's sword. However, only 2 swordsmiths, Gan Jiang and Emosia, could forge these 2 famous swords. Chu Tian thought of a possibility. Is it possible? Xiao Liang nodded. Yes. After my husband left, the swordsmith general responded to the recruitment order and came to work in the Lord's mansion. I arranged for him to be in the military craftsman's workshop where Mo Xie was working. He and Mo Xie worked together to build 2 weapons. One a handful of go-getters and a handful of moxie. She took out 2 long swords. The 2 long swords are almost identical, except that one is hot and is the Ganjiang sword, and the other is cold and is the Moi sword. Both are imperial weapons. These are weapons made with money from the internal treasury. They will not affect the finances and are our private property. My husband, you have one, and I have one, and we will never be separated. Xiao Liang handed a sword to Chu Tian with a firm look in his eyes. Chu Tian's heart was inexplicably touched. This is an imperial level weapon. And in Chu Tian's opinion, it is more valuable than a holy level weapon. Chu Tian took advantage of this opportunity to give his son the characteristic of, I am born with talents that will be useful. Xiao Liang heard that his son had a greater chance of becoming a talented person. He was satisfied and wanted to have sex with Chu Tian and occupy Chu Tian again, etc. Chu Tian pushed Xiao Liang away. He had not yet used the Diamond Level Commander Training Order and Tiger Talisman. Now it was Xiao Liang who became anxious. Mister, have you lost interest in others since you and Ekaterina got along well? Chu Tian had a dark look on his face. How could he not be interested in Xiao Liang? He asked Xiao Liang to send the player panel. Name, Xiao Liang. Official position, Shuzhou Mu. General Anton. Occupation, civil servant. Level, 55. Commander, 31. Force, 20. Intelligence, 65. Politics, 69. Characteristics, the heroine comes to court, SS level characteristics. Business talent, B level characteristics. Special arms, none. Exercise, Wakingxi. Xiao Liang's panel is far different from Chu Tian's. This is the panel of most players. Even the SS level feature, the heroine comes to court, is a trait given to her by Chu Tian. Otherwise Xiao Liang's panel would be even worse. Ding! You have consumed the Diamond Level Commander Training Order. Ding! You have consumed the Tiger Talisman. Chu Tian directly consumed 2 tokens to strengthen Xiao Liang's ability. Name, Xiao Liang. Commander, 87. Force, 20. Intelligence, 65. Politics, 69. Characteristics, the heroine comes to court, SS level trait. 3-step attack, S level trait. Cherishes soldiers, A level trait. Business talent, B level trait. Special arms, the Shinji Battalion consists of 3,600 infantry, 1,000 cavalry, and 400 artillery equipped with firearms. When equipped with a fire blunderbuss, it is a level 7 firearm. When equipped with a matchlock, it is a level 8 firearm. When equipped with a bronze cannon, the quantity, power, and cost are limited. It is a level 9 firearm. The upper limit is 5,000. Hiss! Chu Tian looked at Xiao Liang's panel again, and was shocked by the panel he had cultivated. After such strengthening, Xiao Liang directly became an excellent commander. The Diamond Level Commander Training Order gives Xiao Liang a command value of 87, an S-level characteristic, and an A-level characteristic. Chu Tian discovered that the value of the Diamond Level Commander Training Order was far beyond his imagination. Even more value for money is the Random Tiger Talisman. The special unit Xiao Liang obtained is the special unit Shinji Battalion established in Yongli here. Firearms branch of 5,000 people. If the Shinji Battalion were to replace the 5th School of the Northern Army, Chu Tian would be happy. But it would be better to preserve the 5th School of the Northern Army and the Shinji Battalion at the same time. Chu Tian also looked at Xiao Liang's military characteristics. The heroine comes to court, the aura of the entire army. When going on an expedition with her husband, the entire army's attack power plus 7%, defense power plus 7%, morale decline rate minus 7%. 3-stage attack, fire portal gun and matchlock units have a plus 25% firing rate. And cherished soldiers, soldier morale decreases at a minus 15% rate. And military formation maintenance plus 10%. With the characteristics of 3 blessing troops, the aura of the whole army in cooperation with Chu Tian, and the special unit Shinji Battalion. Xiao Liang's tactical value is no less than that of any king-level commander. Not to mention that Xiao Liang has a good mind. Even Xiao Liang was surprised. She had been retired for a long time, but she didn't expect to become a commander again. We cannot produce the equipment of the Shinji Battalion at all. Recruiting the Shinji Battalion requires at least a fire gun, fire door gun, or matchlock gun, and black powder. These require special drawings to produce. Xiao Liang looked at the panel of Shinji camp and shook his head. Configuring black powder should be very simple. Chu Tian thought for a moment. Isn't it just saltpeter and sulfur? Xiao Liang said. No, it's not as simple as imagined. If gunpowder can be configured with common sense in Lord, then firearms arms are now rampant. Only specialized drawings can produce corresponding items. And the production cost of gunpowder and firearms extremely high. No less than heavy cavalry. We in Shuzhou do not have the corresponding blueprints and skills. Where's the gunpowder I tried to make? It will become invalid, and it will prompt that it cannot be used. Dot. Chu Tian's idea of recruiting the Shinji Battalion fell through. First of all, you need to have blueprints for guns, matchlock guns, and black powder. After the military craftsman learns the corresponding skills, You can produce firearms. The cost is much higher than in reality, and is almost the same as that of heavy cavalry. You can match the firearms class of Lord with the heavy cavalry of the same level. The matchlock gun is already the end of technology in Lord and cannot be mass-produced. The advantage of the firearms unit is not so obvious. Of course, when it comes to whether the power of the Shinji Battalion is huge, then Chu Tian can be sure that the fully equipped Shinji Battalion must be powerful and can compete with the Black Armor Cavalry. Just where can I get the drawings for producing the corresponding equipment? Chu Tian thought of the points for the National War. National War points are a good thing, and can even be directly used to redeem soldiers from the Shinji Battalion. Only, Chu Tian had already used up all his points. Even if Chu Tian's points are not used up, he can only choose one of the equipment drawings of the Black Armor Cavalry and the Shinji Battalion. Giving up the other points is still not enough. At this point, Chu Tian has used up all the rewards and gained a lot. The Shinji Battalion can recruit again after the conditions are mature. There is no rush. For the equipment of Shinji Camp, maybe the points obtained can be redeemed in the next epic battle or national war. To resolve the matter, Xiao Liang pushed Chu Tian down and tried to get rid of Yekaterina's smell from Chu Tian. Chu Tian was squeezed by Yekaterina during the national war, and when he returned to Xia City, he was vented by Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang's strength was not as good as that of Ekaterina, but she just tormented Chu Tian all night without showing any signs of weakness. She is somewhat similar to Catherine, sometimes quite strong, but somewhat different from Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc. The next day, Chu Tian endured his tiredness and came to review the 9th level troops that had been redeemed with national war points. Seeing this group of 9th level cavalry, who had consumed a lot of national war points, Chu Tian immediately cheered up. This is the 9th level cavalry that he spent 195,000 points to recruit. And there are only 550 cavalry. King Arthur Artoria followed Chu Tian to take over her 150 Knights of the Round Table. Artoria also has 12 Knight Hero Lieutenants. But Chu Tian doesn't know how to recruit the 12 Knight Heroes of the Round Table. Perhaps there would be English lords recruiting King Arthur's men. The Knights of the Round Table were wearing knight armor, and their breastplates were glowing with cold light. This group of Knights of the Round Table has tall horses, equipped with diamond-level lances, and shields for dismounted combat. It's just that the armor of these Knights of the Round Table is not full-body plate armor. The Knights of the Round Table are few in number, but their individual combat power is very high. King! 150 Knights of the Round Table salute to Artoria with wild eyes. Under Artoria's command, they can unleash even more powerful combat power. Western tradition. My vassal's vassal. Not my vassal. Artoria has higher control over the Knights of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table are somewhat like Artoria's personal soldiers, but not entirely. The Knights in the West have their own territories and manners, so they can afford to maintain their entourage. But Artoria has no territory, and it is Chu Tian who really pays the wages of the Knights of the Round Table. As long as Chu Tian cuts off their military pay, these Knights of the Round Table will definitely complain incessantly. Among the 140,000 servants, there are about 1,000 Western Knights, all of whom are under your command. As the Knight King of the West, Artoria has bonuses for commanding the Western Knights. Chu Tian will hand over all the Western Knights to Artoria. Artoria's Knight Corps currently has 150 Knights of the Round Table and 1,000 Knights of the West. The 1,000 Knights are mainly from Germany and some other European civilizations. Although the number of Knights is small, they are high-level heavy cavalry. As for the other 140,000 servants, Chu Tian will all be handed over to Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc's commanding ability is higher, but her military force is slightly inferior. This weapon is entrusted to you. Defend it with your life. Chu Tian handed the holy flag to Joan of Arc and encouraged her. Jeanne d'Arc will protect it to the death. Joan of Arc solemnly took over the holy white flag of Iris and waved the battle flag. Everyone around her suddenly felt high in fighting spirit, and their blood was boiling. The inspirational effect of Joan of Arc and the holy flag is extremely amazing. Chu Tian could already imagine the terror of the Holy Maiden Legion. No wonder the French attached so much importance to Joan of Arc. Without Joan of Arc and the holy flag, France has been weakened a lot. Now Joan of Arc has been assimilated and has not mentioned much about returning to France. The two legendary heroes from France and England looked somewhat similar, but Chu Tian had discovered that Joan of Arc had a significantly better figure. Chu Tian got rid of the impure thoughts and turned his attention to Yu Qigong Xianjia army. 400 Xuanjia troops were displayed on the plain. Their Xuanjia were fierce. Their tall horses were holding sharp horseshoes, pointing straight ahead. This is one of the most elite cavalry Chu Tian has ever seen so far. Although there are only 400 people, once they set out to charge, they can defeat 10,000 people. The Xuanjia army of the Tang dynasty can fight against the Mongolian Shui army. The fierce General Wei Qigong holds a steel whip, and there are soldiers holding horse spears for him. A general does not necessarily only use one kind of weapon. For example, Hua Mulan can use swords, horse spears, and red tassel spears. Zhao Yun can use gentian silver spears and green swords. Yu Qigong can use unique steel whips and horse spears commonly used by heavy cavalry as weapons. Chu Tian counted his men and found that there were 5 tiger generals: Shui Gui, Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, Li Guang, and Yu Qigong. The 5 major commanders are Wei Qing, Lu Yi, Cao Cao, Zhou Yafu, and Chen Qingji. The 4 major heroines are Mu Guiying, Hua Mulan, Lian Hongyu, and Li Xiaoning, temporarily replacing Fan Lihua. The commanders of the 2 servant legions, Joan of Arc and King Arthur, are Toria. In addition, there are a large number of mainstays below the 5 tiger generals. Generals such as Yang Yi, Shui Wanche, Taisher Ci, Zhang Liao, Xia Hoyuan, Lu Jin, and Hua Xiong are also worthy of reuse. Well, there are also the 4 tigers of the Northern Army: Mi Feng, Wu Anhua, Lu Kuang, and Xing Dirong. Chu Tian was very satisfied when he saw the army with strong soldiers and horses and talented people. I don't know what rewards the other princes received. After Chu Tian obtained 2 new generals and 2 types of 9th level cavalry, he planned to conquer the enemies in the main world. He was curious about the generals obtained by other princes. Especially the legendary heroes in the eastern main city fell into the hands of Zhou Laoqin. Chu Tian opened the hero ranking list. On the ranking list of the Eastern Han Dynasty, many new civil servants and generals appeared, among which Lieutenant Qi Gong was on the list. Wang Jian, one of the 4 famous generals of the Warring States period. Chu Tian saw Wang Jian's name. Wang Jian is very likely to be a legendary hero in the eastern main city, so he is under the command of Zhou Laoqin. You should be glad that it's not Bai Qi, the god of killing. Chu Tian was not very afraid of Wang Jian. The 4 famous generals of the Warring States period, Lian Pe, Li Mu, and Wang Jian, have all come out. Chu Tian is not surprised. Wei Qing, Lu Yi, and even Cao Cao here in Chu Tian are all the 4 famous generals of the Warring States period. Except Bai Qi. The world likes to emphasize the past over the present. In fact, the scale and achievements of the battle between Wei Qing and Cao Cao were no less than that of Li Mu and Lian Pe. Of course, Bai Qi is obviously at a higher level. As long as Bai Qi doesn't show up, everything is easy to say. King Arthur Artoria's name appeared on the world rankings. In England, all the lords and players were in an uproar. Their legendary hero, King Arthur, was recruited by the lords of other civilizations. The lords of the Han Empire captured the main western city, so King Arthur is in the Han Empire. The Mughal Empire dropped a big news. After the Saint of France fell in the Han Empire, King Arthur of England also fell in the Han Empire. Han Empire! The English, who were still laughing at the French 2 years ago, could no longer laugh this time. Chapter 437, Shuzhou Shiliang Alliance. In the Mabe Prairie, the wind is strong and the grass is strong, and there are hundreds of thousands of people who control the strings. Temujin returned to Mabe and held a meeting of kings. In this battle, the Mongol Empire gained tens of millions of people, greatly supplementing the population of Mabe. But at the same time, it brings about a food crisis. With a population of tens of millions, there will be a serious shortage of food. Mabe is not a farming land and cannot feed such a population. All the cattle and sheep will be eaten. A civil servant took the initiative to salute Temujin. His words somewhat worried. The population that Temujin brought back to Mabe exceeded the environmental carrying capacity of Mabe. In short, the nomadic way of life in Mabe cannot support such a large population. Lead them to expand to Monan, the western regions, and Lake Baikal. How long they can survive depends on their own destiny. Temujin was also aware of the food problem, but it was not necessarily necessary to feed everyone, and the fittest survived. Temujin captured the northern main city and obtained the heroes of the northern main city. A Khitan general followed Temujin with sharp eyes. Temujin accepted him as a subordinate and entrusted him with important tasks. With the iron hoof clanking, the Mongol Empire began to expand to Monan, the western regions, and Siberia, and the wolves competed with each other. Monan Dragon City. Chu Tian's allies Prince Yin and Gongsun Zan drove the population of Monan into the city. The population of Dragon City reached an astonishing 500,000. And the number was still increasing. Monan is dominated by nomadic tribes. And it is not easy to gather a population of 500,000 in the prairie. It is said that the Mongolian Empire captured tens of millions of people during the National War. Now the population of Mabe may be more than that of Monan. We will bear the brunt. Prince Yin, Gongsun Zan, and Lu Hu, several big figures in Monan, have been developing in Monan. And they feel the threat from Mabe. Because of the rise of Mabe, their goals have also changed subtly. Originally, Chu Tian asked them to build a large city in Monan for the purpose of transporting war horses to the Central Plains. But this city began to become a bridgehead blocking the Mongolian cavalry from going south. Prince Yin looked towards Mabe, where dark clouds were gathering. Deploy grain, grass, and weapons to the area around Paigua and Xinlu. Chu Tian returned to Xia City and transported the main troops, grain, grass, and weapons to several counties bordering Yuzhou. Yuzhou is part of the Central Plains region. Only by capturing Yuzhou can the Central Plains be considered complete. Under Chu Tian's mobilization, resources from various states and counties began to be transported to the above-mentioned places. Not only that, when Chu Tian came back from the National War, he had already assigned the 3 million people and 200,000 legions from the National War to Yanzhou. His strategy is similar to that of Cao Cao in history, except that Yuzhou's Shuatang is an enhanced version of Zhang Xiu, requiring Chu Tian to go all out. Cao Cao killed Zhang Xiu, and his own son and Dian Wei were killed as a result. So he must not take it lightly. When Chu Tian went to participate in the National War, the numbers of the Guards Corps and the 10 main legions gradually reached their full strength. There was a war going on over there, but Chu Tian's territory never stopped developing. The Qinzhou army is guarding the Gaoning area, with Eugene as the main general and Li Kuei cooperating to prevent plain troops from crossing the Yellow River. The Iron Wall army is guarding the Hulao and Xingyang areas, and they are cooperating with many pets to stop the Jiuzhou Laoqin from Guanzhong. The defensive army assembled in Dongjun, and Chengyu cooperated to defend Xiaolong and Yuanshao from Hebei. The offensive corps gathered in Qinlu, and the martial arts corps gathered in Qiao County. The troops were divided into 2 groups to attack Yuzhou. After all the generals rested for 3 days, Chu Tian summoned several commanders to discuss the matter of annexing Yuzhou and dominating the Central Plains. If Yuzhou is occupied, Chu Tian's territory will be almost the same as Cao Cao's sphere of influence in the Battle of Guandu, except that Guanzhong will be missing. In fact, Xuzhou in Chu Tian is currently the most fertile territory in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Xuzhou has been free of war for a long time, and has absorbed the surrounding population. It can be said that Xuzhou is extremely rich, so Chu Tian could let go and take the initiative to stir up trouble. He deployed 5 infantry regiments in the Yellow River and Yuzhou areas. Then there is the main cavalry corps. The White Robe, Speedy, and Invincible legions assemble in Qinlu. The Yulin Legion and the Tiger and Leopard Legion assemble in Paigua. The Guards Legion, the Saint Legion, the First Servant Legion, and the Knight Legion, the Second Servant Legion, are gathering in Qinlu. There is no need to move the troops in Huainan. Defending Huainan is the greatest contribution. Chu Tian's deployment was also very simple. He deployed the Guards Corps under the Northern Army's 5th School, Hubin, Xuanjia, Niangzi, Investigation and other small corps, 2 Servant Corps, 1 main infantry corps, and 3 main cavalry corps in Qinlu. The front line is flat, 1 main infantry corps, 2 main cavalry corps, and the Xuzhou Defense Corps are deployed on the Paigua front. Obviously, the Qinlu front was the main direction to attack Yuzhou. Chu Tian personally served as the commander, with Fang Xianling and Sun Yu as military advisors, and Du Ruhui sat in the rear. The strategic goal in the Qinlu direction is to recapture half of Qinlu County occupied by the Tang Dynasty, and capture Su County in Yingchuan. Chu Tian considered the issue of the aura of the entire army. Only 3 army-wide auras can be taken on a battlefield. In order to ensure that both battlefields have army-wide auras, Chu Tian brought all the talents with army-wide auras, except for Hua Mulan, who is currently inconvenienced. Xiao Liang has the aura of the whole army to cooperate with Chu Tian. So this time Chu Tian brings Xiao Liang to fight. This is also the first time Chu Tian brings his eldest wife to fight. In the direction of Qinlu, Chu Tian, Xiao Liang, and Lu Yi are the ones who provide the aura for the whole army. Chu Tian suspected that Joan of Arc, as the most popular hero in France, also had the aura of the entire army. But he could not see the panel of Joan of Arc. In the direction of Pei State, Wei Qing is the commander-in-chief. Cao Cao is the deputy commander-in-chief. And Gui Jia and Lu Su are the military advisors. The combat objectives are relatively simple. To prevent the Tang dynasty from dividing its troops to attack Shuzhou, and at the same time to attack Liang and Chen states in Yuzhou. The two armies will finally join forces at Runanjun, conquered Renan County, which had been in operation for the longest time in the Tang dynasty, and captured the entire Yuzhou. The aura of the entire army in the direction of Peigua was provided by Wei Qing and Cao Cao. And the two auras of the entire army were not much different. As a surrendered general, Cao Cao could not make any trouble with the great god Wei Qing to control him. Besides, except for the Tiger and Leopard army, Cao Cao could not command any other troops. The local army used to defend Shuzhou was transferred to Wei Qing's command by Chu Tian, and was mainly used to defend the city. Chu Tian estimated the number of people, and found that there were not many troops used for attack in Chen Lu's direction. Only 300,000. He was already very merciful to Tang. The number of troops used to attack Peigua is around 100,000. A total of 400,000 troops. I'm afraid not many princes in the Eastern Han dynasty could make such a big investment. Even in the Yuzhou War, among the several princes participating in the war, none of them could provide an army of 400,000. However, it will take time to assemble an army of 400,000. With an army of 400,000, there were millions of pack horses, mules, and donkeys used to transport food, and millions of civilians were required to transport food. Therefore, the war is about comprehensive strength. After listening to the strategy, Wei Qing, Lu Yi, Zhou Yafu, Cao Cao, and other commanders made a few additions before going down to deploy. My lord, Su Fengyan from Longxi is visiting. Chu Tian was busy gathering troops in the Yuzhou area, and officials came to report to Chu Tian. He's finally here. Please come in. Soon Su Fengyan, the most powerful man in Longxi, arrived. Before attacking Yuzhou, Chu Tian needed someone to contain Jiujiu Laoqin. Jiujiu Laoqin, as the second prince, has many powerful generals under his command. Only Su Fengyan, who is comparable to the king of Xiliang, can contain Jiujiu Laoqin. The relationship between Su Fengyan and Chu Tian is not close. But it is not accurate to say it is not close. It is more like a relationship between trading partners. If we have common interests, we can cooperate. Su Fengyan came to the Lord's mansion and seemed to be in a heavy mood. Jiujiu, an old Qin general, destroyed the stone monument in the eastern main city and obtained the Qin general Wang Jian. Qian, who would have thought that breaking the stone monument would lead to a powerful general? Before the national war, he had recruited 200,000 soldiers and horses, stationed troops in Fufeng on the right, and prepared to attack Longxi. Su Fengyan took the hot tea, and as soon as he sat down, he vomited bitterly. He was already prepared to deal with the Guanzhong army. As a result, Jiujiang Laoqin obtained Wang Jian, one of the four famous generals of the Warring States period, which suddenly disrupted Su Fengyan's plan. Chu Tian asked, "What generals did you obtain from the national war?" Dugu Xian, a military commander of the northern Zhou dynasty. Dugu Xian? Not an emperor. Chu Tian remembered this man, a handsome guy from the northern and southern dynasties, who was from the eight-pillar kingdom of the northern Zhou dynasty with Li Shimon's ancestor Li Hu. Because Du Guxin's genes were so good, he had 3 daughters who were queens. Among them, the 7th daughter Dugu Jiaowei even married Emperor one of the Sui dynasty Yang Jian. Li Shimon had the genes of Dugu Xian's 4th daughter. In addition to being handsome, Du Guxin is also a good fighter. However, Du Guxin is not Wang Jian's opponent, unless Su Fengyan's national power is stronger than Jiujiu Laoqin. Jiujiang Laoqin had been running Guanzhong for many years and occupied Qinchuan. The population and resources in Longxi were really no match for Guanzhong. Otherwise the Han dynasty would not have made Chang'an and Luoyang their capitals. I cannot be ranked as an imperial general. Liangzhou has not yet been completely pacified. The Chang people and horse thieves are putting a lot of pressure on me. And I need a lot of gold and silver. To put it bluntly, I need your support. Su Fengyan got straight to the point. He needed Chu Tian's help to stop Jiujiu Laoqin. Okay, I need more high-quality war horses here. Chu Tian took this opportunity to buy a batch of war horses from Su Fengyan. Liangzhou was one of the best producing areas of war horses in the Han Empire, and Chu Tian coveted Liangzhou's tall horses. Su Fengyan needed money to fight. Chu Tian needed horses, and they hit it off. Su Fengyan sold the war horse to Chu Tian at a lower price. Chu Tian ate 20,000 war horses in one go, plus the 50,000 war horses he ate from Catherine, plus the war horses bred locally in Shuzhou and Yinzhou. Chu Tian believed that there would be no shortage of war horses in 2 or 3 years. Chu Tian conspired with Su Fengyan and finally signed the Shuzhou-Shiliang alliance. When necessary, Chu Tian can even teleport troops to Longxi through the teleportation array to help Su Fengyan fight. To teleport from Shuzhou to Longxi, each soldier needs 15 taels of silver. And to teleport 10,000 elites, 150,000 taels of silver are needed. If Su Fengyan pays for the teleportation array and pays military salary, food and grass every month, Chu Tian can consider sending an expeditionary force to stop Jiujiu Lao Qin for Su Fengyan. Containing Jiujiu Lao Qin was actually for Chu Tian himself. After all, Jiujiu Lao Qin was Chu Tian's biggest enemy so far. As for Ming Wan, whose strength is almost the same as that of Jiujiu Lao Qin, he is preparing to attack Goryeo and cannot threaten Chu Tian. If we really can't stop Lao Qin's offensive, I'll ask you for another legion. Su Fengyan did not dare to directly ask Chu Tian for reinforcements. For 10,000 people, the cost of the teleportation array is 150,000 taels of silver. For Su Fengyan, he can form an army of tens of thousands of people in Longxi. If you can't hold on, you don't have to hold on. You just need to hold off Jiujiang Lao Qin. If you can unify the Eastern Han dynasty in the future, the Lord of Longxi will still enjoy glory and wealth. And you can even be named the King of Shiliang. Chu Tian made a promise. In order to contain Jiujiang Lao Qin, he could grant some privileges to the lords of Longxi. For the players of the Eastern Han dynasty, even if they failed to compete in the Central Plains, it would be a great reward if they could be crowned kings and marquises. It's enough to be made a marquis or a king. I still want to live a few more years. Su Fengyan speaks out. But every player knows that being crowned king means that your life will be short-lived. Being a king with a different surname is a high-risk profession. After Liu Bang proclaimed himself emperor, King Zhang Tu of Yin, King Han Xian of Chu, King Zhang Ao of Zhao, King Pingu of Liang, Wang Yingbu of Huainan, and King Xian of Han were all liquidated. When you are a king, every day is like a year. How can you be nourished by being a prince? If this can be accomplished, all the lords of Longxi will become princes. Chu Tian knew that Su Fengyan had many lords under his command. He needed to win over not only Su Fengyan alone, but also dozens of lords in Longxi. It was a verbal promise that there would be no need to spend money anyway. So Chu Tian first stabilized the Liangzhou lord group and worked hard for himself. The lords of Longxi are probably also waiting to see Chu Tian's attitude. The two people joined forces to form the Shuzhou-Shiliang alliance to deal with Lao Qin. And then Su Fengyan hurriedly left the lord's mansion. The fierce general Wang Yanzhang came to protect Su Feng. Chu Tian had seen Wang Yanzhang more than once. Wang Yanzhang, like Zhao Yun, Guan Yu and others, was known for his loyalty. Wang Tai's shooting of several of Takeda Shinjin's generals had shocked the Eastern Han dynasty and made the Japanese people frightened. If you want to recruit Wang Yanzhang, you must also capture Su Fengyan. Old Qin has Lu Bu and Yang Dian as minions, and Wang Jian and Meng Tian as generals. You have to be careful. Chu Tian thought about it. Wang Yanzhang may not be Lu Bu's opponent. Wang Yanzhang was not afraid. That Lu Bu, I want to see what he is capable of. Su Fengyan shook his head. In the Battle of Longxi, we can't fight head-on. We can only clear the wild and strong walls, use cavalry to cut off its food routes, and drag down the old Qin. Chu Tian was also pessimistic about the Liangzhou army's head-on battle with the Guanzhong army. Only Su Fengyan's persistent tactics could hold off Jiujiang Lao Qin. Su Fengyan came to Shuzhou secretly, while the man from Yuzhou who talked about the Tang dynasty was visiting Jiujiang Lao Qin in Xianying City at this time. I want to borrow soldiers and horses from Guanzhong. Otherwise, I won't be able to compete with Chu Zimu. The Guanzhong army is about to attack Liangzhou. I can only use a partial army to help and delay the troops at Hula Pass. You can go to Lu Biao for help. Lu Biao has a false reputation. Even if he has an army of 500,000, he is no match for Chu Zimu. Lu Biao has been ignored by the aristocratic family. The person who is really in charge of the army of Jingzhou is Yang Shilang, the governor of Nanjing. Nanyang County is the northern gateway of Jingzhou. If Chu Ziji plans to capture Yuzhou, he must be greedy for Nanyang. Yang Shilang will not sit idly by. That makes sense. It seems I'm going to Xiangyang. It is said that Tang and Lao Qin discussed it and went to Jingzhou again. Lao Qin watched Tang leave and said to Jia Su, Liangzhou is unfair. If we interfere in Guangdong, we will lose Guangzhou. This time, Chu Zima has the upper hand. When How can we win Liangzhou as soon as possible? Jia Su narrowed his eyes. There are many powerful people in Longxi, and they can use stratagems to alienate them. Chapter 438 Ekaterina's Visit. In the western regions, Huan returned to the Protectorate and began to plan an expedition to Wusun and Dayuan, and to march into Central Asia. According to his agreement with Chu Tian, he and Ekaterina opened the teleportation array between the Western Region Protectorate and St. Petersburg, opening up the Silk Road on land. After the teleportation array was opened, a group of merchants and cavalry from the Grand Duchy of Moscow came to the Western Region Protectorate for trade. The leader of the group was Sophia, whom Huan had met during the National War. There was also a guard of 100 people and several hundred horses. River Stallion. Sophia paid a special visit to Huan, gave 30 Don Hippos to Huan, and then went to Shuzhou through the teleportation array of the Western Region Protectorate. This guy Chuzimu is really lucky. He actually found a way to get Ekaterina to send hundreds of horse breeds across a distance of thousands of miles. Because of his relationship with Chu Tian, Huan got 30 Don Hippos and couldn't help but be envious. Ekaterina is undoubtedly a rich woman, with vast grasslands in the Don River Basin. These are hundreds of good horses, large stallions that can be used to improve horse breeds. Is this the East? Sophia and 100 soldiers of the Grand Duchy of Moscow came to Xiaoqing, and with them came good horses from the Don River. The surrounding Xiaoqing residents looked curiously at the Muscovites, who suddenly appeared in Shuzhou. The Han Empire had many servant armies, and there was no shortage of captives from the West. But Sophia and others who arrived were obviously not prisoners. Sophia also looked around curiously. It was her first time coming to the city of the Han Empire. The defenders guarding the teleportation array immediately went to report to Chu Tian. I want to go on an expedition too. Xiao Liang was a little surprised that Chu Tian added her to the list of expeditions. Those who are capable work hard. If they have the aura of an army, they will naturally go up. In order to abduct his eldest wife to fight, Chu Tian let Xiao Liang come out of the mountain again. Originally, Xiao Liang was the defender of the city, but after Shuzhou was stabilized, Xiao Liang had no use for him. Although the Xingji battalion cannot recruit yet, it would be good to bring a group of soldiers and horses to experience it. He handed over Hua Mulan's reconnaissance army and Li Xiaoning's women's army to Xiao Liang's command. Chu Tian himself commanded mainly the 5 schools of the Northern Army, as well as the heavy cavalry unit as his trump card. My lord, the envoy from the Grand Duchy of Moscow is waiting outside the lord's palace. Li Xiaoning came to the backyard to report. The Grand Duchy of Moscow? Xiao Liang's eyes were unkind, and the MOCS sword on his waist was about to be unsheathed. Chu Tian did not expect that Ekaterina would deliver the promised Don Hippopotamus so soon, so he went to meet Sophia. When Hua Mulan heard about the Grand Duchy of Moscow, she cast suspicious eyes on Chu Tian. She did not have a good impression of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and was especially dissatisfied with Catherine. My husband and I went out to see who was coming. Xiao Liang secretly pinched Chu Tian and said in a low voice, This is great. People are here. She should not dare to come to the Eastern Han Dynasty. Chu Tian didn't think that a great lord from a foreign country would dare to come to the Eastern Han Dynasty. If she came to the Eastern Han Dynasty, Chu Tian might keep her as a military general. As the first prince of the Han Empire, Chu Tian gained many attributes. Now that Catherine is a duke, her own attributes will definitely not be much worse. When Chu Tian came out with Xiao Liang, a blonde and blue-eyed woman was waiting in the outer courtyard of the lord's mansion. Xiao Liang immediately compared her with himself, and was a little discouraged. He whispered to Chu Tian, So you like this kind of obscene figure? Dot. Chu Tian didn't see Ekaterina. It was only Ekaterina's deputy who came to the Eastern Han Dynasty. Sophia looked at Xiao Liang, who was following Chu Tian, with provocation in her eyes. There are 415 stallions in total, and they are all the best breeds selected by our Lord Duke. Even to the Cossacks, their value is not cheap. 415 Don stallions. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. Compared with war horses that have lost their ability to reproduce, this batch of stallions from the Don River, plus a batch of stallions obtained from Longxi, may be able to improve the horse breeds in the Central Plains. Xiao Liang quickly realized that the person in front of him was not Ekaterina, and asked tentatively, Dear Lord, the Duke, doesn't she plan to come here? She swore to the Lord that she would never come here and never see Chu Zimu again. Sophia thought for a while, and added 2 more words. Probably. I hope she won't regret it then. Xiao Liang is also a little wary of Yekaterina. After all, Yekaterina personally established a huge territory. It is basically impossible to do so without some means. It's just that she was a little weak when facing Chu Tian. Xiao Liang is sure to get the support of Hua Mulan, Joan of Arc, Li Xiaoning and others. But Ekaterina is beyond Xiao Liang's control. Ekaterina? What hero did she get? Chu Tian thought that Ekaterina had captured the southern main city. The southern main city should also have a legendary hero. Sophia replied. No comment. Not even from you. Chu Tian did not continue to ask. After all, the two sides were not the same force. Maybe Yekaterina was just looking for him to vent her anger during the national war. Xiao Liang thinks it's not that simple. If Ekaterina has no feelings, it will be impossible for her to send hundreds of good horses all the way back to the main world. In other words, Yekaterina is a duplicitous person, and is even very dependent on Chu Tian. If you take advantage of this psychology, Xiao Liang seems to have thought of how to subdue Ekaterina, and feels a little relieved. Chu Tian gave a summer city house to Sophia for the envoys of the Grand Duchy of Moscow to live in the future. European countries usually don't look good on the Grand Duchy of Moscow, so they can use Yekaterina to suppress European countries and delay their development. Chu Tian went with Sophia to check out the stallions from the Don River. Don horses are mainly suitable for equipping light cavalry, and Cossack cavalry mostly use Don horses as war horses. The high-level light cavalry units of Zhao Yun, Xuerengui, Yang Yi, Zhang Liao, and others can all be equipped with Don horses. After all, Yekaterina sent hundreds of fine stallions, and Chu Tian used the player's system to express his gratitude a little. I'm just fulfilling my promise. I won't give you any help in the future. Ekaterina's response was disingenuous. After Chu Tian got used to it, he ignored her. He placed the Don hippopotamus stallions in a 4th-level pasture in Shuzhou. In the Central Plains, 4th-level pasture resources are already very rare. High-level pasture resources can reduce the cost, mortality, and probability of quality decline of breeding war horses. If your Lord Duke needs help, please let me know at any time. She is a very dishonest person, Chu Tian said to Sophia. Yes. As Yekaterina's adjutant, Sophia felt as helpless as Chu Tian. Ekaterina is talented in other aspects, but her personality is indeed a bit twisted. Sophia thought about one thing, but still didn't explain it to Chu Tian. Chu Tian got a new batch of horse breeds, and then gave a batch of silk to Catherine as compensation. And Sophia took it back. Jiangdong, Kuaiji County, and Shaanxi County are being besieged by Yangzhou Mu Tongke. Tongke returned to the main world and immediately sent troops to complete the unfinished war before the national war. Military strategist Chen Ping used a stratagem to create discord. The internal guards of Shaanxi County rebelled, opened the city gates, and let Tongjue's Beifu army enter the city. Sun Ce, the young overlord of Jiangdong, served under Tongke. He personally charged into the battle, attacked the city, and killed more than 10 people in a row. He was unstoppable. The Beifu army successfully occupied Shaanxi County and killed the local lords. Tiger father has no dog son. Tongke couldn't help but sigh when he saw that Sun Ce could kill more than 10 people at such a young age. Sun Ce was no less generous than his father Sun Jian. Now Sun Jian is leading the 4 Jiangdong generals to attack Yuzhong County, and Tongke is attacking Kuaiji County. They can control the 6 Jiangdong counties as soon as possible. To be precise, there were only 5 counties in Jiangdong, because Jiujiang County, the administrative seat of Sichuan, one of the 6 counties in Jiangdong, fell into the hands of Chu Tian. As long as Kuaiji County and Yuzhong County are captured, there are only 3 expansion directions left. One is Jingzhou, one is Jianbei, and the other is Jiaozhou. Tongke set his sights on a wider area, with the 5 counties of Jiangdong in hand. The opponents he has to face are all princes, who are not easy to provoke. The various small princes have no living space at all, and it has become a head-on confrontation between the big princes and the big princes, and it affects the whole body. If you attack a prince, you will face pressure from other princes. Yuzhou Mu said that Tang asked Tongke for reinforcements, but Tongke politely refused because his rear was not yet stable, and he had to capture the 5 counties in Jiangdong first. As for attacking Jiaozhou, it is not a good strategy for Tongke. Firstly, Jiaozhou was too far away and remote. Secondly, if they captured Jiaozhou, they would directly face the pressure from Dai Viet. The Mu of Yuzhou plans to return Nanyang County to us. Jingzhou, and begs us to send troops to Yingchuan. What do you think? In Jingzhou and Xiangyang, Lu Biao asked everyone for advice. The officials from the aristocratic families present looked at Yang Zhulong in unison. Before Lu Biao landed in Jingzhou, Yang Sherlang had already established good relations with the Jingzhou aristocratic families, married Kai, and gained the support of the Jingzhou aristocratic families. For this reason, Yang Zhulong also sacrificed a lot and made a lot of compromises with the family. In any case, he represents the interests of the Jingzhou family. Yang Sherlang said, "Whether we can successfully assist Yuzhou or not, Nanyang County is the northern gateway to Jingzhou and must be recovered. Once Chu Zimu attacks Hebei, and our Jingzhou army leaves Nanyang, the Central Plains will be at our fingertips." Seeing that his brother-in-law had spoken, Kai Mao also advocated sending troops to Nanyang. The northern expedition to the Central Plains will accomplish great things. Lu Miao was helpless against the foreign lord who had the support of the family. Since Yang Zhulong planned to march to Nanyang County, he would go with him. "Please, my lord, lend me Lu Pan and Huang Zhong, and we can go north together." Yang Sherlang has unified Jingbei and Jing'an, and his expansion direction is limited. He can attack Nanyang in the north, Bashu in the upper reaches, and Jiangdong in the lower reaches. The terrain of Bashu is dangerous, and it will take at least 2 or 3 years to capture Bashu. There is Beifu army in Jiangdong, and it is difficult for Yang Zhulong to win. There were changes in the Central Plains, and he wanted to get involved. Yang Zhulong is different from Lu Biao. Lu Biao came to Jingzhou alone and had to rely entirely on the strength of the family. But Yang Sherlang is not like this. He has his own team, including Han Shizhong, Pan Mei, Wu Jie, Yang Yanhao and others. His control over Jingzhou was higher than that of Lu Biao. Jing'an, which took Lu Biao a long time to pacify, was quickly suppressed by Yang Sherlang. Sun Jian, the tiger of Jiangdong, and the 4 generals of Jiangdong were all driven away by him. With Jingzhou, you can wait for changes in the Central Plains. And now is when the changes begin. Zimu, the Muchu of Yenzhou, is preparing food and grass to attack Yuzhou. He must be fully prepared. Ming Dong still needs to wait for a better time. A young counselor stopped Yang Zhulong. There is no need to say anything, Yuanji. I should be careful during this northern expedition. Bashu and Jiangdong have no time to take care of Jingzhou, which is the opportunity to occupy Nanyang. If Yazumu is defeated, I can still use it for my use. Yang Sherlang not only coveted Nanyang, but also coveted the generals of the Tang dynasty. After this group of princes returned to the main world, one became more ruthless than the other and took advantage of each other. It's just that I'm afraid it won't go that smoothly. The young Su Yuanji was not optimistic about the northern expedition to the Central Plains. Can Yuanji come with me to Nanyang and see the soldiers in the Central Plains? Yang Sherlang decided to take Su Shu with him. At this time, Su Shu was still a disciple from a humble family who had just fled to Jingzhou. In terms of age, Su Shu is older than Zhuge Liang. As a native of Yingchuan, Su Shu was somewhat tempted by the idea of marching to Yingchuan. I would like to go with Duke Ming. Okay, with Yuan Ji as a military advisor. Maybe we can stop Chu Zimu. Yang Sherlang didn't dare to say that he could defeat Chu Tian. He thought that if he combined the troops of Jingzhou and Yuzhou to just block Chu Tian, it wouldn't be a problem. The other princes would never sit back and watch Chu Tian annex Yuzhou. Every foreign prince has an understanding of the 3 kingdoms. Chu Tian is an enhanced version of Cao Cao. He owns the most fertile land in the Han Empire. Let Chu Tian dominate the Central Plains. You can imagine the consequences. I'm going to use the God's arm bow this time. The governors of Jingnan are no match for us. I hope we can meet decent opponents when we get to the Central Plains. When generals such as Han Shizhong, Wu Jie, and Pan Mei heard that their lord planned to enter Nanyang and intervene in the Central Plains, they all geared up. During their service for Yang Sherlang, they wiped out the separatist forces in various parts of Jingzhou and unified Jingzhou. Their military exploits were so great that the local Jingzhou families were afraid of their reputation. The only thing that can make an aristocratic family surrender is military merit. So there is a saying that high merit shakes the master. Lu Yu, who came from a noble family in Jianzhou, even overthrew the Jin dynasty and became emperor with his military exploits. The Jingzhou army began to gather in Xiangyang, and their goal was Xinya, and then Wancheng. The spies deployed by Chu Tian in Xiangyang quickly reported the movements of the Jingzhou army to Xiacheng. I didn't expect that Jingzhou also wanted to interfere in the affairs of the Central Plains. Chu Tian was somewhat surprised when he learned the news. although Nanyang County belongs to Jingzhou. In the eyes of Chu Tian and other players, Nanyang County is also part of the Central Plains in the narrow sense. The Central Plains in the broad sense refers to the entire China, and the Central Plains in the narrow sense refers to Hunan. Is Zheng Zhilong in Huang County? Jingzhou now? Let him return to Xiachen to see me. Chu Tian recalled Zheng Zhilong from the Fubo Legion. The Fubo Legion had no sense of presence, but Chu Tian had to prepare for the future. Chapter 439 Qianlu Battlefield. In Liaodong, banners are hunting. Powerful Liaodong legions gather. Liaodong cavalry is like clouds, and heavy infantry is like rain. Although Mingwan still holds the title of Liaodong governor, his strength is not far behind that of Zhou Mu. Liaodong is really too big in, Lord, if you include the Xianbei tribe, Fuyu tribe, and Goguryeo tribe. It has millions of square kilometers. Even the territory actually controlled by Mingwan currently covers millions of square kilometers. Threats come from many tribes and small lords in the north, as well as the kingdom of Goryeo. Who can pacify the many tribes in the north? Mingwan looked around at the generals. After many princes returned to the main world, they began to expand non-stop, racing against time. If you are one step behind others, you will be hampered everywhere. The general is willing to go and conquer the northern tribes. Li Chengyang took the initiative to ask for a fight. You, Zhu Dasho and others will command 100,000 soldiers and horses to attack various tribes. The rest of the generals will follow me in the southern expedition to Goryeo to completely eradicate this serious threat. Mingwan has been angered by Cui Zishan of the Goryeo kingdom. In anger, he devoted all the troops of Liaodong to attack the Goryeo kingdom and provoke a national war in the main world. It is crazy enough to launch a war of annihilation with only the troops in a part of the empire. And only a huge empire like the Han Empire can do it. In the southern part of Goryeo, the first Lord Cui Zishan returned to Goryeo and immediately attacked the second Lord Li Minqiu. Li Minqiu was defeated in 4 battles, leaving only a few cities. How dare Mingwan of the Han Empire invade the kingdom of Goryeo? Li Chenggui, I will allocate you 50,000 troops to break through the city within 3 months and capture Li Minqiu alive. Otherwise we will come to see him. Cui Zishan left Li Chenggui, the first archer general of Goryeo kingdom, to besiege the last few cities, and then personally commanded the army to return to the northern part of Goryeo kingdom to block the offensive of the Han Empire. Cui Zishan mobilized all the players in Goryeo and used their resistance to quickly expand his army. At the same time, the civilians of Goryeo were also incited. As a result, Cui Zishan received a response from hundreds of thousands of rebels. If a large civilization wants to conquer and assimilate a small civilization, it needs to pay a considerable price. The peninsula where the Goryeo kingdom is located was ravaged many times, but finally survived, which shows the high cost of ruling here. Cui Zishan was familiar with Chinese military tactics. Facing the Liaodong army coming across the Changbai Mountains, he cleared the countryside and fortified the walls, used the rebels to attack the Han army's food roads, and only defended the city. The last general Zheng Zhilong paid homage to the Lord. I wonder why the Lord recalled the last general. Zheng Zhilong was running a port in Qinzhou and was suddenly recalled by Chu Tian. So he used the teleportation array to immediately come to Xia City. How is the gold mining situation in Jiaodong? A total of 7 gold mines have been discovered, of which 4 are gold mines above level 5. The Lord's Mansion has organized tens of thousands of miners and refugees to come to mine. The final general's duty is only to send soldiers to maintain order in the mining sites and clear out nearby bandits. The discovery of the Jiaodong gold mine provided Chu Tian forces with a large amount of gold, and Chu Tian had enough gold to buy war horses. I plan to expand the Fubo Legion to 50,000 people. Not only that, I will also recruit Suzhou archers and Zheng Jiajun. The shipyard will produce 400 material warships for the Fubo Legion. In addition, Weihaiwei will be established. Train the Navy in Qinzhou, especially to improve the average level of Navy soldiers and sailors. Chu Tian revealed his plan to expand the Navy. Compared with the huge infantry and cavalry owned by Chu Tian, the Fubo Legion has a low presence. And now it has finally begun to expand. Not only ordinary soldiers were recruited, but also Zhu Sheng's special unit, 5,000 Suzhou archers, and Zheng Zhilong's special unit, 30,000 Zheng family troops. Zheng Zhilong's eyes changed. He knew that Chu Tian would not expand the Fubo army's establishment for no reason, and also set up Weihai guards in Qinzhou. The expansion of the Fubo Legion shows that there is only one possibility. That is, Chu Tian will soon use the Fubo Legion. The Koryo Kingdom has an important island located between our Han Empire and Japan. And that is Jeju Island. Jeju Island is also a place suitable for raising horses. The Liaodong Governor Mingwan's crusade against the Koryo Kingdom is a good opportunity to capture Jeju Island. Chu Tian's strategy was no longer limited to the Central Plains. When he learned that the Liaodong army had declared war on Korea, he also planned to intervene in the battlefield of Korea. He had no extra infantry and cavalry to send to the battlefield of Koryo, so he could only use the Fubo army, which was currently idle, to occupy a large island in Koryo. Zheng Jilong asked, "Why not directly attack the Korean peninsula? If we send troops to occupy the cities on the land of Koryo, they will only become the possessions of the Liaodong army. Capturing Jeju Island is different. If we capture Jeju Island, the Liaodong cavalry at Mingwan will not be able to cross the sea. Furthermore, after occupying Jeju Island, can be used as a springboard to attack Japan. Why not? I will finally understand." Zheng Jilong got Chu Tian's plan. So he went to Chu County to supervise the construction of 200 warships with 400 materials. The 400 material warship is a naval warship of the Ming dynasty. It can accommodate 100 people and is used for maritime operations. The only drawback is that due to the limitations of firearms, naval combat methods are limited to fire attacks, collisions, boarding battles, etc. Chu Tian also felt a little distressed when he invested a large amount of gold and silver at one time to build 200 warships made of 400 materials. Fubo Legion also had another purpose, which Chu Tian did not explain to Zheng Jilong. If Mingwan occupies the Kingdom of Korea, Chu Tian can also use the Fubo army to invade the Kingdom of Korea, or attack southern Liaoning, causing trouble to Mingwan, who may become an enemy. All generals and counselors have gone to the front line of Yuzhou, and all troops and horses are ready. With such a large-scale mobilization of troops and horses, it was impossible to hide their whereabouts. So Chu Tian simply attacked Yuzhou openly. Everyone judged Chu Tian's strategic intention. This is a conspiracy. But Yuzhou's talk about the Tang dynasty seems a bit weak. Chu Tian's only worry was the threat from Hebei. Jizhou and Yanzhou are really close. Once Xiaolong and Yuan Shao go south to attack Yanzhou, the defensive army in Dongjun may not be able to hold it. Huma's attitude in Bingzhou has always been ambiguous. Chu Tian sent many people to keep an eye on Xiaolong and Yuan Shao. He believed that sooner or later a conflict would break out between Xiaolong and Yuan Shao. As a lord dependent on Yuan Shao, Xiaolong has achieved great success and shocked the lord. But what puzzled Chu Tian was that Xiaolong kept a low profile after returning to the main world. All the princes are trying their best to expand and gain advantages, but Xiaolong is indifferent. Chu Tian couldn't see through how Xiaolong was going to resolve the conflict with Yuan Shao, so he had to keep an eye on what was going on in Jizhou. If there is any trouble, come and report to Chu Tian immediately. Xiaolong wanted to mobilize troops to go south, but he could not escape Chu Tian's ears and eyes. Just like Chu Tian mobilized 400,000 troops to attack Yuzhou and could not hide it from other princes. If there are only a few hundred or a few thousand soldiers and horses, you can still attack by surprise. If you mobilize more than 100,000 people, it is not feasible to deceive others. After secretly instigating Zheng Jilong to go to Chu County to supervise the construction of warships and recruit naval soldiers and sailors, Chu Tian ordered Su Sheng to be recalled from Hefei to train the navy with Zheng Jilong in Chu County. Chu Tian sent Li Dian, Lu Qian, and others to replace Su Sheng and guard Hefei together with Zhang Ba and Sun Guan. After annexing Cao Cao's forces, Chu Tian had many second and third-rate generals, and could send more generals to guard Huainan. It's time for us to head to Chenlu. With the Ganjiang sword hanging on his waist, Chu Tian went out for battle again, this time to capture Yuzhou with a thunderous force. Generally speaking, Chu Tian is not willing to turn a war into a protracted war. Only a quick victory can achieve the maximum results at the minimum cost. Xiao Liang changed into a suit of iron armor, specially put on an iron gauntlet, and hung a sword on his waist. After a while, he was out of breath. Although her attire was refreshing to Chu Tian, in the end Chu Tian still took off all her armor. With a strength of only 20, she is not suitable for wearing iron armor at all. And as a commander, she does not need to charge into battle. Just wear leather armor or light armor. Li Xiaoning, Joan of Arc, Artoria, Mu Guiying, Liang Hongyu, Dian Wei, Taisher Ci, Shui Wanche, Hua Xiong, Yu Qigong, and other generals of the Guards Corps, as well as the famous 4 tigers of the Northern Army Mi Fang and Wu Anhua, Lu Kuang, and Xingderong have all been waiting outside the Lord's mansion for a long time. The generals of the Guards Corps come from a variety of sources, and Chu Tian only chose them based on their talents. So he has not redivided the Corps for the time being. My husband and my sister. We must be careful. Hua Mulan was not able to participate in the war yet, so she had to stay in the Lord's mansion. We will pacify Yuzhou before the child is born. Chu Tian owed something to Hua Mulan, and couldn't help but feel ashamed. The princes from all walks of life have already begun to take action, and Chu Tian cannot care about the love between his children. In the past, Chu Tian took Hua Mulan to fight while Xiao Liang stayed at home. But now it's almost the other way around. Xiao Liang said a few words in Hua Mulan's ear in an inaudible voice. Hua Mulan's pretty face became hot, and she nodded repeatedly. Li Xiaoning's hand is on the handle of the knife. Joan of Arc holds the holy flag. Artoria holds the sword. Mu Guiying holds the gun. Dian Wei stands like an iron tower. Taisher Ci carries a double halberd, and Hua Xiong carries a giant axe. Yu Qigong is holding an iron whip. Chu Tian used the largest lineup to bulldoze a state in one go. All generals knew that there would be a big battle next. What did you just say to Mulan? Chu Tian asked Xiao Liang intentionally or unintentionally. After she gives birth to the child, we will come together to serve you. Dot. Chu Tian was speechless and commanded many generals to go to Yuzhou. This group of generals headed towards the teleportation array in Xia City, causing many people to exclaim. The lineup of generals sent by Chu Tian was extremely spectacular, and even if Chu Tian wanted to conceal it, he couldn't, not to mention others. Joan of Arc alone can cause quite a stir. A blonde female military general, coupled with a holy flag with an iris pattern on it, can be said to be very ostentatious in Xia City. Joan of Arc did not care about the opinions of those around her. Could that female general be the legendary hero King Arthur of England? It is said that the lord who won the legendary hero of England during the National War was Chu Zimu. The legendary heroes of England and France are all here in Chu Zimu. The English and French people are probably going to be furious. Many players living in Xia City were well informed, after they discovered that there was an extra foreign military general in Chu Qian's military generals lineup. They quickly determined the identity of the other general. The black-faced Yu Qiong was blocked by a player. He snorted rudely, and the player quickly stepped back. As a fierce general, Yu Qigong's momentum is not comparable to ordinary people. Ordinary players can't help but be afraid when they encounter Yu Qigong. Taisher Ci carries two short halberds behind his back. He is also full of momentum, and looks like a fierce general. Not to mention Hua Xiong. All the players couldn't help but feel timid when they saw the giant axe he was carrying. Unless there is General Pan Feng, Hua Xiong is unbeatable. In addition to this group of fierce generals, Chu Tian also has a group of guards composed of ordinary generals at silver, gold, and platinum levels. With such a group of elite soldiers and generals protecting him, even if Lu Bu stopped in front, he would still be beaten and run away. Chu Tian and his party arrived at the teleportation array in Xia City. The scene in front of them changed, and they arrived at Chenlu. Lord Lu Yi, who came to Chenlu battlefield in advance, led the generals to greet him. Generals such as Chen Qingji, Xuerengui and Zhao Yun of the White Robe Legion, Xia Hoyuan and Su Rong of the Speedy Legion, Yang Yi and Zhang Liao of the Invincible Legion, and Lu Jin of the Offensive Legion have all arrived. Military advisors Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Sun Yu and Chao Jiui were also there. As soon as Chu Tian came to Chenlu, he asked directly, "Who is defending on the opposite side of Yuzhou?" Guozi. It's Guozi again. He is a difficult commander. Now he is probably growing up. Chu Tian was worried that it would be bad if Guozi grew up to be an emperor-level commander, or close to an emperor-level commander. The national war lasted for 6 months, and Tang's army should have regained its strength and morale. In Lords, even for the 6th and 7th level troops, the recruitment period is only 2 months, and the 4 months of training can be almost used. Yingchuan County is a flat river. Only the city is difficult to attack. Prepare the siege equipment and then go south. Who can be the vanguard? Chu Tian looked around at the generals. The 4 tigers of the northern army said, "We will be the vanguard." Dot! Chu Tian shook his head. The 4 of them are my trump cards. How can they be the vanguard? At this time, Xuerengui and Zhao Yun asked for orders. The White Robe Legion, please be the vanguard. Chen Qingji observed what was happening and knew that he wanted to give the 4 tigers of the northern army a step down. So he said, "In the past, the white robes were the vanguard. So just follow the convention." The 4 tigers of the Northern Army are fierce generals, who can turn the tide at critical moments. So they are not suitable to be the vanguard. Then as usual in this battle, the white robes will be the vanguard. Chu Tian nodded to Chen Qingji with satisfaction. Chen Qingji followed Emperor Wu of Liang, and he still had the ability to observe words and emotions to some extent. For military generals, having a little political ability actually has great benefits. It is easier to be reused, and it is easier to protect oneself wisely. The end of Han Xian. Bai Qi, Yu Fei and others was not very good. While Wang Jian, Han Shizhong and others all died well. While Chu Tian went to participate in the national war, Xiao Liang had already supplemented the cavalry of the White Robe Legion to 25,000. This time we go into battle. We must make great achievements. Chen Qingji, Shuai Gui, and Zhao Yun joined forces again, and 25,000 white horses and white robe cavalry went south. In a mighty manner. White-robed hunters. The last general also wants to be the vanguard. Yu Qiong couldn't wait. No need to rush. Chu Tian thought that Yu Qigong might have a chance to fight Qin Xiong. All armies move out of camp. Chapter 440 Biography of the Assassin. In Yeqing, Yuan Shao summoned Zhao Long, Liu Bei, and Tian Qi to discuss the matter. These princes are all dependent on Yuan Shao, and each has his or her own agenda. Yuan Shao, the 4th generation and the 3rd prince, also had the ambition to conquer the Central Plains. As soon as Chu Tian came back, he launched a massive attack on Yuzhou, which aroused Yuan Shao's concern. At the suggestion of military advisor Su Yu, Yuan Shao summoned all the princes and subordinates to discuss going south to attack Yinzhou. In Su Yu's opinion, this is the best time to attack Yinzhou. Su Yu is also a strategist with a vicious vision. He is still far from a top strategist, but he is enough for Yuan Shao. At least what Su Yu did now caused Chu Tian a lot of trouble. Yuan Shao joins forces with Zhao Long, Liu Bei, and Tian Qi to go south. Yinzhou will be threatened, and Chu Tian's offensive against Yuzhou will come to an abrupt end. Yuan Shao agreed with Su Yu's proposal. So he gathered all the forces in Jizhou and prepared to go south to attack Chu Tian with Yuzhou and Jingzhou troops. My lord attacked Puyang. Zhao Long attacked Beima. Xuanda and Tianqi attacked Gaoeng. The 3 armies crossed the river and divided their troops to advance side by side, so that Chu Zimu could not look at each other, and the situation was sure to be overwhelming. In less than a year and a half, Chu Zimu would be sure to win. Defeat. Su Yu talked about the attack on Yinzhou at the banquet. If Chu Tian were present, he would definitely have trouble sleeping and eating. Su Yu's 3-pronged strategic plan poses a great threat to Chu Tian. Along the way to Yuan Shao were Yen Liang, Wen Chou, Zhang He, Gao Lan, Zhu Yi, Hu Lu Mingyu and King Lanling. Along the way to Zhao Long were Sui dynasty commanders Yang Su, Han Qinhu, Shi Wan Sui and others. Liu Bei was with Tian Qi, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Ashina Shir, Wu Han, Tian Dan, Sun Bin and others. Jizhou's 300,000-strong army marched south, and Chu Tian needed a comprehensive defense to hold it. What do you think? The military advisor? Liu Bei asked in a low voice to Chen Shi, the military advisor beside him. Chen Shi replied, as Su Yu said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attack Yinzhou. If we miss this opportunity, we may not have another chance to capture Yinzhou. Liu Bei asked Chen Shi again, do we need to follow Yuan Binchu's arrangements? At this time, Zhang Fei, who was sitting next to Liu Bei, couldn't hold back. My eldest brother is still a Yuzhou Mu, which is almost the same as Yuan's Jizhou Mu. Why do you need to obey his orders? Whatever eldest brother wants to do, then do it. Third brother. No. Zhang Fei's 2 sentences immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yuan Shao's face was not so pretty. Zhang Fei said impatiently, if you want to fight, then fight. Zhang Ida will accompany you. If you don't want to fight, don't fight. I'll go back and wash up and go to bed. Yuan Shao had seen Zhang Fei's ferocity on the battlefield of the national war, and he no longer dared to say that Zhang Fei was an ordinary infantry archer. Ida is calm and patient. If you have no objection, then we will recruit 300,000 Jizhou troops to attack Yinzhou. My lord. No. Zhao Long did not agree with Yuan Shao's approach. As the largest force attached to Yuan Shao, Zhao Long had the strength to almost compete with Yuan Shao. He expressed his opinions, and people who were close to him, such as Tian Feng, Zhu Shou, and even Shen Pei, Guo Tu, etc., Sideways glance. Yuan Shao had just been contradicted by Zheng Fei. And now Xiao Long was angry again. He held back the anger that was about to explode and pretended to be calm. Why? Xiao Long replied. Bingzhou Muhuma was defeated by us in the last battle in Yuzhou. And he is unwilling to accept it. Once Jizhou's 300,000 troops go south, he will definitely attack Jizhou. In this way, all Jizhou will be owned by Bingzhou Mu. Su Yu was well prepared. I have asked someone to write a letter to herding Hu horses in Bingzhou, stating the interests in the letter. He has promised that we will not attack Jizhou, and our army can attack Yanzhou with confidence. Soldiers are deceitful. In order to capture Jizhou, Huma deliberately allowed us to go south to attack Yanzhou. Once we gather all our troops and go south, we will be fooled. Huma must not know the meaning of death and coldness of lips and teeth. What benefit does Chu Zi seek to grow stronger? Huma annexes Jizhou and will have the three major states of Bingzhou, Jizhou, and Yuo. He will have the ability to compete with Chu Zimu. He will not miss this opportunity. The Lord went south with the strength of a state, but he is already a withered bone in the grave. Xiao Long and Su Yu quarreled in front of everyone and involved Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao couldn't help but became furious. He drew his sword and pointed it at Xiao Long. The fourth and third son of the Yuan family, are just some withered bones in the grave. Could it be that I am bullying? I don't dare to kill you. Xiao Long looked pale. Han Qinhu and Shi Wansui quickly stood up, holding weapons to protect Xiao Long. Yin Liang and Wen Chou protected Yuan Shao. Everyone present felt uneasy about the sudden turn of events and tried to dissuade him. Xiao Long on Gao Shenju. Everyone had already vaguely felt that the conflict between the two sides would break out sooner or later. And now, it's on the verge of an explosion. Yuan Shao already had murderous intentions towards Xiao Long, just like he did when he killed Zhu Yi in history. However, Xiao Long, who knew the trends of the late Han dynasty and had a group of capable generals, was not as easy to mess with as Zhu Yi. He had the qualifications to challenge Yuan Shao. Liu Bei wanted to get up to break up the fight, but was restrained by military advisor Chen Shi. My lord, let's see how they resolve this matter. This may be our chance. Guan Yu stroked his long, supple beard and whispered to Liu Bei. What the military advisor said is absolutely true. In my opinion, it is better to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Zhang Fei said. Me too. Liu Bei listened to the advice of several close associates and did not get up. Over there, Jizhou's counselors had already gone up to dissuade the two people who were at war with each other. Zhou quickly smoothed things over. General Xiao Long, my lord is just angry for a moment, and does not mean to offend. General, please don't misunderstand, the judge said to Yuan Shao. My lord, please take back the weapon. Weapons can be used against enemies, but how can they be used against friends? Yuan Shao realized that he was indeed impulsive, so he put away his weapons. But he did not let go of his heirs as the fourth generation and the third prince, and took the initiative to show weakness to Xiao Long. Xiao Long was disheartened. Xiao Long, laid down the current territory for your lord. All for your lord's consideration. But to be treated like this is really unfair. After Xiao Long finished speaking, he threw his sword on the ground and led Han Qinhu and Shi Wansui away angrily. Everyone present, except Liu Bei and Tian Qi who were watching, the other generals and counselors in Yuan Shao's camp couldn't help but feel chilled. Judging from the reasons for the outbreak of this conflict, Yuan Shao's actions did hurt many generals and counselors. Xiao Long was the biggest contributor to helping Yuan Shao win the Battle of Jilu and the Battle of Yuzhou, but he was pointed at by his own lord with a sword. So one day, when Yuan Shao ascends to a higher position, how will he deal with other heroes? Even Su Yu couldn't help being surprised, and he didn't know what to do. Yuan Shao took back the sword, and he couldn't help but regret what he did. Everyone who stayed at the banquet had no intention of swallowing, so the banquet ended in a hurry. Sun Bin, who had been observing this conflict, his eyes flickered. Thoughtfully, military advisor, is there something wrong? Tianqi noticed that Sun Bin looked a little strange, as if he had discovered something. Sun Bin nodded and shook his head. Maybe it's my misunderstanding. Another big thing happened at night in Yicheng. At night, assassins attacked the residence where Xiao Long was staying. Shi Wansui and Han Qinhu killed several assassins in a row, but Xiao Long was stabbed. Frightened, Xiao Long led his men to set fire to the west gate of Yu City and fled in panic back to Handan. The state of Zhao he managed. This incident caused an uproar in Yicheng. After Yuan Shao and Xiao Long had a dispute, Xiao Long was assassinated that night and was almost killed. The assassins who died on the spot were soldiers in Yuan Shao's legion. And there was also a general. Yuan Shao's nephew Gao gone. Now all the counselors and generals in Yuan Shao's camp were restless. All signs pointed to Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao set people to attack Xiao Long and stabbed Xiao Long. Xiao Long was frightened and fled Yicheng overnight. Liu Bei and Tian Qi were deeply disturbed by this incident and suspected that Yuan Shao intended to eradicate the princes who relied on him. So they left without saying goodbye and returned to the Bohai Sea and the plains. Yuan Shao's reputation was completely ruined. The cunning rabbit dies, and the lackeys cook it, the birds disappear, and the good bough is hidden. The enemy's country is destroyed. And the advisors are dead. Yuan Hao. Did we misjudge the person at the beginning? I originally thought that Yuan Binshu was the fourth and third prince. But he turned out to be vengeful and killed the hero. Although Xiao Long's meritorious service shocked the Lord. If he was killed that night, the end would be too bleak. Maybe Yuan Binshu just has a false reputation. Where do we go from here? Tian Feng and Zhu Shou had a discussion. With such things happening inside Jizhou, they had no time to think about how to attack Yanzhou. Not only did Tian Feng and Zhu Shou lose their confidence, but even Su Yu, Shen Pei, Gua Tu, Feng Ji, Zhang He, Zhu Ling and others were shaken. What was even more fatal was the loyalty of the generals, Hu Lu Mingyu and Lan Ling King, who had defected to Yuan Shao. The degree is declining. In Handan City, Xiao Long fled back to the territory he controlled, and doctors immediately treated him. When all the soldiers in Handan heard that Yuan Shao pointed his sword at Xiao Long at the banquet and sent assassins to kill Xiao Long, they were furious and took the initiative to come to the Lord's mansion to ask for orders to raise troops to attack Yuan Shao. Tens of thousands of soldiers surrounded the Lord's mansion. They were not dissatisfied with Xiao Long, but with Yuan Shao, and asked Xiao Long to replace Yuan Shao. This is the same as the Qinqiao mutiny and the Yellow Robe. Let me go in and persuade the Lord. Yang Su, the first commander-in-chief and first counselor under Xiao Long, came to visit the patient, and all the soldiers in Handan made way for Yang Su. My lord is willing to get hurt for the sake of great cause. I will always admire him. Yang Su admires Xiao Long. This sword almost killed me. I am worthy of being one of the 4 great assassins of the Warring States period. Now I have officially launched an army to attack Yuan Shao. Xiao Long's original fearful eyes disappeared and were replaced by sharp eyes. Yang Su said, "What the people want." Yuan Shao's further explanation will be useless. Liu Bei and Tian Qi left without saying goodbye, which made everyone in Jizhou alienate Yuan Shao. The time is ripe. As long as the Lord raises righteous troops and attacks without justice, it won't take more than a month. Jizhou can change its owner. We can't take it lightly yet. Liu Bei and Tian Qi have no excuse to intervene in the dispute between me and Yuan Shao. Before they find an excuse, we must break through the fortified city of Yi as soon as possible. There is also Huma in Bingzhou. He can send troops very quickly and must before he reacts. Fortunately, I have made arrangements. Although Huma has Li Mu and Lianpe, they are not resourceful enough to be worried. After replacing Yuan Shao, how should we deal with him? House arrest is sufficient to show my great tolerance. My lord is wise. I still need you to go south to fight for the Central Plains for me. If you don't take advantage of Chu Zimu's inability to intervene in Hebei, replace Yuan Shao as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will definitely go south to attack Yanzhou. This time, I got an advantage from Chu Zimu. The next day, surrounded by Handan soldiers, the injured Xiao Long announced Yuan Shao's crimes, accusing Yuan Shao of attacking the Luoyang Palace, forcing Han Fu, the shepherd of Jizhou, to retreat without knowing the cause of Han Fu's death, and assassinating the hero. He also raised an army to attack Yuan Shao. The 50,000-strong army marched quickly towards Yicheng, with great momentum all the way. Xiao Long stood on the moral high ground, while Yuan Shao, who was unable to defend himself, seemed powerless. The army he sent unexpectedly surrendered without a fight when encountering Xiao Long's righteous army. Generals Zhu Yi and Zhang He considered that they might also have some problems due to their high achievements. On the day when the leader was killed, he directly surrendered to Xiao Long. Xiao Long's army quickly expanded from 50,000 to 100,000 and 150,000. And they came to Yi City? Liu Bei heard that Xiao Long had raised an army to replace Yuan Shao. This was his opportunity. But Liu Bei was unable to intervene. Xiao Long is now the righteous party in the eyes of everyone in Jizhou. If Liu Bei supports Yuan Shao, his reputation will plummet. Supporting Xiao Long is just the icing on the cake, and has limited benefits to Liu Bei. When Qin Shi heard about this, he could only sigh. I didn't expect Yuan Shao to make such a stupid move. He knew the serious consequences of assassinating a prestigious figure. Historically, Cao Cao killed Bian Rang, which caused Qin Gong and a group of Yanzhou aristocratic families to betray him and almost become homeless. And now Xiao Long is a celebrity in Jizhou because he has been operating in Jizhou for several years. Has made friends with Tian Feng, Just Ho, Shapei and others, and has numerous military exploits. Yuan Shao just drew his sword at the banquet and instead sent people to assassinate Xiao Long. The person in charge was his nephew Gao Gan. Yuan Shao could no longer defend himself. Military advisor. Xiao Long wants to replace Yuan Shao. What should we do? Liu Bei hesitated. He helped Yuan Shao and fell into injustice. He helped Xiao Long and became Xiao Long's vassal. Eliminating Xiao Long and Yuan Shao at the same time would not only be unfair, but also might not be able to defeat Xiao Long, who had already annexed many of Yuan Shao's tribes. It can be said that the situation is too favorable to Xiao Long. Benevolence and righteousness became the biggest obstacle to Liu Bei's decision. Disaster. Qin Shi had no choice. Now that Liu Bei is in trouble, he cannot recruit Yuan Shao's troops. Under Yuan Shao in Jizhou, the most influential person is Xiao Long. Xiao Long has been active in Yuan Shao's influence for several years, while Liu Bei is just a vassal who only defected to Yuan Shao not long ago. His interpersonal relationships have not been established yet, and not many people are convinced. In Pingyuan, the divine fortune teller's son Bin learned that Xiao Long had rebelled against Yuan Shao, and he couldn't help but shake his head when he thought that the illusion he had made that day had come true. Even if it was possible, he couldn't provide any evidence. Moreover, Sun Bin also knew that it would be thankless if Tianqi ended up. The only ones with the ability to intervene in the dispute in Jizhou are Hu Ma from Bingzhou and Chu Tian from Yanzhou. Mobilize troops and horses immediately to avenge Yuzhou. Hu Ma learned that Xiao Long was sending troops from Handan to attack Yuan Shao, and he had a premonition that the opportunity to annex Jizhou was coming. Based on the strength of Yu City, Hu Ma judged that Xiao Long would not be able to capture it in just a few months. Generals Li Mu, Lianpa, Zhou Dui, and Zhao Kui gathered 200,000 troops and marched towards Jizhou. Chapter 441 Achievement. Sword of Love. Nanyang County, Huacheng, and Jingzhou's army stretched for dozens of miles. Yang Yanxiao was the vanguard, and was welcomed into the city by the Yuzhou army of the Tang dynasty. A civil servant said to Yang Yanxiao, I am waiting for reinforcements in this city under the orders of my lord, Wei Zheng. Yang Yanxiao dismounted. Time is running out, and we only have time to mobilize an army of 150,000 people. 150,000 is already a lot. Wei Zheng couldn't help but sigh when he thought that all the princes were busy dealing with their enemies and trying to pass the blame. Only Jingzhou actually sent a large army. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Legions such as Han Shizhong, Wu Jie, and Pan Mei also arrived one after another. Besides us, are there any other reinforcements? Yang Shirlang was a little surprised when he saw that Tang Dynasty General Wei Zheng was sent to Wancheng. Wei Zheng replied, Wancheng sent General Zhou Bo to lead 30,000 troops out of Wuguan, and will soon resist Nanyang. Zhou Bo, if he doesn't send Lu Bu and Wang Jian here, how can he be Chu Zimu's opponent? Yang Shirlang frowned. He thought that Zhejiang Lao Qin would dispatch generals at the level of Lu Bu and Wang Jian as reinforcements. Although Zhou Bo is good, he cannot be Chu Tian's opponent. Wei Zheng was quite helpless about this. This is exactly what I am worried about. Please also ask the governor of Nanjun to go to the rescue as soon as possible. Yang Zhulang hesitated. Didn't Zhejiang Lao Qin ask him to plot against Chu Zi? We will march together when Zhou Bo arrives. Before that, move all the population of Nanyang County to Wancheng or Xinye. Yang Zhulang believed that Zhou Bo must be brought with him, and at the same time, he frantically snatched the population of Nanyang County. The soil in the Nanyang Basin is fertile, and can support a large population. This is also one of the purposes of Yang Shirlang's northern expedition. If 1 million people could be robbed and brought to Xiangyang, then the northern expedition would be worthwhile. Wei Zheng noticed Yang Zhulang's intention. Although he was unhappy in his heart, he did not expose Yang Zhulang's approach. He also had to rely on Yang Zhulang's reinforcements to relieve the siege. As for whether Yang Zhulang is reliable, that's another story. Yang Shirlang was delayed in Wancheng for a while. Zhou Bo led 30,000 Guanzhong troops out of Wuguan and returned to Wancheng with the Jingzhou army to compete in the Central Plains. Among Zhou Bo's army, there is also a heavy infantry equipped with war horses, clad in razor-sharp armor, like an unsheathed sword. Yang Zhuang's pupil shrank. Gao Shan! Kill! The mighty white-robed legions are roaming across Jinlu County and Yingchuan County in Yima Pingchuan. The Yuzhou army has no danger to defend. Weishi, Fugo, and Yinling counties were all captured by the white-robe army, and their power was overwhelming. Chu Tian's military units focused on cavalry, which was unique among the Central Plains princes, who did not have many war horses. The main reason is that Chu Tian has a strong foundation, has gold mines to buy horses, and obtains horses through national wars and other channels, which leads to the cavalry becoming the main force. Guizi knew that his number of horses was far inferior to that of Chu Tian, so he did not choose to fight Chu Tian on the plain terrain, and did not dare to fight. Guizi camped on the outskirts of Su County, and had already seen the front of the white robe army. More than 20,000 war horses, all white horses in white robes, were galloping across the plains, and the sand and dust were billowing with no end in sight. Guizi and the defenders on the city wall couldn't help sweating when they saw the cloud-like white horse cavalry. It wouldn't matter if there were only a large number of war horses. The key point is that all the 20,000 war horses are white horses. Taking out so many white horses in one breath is even more exaggerated than the white horse General Gong Sun Zan. What a terrible cavalry! Even if Guizi has the ability to command troops and horses, he is powerless in the face of absolute strength. Hush! Zhao Yun reined in his horse, and his horse raised its hooves. The white-robed legion marched all the way south without any opponents. Shuai and Gui and Qin Qingji arrived from the rear and stood side by side. Behind them, the mighty white horses collectively slowed down and gradually stopped, creating a spectacular scene. There are commanders such as Qin Qingji, Shuai and Gui, and Zhao Yun, as well as more than 20,000 cavalry. Not to mention, now Qin Qingji's command value has reached 95. Even if he can command more than 20,000 cavalry by himself, it is more than enough. Waiting for the arrival of the offensive army, Qin Qingji thought for a while, and did not forcefully attack the city. Instead, he waited for the offensive legion that was best at attacking the city to arrive. The offensive legion has two siege-type generals, Lu Yi and Lu Jin, who are called Siege to Lu among Chu Tian's army. Lord, there is urgent news from Jizhou. Joan of Arc rode over with Mulan's war eagle on her shoulders. When marching in the wild, the communication system between players cannot be used, and information can only be transmitted through cavalry. Yuan Shao sent someone to assassinate Zhao Long? Chu Tian read the news from Yeqing's spies. The information delivered by War Eagle each time was only a small piece of paper. It was difficult for Chu Tian to judge the specific process. It was probably that Yuan Shao failed to assassinate Zhao Long and Zhao Long raised troops to besiege Yeqing. Yuan Shao will be replaced by Zhao Long. Zhao Long is really patient. He took advantage of my attack on Yuzhou before taking action. After Chu Tian read the note, he could only say that Zhao Long was also a smart man, and was waiting for Chu Tian to go to Yuzhou. If Chu Tian didn't attack Yuzhou, he wouldn't attack. According to Chu Tian's strategy, Tang Dynasty, which can threaten Yanzhou, Shuzhou, and Huainan at the same time, must be the first target to attack. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it, including Zhao Long. This is a conspiracy. Chu Tian cannot give up the opportunity to unify the Central Plains just to confront Zhao Long. Old Qin was attacking Liangzhou. Tong Ke was attacking Jiangdong. Zhao Long and Yuan Shao were fighting, and not many people were willing to support the Tang Dynasty. It can be said that Chu Tian is about to get his chance, and Zhao Long is also about to get his chance. How far is Zhao Long's Handan from Yeqing? The infantry march would arrive in less than a few days, so even if Chu Tian intervened, it would be too late. However, Chu Tian would not make Zhao Long feel better. Before he attacked Yuzhou, he already had some ideas. Order Zhou Yafa's defensive army to switch to the offensive, with Li Guang as deputy general and Du Ruhui as military advisor. Cross the Yellow River and attack the north bank. Liyang. Then hoard food and troops in Liyang to strengthen the city defense. Yes. Joan of Arc quickly wrote a note, which War Eagle sent to East County. Joan of Arc lived in the Eastern Han Dynasty for 2 years and learned basic Chinese. Although the name of the regiment of Zhou Yafu and others is defensive. In fact, with Li Guang, the offense is very stable, and Du Ruhui serves as the military advisor. Except for being crushed by the opponent's absolute superiority in force, Zhou Yafu will not be defeated. Of course, if Jizou's 300,000 troops attacked Zhou Yafu, Zhou Yafu would probably have no choice but to flee back to the south of the Yellow River. The Yellow River is the best line of defense. He ordered Zhou Yafu to conduct a defensive counterattack. After intervening in the battle for Jizhou, Chu Tian continued to attack Yuzhou. Whether Zhou Yafu can gain a foothold north of the Yellow River depends on Zhou Yafu's own ability. An infantry regiment. Chu Tian thought he could consume it. In addition to War Eagle's undetailed note, Chu Tian also asked Xiao Liang to draw up a detailed strategic arrangement for Zhou Yafu, who would be sent by the cavalry. Unlike the Song dynasty, which strictly stipulated what formations generals should use, Chu Tian did not interfere in tactics. The so-called generals were outside, and military orders were not obeyed. Chu Tian's order only told Zhou Yafu what strategic goals his army wanted to achieve, and what would happen if the strategic goals could not be achieved. The scout cavalry came back and reported. Ahead is Yanling, with a river and a swamp soaked by the overflowing river water. The white-robed army crossed the river, and there are basically no enemies. The intelligence that the War Eagle can provide is limited, and the specific terrain still needs to be explored by the scout cavalry. At that moment, use the War Eagle to explore the surroundings of the swamp, and send a cavalry scout to test it out. Chu Tian was very cautious when facing terrain like a swamp. The terrain in Lord is different from reality, and the terrain in ancient times is also different from modern times, because the Yellow River changes its course every once in a while, as do some rivers. Soon 2 War Eagles were hovering in the sky, and a centurion of Iron Eagle scouts crossed the river to conduct reconnaissance. A group of about 4,000 cavalrymen saw the War Eagle in the sky, and the 2 generals leading the group turned pale. The role of the War Eagle was revealed by Sun Bin in the Battle of Jinan. In addition, Chu Tian frequently used the War Eagle, so all the princes already knew the role of the Iron Eagle Scout's War Eagle. Once the War Eagle is discovered, it means that one's whereabouts have been exposed, especially for a cavalry of 4,000 people. Unless they are completely hidden in the mountains, forests and valleys, they can avoid the War Eagle sight. Let's go! 2 military generals left with 4,000 cavalry. My lord is truly wise and powerful, and the Yuzhou army has indeed set up an ambush in the swamp area. If we cross the river rashly, we will definitely be attacked halfway across the river. The Iron Eagle scout who went to the other side of the river came back and reported to Chu Tian, his eyes full of admiration. A big taboo among military strategists is to strike halfway across the river. It is said that Tang is also a capable person. Otherwise, he would not have replaced Yuan Shu and controlled Yuzhou. Lord, can we march now? The whole army. Just as Chu Tian was about to break camp, the famous emperor-level swordsman on his waist started to tremble. This is how the same thing. Lord, Xiao Liang exclaimed softly, and she found that her Mo Xie sword was also trembling. The 2 people stared at each other, not knowing what happened. Could it be that the top 10 famous swords have become spirits? Ding! You completed the S-level achievement mission Ganjiang Moi and gathered 2 swordsmiths, Ganjiang and Mo Xie. Ganjiang and Mo Xie obtained the bond characteristic Ganjiang Moi. When you recruited special talents, you recruited the holy swordsmith Oyezi. The probability increases. Ding! You have completed the S-level achievement mission Sword of Love, and the Ganjiang sword and Moi sword will gain special effects. Ding! The SSS level achievement mission Top 10 Famous Swords is open. Collect the top 10 famous swords to get special rewards. Chu Tian received a prompt from the system, asking him to temporarily stop ordering the march. While Chu Tian was participating in the national war, another swordsmith general came to join him, and was already working with Mo Xie to build weapons for Chu Tian. But there was no reminder about the achievement mission. And now, he suddenly completed the mission of General Moi, and also completed the S-level mission, Sword of Love. This S-level mission belongs to the treasure collection series of achievements. Chu Tian learned that the 2 swords had gained new effects, so he pulled out the Ganjiang sword with a slightly hot blade. Name, Ganjiang sword, one of the top 10 famous swords. Quality, Imperial level. Effect, attack power plus 12. Stabbing damage plus 12%. Slashing damage plus 12%. Blocking ability plus 12%. Has a burning effect on wounds, and the probability of the opponent's injury being aggravated is increased. Special effect Sword of Beloved. Couples holding both Ganjiang sword and Moi sword have a small probability of predicting danger when within a 10-meter radius. When Chu Tian saw the power of this sword, he couldn't believe it. It actually had the effect of predicting danger. although it is only a small probability. It is already very practical. Chu Tian's eyes were on the other side of the river, and he realized that there might be an ambush on the other side. It is said that Tang was really insidious, deliberately exposing an ambush, so that the Iron Eagle scouts, who went to investigate, could relax their vigilance and return to report to Chu Tian. There was nothing wrong with Chu Tian's order, but the Iron Eagle scouts were confused and mistakenly thought they were luring out the opponent's ambush, so they hurriedly ended the matter. Chu Tian also has other plans to deal with insidious people. Set up more pontoon bridges. Yinjia, Macedonian spearmen, and Jianyan crossbowmen will take the lead in crossing the river. I'll see if their ambush can break through the defenses of these troops. Tianwei, take my handsome flag and pretend that I have crossed the river. Since the opponent set up an ambush in the swamp area and concealed the information of the Iron Eagle scouts, the number of soldiers in the ambush must be small, and they are most likely cavalry, using the flat land between the swamps to conduct the assault. As you command? Dian Wei held the heavy flag with one hand and followed Lui, Joan of Arc, Liang Hongyu, and their troops across the river. Dian Wei is really a fierce man. Hua Xiong, you also go to fight. Chu Tian sent an additional Hua Xiong as a backup. The handsome flag is extremely heavy, but Dian Wei can lift it with one hand, as steady as a mountain. Yin Jia and Jian Yan's crossbowmen were the first to cross the river, and Yin Jia was still pushing the carriage. Even if the opponent suddenly came out, Yin Jia could set up a moon-quenching formation similar to Lu Yu's to prevent being overrun by the opponent's cavalry. In the mountains and forests near the swamp, two commanders of the Xuanjia army, Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin, were squatting on guard. The two military generals, who took the initiative to expose their whereabouts not long ago, were He Yi and Lu Pai. The Yellow Turban army generals were just bait. Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin are the real main players. The poor man said that Tang only exchanged 200 Xuanjia army for 2 people. Not 200 Xuanjia army for each person, but 200 in total. In other words, each person only had 100 Xuanjia army cavalry. This is different from Chu Tian directly exchanging 400 black armor cavalry for Yu Qigong alone. It can be said that the generals who follow Chu Tian are treated well. Basically, every general with a special unit can recruit high-level units. Relatively speaking, Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin's conditions were more difficult. They could only use 200 Xuanjia army cavalry and 800 high-level cavalry from Tang Dynasty Jiangxia King Li Daozong to ambush. If they can use 1,000 high-level cavalry to attack Chu Tian and kill Chu Tian, they can become famous in one battle. A surprise attack to kill the most powerful princes of the Eastern Han Dynasty would shock the Eastern Han Dynasty. This is equivalent to the Battle of Gaoyu City, where the Mongol Khan monk was killed and the Mongolian army retreated. It is also equivalent to the Japanese Warring States period. Oda Nobunaga used a surprise attack team of 2,000 people to use the cover of heavy rain to attack 10 times the force. The main formation of his own daimyo Imagawa Yoshimoto killed Imagawa Yoshimoto. However, the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. The most important thing for a successful surprise attack is luck. The opponent's flag has crossed the river. The 1,000 cavalrymen who were in ambush saw the handsome flag symbolizing Chu Tian's location crossing the river, and immediately cheered up. If they can't beat them head-on, they can only rely on sneak attacks, which is their only chance to turn defeat into victory. Chapter 442 Battle with Qin Qiong. My lord asked us to cross the Yellow River north, capture Liang and Jizhou, take a peek at Yeqing, and establish a foothold on the north bank of the Yellow River. Zhou Yafu of Puyang City in Dongjun had 40,000 troops, mainly infantry, and a small number of cavalry. He received orders from Chu Tian to expedition to Jizhou in the north. One legion would definitely not be able to occupy Jizhou. Chu Tian's order only asked Zhou Yafu to capture Liang. Liang is located to the north of the Yellow River, only a few days away from Yeqing. Occupying Liang is equivalent to planting a nail in Zhao Long's power and making Zhao Long uncomfortable. Du Ruhui carefully looked at Chu Tian's arrangements for Zhou Yafu's army and couldn't help but say, My lord, this arrangement is very good. Liang is close to the Yellow River, so supplies can be carried out through waterways and reinforcements can be sent. Now, taking advantage of the turmoil in Jizhou, we have stationed 100,000 troops in Liang. We can use Liang as the center to drive the entire defense line and turn passivity into initiative. In the future, the difficulty of the northern expedition will be reduced by 50%. Zhou Yafu nodded. Only Li Guang frowned. What was Du Ruhui talking about? However, Li Guang does not need to be responsible for strategy, as long as he is at the tactical level, trapping enemies, killing generals, and getting there first. So Zhou Yafo left Chengyu to guard Puyang, and then personally commanded the army, used ferries to cross the Yellow River north, and attacked Jizhou. On the Yuzhou battlefield, Chu Tian ordered Dian Wei to bring a handsome flag to attract the attention of the ambushed soldiers. Lu Yi deliberately let the soldiers act laxly, causing Shuai Qi to have flaws. About 10,000 soldiers crossed the river, and there were hundreds of thousands of noisy soldiers in the rear. The dangerous situation of attacking halfway across the river emerged. I didn't expect Yin Zhoumu to be so careless and dare to cross the river first. The victory or defeat was just a matter of a surprise attack. Qin Qiong clenched the spear in her hand, feeling uneasy inside. Chu Tian has a strong foundation and can lose 2 or 3 times. But Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin cannot afford to lose. Compared with Chu Tian, they were really poor. Nothing to say. Just go ahead. Cheng Yaojin shook his giant axe. Qin Qiong also felt relieved. 10,000 Yanzhou troops crossed the river. They wanted to provide open space for the follow-up troops to cross the river. So they marched forward. And the commander's flag symbolizing Chu Tian's location also moved forward. Noon has arrived. When Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin approached Shuai Qi, they thought that the best time to attack had arrived. 1,000 high-level cavalry emerged from the ambush, quickly adjusting their formation as they marched. And their horses changed from a trot to a gallop. Sure enough, there is an ambush. My lord is truly a god. Just as Chu Tian guessed, there was a second ambush nearby. Even Lu Yi couldn't help but look down upon Chu Tian. Under Lu Yi's command, the originally somewhat loose Yinjia soldiers formed a halberd formation, with their halberds pointing straight ahead. Joan of Arc commanded the Macedonian spearmen of the 1st Legion of Servants to line up in front of Yinjiashar, thickening the phalanx. In addition to the spear phalanx, scattered carriages formed obstacles to prevent the opponent's cavalry from raiding. A row of Yin soldiers in the rear threw their bows and arrows, and the arrows fell on the ground, forming an arrow falling zone. By observing the arrow drop zone with the naked eye, you can basically determine whether the enemy has entered the shooting range. Jianyin crossbowmen, prepare! Liang Hongyu divided the 3,000 Jianyin crossbowmen into 3 rows of 1,000 each, and the crossbowmen who were on alert in advance quickly gathered, seeing the probing arrows fired by Yinjiashar. Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin suddenly felt something was wrong. It was obvious that the other party had already prepared and was waiting for their ambush to appear. 1,000 high-level heavy cavalry have begun to accelerate. The plain terrain in the middle of the swamp is so narrow that it is difficult to turn back for a while. The war horses are galloping, and the 200 Xuanjia troops added by Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin are at the spearhead. Qin Qiong gritted his teeth. There was no turning back now. As long as he rushed into the opponent's military formation and killed the enemy's commander, he would win a complete victory. Fire the arrow! The first row of Jianyin crossbowmen fired a volley, and 1,000 crossbow arrows came through the air. The arrow collided with the mysterious armor, and the sparks disappeared instantly. 1,000 Jianyin crossbowmen fired a single salvo, but they were unable to cause much damage to the 200 Xuanjia army cavalry. Only a few Xuanjia army horses were shot and killed, overturning the Xuanjia army cavalry on their backs. As expected of the black armor cavalry, Liang Hongyu was not discouraged. The black armor cavalry was a 9th level heavy cavalry with extremely high defensive power. They can even charge forward with a hail of arrows. The long sword in Liang Hongyu's hand fell, and the second round of crossbow arrows was fired. This time, due to the close distance, a dozen Xuanjia army cavalry or their horses were shot and killed, losing their combat effectiveness. However, the equipment of the high-level cavalry in the rear was obviously inferior to that of the Xuanjia cavalry, and dozens of cavalry were shot and killed. The third round of crossbow arrows. At a not too heavy cost, the Xuanjia army was forced to attack the commander's flag head-on, surrounded by swampy terrain. Neither the attacker nor the defender has a way out. The black armor cavalry crashed into the front row of the Macedonian spear phalanx. The extremely long spear pierced the armor of the black armored cavalry, but it was difficult to cause fatal damage to it. The black armor cavalry smashed through rows of Macedonian spearmen and drove straight in. The Macedonian spearmen could barely kill the horses of the black armor cavalry, but the damage to the black armor cavalry was still lacking. If it were the Macedonian spear phalanx commanded by Alexander the Great himself, Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin's black armor cavalry would not be unscrupulous. The main reason is that Joan of Arc does not perfectly fit the Macedonian spear phalanx, and can only exert part of the strength of the Macedonian phalanx. Otherwise, the Macedonian phalanx would have an advantage over the cavalry in a head-on confrontation. In addition to the hero's bonus, the thickness of the Macedonian phalanx will also seriously affect the defensive power of the Macedonian phalanx, as expected of the black armor cavalry. In this way, the power of Yu Qigong's black armor cavalry should be almost the same as that of Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin's black armor cavalry. No, there are Might Song Lang White Deer and Feng Lang Jusu. And with the bonus of 3 army-wide auras, Yu Qigong's black armor cavalry will be even stronger. In fact, Chu Tian, who was still on the other side of the river, witnessed the overwhelming momentum of the black armor cavalry when they attacked the pseudo-Macedonian phalanx head-on. And he couldn't help but feel excited. The 9th level Xuanjia army is really worth every penny. And it is indeed Tang Taizong's ace army. But Chu Tian was not envious, because he had 400 such cavalry, which was twice as many as the Xianjia army opposite, which seemed to have less than 200 men. Chu Tian never used his black armor army and the Knights of the Round Table. They were the trump cards in the decisive battle. Joan of Arc's Macedonian phalanx is just a false Macedonian phalanx. She is more suitable for commanding France's troops. If the Xuanjia army encounters Yanjia, which is also a heavy armored unit, the number of casualties is expected to increase. Xiao Liang stayed with Chu Tian and observed the small-scale battle on the other side of the river. He is truly a hidden military god. Chu Tian had long discovered that Xiao Liang had a talent in this area. Talent is such a mysterious thing. With a little study, some people can achieve achievements that others cannot achieve in a lifetime. Sure enough, when Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin led the elite cavalry to penetrate the Macedonian phalanx, they faced the halberds held by thousands of Yin soldiers. Li Yi's Yanjia has both offense and defense. It is a heavy armored unit, so its defense is very high. In addition, Lu Yi has an attack bonus, and Yanjia's attacks are equally fierce. This means that when Yanjia faces heavy cavalry, he can not only carry it, but also fight back. The Xuanjia army cavalry had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue charging. After being blocked by the Macedonian phalanx, the speed of the Xuanjia army's cavalry has been declining. Lu Yi and Yanjia are a perfect fit, because Yanjia is the unit built for Lu Yi. Qin Qiong and Cheng Jijia felt tremendous pressure. Unlike the half-baked Macedonian phalanx commanded by Joan of Arc, Yanjia's burst of combat power was very strong. The Xuanjia army cavalry broke into the Yanjia, but the first row of Yanjia still couldn't stop the expensive 9th level cavalry, and they were quickly defeated. But Yanjia also caused casualties to the Xianjia army cavalry. Some Xianjia army cavalry were even pecked off by halberd hooks, and some horses were stabbed to death by halberds. Rows of Yanjia blocks the Xuanjia cavalry's assault. If the black armor cavalry wants to penetrate their formation, they will have to pay a corresponding price. Yanjia has the soul of Yishui, and the wind is rustling, and the momentum of Yishui is cold. He will fight to the death without retreating. The Jianyan crossbowmen in the rear took advantage of the delay of the Xuanjia cavalry to reload their crossbows and specifically shot at the horses and facades of the opposing cavalry. Qin Qiong entered the battle with a gun and picked off dozens of Yanjia troops. He was extremely brave and personally cleared the way for the Xuanjia army. "Look at Grandpa's axe!" Cheng Yaojin shouted, and the giant axe chopped off a Yanjia man and his armor. The two fierce generals cooperated and barely broke through the Yanjia, which had less than 2,000 people, and approached Shuaiqi. The powerful general played a role that was enough to turn the tide of the battle in this small-scale encounter. Seeing that the opponent's fierce generals killed his own elite Yanjia, Lu Yi said to Yu Qigong and Dian Wei, "I'd like to help you two generals. Go and take the opponent's head." Yu Qigong was the first to respond and said to Dian Wei, "I'll get the head of the one holding the gun, and you can get the head of the one holding the axe. Your enemy is stronger, and it's unfair to me." Although Dian Wei is a little slow, he is not completely brainless. "I'll go to the challenge first, and you should keep an eye on the battle flag." Yu Qigong didn't wait for Dian Wei's response, so he took the initiative to fight with his iron whip and went straight to Qin Qiong. As for Cheng Yaojin, he left it to Dian Wei to deal with it. Qin Qiong was struggling to get closer to the handsome flag, still thinking that was where Yanzhou Muchutian was. Suddenly a cavalryman forced away the surrounding soldiers and came at him with a heavy iron whip. Qin Qiong's current weapon was a spear. He used his strength to unload the iron whip to one side. Qin Qiong was quite surprised by the strength of the iron whip. The dark-faced general opposite was equally surprised. "You're not a bad guy. Don't you think you've fallen into the trap?" After Yu Qigong's confirmation, Qin Qiong already knew that he had fallen into the trap. If I kill you, I can also relieve the siege of Yuzhou. Let's see if you have what it takes. Yu Qigong attacked Qin Qiong 3 times with 3 whips. Each whip roared and hit Qin Qiong. Qin Qiong responded with a long spear, using attack instead of defense. The spear was like a swimming dragon, and he shot Lieutenant Qigong. Wei Qigong felt that his internal organs were churning. Come again! Yu Qigong realized that he seemed inferior to Qin Qiong, but his arrogance did not allow him to show weakness to Qin Qiong. So he continued to attack Qin Qiong. The two men fought with each other, although Qin Qiong's spear did not dare to be hit by the heavy iron whip. The spear was a long weapon, 1 inch longer and 1 inch stronger. Qin Qiong still has the upper hand. General Dian Wei, go and help Yu Qigong. Lu Yi saw that Yu Qigong was struggling, so he said, Dian Wei, humph, my master recruiting this black-faced general is not as useful as me. Dian Wei, in order to prove that he is qualified to become Chu Tian's first guard, Dian Wei goes into battle holding a double halberd. These 2 large iron halberds are only king-level weapons, but Dian Wei has great strength, which is enough to unleash the destructive power of the weapons. General Hua Xiong, go and block the enemy general holding the axe. Lu Yi said Hua Xiong to stop Cheng Yaojin. The last general will definitely take his head. Hua Xiong went to fight Cheng Yaojin with a knife. You little bastard! Are you here to die? Watch my first blow. Cheng Yaojin took the lead, and Xuanhua's axe came, whizzing through the air. But Hua Xiong narrowly avoided one strike after another. The red tassel on the helmet has been chopped off by Cheng Yaojin. Hua Xiong realized that he seemed to be no match for this reckless man. At this time, a holy flag came diagonally, and Cheng Yaojin used the Xianhua axe to block the sharp spearhead. The spearhead of the holy flag rubbed violently on the Xianhua axe, making a harsh metallic sound, and a scratch visible to the naked eye appeared on the Xianhua axe. What a scary bitch! Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but be horrified when he saw a blonde female general holding a holy flag and attacking. Fortunately, he responded in time. Otherwise, if the holy flag scratched his body like this, Cheng Yaojin would probably lose a layer of flesh. Let's attack together! Hua Xiong is no longer the second most powerful general in the world under Hulao Pass. After he stayed in Chu Tian's power for a long time, he realized that not only was he far behind Lu Bu, but there were also a lot of fierce generals in the middle. He, Hua Xiong, is just a unit of measurement for top players. If Chu Tian hadn't intended to let Hua Xiong show off his military exploits in the Battle of Yuzhou, he wouldn't have had the chance to appear. In order to save his life and remain invincible, Hua Xiong chose to join forces with Joan of Arc. Isn't it just that the more people bully the less people? Hua Xiong is happy with it. Kill! 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 After Hua Xiong knew that Joan of Arc was raiding the formation, he was not afraid of Cheng Yaojin. Instead, he kept swinging his sword and vowed to kill Cheng Yaojin. Joan of Arc holds the holy flag and sweeps the formation. Her holy flag is very confusing. It looks like a flag that can be called a work of art, but its main body is a spear of imperial quality, which is no less impressive than other imperial weapons. You are not a hero if you bully the few with more. Cheng Yaojin's force was not as good as that of Qin Qiong and Yu Qigong. Hua Xiong and Joan of Arc joined forces, and he was no match. So he cursed. I just like to bully the minority with more. Hua Xiong also broke his skin, as long as he can win. On the other side, Dian Wei held 2 large iron halberds and said to Yu Qigong, you are no match for him. Get down. Yu Qigong was immediately dissatisfied. Are you his opponent? You won't know until you try it. The veins on Dian Wei's thick arms bulged out, clinging to the muscles like a horned dragon. The 2 large iron halberds both had the power of thunder. Qin Qiong suddenly felt the pressure. Dian Wei's force was really superior to Yu Qigong's at this time. If he didn't do anything right, he would be seriously injured. The spears and iron halberds struck quickly and with great power. The horses under their crotches seemed to be unable to withstand the fight between the 2 fierce generals for a long time and kept neighing. Mu Guiying, you lead the tiger army across the river and harvest the heads. Chu Tian said Mu Guiying, who was currently commanding the Huban army. A batch of Huban troops were consumed in the national war. But in the main world, Xiao Liang replenished another batch according to the plan, and the level was still relatively low. So Chu Tian asked Mu Guiying to train troops, using Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin to gain experience. It is estimated that few princes in the Eastern Han dynasty would do this. Chapter 443 Yi City is destroyed. Those brats are really awesome. Cheng Yaojin fled, still covered in swamp mud. His lucky general trait took effect, and he was able to escape. It is not difficult for Qin Qiong to escape, as long as he follows Cheng Yaojin. Compared with Li Guang, Cheng Yaojin's luck was so much better that Qin Qiong knew that following Cheng Yaojin would lead to unexpected results. Originally, they could indeed achieve victory, but the special effects of General Mosier destroyed their deployment, and Chu Tian backhanded them. Of the 200 Xuanjia cavalry, only a dozen were still following Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin, and the other 800 high-level cavalry were left with dozens of them. In one raid, 90% of them were killed and captured. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong were repelled by the generals sent by Chu Tian, and were disgraced. They can be considered among the ranks of fierce generals, the second of the 4 commanders of the Black Armor Army, but they do not have any advantage. Dian Wei drew with Qin Qiong, but Cheng Yaojin was defeated by Hua Xiong and Joan of Arc coupled with Mu Guiying leading the Huban army across the river to sweep. Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin had no choice but to flee. The Black Armor Cavalry has been wiped out. How should we go back to the main bus? Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but feel depressed when he saw that the Xuanjia army had been exhausted by them. Qin Qiong said, I can only repay you truthfully. How about 2 generals? He Yi and Lu Pai originally wanted to ask Qin Qiong and Cheng Jijia about the results of the battle, but now that they were disgraced, they knew the results without asking. The strength of the Yenzhou army is far beyond everyone's imagination. We temporarily retreat to Su County and meet up with Guizi. Several generals discussed for a while and retreated directly to Su County. All troops were gathered around Su County. After Chu Tian defeated Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin, who intercepted midway, he counted the losses and found that there were nearly 1,000 casualties. However, Qin Qiong and Cheng Jijia's casualties were high-level cavalry, while Chu Tian's casualties were mostly infantry. The cost of a high-level cavalry is much higher than that of infantry. Chu Tian also captured more than 20 Black Armor cavalry alive. The White Robe Legion has arrived under Su County. More than 100,000 Chinese troops and 100,000 rear troops have arrived successively to attack this important city. On the Yuzhou army side, the 150,000 Jingzhou army and the 30,000 Guanzhong army arrived and joined the Yuzhou army of Tang Dynasty. The military strength was also around 300,000. 300,000 versus 300,000. My lord, we failed in our surprise attack to behead Chu Zimu. Please punish me, lord. Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin specially bypassed the White Robe army, retreated to Su County, and took the initiative to apologize to Tang Tang. Said that Tang heard that Chu Tian had escaped a disaster and couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect that Chu Zimu was so smart that he could see through the 2 ambushes. Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but feel depressed. After all, they were put together. Originally, Shu Tu had a chance to kill the enemy commander, but the Xuanjia army was almost completely wiped out. Talking about Tang's heart is like a knife piercing his heart. In order to exchange for 200 Xuanjia army cavalry, he spent 60,000 national war points. He is different from Chu Tian. 60,000 points is already a lot for him. Su County is difficult to defend. As a reinforcement, Yang Zhulang could now see the front of the Yenzhou army. Chu Tian's military strength is mainly cavalry, while the Yuzhou army is almost invincible in Su County, which is a flat plain. Try to hold them back and consume them until Zhao Long from Jizhou goes south to support them. I have accumulated a large amount of food and grass in Su County, so there is no need to worry about running out of food for the time being. Said that Tang could only use turtle tactics. My legion is equipped with divine arm bows, which are powerful and suitable for defense. But Zhao Long, can his Jizhou matter be resolved quickly? Yang Zhulang agreed with Tang's approach. Zhao Long should have his own methods. The two camped outside the city, preparing to defend to the death. Lord! After Chu Tian arrived, Chun Qingji, Xuerengui, and Zhao Yun came to see Chu Tian. They had basically captured the surrounding city with empty defenses. This time there are 150,000 Jingzhou troops, 120,000 Yuzhou troops, and 30,000 Guanzhong troops. We must fight quickly. Chu Tian personally came to the front line to observe the deployment on the other side. Because Chu Tian launched the offensive quickly, the Jingzhou army did not come out in full force, and only 150,000 people came. Lao Qin was restrained by the Liangzhou army, and only 30,000 reinforcements came. The situation is favorable to Chu Tian, but the situation in Jizhou has changed. If Zhao Long quickly annexed Yuanshao, and then quickly went south to divert the internal conflicts in Jizhou, Then Chu Tian would have to return before annexing Yuzhou. The final general can attack the strong point. Lu Yi and Lu Jin requested to take the initiative to tackle the problem. Sun Yu suggested, the cavalry can be sent to make a detour and cut off the food routes behind them. The Jingzhou army has come all the way. Once the morale of the army is shaken and the soldiers want to return, their morale will drop and they will have to fight us decisively. The two legions are extremely fast and invincible, cutting off their food routes. The offensive legions are ready to attack the backbone of the Yuzhou army. Chu Tian observed the opponent's camp and found that there were only a few defenders in the city. The Yuzhou army, Jingzhou army, and Guanzhong army all camped outside the city to actively defend. The speedy legions of Su Rong and Xia Hoyuan and the invincible legions of Yang Yi and Zhang Liao separated from the main force and looted the opponent's rear. In Jizhou, Liang City on the north bank of the Yellow River originally had 20,000 defenders, but Yuan Shao transferred 10,000 to Yi City to defend it. At this time, there were only 10,000. A group of soldiers and horses from the south of the Yellow River appeared outside the city, and there was a panic in the city. Li Guang led 3,000 cavalry directly to the city gate. Close the city gate! The general anxiously urged the defenders to close the city gate. Li Guang drew his bow and came directly to the city, braving the rain of arrows from the city wall. He bent his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow was like a meteor, shooting directly through the guard's throat. General! The defenders fell into confusion and crouched on the wall in fear. Li Guang's archery skills are simply brutal. Li Guang shot the guard with one arrow and came back with 2 arrows in order to shoot the enemy general. He was also injured. Even so, Li Guang's power shocked Liang and frightened tens of thousands of defenders. Capture Liang! Zhou Yafu saw that Li Guang's unexpected victory was an opportunity to attack the city, so he commanded the army to attack Liang. Because of the chaos in Jizhou and the killing of the general, the defenders of Liang surrendered to Zhou Yafu without putting up much resistance. Zhou Yafu only killed a few dozen soldiers and successfully captured the city north of the Yellow River. Send scouts to the north to inquire about Yeqing and see if there is a chance to make a surprise attack on Yeqing. Zhou Yafu got Liang and took a look at Yeqing. Yeqing is the most important city in Jizhou. If Yeqing is captured, Jizhou can basically be determined. Lord, Liang was captured by the Yinzhou army. I was tricked by Chu Zimu this time. Zhao Long was besieging Yeqing and learned that Liang City had surrendered to the Yinzhou army and was helpless. Huma's Bingzhou army was already marching towards Chashan State, bringing much greater pressure than Zhou Yafu. However, Yeqing and Jizhou are in my pocket tonight. Zhao Long led Yang Su and other generals to look down upon Yeqing. Soon he would replace Yuan Shao, reorganize the troops in Hebei, and compete in the Central Plains. That night, Shen Rong, Shen's nephew who had been bribed by Zhao Long, opened the east gate to welcome Zhao Long's army into the city. As a stranger, Zhao Long left members of the Free Player Guild, obeyed 4 court pillars in Yu City, and joined forces with Shen Rong to seize the city gate. Easily, Shi Wansui led the cavalry and drove straight in. He ran into Yuan Shao who was trying to escape. With the power of one person, he fought against Yin Liang and Wen Chou without falling behind. Han Qinhu came galloping and besieged Yuan Shao. Hu Lumingyu, King Lanling, and a group of counselors were more just waiting and watching, showing no intention to fight. Zhao Long and Yang Su then arrived and captured Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao was unwilling to give in. Zhao Long, I did not send the assassin. There must be a misunderstanding. Don't worry, Mr. Yuan. Although you originally intended to kill me, I am different from you and will not kill you. Zhao Long showed a sneer and put Yuan Shao and the entire Yuan family under house arrest. After all, Yuan Shao is the 4th generation and the 3rd prince. Killing Yuan Shao will arouse the resentment of various aristocratic families. It is better to let him live to show tolerance and win people's hearts. At the same time, Tian Feng, Just Ho, Shipei, Fengji, Guatu, Xinbi and others were captured. Zhao Long was cautious about this. If he hadn't occupied the moral high ground, the attitude of this group of counselors towards him might have been extremely bad. But now Zhao Long is the master of justice. We have lost our temper and plan to hide in the countryside. Tian Feng and Jushu were in a wait-and-see state. On one side was the Lord Yuan Shao, who was suspected of sending an assassin to assassinate Zhao Long. On the other side was his friend Zhao Long, who shocked the Lord due to his outstanding achievements and had to raise an army to overthrow Yuan Shao. Now that Zhao Long has captured Yuan Shao, Tian Feng and Just Ho feel the pain of the struggle and plan to retreat. However, Zhao Long already had a set of words. The Bingzhou army invaded Jizhou from the east and trapped all the people of Jizhou in fire and water. I also asked these two gentlemen to assist me in expelling foreign enemies and protecting Jizhou's aristocratic families and civilians from future troubles. This, Tian Feng and Just Ho felt deeply pressured. Zhao Long brought out Jizhou's aristocratic families and people, and they couldn't refuse. In order to solve the problem of internal fighting between Yuan Shao and Yuan Shao, Zhao Long changed Yuan Shao's practice of re-employing people from Hunan aristocratic families. He excluded Feng Ji, Guotu, Xian Pai and other scholars from Yingchuan and Nanyang, and promoted the Jizhou family to win over Tian, who was born in the Jizhou family. Feng, Just Ho, Shipei, Tian Feng, Just Ho, and Shipei saw that Zhao Long had not killed Yuan Shao, and fully supported the local aristocratic families in Jizhou, and invaded with the state army. But they were eventually conquered by Zhao Long, whose Ma's invasion of Bingzhou actually became a bargaining chip for Zhao Long to consolidate his support. Generals such as King Wanling, Hulu Mingyu, and Gao Lan also joined the army one after another. Zhao Long, who annexed Yuan Shao's power, reached its peak and became extremely powerful. Gather Liu Bei and Tian Qi to attack Bingzhou. After Zhao Long annexed Yuan Shao's forces, in order to establish authority and consolidate his rule in Hebei, he launched a crusade against Bingzhou. His power, coupled with Liu Bei and Tian Qi, had considerable advantages over Huma and Bingzhou. By defeating Huma and annexing the states, he could own the three states. Zhao Long summoned all his talents to prepare to attack Huma in the north. Zhou Yafu's occupation of Liang is not enough of a threat. Huma's Li Mu and Lian proposed the greatest threat. Where is Su Yu and Suzy far away? Zhao Long frowned when he saw that the important Su Yu was missing from Yuan Shao's advisors. Outside Yicheng, Su Yu drove his donkey cart south and said to himself, Zhao Long has reused the Hebei family. Jizhou is no longer a place where he can stay for a long time. It is better to go find Chao Amo. Chapter 444 A Loving Father and a Filial Son. On the plains of Yingchuan County, a baggage team from Jingzhou was attacked. The grain truck was burned and black smoke billowed. Yang Yi and Zhang Liao each held weapons and led 3,000 Bingzhou wolf cavalry, galloping behind the enemy lines as if they were in an uninhabited country. Yang Yi looked at the raging flames and said, The enemy's reinforcements are coming, so we can ambush them. Zhang Liao hesitated. My lord has said that Yang Zhulang is not comparable to Yuan Shu. Our ambush will most likely fail. After being reminded by Zhang Liao, Yang Yi finally gave up the ambush. A Jingzhou cavalry team quickly approached the baggage train. Most of the horses of the Jingzhou cavalry came from the northern lords. Damn it! Our baggage was burned. A young military commander reluctantly watched hundreds of grain and grass carts being burned. Su Shu, the military advisor who followed the general, got off his horse and looked at the hoof prints left by the Bingzhou wolf cavalry. Military advisor, what should we do? General Yang, travel lightly and lightly. Pursue us along this road. Soldiers, follow me. Yang Yi and Zhao led the cavalry and pursued Yang Yi and Zhang Liao non-stop. Yang Yi and Zhang Liao retreated towards Chu Tian's sphere of influence. But they did not expect that Yang Yi and Zhao would pursue them day and night on Su Shu's suggestion. At night, the wolf cavalry was stationed in Bingzhou, and the pair Yang Yi and Zhang Liao took turns patrolling. The Jingzhou cavalry has secretly approached the camp. Yang Yi and Zhao saw the flames in the wolf cavalry camp in Bingzhou, and his fighting spirit was high. The military advisor really knows what's going on. Su Shu was secretly observing Yang Yi and Zhang Liao's camp, but he was not sure of victory. The other side will patrol with half of their troops, so I'm afraid they won't be able to win completely. If you don't try it, how will you know? Yang Yi and Zhao led the cavalry to attack. Hey, General Su Chu, go and help General Yang. Su Shu could only send Su Chu to assist Yang Yi and Zhao. The armies of Jingzhou and Yuzhou merged, and there were also many fierce generals. Enemy attack! Yang Yi heard the sound of horse hooves in the darkness and mounted his horse, while Zhang Liao, who was resting, immediately opened his eyes and led his troops to fight. Yang Yi and Zhao's cavalry had suddenly arrived, killing several Bingzhou wolf cavalry and trampling the corpses with their horse hooves. Like Yang Yi and Zhang Liao's troops, Yang Yinja's cavalry is also a Bingzhou wolf cavalry, and Yang Shilang bought his war horse from Bingzhou. Yang Yinja's cavalry rolled over him. Yang Yi was furious when he saw dozens of his men killed, so he mounted his horse to fight against Yang Yi and Zhao. The two cavalrymen fought with a light of fire, Both sides used long spears, and even their moves were almost the same. The two clashed, and they were shocked. "Who are you?" Yang Yi shouted. Yang Yanjia's spear skills are very similar to his. His strength may be lower than his, but he is definitely not weak. "Yang Yanjiao is here. Take your head." Yang Yanjiao stabbed Yang Yi with his spear. Yang Yi blocked Yang Yanjia's marksmanship and shot back. The two spears collided, and Yang Yanjiao predicted Yang Ye's marksmanship. Although Yang Ye's force was higher, it was difficult to hurt Yang Yanjiao. This time Yang Yanjiao was also surprised. Yang Ye's shooting skills were almost exactly the same as his. "Who are you?" "Yang Yi. Junior, take a shot from me." Yang Yi didn't know Yang Yanjiao. At this time, the two were in different camps, and just wanted to take each other's life. If Chu Tian were present, I don't know how he would feel. Yang Yi and Yang Yanjiao are father and son. Now a father and son are fighting to the death, trying to defeat each other. The two long guns were swung. The gun blades collided and rubbed, and the sound of metal clashing was extremely harsh. "Kill!" Yang Yi roared and hit Yang Yanjiao with his gun. After all, Yang Yanjiao's martial arts was inferior to his father's. Faced with Yang Ye's stormy shooting skills, he went on the defensive. On the other side, after Zhang Liao killed more than 10 enemy cavalry in a row, he was blocked by a strong general. The big knife comes with a strong wind. Zhang Liao barely avoided Su Chu's sword, but beads of sweat were flowing down his forehead. The sharp blade was only an inch away from him. The name of the Tiger Madman is no less than that of the 5 Tiger Generals. "You still can." Su Chu held his sword and continued to attack Zhang Liao. The two generals who were originally from Chao Wei's camp separated due to the intervention of the foreign lord. And now they are enemies. Zhang Liao faced Su Chu, and the pressure doubled. However, Zhang Liao was not quickly killed by Su Chu, because he often competed with powerful generals at the level of Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and Yu Qigong and Chu Tian's army, and he could barely withstand Su Chu's attacks within dozens of rounds. "Lao Yang, I can't stop you here, so why not withdraw?" Zhang Liao and Yang Yi worked together for a long time and called Lao Yang directly. Yang Yi struggled to open Yang Yanjia's spear, and the sharp blade stabbed Yang Yanjia's left arm, making Yang Yanjiao sweat like rain. Obviously, Yang Ye's force is higher than him. Yang Yi saw Zhang Liao struggling to hold on and being completely suppressed by the tiger idiot Su Chu, and knew that if he didn't leave as soon as possible, Zhang Liao might be killed by the tiger idiot. Trading Zhang Liao for Yang Yanjiao was not worth it to Chu Tian. Fight and retreat. Yang Yi fought with Yang Yanjiao while retreating. The thief will leave. As one of the generals of the Yang family, Yang Yanjiao became more and more courageous as he fought. After being injured, he continued to chase Yang Yi. How annoying. Yang Yi was delayed by his son and had to return to fight from time to time, which greatly affected the speed of his retreat. In a small-scale battle, Zhang Liao was no match for Su Chu and had already been defeated. Go and cut off their retreat, and don't let the enemy generals escape. Yin Zhoumu intends to cut off our food routes, and he must pay the price. In addition to watching the battle, Su Chu secretly dispatched 800 light cavalry to go around to the rear of Yang Yi and Zhang Liao. 2 lines of cavalry attacked, and Yang Yi and Zhang Liao were surrounded. It was dark all around, and there were shouts of killing everywhere. Su Chu ordered people to beat gongs and drums, creating a situation of embarrassment on all sides. "Surrender without killing," the Jingzhou cavalry shouted. Yang Yi and Zhang Liao looked around, as if there were tens of thousands of cavalry in all directions. A man can only die in battle. How can he surrender? Before he dies in battle, I will take the life of a little bastard like you. Yang Yi became more courageous. He was delayed by Yang Yanjiao and fell into a tight siege. He was very angry and thought it was necessary to shoot the son he didn't know. Although Yang Yanjiao was injured, he showed no weakness when facing Yang Yi. "Old man, you are looking for death." Yang Yanjiao tried his best to thrust out a spear. The tip of the spear shook, leaving white marks on Yang Yi's shoulder armor, almost breaking his defense. The two started fighting again, wanting to kill each other. Zhang Liao faced Su Chu alone and was completely suppressed by the violent Su Chu. Although Zhang Liao fought desperately, the ceiling of force was a huge chasm, so that the strength of the two men was not at the same level. Seeing Su Chu's ferocity, Su Chu couldn't help but be surprised. "Perhaps we can capture the second general of Yin Zhoumu alive this time, and sacrifice some of the grain and grass in exchange for the second general. You are already dead." Su Chu wielded the iron machete with both hands, and one strike was enough to break rocks. Just when Su Chu was about to kill Zhang Liao, 3 arrows shot out one after another. Like meteors, Su Chu had to return his sword and split the flowing arrow. All 3 arrows were hit by the machete and flew everywhere. General Zhang retreated quickly. Xia Ho Yuan, the divine arrow, appeared, took the 4th arrow from his quiver, and shot it at Su Chu to relieve Zhang Liao. Xia Ho Yuan also brought a lot of cavalry. These cavalry traveled 200 miles a day and were extremely fast. After arriving, they immediately responded to Zhang Liao and Yang Yi. Su Rong from the Speedy Legion also arrived to assist Yang Yi. Good boy. You have given birth to a good son. I will kill you again in the future. Yang Yi saw Yang Yanzhao fighting bloody battles, and secretly admired him in his heart. This is not the time to kill Yang Yanzhao. There are still many enemy cavalry in the forest. If the melee continues, all the generals of the Invincible Legion and the Speedy Legion may be killed. They came to cut off food, not to fight fiercely. Old man, don't leave. Not to be outdone. Yang Yanzhao continued to pursue him. Su Chu was delayed by Xia Ho Yuan's archery skills. Xia Ho Yuan was attacking from a distance. When Su Chu raised his sword and chopped down a dozen cavalrymen in front of him and charged towards Xia Ho Yuan. Xia Ho Yuan had already escaped. It's such a pity, and should not be pursued lightly. After all, Su Chu did not have a god's perspective, and did not know that the Speedy Legion was nearby. The Invincible Legion was rescued by the Speedy Legion, and the plan to capture the 2 generals of Yanzhou Mu failed. However, the combination of Su Chu, Yang Yanzhao, and Su Chu made the 2 legions of Invincible and Shinsu rarely suffer. In this battle, the Invincible Legion lost hundreds of cavalry, and that number was killed by Su Chu alone. Su Chu was worried that Yang Yanzhao and Su Chu would be counterattacked if they continued to pursue. So the 2 sides ceased fighting. In this way, the other party should not dare to continue to run out of food. After Su Chu drove away the Invincible and Speedy Legions, he knew that the threat from the rear had been eliminated. Unless Chu Tian wants to put several generals in danger again, he will give up the dangerous attempt. Yang Yi, Zhang Liao, Xia Ho Yuan, and Su Rong counted their losses with solemn expressions. They rarely suffered such losses. Although there were only a few hundred cavalry, the losses were heavier than the opponents, and it was already a small defeat. That general has the same marksmanship as me. Yang Yi was puzzled. Yang Yanzhao looked so similar to him, as if they were printed from the same mold. The other party should be Su Chu, the fierce general of the Tang dynasty. His military force is even better than mine. Zhang Liao was defeated by Su Chu, and his arms were numb. Su Chu was a tiger maniac, and his terrifying force was unimaginable. He said to Xiao Yuan, "Thanks to General Xiao for rescuing us in this battle. Otherwise, we would have been almost killed by the enemy general." Xiao Yuan was calm and somewhat proud. "I dare not say anything else, but our captain Xiao Yuan will be the first to come to our aid." Xiao Yuan is good at bow and horse, although his archery skills are not as good as those of Shuai Gui, Li Guang, Taisher Ci and others in the Chutian camp. Among the generals, Xiao Yuan is the fastest. Several generals led their cavalry to burn part of the opponent's grain and grass, and suffered minor defeats. The merits and demerits were almost equal to each other. They came back and reported to Chu Tian, feeling ashamed in their words. Chu Tian's troops swept across the central plains with few failures. For the generals, a small defeat meant a great shame and humiliation, and they could not hold their head high in front of the generals. Chu Tian still asked people to record their military exploits. Many generals were too strict with themselves, and they actually lost hundreds of people. To Chu Tian, who had a big family and a big business, it was really nothing. The most important thing is that the general is safe and sound. An army of thousands is easy to buy, but a general is hard to find. The last general encountered an enemy general whose marksmanship was exactly the same as the last general. It was really strange. Yang Yi mentioned to Chu Tian the battle with Yang Yanzhao. Chu Tian murmured in his heart, "Of course it is the same, because that is your son." The heroes recruited in Lord have no memory. So Yang Yi has no idea about Yang Yanzhao's relationship with him in the setting. He only knows that he is an enemy general with sharp marksmanship. This time, the flood washed away the Dragon King temple, and I called my son father to be kind and son to be filial. According to Yang Ye's description, Chu Tian probably knew that Yang Yanzhao's martial arts was inferior to Yang Ye's, or that I was more powerful. Chu Tian has an achievement mission. General of the Yang family. You only need to gather Mu Guiying, Yang Yi, and Yang Yanxiao to complete the achievement. He already had Mu Guiying and Yang Yi, and recruited Yang Yanxiao. If we fight in the future and capture Yang Yanxiao alive, we will be rewarded with 2,000 silver coins. Chu Tian sent an order to the entire army. All the generals were interested. Unexpectedly, Chu Tian was more interested in Yang Yanxiao than Qin Qiong and Cheng Yao Jin. Su Shu, who lived in Jingzhou, was recruited by Yang Shilang, which affected Chu Tian's plan of Jueyang Road. It is important whether a force has competent counselors. Before Liu Bei had no advisors. He could not gain a firm foothold even with Zhang Zhiyong. Now that Yang Shilang has counselor Su Shu, if Chu Tian sends troops to Jueyang Road, they will most likely be captured by a trap set by the opponent. Of course, Chu Tian could also send Shui Gui, Zhao Yun and others with higher military force, as well as counselors. But in that case, it would no longer be a sneak attack on the grain road, but a large-scale operation behind the enemy's rear. Without food, we can only attack the enemy camp. The Jingzhou army is the backbone. The left camp is the Yuzhou army, and the right camp is the Guangzhou army. Although the right camp has a small number of people, it is close to the city wall and protected by defenders and arrow towers, making it easy to defend, difficult to attack. Chu Tian summoned generals and counselors to discuss whether they could attack by force. A strong attack means paying a greater price, but the advantage is a quick victory, as long as the strength is superior to the opponent's. It may not be impossible to attack by force. The last general's legions can attack the strongholds and break through the obstacles, and the cavalry can swarm them forward. Li Yi was ready to wipe out the entire offensive army. When attacking the camp, Li Yi's siege characteristics can also be effective. So Li Yi's offensive is very fierce. However, facing the opponent's 150,000 Jingzhou army, a man as capable as Li Yi would have to suffer huge losses. The Jingzhou army obviously knew that Chu Tian's army was good at large cavalry combat, so they adopted a shrinking tactic, holding on to the barriers, waiting for Zhao Long from Jizhou to get out and march south to Yanzhou. I'll send the Northern Army's 5th Colonel and Jianying crossbowmen to help you. Chu Tian thought for a while, and strengthened Li Yi's army. Some cavalry generals were also transferred by Chu Tian to Li Yi to fight. Shui Gui, Zhao Yun and others dismounted and fought on foot, and their force would not be affected. The right camp is close to the city wall. Although it has only 30,000 people, it is defended by Zhou Bo and Gao Shun, and there is a rain of arrows from the city wall. It is useless to attack. Chu Tian's intelligence system is already very complete, and it is known that the people who assisted the Guangzhou army in Yuzhou were generals Zhou Bo and Gao Shun. Lao Qin has already completed the trap for Gao Shun. It is said that the mounted troops are heavy cavalry, and the dismounted troops are heavy infantry, which is a rare heavy infantry/heavy cavalry dual department arm. As for Zhou Bo, he was a military general in the Liu Bang era. Zhou Yafu and his father. It's a pity that Zhou Yafu was sent by Chu Tian to cross the Yellow River north to attack Liang. Otherwise it would be another father's kindness and son's filial piety. Giving up the attack on the right camp, Chu Tian concentrated his main force to defeat the Zhongjian and the left camp. The main general in the attack was Lu Yi. As for the main general in the attack on Zhuiying, Chu Tian didn't have many good candidates for a while. His infantry commanders Zhou Yafu and Cao Cao were on other battlefields. Why don't you let me try to attack Zhuiying? Chapter 445 600,000. War in the Central Plains. Chu Tian looked at the person who took the initiative to invite him. It was no one else but Xiao Liang. The troops she currently commands are the Women's Corps and the Scout Corps. One is infantry, and the other is cavalry. Chu Tian had a lot of cavalry commanders in his hands, but it was hard to find an infantry commander. At this time, Xiao Liang, whose commander value was 87, volunteered to fight. And Chu Tian was also a little surprised. The last time Xiao Liang commanded troops on the front line was 2 or 3 years ago. What do you think? Chu Tian mainly looked at the two counselors Fang Xianling and Sun Yu, and he was not sure. The player's command value is used to provide bonuses for more troops, and the specific combat performance varies from person to person. It can be said to be a positive buff, but whether it can win depends on the player's talent and experience. Fang Xianling knew Xiao Liang's past record and said hesitantly, "Maybe I can give it a try." After Sun Yu joined the Chu Tian camp, Sun Yu never saw Xiao Liang take action. But when he was in Cao Cao's power, Xiao Liang once personally arrived in Yanzhou to command troops to suppress Cao Cao, so his actual ability should not be much worse. So Sun Yu also nodded. Xuerengui, Zhao Yun and other veterans naturally have no problems. New generals such as Mu Guiying, Liang Hongyu, Artoria, and Yuchi Gong do not have much say yet. Joan of Arc, Artoria, your legion will be temporarily commanded by Miss Xia. In order to strengthen Xiao Liang's military strength, Chu Tian put all 2 servant legions under her command. The strength of the 2 servant legions is considerable, with a total of 140,000 troops. And the Knights of the Round Table serve as an assault force. The Knights of the Round Table have very strong individual combat capabilities. In addition to being mounted as knights, they can also be dismounted as dismounted knights, who are equally fierce. Then, Chu Tian handed over some of his cavalry generals to Li and Xiao Liang to once again strengthen their military strength. The main direction of the assault was the backbone. So Chu Tian temporarily assigned generals such as Wei Qigong, Yang Yi, Zhang Liao, Tai Shirzi, and Hua Xiong to Li Yi's command. There are also the 4 tigers of the Northern Army that are so powerful in Hunan. And Chu Tian is also assigned to Li Yi. It is said that there were many fierce generals under the command of Tang Dynasty, such as Su Chu, Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin. Chu Tian handed Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, and Mu Guiying to Xiao Liang to deal with the fierce generals who talked about Tang Dynasty. Zhao Yun can pick Su Chu alone, and Xuerengui can take care of Qin Xiong, so it shouldn't be a problem. The White Robe Legion was personally commanded by Qin Qingji to defend the defenders. If the defenders leave the city, the White Robes will kill them all. Chu Tian personally commanded the rest of the generals. Chu Tian also has a large number of cavalry in his hands, which will be used for frontal assault after defeating the opponent's camp to expand the results of the battle. The Yinzhou-Shuzhou military forces took an offensive stance, and the Jingzhou and Yuzhou coalition forces, aware of the dynamics of the Yinzhou-Shuzhou coalition forces, also began to deploy, with constant cavalry coming and going. The storm is about to come, and the wind is filling the building. Su Shu stood on a wooden arrow tower and frowned when he saw the changing military situation of the Yinzhou-Shuzhou coalition forces. Now the 2 sides are gathering in Su County, and a decisive battle breaks out to decide the ownership of the Central Plains. There is no longer much skill to speak of. It is purely a collision of strengths. A divorce plan? None of the 3 princes are good at making mistakes, and they will not do stupid things like changing generals at the last moment. Secondly, whether it is Chu Tian, Tang, or Yang Sherlang, they are consistent in their respective powers. Running out of food is also a dangerous tactic. Both sides have powerful counselors who set traps from time to time. The Chu Tian side was unexpected and decided to attack by force. The Jingyu coalition forces had no choice but to fight against the city. Yang Sherlang came to the wooden arrow tower with Han Shizhong, Wu Jie and other military generals, as well as his subordinate Lu Pan and the fierce general Huang Zhong sent by Lu Biao. His generals are not weak either. Can the military advisor see the direction of Chu Zimu's attack? Yang Sherlong's legs were trembling when he faced off against the most powerful princes of the Han Empire for the first time. Not exactly fear, but a bit of excitement. If he defeats the first prince of the Eastern Han dynasty, he will sweep the Central Plains with the power of unifying Jingzhou, and will unify China in an unexpected manner. Chu Zimu has given up attacking the right camp, so the troops and horses of the right camp can be used to support the backbone or the left camp at any time. Although the 2 generals Zhou Bo and Gao Shun only have 30,000 people, they can achieve unexpected results. As for Chu Zimu's main attack direction, Su Shu looked at Chu Tian's military strength. Chu Tian gathered about 60,000 people to attack the backbone, attacking the army, the 5th School of the Northern Army, and the Jianyan crossbowmen. Concentrate 160,000 people to attack Zhuang, the Women's Army, the Scout Army, the Saint Army, and the Knight Army. Most of the rest were cavalry, which Chu Tian used to hold on to his own formation, and at the same time to prevent the Sioux County defenders from attacking out of the city, and to carry out cavalry attacks after breaking the camp. I think Chu Zimu's main attack direction is Zhuang. After all, the number of people attacking Zhuang is 2 to 3 times the number of people attacking the backbone. Yang Zhulang made a simple judgment. Su Shu couldn't deny it, but he had some doubts. Among the more than 100,000 people who attacked Zhuang, there were tens of thousands of cavalry. Unless the camp was broken, the cavalry would have limited effect. Maybe Chu Zimu's main attack direction was our Jingzhou army, the backbone of where it is. Yang Sherlang couldn't believe it. You dare to attack our 150,000 Jingzhou army with 50,000 to 60,000 soldiers and horses? What's true is what's true. What's true is what's true. Su Shu wasn't so sure either. Logically speaking, Chu Tian's troops used to attack the backbone should be almost the same as Wing's. Or perhaps the troops used to attack the backbone should be more. The reason why the backbone is that the defender's defense is the strongest. Su Shu suddenly thought. Perhaps Chu Zimu wants to use tens of thousands of troops to contain the Shongjian and the right camp, and then concentrate the main force to attack the left camp. The more Yang Sherlang thought about it, the more likely this possibility became. Our Jingzhou army has Wu Jie's divine arm Bao camp, which can keep the camp intact. Mr. Lu Pan, please lead your troops and horses to assist the Zhuang where the Yuzhou army is located at any time. Lu Pan responded. No problem. After Yang Zhuang made the deployment, he felt a little relieved. Lu Pan's subordinates included Huang Zhong. At this time, Huang Dong was not old at all. He was in his late prime and had a lot of strength. Kai Mao on the side said, Brother-in-law, once Chu Zimu's troops attack, I will definitely capture the enemy general alive with the help of Kai Zhong and Kai He. Yang Zhulang, who had just relaxed, heard what Kai Mao said, and his right eyelid kept twitching. Why did he have an uneasy premonition? The Zhuang where the Yuzhou army is located has 120,000 soldiers and horses. Guozi is the commander-in-chief. Li Daozong is the deputy commander. Su Chu, Qin Qiong, Cheng Jijie are the minions. And He, Lu Pai and other generals of the Runan Yellow Turban Army are the deputy generals. They set up a large number of bows and arrows, crossbow, used to defend the camp. As for Feng Yi and others, Yang Zhuang stayed in Runan to resist Wei Qing and Cao Cao's offensive. Opposite is the 160,000 strong army commanded by Xiao Liang, mainly composed of servant infantry and supplemented by cavalry. Once the obstacles in the camp are cleared by the infantry, the mighty cavalry army will overwhelm the entire left camp. Who will be the opponent's coach? Could it be that Chu Zimu himself is the coach? When Shua Tang faces a life-or-death battle, he is in a different situation than Yang Zhulang. Yang Zhulang's territory was too large. Yang Zhulang, who annexed Nanyang County, owned the entire Jingzhou. Even if he was defeated, he could still return to Jingzhou, rest for 2 or 3 years, and then make a comeback. But that's not the case with Tang. If he loses, his Yuzhou cannot be defended, and it will become Chu Tian's territory. Yang Zhulang can lose, but he cannot lose. Xiao Liang is wearing leather armor, with a moxie sword hanging on his slender waist. Xuan Gui, Zhao Yun, Joan of Arc, Artoria, Mu Guiying, and Li Xiaoning are by his side. Xuan Gui, Zhao Yun, and Joan of Arc led the infantry and crossbowmen of the servant army to attack the southeast corner. After the battle, Artoria, Mu Guiying, and Li Xiaoning and I went around to the rear of the left camp and attacked it by surprise. Xiao Liang performed simple deployment. Lu Yi stood with his sword, and his offensive legions existed to attack the enemy. Deputy Generals Lu Jin and Zhou Song, as well as temporary generals Wei Qigong, Yang Yi, Zhang Liao, Taisher Ci, Hua Xiong, Liang Hongyu and others lined up in a row in front of the military formation, with their swords drawn and their horses raised. Their momentum was like a rainbow. In addition to this group of fierce generals, there are also the 4 tigers of the Northern Army. Mi Fang's thighs were trembling, and he patted his thighs hard to relieve his tension. In his opinion, for 60,000 people to attack the backbone of the 150,000 Jingzhou army is simply to die. Brother, are you okay? Is it possible? Xing Durong couldn't help but wonder when he saw Mi Fang trembling. In his mind, Mi Fang's military power was superior to that of the 5 tiger generals. So how could he be afraid of this kind of battle? Mi Fang couldn't show weakness in front of her 4th brother. So she said, My spear is already hungry and thirsty. Xing Darong suddenly realized that Mi Fang was impatient and wanted to kill the enemy general among the thousands of troops. This is excitement, not fear. Mi Fang thought he was going to die, but Lu Yi had confidence in his ability. At present, Lu Yi's commander is 96, which can fully provide siege bonus for 60,000 soldiers, as well as Chu Tian and Xiao Liang's army halo bonus. Lu Yi's soldier siege bonus is very terrifying. Lu Yi's characteristic: 5 kingdoms destroy Qi. The attack power of the 60,000 army plus 20%. Formation maintenance plus 20%. Conflicts with Lu Yi's own army aura. The characteristic: 70 cities. When attacking a city, unit attack power plus 18%. Total attack power plus 38%. Followed by Chu Tian's army aura, Hanwu. All attributes of Han civilization soldiers are plus 8%. Xiao Liang's. The heroine comes to court. The army's attack power plus 7%. Defense power plus 7%. Morale decline rate 7%. In other words, Li Yi's 60,000 people have attack power plus 53%. Defense power plus 15%. Formation maintenance plus 20%. And morale decline rate minus 7%. Coupled with Chao Gui's characteristic, 1 momentum. When the unit he belongs to launches an attack for the first time, the morale will be plus 15%, and the attack power will be plus 5%. The effect will disappear when the attack is frustrated. Li Yi's 60,000 people have a maximum attack power of plus 58% and morale of plus 15%. In addition to benefiting from Li Yi's bonus, the first team led by Li Jin also has an additional plus 12% attack power, which does not conflict with Li Yi. In other words, if you enter the first team with thousands of people, the highest attack power will be plus 70%. Although there are bonuses from the Jingzhou army, it is absolutely impossible to be as terrifying as Li Yi's bonus. In order to ensure continuous attacks, there is also Liang Hongyu, who can provide morale recovery for the entire army. This is a strong army. In addition, the characteristics of Yang Yi and Zhang Liao can weaken the opponent's morale. Li Yi's confidence comes from the stacked positive buffs. Boom! Boom! The Yanzhou and Xuzhou coalition forces began to attack. The shark-clad infantry phalanx moves in a phalanx, with majestic generals holding broadswords and spears pressing down on the formation. Row after row of crossbowmen cover the sky like black clouds. This is the largest battle that broke out in the Han Empire after the Yuzhou War, the Central Plains War. In this battle, the 4 major princes participated in the battle and used the troops of 5 states: Yanzhou Mu Chutian, Xuzhou Mu Xiaoliang, Yuzhou Mu Shotang, Silly Colonel Lao Qin, and Nanjun Grand Administrator Yang Shirlang assembled an army of 600,000 to fight in Su County, Xucheng, located in the hinterland of the Central Plains and the site of the 4 war, could not escape the devastation of the war. Gao Shun, we must go all out in this battle. Zhou Bo stood on the towering wooden arrow tower, and the strong wind made his cloak rustle. He witnessed with his own eyes the strength of the military forces in Yanzhou and Xuzhou. This was a battle that might cost his life. There are no enemies in the right camp, but they shoulder the important task of connecting the backbone and left camp. If any camp is breached, it will be a fatal mistake for the Jingzhou, Yuzhou, and Guanzhong coalition forces. Gao Shun was usually taciturn, but he saw that Chu Tian's handsome flag was motionless. Chu Tian had 300,000 troops, of which about 220,000 were sent out to attack Suiying and Zhongjin, leaving only 80,000 cavalry. Can we raid the manager? Gao Shun made a risky proposal. He is confident in his trap. Zhou Bo stopped Gao Shun's dangerous thoughts. Don't go. He has many cavalry. Before Zhoujiang Lao Qin personally conquered Liangzhou, he told Zhou Bo not to fight Chu Tian in the wild. Zhoujiang Lao Qin, who had personally experienced the Third National War, knew how strong Chu Tian's cavalry was. That guy cannot be regarded as an ordinary prince in the Central Plains. How could the serious princes of the Central Plains have so many cavalry? And a bunch of cavalry generals, who were even emperor-level cavalry commanders themselves. Therefore, Zhoujiang Lao Qin's order to Zhou Bo was to assist the Tang dynasty in its defense. Zhou Bo is the chief general, and Gao Shun, as the deputy general, can only follow orders. Gao Shun, like Chen Qingji, has a high command value, but is bound to a special unit and commands other units. The bonus is relatively low, not as good as Zhou Bo. Boom! 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 The war drums of the attackers became more and more urgent, and War Eagle soared in the sky. Chu Tian sat in the rear to support the 2 groups of soldiers and horses at any time, and at the same time blocked the defenders in the city, and did not give the defenders a chance to support. This battle is very important to him. Defeating the 3 major coalition forces of the princes, and dominating the Central Plains. His territory will cover the 4 states of Qin, Su, Yan, and Hunan. As long as there are no mistakes, it is not difficult to unify the Eastern Han dynasty with the 4 states as the territory. All in one go. Chu Tian was accompanied by Chao Gui, who joined the army, and Chao Gui's ability had been activated. After the first time, the morale of the troops will be temporarily increased, and there will be a 5% attack power bonus. Chu Tian will not let go of any bonus. 5,000 Yanjia and carriages formed an iron wall, quickened their pace, and charged towards the enemy's backbone. Li Jin held a big sword in his hand and took 5,000 Yinjia as the first team, which increased Yinjia's attack power by 70% and made him powerful like a rainbow. In the rear, Liang Hongyu led the Shisheng battalion and Jianyuan's crossbowmen to throw rain of arrows to provide cover for Yinjia. Xiao Liang pulled out the Moi sword, and sparks burst out from the friction between the blade and the scabbard. "Fire the arrow!" she scolded lightly, and the 30,000 archers of the servant army bent their bows and nocked arrows. The bows were trembling, and they were thrown towards the sky. A rain of arrows covered the sky and fell from the sky, covering the left camp of the Yuzhou army. Chapter 446 Archery Showdown. Huang Dong and Xia Hoyuan. A rain of arrows fell from the sky. The defenders held up their shields, and used wooden fences and shields to block the fierce rain of arrows. Some soldiers were shot and killed. "That's the servant army that Chu Zimu brought back from the national war. But the number is too much." Xua Tang looked at the army attacking Zuoying, and saw that there were servants all over the mountains and plains. Arms of civilizations such as the Ottoman Turks, Indian Moguls, Macedonians, Romans, Persians, and France are all among Chutian's servants. The Yuzhou army is facing a coalition of multiple civilizations. Both sides were raining arrows on each other, trying to injure each other as much as possible. Joan of Arc holds the holy flag to supervise the battle, providing bonuses to the entire servant army. The holy flag can increase Joan of Arc's motivation ability by 25%. The Mogul infantry pushed the cart forward, and the Yuzhou army's dense rain of arrows fell. From time to time, Mogul soldiers were killed by stray arrows. Joan of Arc has become accustomed to being consumed by the army of cannon fodder servants, and is even a little numb. The servant captains and archers took turns to fire volleys to suppress the defenders and protect the carriages. Shuerigui and Zhao Yun led a group of Roman heavy infantry for hand-to-hand combat, preparing to attack the wooden fence of the left camp. "Use fire arrow!" Joan of Arc waved the flag, and 5,000 longbowmen fired rockets. The arrows dragging the flames fell into the camp. The fire spread, and black smoke billowed from time to time. When the carriage approached the camp, the fanatical Mogul soldiers came out to destroy the horses and trenches outside the camp, clearing obstacles for the cavalry and rear infantry. This is one of Joan of Arc's abilities. Fanatical belief. Guizi personally resisted Joan of Arc's army of servants and felt even more pressure. The Servant Legion is mainly based on the bonus of Joan of Arc, but the Servant Legion also has the aura of the whole army of Lei, Chu Tian, and Xiao Liang. Chao Gui's all-in-one effect can bring a 30% attack power bonus to the Servant Legion. In fact, Chu Tian also has the Heavenly Khan characteristic, which increases the attack power of the servant army by 10%. The most disgusting thing is that not only the basic attributes of Joan of Arc are high, but also the morale of Joan of Arc's troops is high. We are not afraid of the large number of cannon fodder, but we are most afraid of cannon fodder rather than death. Chu Tian appointed Joan of Arc as the commander-in-chief of the cannon fodder Servant Legion because she could provide a large morale bonus to the Servant Legion. Not a little bonus, but a massive morale bonus. The mighty army of servants devoured 3 army halos and the morale bonus of Joan of Arc, becoming a nightmare for the Yuzhou Legion. For Chu Tian, the servant army itself is a consumable. As long as they defeat the Yuzhou army, Chu Tian will be the victor. Moreover, the average rank of this group of servants is higher than that of the Yuzhou army, because many of the servants are elites from major civilizations. The Roman Citizen Legion, the Ottoman Empire's Yenikari Legion, the French Foot Knights, and the Macedonian Phalanx were all elite in every civilization. But under Chutian's tent, they were just victims of Chutian's attempt to unify the Eastern Han dynasty. The allied forces of major civilizations attacked fiercely, costing thousands of casualties, and almost demolished the barriers on the southeast corner of Zuoying. Then the servant army began to frantically demolish the wooden fence of Zuoying. The army of servants flies by like locusts, leaving no grass growing. Shuerigui waved Fang Tian's painted halberd and stood side by side, with Zhao Yun holding a gun. He saw that the servant army had begun to attack the wooden fence, so he looked at Zhao Yun. "Zilong, it's time for us to attack. Winning the war in the Central Plains and ending the troubled times is just around the corner. If I can see the end of the troubled times in my lifetime." After Zhao Yun followed Chu Tian to participate in the national war, he knew that there were more civilizations outside the Han Empire. The end of the troubled times does not just mean pacifying the Central Plains. It's useless to think too much. A true man should carry a 3-foot sword and achieve unparalleled achievements. Shuerigui rode forward, and Zhao Yun followed suit behind them. The captured Roman legions were thrown into the battlefield. It is said that during the Han dynasty, after a Roman legion failed in the battle with the Persians, they fled to the east and were accepted by the Han Empire. Regardless of whether it is true in history, there is indeed a group of Roman soldiers in Chutian's army. This group of Roman soldiers braved the rain of arrows and held javelins in their hands. Once they approached the left camp, thousands of javelins were thrown. The sharp javelins were more terrifying than bows and arrows, and hundreds of Yuzhou army soldiers were crucified to death. The Roman soldiers drew their swords from their waists and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the Yuzhou army. Xuerengui and Zhao Yun dismounted, led the Roman soldiers to attack the Yuzhou camp, and broke into it through a wooden fence that had been burned by fire. Fang Tian swept his halberd forward, and 5 spearmen were killed on the spot. Blood spattered on Xuerengui's white robe. The other soldiers of the Yuzhou army involuntarily took a few steps back, watching as this spearman appeared and killed several spearmen. The god of war. Killing 5 minions at once seems to be only a slight drain on his energy. Dozens of Yuzhou soldiers formed a half-moon shape and besieged Xuerengui. Suddenly, another fierce general broke in from the periphery of the burnt wooden fence and knocked away several soldiers with his spear. The Roman soldiers attacked the Yuzhou army with swords, and the two sides fought fiercely. Xuerengui got rid of the situation of being surrounded, fought side by side with Zhao Yun, and entered the enemy's formation. With every blow, the enemy fell. Xuerengui and Zhao Yun rushed forward to clear the way for the servants in the rear. The soldiers of the Yuzhou army couldn't help but be afraid when facing the 2 white-robed generals. No one could block their moves. Even the heavy infantry would be killed by them in one round. The two sides used the Zhuang camp as their battle line and fought for it repeatedly. General, an enemy has invaded the southeast corner. 2 fierce enemy generals broke into the southeast corner and killed at least 2 junior colonels and hundreds of brothers. The defeated cavalry in the southeast corner reported to Guizi, the commander-in-chief of the Yuzhou army. Generals Qin Xiong, Su Chu, and Cheng Yaojin, please come to rescue the enemy and drive away the enemy. Generals He Yi and Lu Pai, please bring your local warriors to carry stones and wood to plug the gap. Guizi mobilized troops and horses one after another. The opponent has extremely powerful generals, and only by sending 3 generals, Qin Xiong, Su Chu, and Cheng Yaojin, can they be driven away. How dare you invade our camp and ask me to chop off their heads? Cheng Yaojin carried the axe and went to support with Qin Xiong and Su Chu. Black smoke was billowing from the left camp. Guizi looked in the direction of the Zhongzhan. The situation of the Zhongzhan was not optimistic either. The Li army with only 60,000 people put pressure on the Jingzhou army that was comparable to that of the 140,000 servants. Fire the arrow! Thousands of divine armed bows fired crossbow arrows. Sharp crossbow arrows shot out from the arrow holes, and the light infantry who lacked heavy armor were sniped to death with 1 arrow. And a faint blood mist filled the air. Only Yin Jia relied on heavy armor and carriages to reach the front of the camp. Generals such as Eugene, Zhou Tsang, Yu Qigong, Yang Yi, Zhang Liao, Taisher Ci, Hua Xiong, etc. took the lead. Yin Jiashir set fire to the camp, while Wu Jie, the general of the Jingzhou army, used rockets instead of ordinary arrows. Bolide-like arrows covered the sky. Mi Fang, who was hiding behind a carriage, looked up at the falling bolide and quickly curled up so that she was completely protected by the carriage. Thousands of fire arrows fell, and the carriage was hit by dozens of fire arrows at the same time. The carriage where Mi Fang was hiding caught fire, and the soldiers who were hiding behind and advancing dispersed in a rush. Brother, come here! Lu Kuang shouted at Mi Fang, and Mi Fang braved the arrows and fled to the back of Lu Kuang's carriage. The opponent's arrow rain attack is too fierce. These are not arrows that ordinary crossbows can shoot. Mi Fang saw the terrifying power of the divine arm bow. No matter how powerful the real god's arm bow is, the god's arm bow in, Lord, like the Tang Dao in Ma Shu, is a special standard weapon with great power. Liang Hongyu commanded the Xisheng battalion and Jianyan crossbowmen, and fired against the Wu family army of the southern Song dynasty, who were equipped with divine arm bows. When the divine arm bow was aimed at Li Yi's infantry, the Xisheng battalion and Jianyan crossbowmen launched an attack. The long archers of the Xisheng battalion are generally equipped with well-equipped Shiwu composite bows, although the Jianyan crossbowmen do not have divine arm bows. Chu Tian is willing to spend the money, and the infantry crossbows they use are not bad. The attributes of Liang Hongyu's army were not weak, and they had various halo bonuses. With a hail of arrows, Many of the Southern Song Dynasty General Wu Jie's Divine Arm Bao Battalion were shot dead. Wu Jie had no choice but to divide the soldiers into two teams. One team to deal with Liang Hongyu, and the other team to suppress Li Yi's army. When the fire spread in the enemy's camp, Li Jin led Yan Jia to destroy the enemy's horses. Xing Darong swung his giant axe and chopped down a section of the burning fence. If not compared with the powerful generals who have excessive force, Xing Darong himself is also a general with strong force. The wood chips were blown away by the mountain axe, and Xing Darong kicked open the wooden fence that was about to collapse. However, behind the wooden fence were 3 rows of crossbowmen equipped with divine arm bows. Their bright crossbow arrows aimed at Xing Darong. Xing Darong swallowed his saliva and rolled to the side before the other party could react. And in place, there were dozens more crossbow arrows. Fortunately, I reacted in time. Otherwise, I would have turned into a hedgehog. Xing Darong broke into a cold sweat when he saw a row of crossbow arrows being fired. The generals guarding the camp were obviously fully prepared. After a section of the wooden fence was burned, they immediately blocked the gap. During this period, any enemy who tries to rush into the camp through the gap will be shot. The Jingzhou army has the best divine arm Bao and has an advantage in weapons. Yan Jia also discovered this. So he had no choice but to continue setting fires and fight with the defenders who came out of the camp to attack, but could not break through for the time being. The fierce General Huang Zhong held a big bow and shot Yan Jia one after another on the wooden arrow tower. Unlike the Tang dynasty, which had powerful generals such as Su Chu, Qin Qiong, and Cheng Yaojin, Yang Shirlang had fewer powerful generals, and Huang Gong was not yet owned by him. He borrowed Deputy General Huang Zhong from Lu Pan, and Huang Zhong's arrows were all fired, causing a lot of casualties to Yan Jia. Huang Gong bent his bow, knocked an arrow, and shot another arrow. With a clang, the arrow shot from the other direction collided with the arrow shot by Huang Zhong, and the 2 arrows were destroyed by each other at the same time. Huang Meng's eyes changed, and he knew that there was a sharpshooter competing with him. Huang Zhong looked in the direction of the arrow, and saw a general taking another arrow from the quiver behind him and aiming at Huang Zhong. This military commander was obviously a master of archery. But Huang Zhong was from Jingnan, and didn't know much about military commanders in the Central Plains. He didn't know that his opponent was named Xia Huyuan, and that the two were destined enemies. Huang Zhong also felt for arrows in his quiver. Destiny makes them fight in the Central Plains to see whose archery skills are better. When Xia Huyuan saw that Huang Zhong had shot many of his own soldiers, he took action in anger, as Huang Zhong is currently the most powerful general in the Jingzhou army. If he can be shot dead, Xia Huyuan can claim credit from Chu Tian. You're a step too late. Xia Huyuan saw that Huang Zhong was still touching the arrow, but he had already aimed at Huang Zhong. Look at my 3 arrows! Xia Huyuan shot an arrow, then another, and then another. When Xia Huyuan, who had a good feel for it, shot the 2nd and 3rd arrows, he no longer had to aim. He just relied on his feel. Not long ago, Xia Huyuan used 3 arrows to force Su Chu to return his sword to resist. Now, he wants to use the skill of 3 arrows to kill Huang Zhong. Little tricks! Huang Zhong fired from behind and shot 4 arrows in a row. The first arrow collided with Xia Huyuan's first arrow less than 5 meters away from Huang Zhong, and both arrows were destroyed. The 2nd and 3rd arrows destroyed Xia Huyuan's arrow, and the 4th arrow went straight to Xia Huyuan. Xia Huyuan was shocked and hurriedly took the arrows from his quiver. But the first 3 arrows took a lot of energy, and his arms were numb. It was too late to block the 4th arrow. Sonorous, a flying arrow came and hit the arrow cluster from the side, knocking away the 4th arrow shot by Huang Zhong. When Xia Huyuan reacted, sweat had already soaked the lining. Huang Zhong's 4th arrow was less than 3 feet away from him. If someone hadn't come to rescue him, he would have been shot dead on the spot. In other words, his archery skills are far inferior to Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong squinted his eyes, and noticed that an enemy general carrying a double halberd shot an arrow to rescue Xia Huyuan. The enemy's archery skills seemed to be better than Xia Huyuan's. Taisher Ci carries 2 halberds on his back, a long sword on his waist, and holds a bow in his left hand. Looking majestic, he can draw with Sun Ce, the overlord of Jiangnan at his peak, and is second only to the 5 tiger generals. You can't compete with a wonderful talent! Taisher Ci's expression was solemn. The pressure brought by Huang Zhong's archery skills made Taisher Ci, who was proud of his archery skills, feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. In Tai Shizi's impression, only two people brought such great pressure. Xuerengui and Li Guang were both better than Tai Shizi in mouse skills. It was after competing with the two of them that Tai Shizi realized how terrifying they were. The Huang Dong in front of him was on the same level as Li Guang's bow skills. See, maybe we can work together to shoot him. When Xia Hoyuan faced the great demon king Huang Zhong, without Xuerengui and Li Guang present, he believed that only by joining forces with Tai Shizi could he suppress Huang Zhong, or compete with Huang Zhong. Chu Tian's advantage is that there are many generals. If you can't fight alone, you can still fight in groups. Tai Shizi was hesitant at first, but seeing that Huang Zhong was about to use archery to kill him, he acquiesced to Xia Hoyuan's approach of joining forces with him. This is a battlefield, and winning is the ultimate goal. Three Bao-type heroes dueled on the battlefield, and their bows shook like thunder. Huang Zhong's arrows can even shoot through the carriage and kill the soldiers behind the carriage. Tai Shizi and Xia Hoyuan were not to be outdone, except for Huang Zhong. All the other marksmen in the arrow tower where Huang Zhong was located were shot by Tai Shizi and Xia Hoyuan. In the oblique ground, an arrow hit the red tassel on Tai Shizi's helmet. The famous Southern Song Dynasty general Wu Jia personally drew his bow and joined the duel. More and more generals are involved in this archery duel. The equipment of the Jingzhou Legion is better than I thought. Is this the power of the gods' arm bow in? Lords. Chu Tian was supervising the battle from the rear and saw the Jingzhou army firing thousands of crossbows, causing huge damage, and he couldn't help but move. In the future, he will also have to find a way to complete the blueprints for producing the god's arm bow. Chapter 447. The eldest wife is the god of war. Xilong. The enemies here seem to be endless. Xuerengui killed 300 enemies. He was like a butcher in the enemy camp, his blood dyeing his white robe red. However, in the face of the Yuzhou army's crazy counterattack, Xuerengui and Zhao Yun were blocked in a corner of the left camp. When an enemy general fell, Zhao Yun pulled out a spear stained with blood and panted. The Yuzhou army has been deployed for a long time. It will be very difficult to kill them all. Currently, only Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, and about 1,000 Roman soldiers broke into the left camp. They faced the counterattack of 120,000 Yuzhou troops in the camp. Zhao Yun no longer remembers how many enemies he assassinated. If not 300, there were still 200. They killed so many enemies that the two of them were numb. Of the 1,000 Roman heavy infantry, there were only about 400 left. Hundreds of soldiers from the Yenakari Legion poured into the gap in the rear. They held spears and scimitars and joined the fight with the Yuzhou army. The Yuzhou army was trapped in the left camp and fought tooth and nail in an attempt to drive away the two fierce generals Xuerengui and Zhao Yun. Thief general, please accept your fate. A fierce warrior with a length of more than 8 feet and a waist 10 inches wide strode out of the Yuzhou army and slashed at Zhao Yun with his broadsword. Zhao Yun's spear is like a swimming dragon. If he doesn't defend, he will counterattack and attack Su Chu directly. Su Chu returned his sword to block the silver gentian spear. The blade of the spear rubbed against the blade, and the cold blade even reflected the appearance of Zhao Yun and Su Chu. Both of them are fierce generals, but one is skilled and the other is powerful. When the two of them fight, their moves are dangerous. Xuerengui couldn't help but be surprised. Although Zhao Yun consumed part of his physical strength, he could make Zhao Yun go all out. Su Chu, who had not yet lost, was a fierce general. When Xuerengui was distracted by the duel between Zhao Yun and Su Chu, a spear had already struck. This spear is extremely dangerous, like a tiger coming down the mountain. Fang Tian drew his halberd to block, and the halberd blade caught the gun blade. The two warriors were shot by the other's strength. One is Xuerengui, and the other is Qin Xiong. How come your strength is so great? Qin Xiong believed that he was the most powerful in the Yuzhou army, but he found that his spear could not suppress Xuerengui's Fang Tianhua Ji. On the contrary, Fang Tianhua Ji was rising upwards. Your strength is not low, but it's still a little bit behind. Xuerengui exhausted a lot of energy from killing the soldiers. He lifted Qin Xiong's spear while panting. After continuous battles, during the Third National War, his military force finally reached the ceiling of 99 points. Therefore, even if he consumes part of his physical strength, he can still suppress Qin Xiong's spear with Fang Tianhua Ji. Qin Xiong's arms were shaking, as if he couldn't hold the tiger-headed Zhang golden gun tightly. This guy in front of me is simply a freak. Those who dare to use Fang Tian's painted halberd as a weapon must either have extremely high force or have mediocre force. Xuerengui belongs to the former. You seem to be a little behind. After Xuerengui reached the peak of his martial arts, it seemed that it would not take much effort to deal with Qin Qiong. Qin Qiong's spear could not suppress Xuerengui, so he had to separate from Xuerengui, take a few steps back, and look at the white-robed general warily. Xuerengui has followed Chu Tian for several years, and his original immaturity has been replaced by perseverance. After reaching the peak of his military power, Xuerengui can almost scorn most generals. "Uncle Bao, let me help you. Look at my 3 axe." Zheng Yaojin squeezed through a group of Yuzhou army soldiers and struck with a Xinhua axe. Xuerengui's Fang Tianhua Ji blocked Xuanhua's axe. "Oh, I still have some skills. Watch my 2nd axe." Zheng Yaojin came with another axe, but was still blocked by Xuerengui. "3rd axe?" Still blocked by Xuerengui. Xuerengui asked indifferently, "Is there a 4th axe?" Zheng Yaojin smiled dryly. "Of course." He stepped back a few steps, distanced himself from Xuerengui, and hurriedly said to Qin Shubao, "Let's fight together." Qin Qiong also realized that Xuerengui was no match for him alone, and could only fight Xuerengui by joining forces with Zheng Yaojin. "Ha! This time Qin Shubao and I join forces. You will definitely die under my axe." Zheng Yaojin quickly forgot that he was almost killed by Xuerengui just now, and thought that by joining forces with Qin Qiong, he would be okay again. Qin Qiong held a gun. Zheng Yaojin wielded an axe, and the 2 Xuanjia army leaders besieged Xuerengui. The 3 of them were fighting on foot. Xuerengui slashed with a square-shaped halberd and blocked the 2 fierce generals at the same time without falling behind. In the eyes of the soldiers of the Yuzhou army, this kind of combat power is already on the same level as the legendary Lu Bu. "Continue to attack." Joan of Arc used the ability to inspire the legion, commanded more than 100,000 servants, stormed the left camp, and at the same time assisted Xuerengui and Zhao Yun. Guizi was under great pressure. The fanatical and elite servant army broke down many obstacles in the left camp and set fires everywhere. He needed to command the reserve troops from time to time to fill the gaps, while using bows and crossbows to violently shoot at the servant army. The terrible thing about the servant army is that the servant army is just cannon fodder, as long as the cost is not considered. It is entirely possible for the servant army to overwhelm the Yuzhou army. "Urgent report. A troop of troops is attacking the rear of the camp. They are in the upwind direction, under the arson. The fire is spreading rapidly. General and Lord, please separate your forces to rescue them." While Guizi was concentrating on dealing with Joan of Arc's legion of servants, the rear of the camp was in danger. Guizi and Shuatong looked to the rear almost at the same time, and saw thick smoke billowing from behind the army, and the fire spread quickly with the help of the wind. The opponent accurately judged the direction of the wind, used Joan of Arc's legion to attract the attention of the Yuzhou army, and detoured to the rear to carry out a surprise attack. "It was just right," said Tang's face turned pale. Joan of Arc's legions were still attacking continuously. Xuerengui and Zhao Yun who broke into the camp were not expelled, and the fire in the rear was raging. If this continued, there was only one defeat. "I will personally lead a team of soldiers and horses to drive away the enemies in the rear," said Don. Couldn't sit back and watch his camp collapse. The capture of Zuing will cause a chain reaction, leading to the collapse of Zhongjian, Writing, and Sioux County. Behind the left camp, Xiao Liang personally led the 3 generals Muguying, Li Xiaoning, and Artoria to attack. Among them, Artoria held the lake sword in both hands and killed hundreds of people. Behind her, 150 knights of the Round Table followed their king in an assault. Invincible, 9th-level troops used the power of fire to carry out surprise attacks, with no disadvantages. As many as 1,000 people fell under the swords of Artoria and the knights of the Round Table. Muguying was wearing Oriental Bright Light armor, which was different from King Arthur Artoria's Western-style knight armor, but it had similar defensive power and could kill hundreds of people as well. As Xiao Liang's retainer, Li Xiaoning protects him personally. Her head of the family has a very strong commanding talent, but his military force is very low. If he is shot by a stray arrow, the loss will be great. "General Mu, you lead the Tiger Army to ambush on both sides. The enemy will definitely come to rescue you." The camp was in chaos, and the fire was still spreading rapidly in the downwind direction. Muguying and Li Xiaoning followed Xiao Liang's instructions and ambushed the enemy on the road to save them. The detachment of women loaded their crossbows and arrows, while the Huban army dismounted and acted as heavy armored infantry, preparing for hand-to-hand combat. The smoke screen produced by the flames confuses the vision and makes it difficult to prevent. How could I give up my camp so easily? It is said that Tang led 20,000 people to drive away the enemies who invaded the camp from the rear, and attempted to put out the fire in the camp. Suddenly, 5,000 women's troops with crossbows in their hands appeared, firing rows of crossbows one after another, and the Yuzhou army fell to the ground. Protect the Lord. Guard Chen Dao held a red-tasseled gun in his hand, stood in front of the Lord Sha Tang, and deflected the incoming crossbow arrows. The Yuzhou army quickly shot arrows and fought with a detachment of women in the camp. At this time, Artoria led 150 knights of the Round Table, following Xiao Liang's command, around to the rear of the Yuzhou army, and carried out a beheading operation with a small force. 150 knights of the Round Table rushed in from the rear. Each of them was a Western military aristocrat who was different from ordinary people. They had strong individual combat capabilities. With their sophisticated equipment, they broke into the Yuzhou army and were overwhelmed. Arturia slashed with swords in both hands, leaving corpses strewn along the way. Her goal is to kill the enemy commander and gain military exploits. Su Chu and Qin Qiong were sent to fight against Xueragui and Zhao Yun. No one can stop King Arthur and her Knights of the Round Table. The yellow-turbaned General Gong Du stood in the way and was killed by the sword in the lake within 2 or 3 rounds. In order to cover the beheading operation of the Knights of the Round Table, Mu Guiying led the dismounted soldiers of the human army to appear from the front and engage in hand-to-hand combat with the Yuzhou army. The human army is an 8th-level heavy cavalry. After dismounting, it can barely be used as armored infantry. It relies on its amazing defensive power to fight hand-to-hand with the Yuzhou army. The Yuzhou army was attacked from 2 sides and was quickly defeated. It arrived to cover Tang's retreat, followed by only more than 1,000 white soldiers. The Knights of the Round Table went straight to talk about Tang. Just when Tang was facing a fierce attack by the Knights of the Round Table, a group of heavy armored infantry appeared and formed a dense phalanx of spears to stop the Knights of the Round Table. Gao Shan of the Guanzhong army came to meet us. Gao Shan appeared next to Tang, who felt inexplicably relieved. Gao Shan's trap appeared to prevent him from being beheaded by the Knights of the Round Table. In addition to the trapped camp, Gao Shan also brought 10,000 Guanzhong troops. This army? Are they trapped in the camp? Xiao Liang was directing the encirclement and suppression of Shuo Tang. Gao Shan, who was originally located in the right camp, saw the beacon fire and broke into the left camp to respond, which slightly frustrated her plan. Destroy the trapped camp. Now that the trapped camp is here, we can't let it leave easily. 10,000 detachment troops fired at the trapped camp, and the human soldiers, led by Mu Guiying, attacked the trapped camp. The trapped camp formed a dense formation and fought hand-to-hand with the tiger soldiers. One side is a spear, the other is a heavy halberd. Both sides have losses. In order to protect Gao Shan and Tang Tang, they went to the Zhongying camp. But the trapped camp and the Guanzhong army fought to the death. Although he admired the ambition of the soldiers who were trapped in the camp, Xiao Liang still ruthlessly wiped out the legion that the bold old Qin had finally built for Gao Shan. Faced with a dense rain of arrows from the detachment of women, the tiger warriors who fought hand-to-hand, and the Knights of the Round Table who were good at assault, they faced the siege of the 3 powerful armies, and soldiers fell into the camp one after another. However, the trapped camp did not retreat. It was not until Gao Shan and Shuatong retreated that the trapped camp, which had suffered heavy losses, managed to leave. Then the trapped camp had no chance to withdraw from the battle. Mu Guiying's tiger soldiers had already cut the trapped camp into 2 parts. Countless women soldiers holding infantry crossbows fired the crossbows, and almost all the troops in the trapped camp were annihilated. Although loyal, we are enemies. If we block our front, there will be only death. Mu Guiying stood on a pool of blood. It still took a lot of effort to wipe out the trapped camp, but Tang had already escaped. Go straight to the southeast corner and join the friendly forces. After Xiao Liang broke through the southwest corner, he turned to attack the southeast, making great progress all the way. Xueragui in the southeast corner suppressed Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin, while Zhao Yun was still fighting Su Chu. Report: Miss Xia has invaded the enemy's left camp and will win soon. Chu Tian commanded from the rear, while Xiao Liang took the lead in breaking through Zuoying, one step faster than Li Yi's army. Chapter 448. Su Yu offers advice. Zhao Long claimed to be Jizhou Mu and stationed troops in Yicheng, preparing to go north to Chanshan to fight with Huma in Bingzhou. Report: there is a man claiming to be Su Ziyuan who wants to enter the city. Zhou Yafu was discussing with Du Ruhui a sneak attack on Yicheng, and the soldiers guarding the city reported to Zhou Yafu. Su Ziyuan? Could it be Su Yu? Zhou Yafu remembered that this counselor of Yuan Shao had offended his lord. Whether to take him in or not is still a question. Du Ruhui thought for a moment and said to Zhou Yafu, if the lord is here, in order to get Jizhou, unless he has a deep hatred for Su Yu, he will definitely be taken in. The general can open the city gate. Zhou Yafu listened to Du Ruhui's analysis and waved his hand. Bring Su Yu to see me. Soon a counselor was brought over by the soldiers and adjusted his clothes. The ferry has been occupied by your soldiers and horses from Yanzhou. I want to go south. Please make it easier for me and my family to return to my hometown in Nanyang. Du Ruhui stared at Su Yu. Du Ziyuan is a great talent. How can he be willing to live in seclusion in his hometown in Nanyang, now that the world is in chaos and all heroes are rising up? Is it possible that Su Ziyuan doesn't want to do something great? Su Yu said. Yuan Binchu had an enmity with his subordinates and was defeated and captured. Now Zhao Long advocates Jizhou and gives priority to the Hebei family. I am a Nanyang native, and I am being squeezed out. I am afraid I will not be taken seriously. I have lost my temper and want to live in seclusion in the countryside. Du Ruhui still stared at Su Yu with a faint smile. His eyes seemed to see through Su Yu's inner thoughts. And Su Yu couldn't help but be shocked. As one of the two great counselors of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, Du Ruhui was probably even more capable than Tian Feng and Jushu. Su Yu could not hide from Du Ruhui with his simple prevarication. Du Ruhui's current intelligence has reached 96. It is not difficult to see through Su Yu's thoughts. Ziyuan, please don't try to trick me. I think Ziyuan must have wanted to join the new master. So he went south. The look in Du Ruhui's eyes told Su Yu that there was no need to beat around the bush. Du Ruhui was one of Chu Tian's important counselors and could not hide anything from him. Su Yu replied, Chao Man and I are old friends, and I plan to take refuge with him and make ends meet. Chao Mingde is currently serving as a partial general under Yanzhou Mu. Instead of taking refuge with Chao Mingde, Ziyuan might as well directly join Yanzhou Mu and still maintain his position as the leader in the future. There is a gap between Yanzhou Mu and me, and he reemploys the Shuzhou family. How can he use me? If Yanzhou Mu has the world in his mind and has no tolerance, then wouldn't it be true that Master Zhao of Qinzhou and Chao Mingde of Yanzhou were all executed by Yanzhou Mu? Zhang Yu and Man Chong of the Yanzhou family. How can they be biased against the Shuzhou family when they manage Yanzhou affairs? Please don't suspect. Du Ruhui's words opened Su Yu's heart. He and Chu Tian don't seem to have an inextricable hatred. In the past, they were each their own masters and targeted each other. As long as Chu Tian can tolerate him, he can still be reused. As for Zhao Long, who reemployed the Hebei family in order to clear up the factional disputes within Yuan Shao as soon as possible, he seemed to have acted too hastily, causing Su Yu to flee. In a sense, Su Yu is also a talent. Otherwise Yuan Shao would not have used him as one of the masterminds. Where is Yanzhou Mu? We are attacking Yuzhou. What a pity. What a pity. Su Yu couldn't help but call it a pity. Zhou Yafu asked from the side. Why is it such a pity? Su Yu replied. Zhao Long was newly appointed as Jizhou Mu and put Yuan Binchu under house arrest. He went north to compete with Huma for hegemony. People's hearts are still undecided. If Yanzhou Mu has already captured Yuzhou and sends 300,000 to 400,000 troops, then Jizhou can be easily obtained and Hebei can be obtained. Du Ruhui said, Yuzhou is a serious threat, and the Jingzhou army is marching north. If the Lord leads the main force to cross the Yellow River and compete with the princes of Hebei, the Central Plains will definitely be captured by the Yuzhou army and the Jingzhou army. This is to abandon the original and pursue the weak. Su Yu shook his head. This is a pity. Suddenly, Su Yu's eyes lit up. Zhao Long gathered his troops and went north. There will definitely be a battle with Huma. Why didn't this general lead his troops and attack Yicheng, so that Zhao Long would be attacked from both sides? Zhou Yafu replied, That's exactly what I meant. But it's a pity that no one leads the way. Yicheng is the key point of Jizhou, and it and Handan are horns with each other. If you attack Yicheng, Handan will save it. If you attack Handan, you need to divide your troops to surround Yicheng. Otherwise Yicheng must be saved. My troops are insufficient, and it is difficult to attack both cities at the same time. Su Yu paced anxiously. If he decides to seek refuge with Chu Tian, he must make contributions and gain Chu Tian's trust. Du Ruhui was still like an old fox, half smiling but not smiling, waiting patiently for Su Yu's advice. After all, Du Ruhui has never been to Jizhou, and his understanding of Jizhou is limited to intelligence. But Su Yu is different. He has been working hard in Jizhou with Yuan Shao for 3 years. As one of Yuan Shao's masterminds, Su Yu not only had some abilities, but was also familiar with Jizhou's strategic terrain and sophisticated people. If Su Yu proposed a strategy to attack Jizhou, it might be more practical than Du Ruhui's. The general can try to attack Yicheng. The wheat in Jizhou is about to mature, and the general can't attack it. He can divide his troops to harvest the wheat and transport it back to Liang. In this way, not only can Liang get food and grass to defend, but also Yicheng and Zhao the dragon army is in dire straits of food shortage. Secondly, the Qishui River can be blocked and canals can be dug to flow into the Baigo and increase the water volume of the Baigo so that large ships can transport military supplies from Yanzhou to Jizhou. Third, plunder the population of surrounding villages and towns to increase the number of people in Liang, or move to the south of the Yellow River. This is called a plan to eliminate households. Fourth, send people to Montenegro to contact the Montenegro army Zhang Yin and ask him to raise troops to respond. Then you can get 100,000 Montenegro troops to attack Yicheng, and a big thing can be accomplished. Fifth, order the scouts to spread news in Yi City, falsely claiming that Jizhou has been defeated. This will definitely make people panic, or there may be traitors who surrender to the city. When Zhou Yafu's troops were at a disadvantage, Su Yu still offered 5 strategies to Zhou Yafu. Du Ruhui recognized Su Yu's 5 strategies: starving of food, exterminating households, wooing the Black Mountain Army, disturbing the hearts of the people in Yicheng, and digging canals to open up waterways for transporting food. These were good strategies for conquering Jizhou. Ziyuan's advice has been meritorious, and he will definitely be put to great use by the Lord in the future. In order to win over Su Yu as much as possible, Du Ruhui praised Su Yu slightly. Su Yu saw that Chu Tian's counselors were praising him so much that he thought to himself that Chu Zimu's counselors were nothing more than that. If Chu Zimu could capture Jizhou, it would be all thanks to me. Su Ziyuan. Although he thought so, Su Yu did not dare to be proud before he actually captured Yi City, but asked Zhou Yafu. This general has always been taciturn. I wonder what Su Ziyuan's plan is. Zhou Yafu pondered. We can act accordingly when Zhao Long leads his troops north. If you two listen to my good advice, great things can be accomplished. Jizhou can be obtained, and you will also be reused by Yanzhou Mu. Yuan Binshu did not follow my plan, which led to Zhao Long becoming more powerful, and he made a big mistake by himself. At this time, Su Yu could not help but show his superior attitude. Du Ru shook his head in darkness. Su Yu knew how to plot things, but not people. In other words, Su Yu was too arrogant, greedy, and had bad personal conduct, which ultimately made it difficult for him to become a general. However, after Chu Tian captured Yuzhou, the next step was to pacify Hebei. So Du Ruhui had to keep Su Yu for Chu Tian, even if it was to temporarily satisfy Su Yu's character flaws. As for the capture of Yuzhou, after Su Yu becomes less important, let's see if Su Yu can be a good person. Personal ability determines the lower limit, and character determines the upper limit. Du Ruhui secretly asked Zhou Yafu to appoint Su Yu as his staff, and he was willing to serve as the second strategist of the defensive army. At the same time, he divided part of the loot between Su Yu and his family to satisfy Su Yu's desire for fame and fortune. Su Yu was very satisfied. When he escaped from Yicheng, a lot of property was robbed by the rebels. Du Ruhui's generosity made him very satisfied with Chu Tian's power and felt Chu Tian's sincerity. In fact, this is just Du Ruhui's arbitrary decision. Fong plans to make decisions, and Du Ruhui has extremely strong decision-making ability. In other words, even without Chu Tian's order, he can still make judgments based on the situation. Even when it comes to personnel decisions, Du Ruhui's judgments are also accurate. As soon as Su Yu came to Liang, he was stabilized by Du Ruhui, thinking that Chu Tian had cleared up all the past grudges and was thirsty for talents. And Su Yu was the talent Chu Tian lacked. Judging from the strategic purpose of capturing Jizhou, Su Yu is really a talent that Chu Tian must capture. Liang is located in Hebei, and the Lord's army is located in Henan and Shuzhou. If Zhao Long defeats Hu Ma and attacks Liang in the south, Liang may be captured at any time. Ziyuan's family should be sent to Yanzhou. No, even Yanzhou will not it's safe. It's better to send him to Shuzhou to avoid the war. There has been no war in Shuzhou for many years, and the people live and work in peace and contentment, which can keep his family safe from worries. Du Ruhui proposed to send Su Yu's family to Shuzhou for refuge. Although it is a refuge, It is more like a hostage. Currently, Cao Cao's clan members all live in Xiaoqing and are under surveillance at the same time. Su Yu also knew this, but he had been moved by Du Ruhui's series of actions, and being a hostage was not uncommon. So he agreed to send his family to Shuzhou, where Zhou Yafu would send a small team to escort him and cross the Yellow River south. Du Ruhui watched Su Yu's family leave, knowing that Su Yu could only work for Chu Tian. Otherwise he would lose his family. Not only that, Du Ruhui also wrote a letter to Chu Tian, proposing to treat Su Yu with a high official and generous salary. Zhou Yafu began to prepare his troops and prepare for a surprise attack on Yeqing. In Yeqing, Zhao Long led a group of civil servants and generals to look in the direction of Liyang. Liyang was occupied by Zhou Yafu and became a key household in Hebei, which made Zhao Long feel like he had a lump in his throat and found it difficult to swallow. Liu Bei and Tianqi agreed to send troops, but they asked for more fiefdoms after defeating Huma. Otherwise, they were unwilling to send troops. Liu Bei and a minister from Tianqi's forces returned from their mission and reported to Zhao Long about their mission. Zhao Long hesitated and finally made up his mind. If Huma can be defeated, I can give Liu Bei the Hejian Kingdom and Tianqi the Qinghe Kingdom. This will give them 2 counties and fiefdoms to recruit soldiers and horses. If they take over the Central Plains in the future, they can grant him the title of king with a different surname, and their current territory will be their future feudal state, and they will never break their promise. In order to make up for the gap with Chu Tian as soon as possible, Zhao Long had no choice but to compromise with Liu Bei and Tianqi. Liu Bei and Tianqi may fall to Chu Tian's side, and the only thing that can win them over is more fiefdoms. Although this approach was extremely dangerous, Zhao Long had to do it. Take refuge in Chu Tian. Chu Tian will not break the soil and make kings. Any princes annexed by Chu Tian basically have names but no power. Cao Cao, the only powerful one, was suppressed by Wei Qing, and he commanded a small number of troops at the same time. Zhao Long, however, could tolerate Liu Bei and Tianqi supporting their own troops. This is why Liu Bei and Tianqi are still in his camp, because their territories are all in Hebei, and they will both prosper and suffer. It is impossible for Chu Tian to tolerate the princes, who have not completely surrendered to him within his own power. This is the biggest difference between Zhao Long and Chu Tian. Of course, Zhao Long also knew that what he was doing was quite dangerous. Once Liu Bei and Tianqi betrayed him, he would be the next Yuan Shao or the next Yuan Shu. Liu Bei could not be willing to be completely annexed by Chu Tian. So Zhao Long was not worried that Liu Bei would defect to Chu Tian on the premise of giving Liu Bei 2 counties. The only variable is Tianqi. If Tianqi is a Liu Bei-like character, then he will persist until the last city. If he is a Zhang Lu-like character, then it is very likely that he will surrender immediately after Chu Tian's army arrives in Hebei. Varies from person to person. The 2 counties should be able to temporarily stabilize Tianqi. For the lost territory, Zhao Long regained it from Yuan Shao and Huma. As long as he maintains his dominance in Hebei, he can command a few younger brothers. Zhu Shou said. Zhu Ziyuan is from a noble family in Henan. His disappearance this time must be Chu Zimu, who has taken refuge in Henan. If you think about it, Li Yang's soldiers and horses will definitely attack Yeqing. Zhao Long nodded. I have expected that if Gao Zhuang, prime minister of the Sui dynasty, and Shen Pei are left to guard the city this time, and Han Qinhu is used as the general, Yeqing will be safe. If Su Yu betrays us, he will probably participate in my assassination because you are afraid that I will punish you. Zhao Long pinned all the charges on Yuan Shao and Su Yu for the assassination incident. Su Yu left without saying goodbye, and Yuan Shao was placed under house arrest. Jizhou aristocratic families all believe that Yuan Shao and Su Yu planned to assassinate Zhao Long, the hero of the earthquake. Su Yu left, confirming this. Therefore, Zhao Long actually gained the favor of the Jizhou aristocratic families, because Zhao Long eliminated the Henan aristocratic families brought by Yuan Shao, and the Hebei aristocratic families became the dominant ones. In Pingyuan, Liu Bei received Zhao Long's promise that after defeating Huma, he could obtain Hejian Kingdom and Bohai Kingdom, 2 counties, as a place to stay. Liu Bei used the random recruitment order brought back from the national war and obtained a counselor, alongside the alien counselor Chen Shi. Now Liu Bei's group of counselors and generals has begun to expand and secretly accumulate strength. He is not willing to give up supporting the Han dynasty and competing in the Central Plains. The general situation of the world is uncertain, and what Chen Shi said is true. My lord can secretly make friends with the scholars in Jizhou. With my lord's charm and politeness to the virtuous corporal, the scholars in Bohai and Hejian will follow my lord. Maybe Jizhou is not the place for my lord to establish himself. The new counselor said this to Liu Bei. Liu Bei asked curiously, I was born in the north, so I should focus on Jizhou and Yuzhou. The world is so big. Where can I find a place for me? Liu Xuanda? The counselor said. Otherwise, my lord has many talents and hundreds of generals, but lacks opportunities. We might as well accumulate strength secretly, and make friends with the princes from all over the world. There are many tigers in the north, but the south is weak. If you can't gain a foothold in the north in the future, why not give it a try in the south? As long as time goes by, my lord will definitely achieve something great. Liu Bei thought for a long time. What Jing Lu said is true. Chapter 449 Capture. On the Yuzhou battlefield, the enemy's left camp had been captured by the troops commanded by Xiao Liang. The fleeing Yuzhou army moved closer to the backbone Jingzhou army. The Jingzhou army fired thousands of crossbows and forced back the servant army. And then the backbone was defended. However, the situation was not favorable for the Yuzhou army, Jingzhou army, and Guanzhong army, because they lost their left camp and only had 2 camps left. The backbone was attacked by 2 armies and was in danger. The defenders in the city did not dare to go out to support them. Otherwise, they would be defeated by the Iron cavalry. As night falls, the fighting continues. The fierce battle of 600,000 regular troops will not end so easily. One group of generals went up to attack, while another group of generals rested. In order to gnaw this hard bone, Chu Tian kept attacking the opponent's camp day and night. Since the 2 sides have turned against each other, they must defeat each other. Annihilating the Yuzhou army, Jingzhou army and Guanzhong army will cause the Yuzhou, Jingzhou and Guanzhong princes to suffer certain losses. Yang Zhulang, who was constantly being attacked, had his mentality broken. After the Yuzhou army was defeated and the trapped camp was wiped out, only his 150,000 Jingzhou army could withstand attacks from 2 directions. Crossbows can be used in land battles and water battles. The Jingzhou army, which lacks a large number of cavalry, attaches great importance to crossbows, so it is advantageous when holding on. Even Liang Hongyu Shisheng battalion and Jianyan crossbowmen cannot suppress almost every soldier. The Jingzhou army equipped with crossbows. The Jingzhou army defended, but Yang Sherlang had foreseen the reality of imminent defeat. It was obvious that Chu Tian planned to win the Central Plains War no matter the cost. This is the first time several major princes have joined forces to fight together. Only by killing them with all their majesty will these princes be afraid next time. If all the 150,000 Jingzhou troops are used up, Chu Zimu may also suffer heavy losses. But we will lack the troops to defend Nenyang, or even Xiangyang. In order to preserve our strength, we can only retreat to Wancheng. Yang Sherlang took the lead in asking Shua Tang and Zhou Bo to retreat. Said Tang was defeated by Xia Raoichi, a female streamer, and his eyes dimmed. If Yang Juro said this before the war started, he would think that Yang Juro had no intention of supporting him. But judging from the current situation, Yang Zhulang has tried his best. The Jingzhou army lost tens of thousands of people in a day's offensive, and Yang Sherlang's heart was bleeding. Yang Sherlang proposed to Shui Tang. Ruding County cannot be defended. You can retreat with me to Wancheng in Nanyang County, with the entire Jingzhou at your back, so that you can block Chu Zimu. I order you to garrison Wancheng to guard against Chu Zimu. Just like Liu Biao, the story of Liu Bei, you can summon talents from all counties in Runan to come to Wancheng to join together, and at the same time move all the people in Runan to Jingzhou. The general situation of the world is uncertain, and Chu Zimu may not be able to dominate the Central Plains. Rather, when he crosses the Yellow River north, it will be the time for you to regain Yuzhou. At that time, if you respond to your call, Yuzhou will still be your Yuzhou. Yang Sherlang's words made Su Tong quite tempted. Breakthrough tonight. Without giving Tang any time to think, Yang Zhulang led the army and began to break out. The Yuzhou, Jingzhou, and Guanzhong coalition forces still have over 200,000 troops, and they can still fight. At night, Yang Sherlang took Qin Qiong, Cheng Yaojin, Su Chu, and Huang Zhong as the vanguard and broke out in the direction of Wancheng. The army tore through the defense lines of the Yanzhou and Shuzhou coalition forces. Chu Tian never expected that Yang Zhulang would be so decisive and burn down the camp and lead his army to break out of the encirclement even though he still had 200,000 troops. When he heard the shouts of killing resounding on the battlefield, he knew that the enemy army had concentrated all its troops to break out. He immediately mobilized all the troops and horses that had come down to rest, as well as the troops and horses that were attacking the enemy camp, to pursue the enemy troops with all their strength. After finally resting, the 4 tigers of the Northern Army mounted their horses with their weapons, and led the 5 schools of the Northern Army in pursuit. The enemy's camp was burned down, and the fire was raging, disrupting the sight of the Yanzhou and Shuzhou coalition forces. Obviously, Yang Sherlang was determined to retreat and directly burned his camp, causing many Shuzhou soldiers who attacked the camp to be swallowed up by the sea of fire. The battlefield was in chaos, and both sides began a huge pursuit. 200,000 people chasing 200,000 people. Now the two sides can't even tell each other's identities. Yang Yanzhou came to the rear with a spear, intercepted the enemy troops, and killed dozens of chasing enemies with one spear. In the light of the fire, a familiar figure appeared. It turned out to be Yang Yi, the fierce general he fought with that day. "You little bastard! Please leave!" Last time Yang Yi was chased by Yang Yanzhou. This time, the situation was reversed, and it was Yang Yi's turn to chase Yang Yanzhou. "Old man, I don't want to fight with you today." Yang Yanzhou rode away, knowing that he was no match for Yang Yi. Yang Yi's force is obviously higher than him. If he is stopped by Yang Yi, then he is likely to be captured. "Don't leave." Yang Yi's horse was faster, and he caught up with Yang Yanzhou. He stabbed Yang Yanzhou and hit the vital point without mercy. Yang Yanzhou had to fight back with his spear. The two spears fought quickly, fighting in the dark with only firelight and sound. This was the second time the two men fought in the dark, and both sides also used the Yang family's marksmanship. There were shouts of killing all around, but Yang Yanzhou didn't want to get too entangled with Yang Yi, and just fought and retreated. Although Yang Yi's martial arts is superior to Yang Yanzhou, it is not easy to truly defeat Yang Yanzhou, who is familiar with his marksmanship. Suddenly, a horse rushed out of the darkness, and there was a burly figure on the horse's back. Yang Yanzhou's spear was delayed by Yang Yi, and he was unable to return the shot. The burly man stretched out his thick arms, and when the two horses of Yang Yanzhou intersected, he actually clamped Yang Yanzhou and captured him alive. The spear fell to the ground. Yang Yanzhou was clamped by the strong man, and he was unable to break free. "You are already my prisoner. 2,000 silver. Dian Wei, will settle it." Dian Wei captured Yang Yanzhou alive in a surprise attack, and was overjoyed to know that he had made a great contribution. When Yang Yi saw that Yang Yanzhou was captured by the fierce Han Dianwei, he knew that Yang Yanzhou was doomed. So he mounted his horse to chase and kill other enemy generals. The Yanzhou and Shuzhou coalition forces attacked from all directions on the battlefield and captured as many prisoners alive as possible. Mi Fang caught up with a general on the other side and thrust forward with his spear. The general in front returned his spear and fought with Mi Fang. The two sides fought for 30 rounds. Mi Fang fought hard and defeated the opponent. Mi Fang used her strength to lift the opponent's spear and put it against the opponent's throat. As long as Mi Fang exerts her strength, she can stab the Jingzhou general in front of her to death. He had a look of ecstasy on his face. He didn't expect that Mi Fang would one day capture an enemy general alive on the battlefield. Mi Fang, never kill unknown people. What is your name?" "Jingzhou General Kai He." "It seems that General Jingzhou is no good. You are now my prisoner." Mi Fang is in a good mood. "Brother, I captured a Jingzhou general alive." When Mi Fang captured Kai He alive, Lu Kuang, one of the 4 tigers of the Northern Army, also captured a fierce general alive. Mi Fang was confused. "Why is there another Jingzhou general? What is his name?" "Kai Zhong." Chapter 450 Yang Family General. Brothers Kai Zhong, Kai He. Chu Tian felt complicated when he saw Mi Fang and Lu Kuang capturing 2 Jingzhou generals. Kai Zhong and Kai He can be said to be the 2 great generals of Jingzhou, who are powerful in Jingbei. They are the younger brothers of Kai Mao. They never thought that the 4 tiger generals of the Northern Army would capture the 2 great generals of Jingzhou alive. The 2 were tied up with 5 flowers, and when they saw the legendary Yanzhou Mu, they fought with each other. Chu Tian looked over them, making the 2 of them even more panicked. They were captured by Mi Fang and Lu Kuang, and their force was probably lower than that of Mi Fang and Lu Kuang. These 2 people are worried, and their attributes are low. I am afraid that an ordinary general with a martial arts background will have higher attributes than Kai Zhong and Kai He. How to deal with them is really a problem. If Kai was going to pay a large price to redeem them, Chu Tian thought that 1,000 taels of silver would be enough. Letting them go back to lead troops will actually reduce the combat effectiveness of the Jingzhou army. killing two birds with one stone. We will imprison them for now, and see if the Kai family is willing to pay to redeem them. Chu Tian ordered Kai Zhong and Kai He to be detained in order to negotiate with the Kai family in Jingzhou in the future. Lord! The burly Dian Wei blocked Chu Tian, with a military general sandwiched between him. Yang Yanzhao was pinched by Dian Wei and could not struggle. He was brought to Dian Wei and stared at Chu Tian with gritted teeth. Now the two sides are enemies, and Yang Yanzhao regards Chu Tian as an enemy. Dealing with Yang Yanzhao is more cumbersome than dealing with Kai Zhong and Kai He. As long as Chu Tian uses coercion and inducement, the two Kai will most likely surrender. It's just a matter of loyalty. This was not the case with Yang Yanzhao. The Yang family general, who was known for his loyalty, would not surrender to Chu Tian through normal means. Dian Wei released Yang Yanzhao, but soldiers had already captured him and tied him up. Chu Tian still tried to recruit Yang Yanzhao to surrender. Serve me, and I don't have to arrange for you to deal with Yang Sherlang. Don't even think about it. Yang Yanzhao, will never be loyal to you. Sure enough, Yang Yanzhao rejected Chu Tian's relatively gentle method of persuading him to surrender. Yang Yi, Mu Guiying and other generals returned one after another, each with their own achievements, and captured a group of generals and soldiers from Jingzhou and Yuzhou. Chu Tian was still worried about how to subdue Yang Yanzhao. Yang Yanzhao is related to an important S-level achievement mission, Yang Family General, which can strengthen the abilities of Yang Yi, Yang Yanzhao, and Mu Guiying. Chu Tian was most afraid of capturing generals like Yang Yanzhao and Gao Shen alive. It was difficult to recruit them to surrender. It was like eating meat that was put to their mouths, but they couldn't eat it. They felt uncomfortable and panicked. Ding! You have gathered 3 generals, Yang Yi, Yang Yanzhao, and Mu Guiying, to complete the S-level achievement mission Yang Family General. The 3 heroes have obtained the Yang Family General bonding characteristic. Ding! Yang Yi and Yang Yanzhao have restored their father-son relationship. Since Yang Yi is in your camp, Yang Yanzhao is a prisoner. The achievement reward forces Yang Yanzhao to be loyal to you. Ding! You have obtained the allegiance of the king-level General Yang Yanzhao. Chu Tian was reminded by the system that the system actually forcibly restored the father-son relationship between Yang Yi and Yang Yanzhao, and also forced Yang Yanzhao to be loyal. Although it was unkind to rely on system rewards to make Yang Yanzhao loyal, it felt surprisingly good to get a king-level general who could be used. Otherwise, Yang Yanzhao would refuse to surrender, which would be a pity for a king-level general. Yang Yanzhao suppressed his blush. Not long ago, he bluntly stated that he would not be loyal to Chu Tian. But now he realized that he was Yang Ye's son, and he had the urge to be loyal to Chu Tian. This urge was extremely strong. Chu Tian could already see Yang Yanzhao's faceplate. Name Yang Yanzhao. Talent, King-level General, Cavalry type. Level, 63. Identity Yang Ye's eldest son. Famous general in the Northern Song Dynasty. Loyalty, 85. Commander, 78, maximum 81. Force, 93, maximum 94. Intelligence, 65, maximum 72. Politics, 32, maximum 35. Charm, 92. Phasiality, brave. Favorability, 40. Feature 1, Yan Lulang, S-level exclusive feature. When attacking the enemy formation, personal attack power plus 20%. Enemy morale decline rate plus 10%. There is a chance of panic. Characteristic 2, sharing joys and sorrows, A-level trait. Unit attack power plus 10%. Morale decline rate minus 10%. Feature 3, Light Cavalry Assault, A-level feature. When the commander of the light cavalry launches a surprise attack that surprises the enemy, the cavalry damage plus 10%. The probability of the enemy falling into panic increases. Bond characteristic, Yang Family General, S-level characteristic. When on the same battlefield as Yang Yi and Mu Guiying. Personal force plus 1. Troop morale restored by 10%. Special unit, Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, 6th level light cavalry. Upper limit of 3000. Yang Yanzhao's attributes are almost the same as those of Yang Yi. It is better to say that he is a weakened version of Yang Yi. Of course, it's not much weaker. Due to the characteristics of the Yang Family General, Yang Yanzhao's personal dual ability is stronger. Chu Tian looked at Yang Yi and Mu Guiying again, and found that Yang Yi and Mu Guiying also had this characteristic. In other words, when 3 people are on the same battlefield, Mu Guiying's ceiling force can reach 97. Yang Ye's ceiling force can reach 97. And Yang Yanzhao's ceiling force can reach 95. Just 3 Yang generals can stop Lu Bu. It seems that it will be necessary to incorporate Mu Guiying into the Invincible Legion in the future. Chu Tian only temporarily ordered Mu Guiying to command the human army. It would be fine if she was transferred to the Invincible Army. After Yang Yi gained the father-son relationship with Yang Yanzhao, he almost stabbed his unfilial son with a gun for daring to fight with me. Yang Yanzhao also had to pay allegiance to Chu Tian. Filial piety comes first. As his father, Yang Yi, since he is loyal to Chu Tian, coupled with the coercion of the system, Yang Yanzhao can only be loyal. In order not to embarrass Yang Yanzhao, Chu Tian said, I don't like to win this battle, but I like that the general can abandon the dark side and turn to the bright side. With the help of the Yang family and his son, the troubled times will be ended soon. As usual, Chu Tian would praise every talent who came to join him. Anyway, you don't have to pay much to praise others. This unfilial son and I will definitely serve the Lord and punish all enemies for justice. Yang Yi was very pleased. And on behalf of Yang Yanzhao, he patted his chest and assured Chu Tian. It is estimated that Yang Yanzhao will be well trained by Yang Yi in the future. After solving Yang Yanzhao's problem, Chu Tian observed the entire battlefield. The Yuzhou army, Jingzhou army, and Guangzhou army. The three-party coalition forces have withdrawn. The abandoned fortresses are still billowing black smoke. And the defenders of Su County also evacuated last night. The battlefield at night was extremely chaotic, with hundreds of thousands of people huddled together, making it difficult to identify. The other party voluntarily gave up control of the central plains and collapsed. Xiao Liang led Li Xiaoning, Joan of Arc, Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, Artoria and other generals back. He took off his helmet, and his long hair was a little messy. She quickly straightened her hair and reported to Chu Tian seriously. My lord, the enemy has been defeated. Chu Tian rubbed her head. You stay to organize the infantry and crossbowmen. Count the prisoners and trophies. And I will lead the cavalry to pursue. After the battlefield is cleared, lead the troops to come to support. Attack Wancheng. And open the way to the gate of Jingzhou. Xiao Liang was surprised. Cavalry pursuit? Exactly. Even if the Yuzhou army and Jingzhou army retreat day and night, they will not be able to reach Wancheng for a while. It is a good time to lead the cavalry in pursuit. Speed, invincibility, white robe, as well as the Yueqi camp and Chanshui camp. All light cavalry. Follow me in pursuit. Chu Tian got on his horse, and instead of resting, he personally led the cavalry in pursuit. Wei Qing and Chao Chao were transferred to another battlefield by him. Only he had the aura of the entire army and the terrible bonus to the cavalry. Xiao Liang's physical strength was low, and he could not travel long distances. So he was left to clean up the battlefield. Miss Sir, please be careful. Got used to. Chu Tian led 30,000 light cavalry to attack in the direction where the Yuzhou and Jingzhou armies retreated. This is not Chu Tian's first attack, and he is familiar with the road. Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, Zhang Liao, Yang Yi, Chen Qingji, Mu Guiying, and even Yang Yanzhao participated in the pursuit. Xiao Liang led the remaining troops to clear the battlefield. All the generals who were left to clean up the battlefield looked at Xiao Liangshi. Their eyes filled with awe. In troubled times, only those who have made military achievements have the most say. The higher the military merit, the more likely the soldiers below will surrender. Even Chu Tian believed that if she had developed her talents in commanding troops earlier, maybe his current territory would be larger. Obviously, Xiao Liang is not good at cavalry, but he is unique in the use of infantry and strategy. After the retreating Jingzhou army and Yuzhou army broke through the siege, the Yuzhou army only had tens of thousands of people left, and only the Jingzhou army still maintained its legionary organization. Yang Shirlang gathered several regiment commanders, Han Shizhong, Wu Jie, Pan Mei, and Lu Pan, but found that the pioneer general Yang Yanzhao was missing. As his brother-in-law, Kai Hao was separated from his brothers Kai Zhong and Kai He. Kai Hao was so anxious that he kept asking, but there was still no news about Kai Zhong and Kai He. Yang Shirlang kept Yang Yanzhao as a rear guard, which caused Yang Yanzhao to be captured alive. And he couldn't help but feel depressed. Yang Yanzhao's military force was already among the best under his command, and Huang Zhong was more like Lu Pan's deputy general than Yang Shirlang's subordinate. Losing Yang Yanzhao was a big blow to him. As for Kai Zhong and Kai He, Yang Shirlang didn't care much, but Kai would definitely quarrel with him because of this. Lu Pai, if you break up, Chu Zima will not take the risk of chasing you. Sai did not hesitate to leave the two yellow turban generals behind. He wants to treat the yellow turban general as an abandoned son. He Yi and Lu Pai took away some of the low-level troops, while Shuo Tang commanded the high-level troops and quickly retreated with Yang Sherlang. They were full of fear of Chu Zimu, and even though the two sides had distanced themselves, they still did not dare to relax. If Chu Zimu's cavalry arrives, He Yi and Lu Pai are no match for them. It's better to let the generals in the rear guard block the pursuing troops. Cheng Yaojin volunteered. Tang hesitated for a moment, but finally thought that Cheng Yaojin was very lucky and should be able to escape. So he left Cheng Yaojin as the second rear guard. After making complete arrangements, Tang said to himself, "As long as we reach Wancheng, Chu Zimu will retreat no matter what. This is the escape route I have left for myself." Yang Sherlang asked, "Speaking of Tang, do you have confidence in holding on to Wancheng?" Sedong nodded. "Then why not stick to Su County? If Su County has no reinforcements, even if there is a defender, it will not be able to defend it. But Wancheng is different. The soldiers of Jingzhou can resist Wancheng and rescue the siege at any time. Only with the entire Jingzhou at my back can I have the confidence to defend this city. It seems that you still have to rely on my strength. But your assumption is undoubtedly correct, because the reinforcements I prepared have arrived in Xinye. The original schedule to support you is in a hurry, and I only had time to bring 150,000 troops, and 80,000 more troops gathering in Xinye. Jingzhou has more people than you think." Yang Sherlang, who controlled the entire Jingzhou, was confident in his reinforcements. If Zhejiang Laoqin hadn't been held back by Su Fengyan, once he marched into Guangdong, the outcome of the Central Plains War would have been completely rewritten. Su Fengyan has already joined Chu Zimu's alliance. I don't know if Chu Zimu has also won over other lords. Tang didn't feel at ease. He could only stay in Nanyang County like Liu Bei did in Xinye City, waiting for the situation to change. He still has a team and a little bit of hope. Zhao Long was delayed by Huma. Huma has Li Mu and Lian Pe, although he lacks strategy and is always trapped in Bingzhou. Li Mu and Lian Pe are difficult to deal with. The two princes were worried. In the rear, Chu Tian led 30,000 light cavalry and pursued them non-stop, with smoke billowing from them. His goal is very simple. He does not seek to capture the opponent's general alive, but to inflict heavy damage on the two princes as much as possible. Chapter 451 Captured again. The two generals of the Yellow Turban Army, He Yi and Lu Pai, who were left behind as rear troops, were shaken in their loyalty at this time. Although they are not very resourceful, they also realize that Tang intends to treat them as cannon fodder. It would be a good thing if Chu Zimu didn't come after him, but once he did, they would be wiped out immediately. He Yi and Lu Pai once fought against Chu Tian in the Battle of Pei State. They knew the fear of Chu Tian's cavalry, and did not think that they were qualified for the task of cutting off the rear. Lu Pai led a team of yellow scarf captains, and said to He Yi, "My lord left us behind. He obviously regards us as abandoned children. It is better for us to join Yinzhou Mu, and maybe we can still survive. We are both yellow turban bandits and enemies of Yinzhou Mu. How could he tolerate us?" He was worried. Compared with a group of king-level and emperor-level generals, their abilities are far inferior to those of diamond-level generals. Not only are they worried that they will not be reused by Chu Tian, they even think that after Chu Tian catches them, will behead him. Cavalry! While He Yi and Lu Pai were retreating and conferring, there was a commotion among the troops behind them. He Yi and Lu Pai hurriedly turned their heads and looked back, only to see rolling dust on the horizon. Sure enough, there was a large cavalry chasing them. "Fight! Arrange the spear array! Where are the crossbowmen?" He formed an array subconsciously. However, his control over the soldiers and horses was far inferior to that of other commanders. His subordinates were in chaos, and did not know what to do. Lu Pai pulled out his Huanshou sword and shouted to He Yi in despair. "Judging from the sound of horse hooves, there are at least tens of thousands of cavalry, and we can't hold it." He Yi and Lu Pai only said that the cannon fodder troops left behind by the Tang dynasty, with their ability to organize their troops and horses, were completely unable to resist when attacked by light cavalry. They lined up as hard as they could. Chu Tian's 30,000 light cavalry have launched a charge. Chu Tian pulled out the Ganjiang sword. When the sword was unsheathed, the blade and the scabbard rubbed violently. "The Speedy Legion! The Invincible Legion! Dieter to the left and right wings!" Chu Tian gave orders to Joan of Arc beside him. Joan of Arc waved the flag and informed various cavalry regiments with flag language. Xia Hoyuan and Su Rong's rapid army circled to the left. The temporary invincible army of Yang Yi, Zhang Liao, Mu Guiying, and Yang Yanzhao circled to the right. while Chu Tian, Joan of Arc, Dian Wei, and Yu Qigong's Yueqi Battalion and Chang the Shuiying and Xuanjia Cavalry, as well as the white-robed troops of Qinqingji, Shuerengui, and Zhao Yun, charged head-on. The War Eagle has a bird's-eye view of the entire battlefield from the air, and can see 3 cavalry, like a huge bag, trying to eat up the enemy troops in one bite. This is the terrifying mobility of cavalry. Die! Shuerengui, Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and Yu Qigong, 4 of Chu Tian's 5 tiger generals, all with 10,000 enemies, broke into the low-level troops of He Yi and Lu Pai. If He Yi and Lu Pai's low-level troops had formed a dense formation, they might have been able to block it. But at this time, the army in disarray was attacked by the 4 real tiger generals. In a short time, there were countless casualties. The black-faced Wei Qigong took the iron whip and smashed it down. The heavy iron whip directly deformed an enemy general's helmet and cracked his head. Ordinary armor seemed so powerless in front of such blunt weapons. Wherever the iron whip reaches, there is no enemy. Zhao Yun broke into the enemy's formation. At this time, Zhao Yun was fully armored. He ignored the arrows and spears coming from the front and stabbed directly with the silver gentian spear, flying away the enemies along the way. Shuerengui was also unstoppable. Fang Tian's halberd pointed at him, killing and wounding all the enemy soldiers. Dian Wei simply gave up his horse and dismounted with 2 large iron halberds in hand to fight like a giant human beast. Wherever he went, enemy soldiers were either thrown away by his iron halberds or crushed to death alive. The 4 generals are not on the same level as Mi Fang, Lu Kuang, Wu Anhua, and Xing Durong, but they are real fierce generals. He Yi and Lu Pai saw the dust rolling on both sides of the army, and knew that 2 cavalry were outflanking, and there were 4 fierce generals clearing the way. The soldiers were like grass in front of these fierce generals, and they couldn't help but panic. "I'm waiting for you!" When Chu Tian was swinging his sword to kill an enemy soldier, He Yi and Lu Pai ordered people to shout, and then drop their weapons. Like a domino effect, more and more soldiers gave up resistance completely, abandoned their weapons, and surrendered. "Stop attacking!" Since the other side surrendered, Chu Tian had no need to kill He Yi and Lu Pai's troops. Any labor force in the Eastern Han dynasty was extremely precious. Since they surrendered to Chu Tian, they would become Chu Tian's labor force and soldiers. He Yi and Lu Pai's troops numbered about 20,000 people. After hundreds of people were killed in the battle, they decisively surrendered to Chu Tian. Chu Tian didn't know who the leader of this broken army was. "My subordinates, He Yi and Lu Pai, are originally from the Yingchuan and Renan areas. Where are your lord's troops?" When Chu Tian heard that it was He Yi and Lu Pai, he rudely interrupted their meaningless self-introduction. Of course, Chu Tian knew that He Yi and Lu Pai were both Yellow Turban generals. After the Yellow Turban uprising was suppressed, they were still active in Yingchuan County and Renan County, but they were no longer active. Chu Tian didn't have much interest in He Yi and Lu Pai. The latter 2 were obviously regarded as abandoned by Tang dynasty, and stayed behind to block Chu Tian's pursuit. It can be said that Tang's goal was basically achieved. He Yi and Lu Pai did delay Chu Tian for some time, and Chu Tian still had to divide his troops to guard the 20,000 people. "Our lord is right in front, heading towards Wancheng. Wen Yuan, you lead 1,000 wolf cavalry. Keep an eye on them, and join up with Miss Ya." Chu Tian gave Zhang Liao the task of guarding He Yi and Lu Pai, leaving Zhang Liao alone to guard 20,000 prisoners. With Zhang Liao's ability, Chu Tian gave him 1,000 wolf riders, which was already too much. Chu Tian thought that 800 would be enough. Corresponding to Sun Shirwan is Zhang Babai. Before continuing to pursue Tang, Chu Tian saw a 10-year-old boy following Lu Pai. His eyes were firm, and he was not afraid of the notorious Chu Tian. So he asked Lu Pai, "Who is he?" Lu Pai replied, "Liao Hua." Liao Hua. It turned out that he was in the remnants of the Yellow Turban army. Liao Hua's value is higher than that of He Yi and Lu Pai combined. There were no generals in Shu, so Liao Hua became the vanguard. Liao Hua is still quite capable. Chu Tian had no time to deal with Liao Hua's matter, so he said to Zhang Liao, "Wen Yuan, take care of him." Zhang Liao responded, "Yes." Chu Tian didn't delay too much and continued to chase the enemy. He Yi and Lu Pai looked at each other. Yin Zhou Mu seemed to attach great importance to the young Liao Hua. From this point of view, they will not be easily killed by Chu Tian, because Chu Tian may want to pay attention to Liao Hua's opinion of him. Chu Tian's cavalry rushed forward non-stop and attacked quickly. In front of He and Lu Pai were the troops left behind by Cheng Yaojin. Because of his lucky general characteristics, Cheng Yaojin was unscrupulous and volunteered to block the rear and stop the pursuing troops. He had about 10,000 men. Don't let me meet Yin Zhou again. Otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless with my axe. Cheng Yaojin swung his axe into the air. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Cheng Yaojin suddenly looked back and saw that a cavalryman was coming to commit suicide. Say Chu Tian. Chu Tian will arrive. Meet the enemy. Cheng Yaojin had a serious face. He was just talking casually, but he didn't expect that Chu Tian would actually lead the cavalry to pursue him. The holy flag waved, and the Speedy Legion and the Invincible Legion once again circled left and right, outflanking Cheng Yaojin's 10,000 men. The white-robed army fired thousands of arrows, killing many of Cheng Yaojin's soldiers. The four powerful generals attack and plow the fields like iron plows. Cheng Yaojin was sweating profusely. This time he was attacked by four powerful generals. Even the lucky generals might not be able to escape. Chapter 452 Desperate Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin was now in despair. Xia Hoyuan and Su Rong had already circled behind him. Their cavalry was so fast that Cheng Yaojin's 10,000 men could not retreat. The Yang family surrounded the three people from the other direction. There was sand and dust all around, and Cheng Yaojin was trapped in it. The four tiger generals went straight towards Cheng Yaojin, and their galloping horses overran Cheng Yaojin's phalanx. Something is wrong! Cheng Yaojin shouted that something was not going well. He turned around and fled with hundreds of cavalry. As for the infantry, they had no time to form a formation, and could not stop the attack of this group of cavalry anyway. Cheng Yaojin's escape direction was blocked by Yang's generals. When he saw Yang Yanchao among the generals of the Yang family, he couldn't help but became furious. Why did you surrender to the enemy? Before Yang Yanchao could respond, Mu Guiying had already drawn his spear and stabbed him. The pair gun broke through the air. Cheng Yaojin tried his best to block it with his giant axe, but was almost killed by Mu Guiying's shot. Now that Mu Guiying's strength has reached 97, Cheng Yaojin is no match for him, and it's very difficult. Moreover, Cheng Yaojin was eager to escape and was unwilling to tangle too much with Mu Guiying. A middle-aged general came with a spear and intercepted Cheng Yaojin from another direction. Cheng Yaojin could feel the pressure brought by Yang Yi and had to fight Yang Yi. With the two spears working together, Cheng Yaojin could not support himself. The arm holding the Xinhua axe was trembling, as if he would let go at any time. Yang Yanzhao fought hard to kill the soldiers around Cheng Yaojin. Yang Yanzhao stabbed dozens of cavalrymen under their horses with a long spear. The remaining soldiers were afraid of Yang Yanzhao's force, and subconsciously evaded to both sides. Cheng Yaojin has been completely delayed by Mu Guiying and Yang Yi, and it is difficult to escape. He only had 3 axes to go back and forth, but Mu Guiying and Yang Yi saw through it. Go! Yang Yi's spear was like a poisonous snake, and stabbed Cheng Yaojin on the shoulder. Cheng Yaojin was in pain, and struck Yang Yi with his axe. Mu Guiying's spear shook, forcing Cheng Yaojin to return to defense. Cheng Yaojin faced the attack of 2 fierce generals, and was completely at a disadvantage. Sweating profusely, catch him alive! Seeing that Cheng Yaojin was blocked, Chu Tian ordered the 4 tiger generals to step forward and capture Cheng Yaojin alive. Zhao Yun rode his horse and stabbed him with a spear, but Cheng Yaojin turned back to resist. The blade of the spear hit the Xinhua axe. Cheng Yaojin felt a powerful force hit him, and the Xinhua axe almost fell out of his hand. While blocking Zhao Yun's shot, Mu Guiying's spear had already been drawn, knocking Cheng Yaojin off his horse. Cheng Yaojin fell to the ground and rolled around twice. He wanted to pick up the axe and continued struggling. A strongman blocked the light. Cheng Yaojin subconsciously looked up and saw a strongman, who was even thicker than him, stepped on the Xinhua axe and lifted Cheng Yaojin up with one hand. Dot! Cheng Yaojin found that he was no match for this ferocious humanoid beast, and no matter how hard he struggled, it was of no avail. His 10,000 men had been surrounded by Chu Tian's cavalry, except for a few cavalry who escaped. They were all captured by Chu Tian, including the 20,000 soldiers and horses of He and Lu Pai. Chu Tian captured a total of 30,000 Yuzhou troops. Cheng Yaojin was brought to Chu Tian by Dian Wei. Cheng Yaojin, will never surrender to you. I am willing to die. Chu Tian stared at the stubborn Cheng Yaojin. Yang Yanzhao, who had said this last time, had already surrendered. However, it is not easy to persuade Cheng Yaojin to surrender. If Cheng Yaojin pretends to surrender and then runs away midway, the battle will be in vain. Keep him in custody. When you figure it out later, ask to see me again. Chu Tian ordered Cheng Yaojin to be tied up and thrown into a dungeon at worst. What you can't get, others can't get. Continue to pursue the Yuzhou army and Jingzhou army. After capturing He, Lu Pai, and Cheng Yaojin, Chu Tian was still not satisfied and led his cavalry to pursue them from Yingchuan County to Kunying. Chu Tian's body could still hold on, but the war horses really couldn't hold up long-distance raids and battles. In Kunying, more than 100 war horses died of exhaustion. Each of these war horses is valuable. 100 war horses are worth thousands of taels of silver. In order to prevent more horses from dying suddenly, Chu Tian ordered a rest. After resting, Chu Tian continued to pursue. It is said that Tang and Yang Zhulang left some cannon fodder troops stationed in various counties to cut off Chu Tian's retreat. Chu Tian had to spend some time to clear out these cannon fodder. Ahead is Baoang Slope. Chu Tian pursued him all the way to Nanyang County. When he heard that Baoang Slope was ahead, Chu Tian hesitated. Baoang Slope is the place where Liu Bei defeated Xiahou Dun and Eugene. There is also a scene where Baoang Slope is burned in the novel. If the opponent sets up an ambush here and fires thousands of crossbows, Chu Tian's army may suffer heavy losses. Iron Eagle Scout said, "The southern road is narrow, and the vegetation is deep. The War Eagle cannot detect whether there is an ambush. You go and investigate." Yes. The War Eagle seemed helpless in the face of the mountain road with lush vegetation. So hundreds of Iron Eagle Scouts went into Baoang Slope to investigate in person. All the generals are waiting for the Iron Eagle Scout to report back. Even strong generals at the level of Dian Wei and Yang Yi would be killed if they faced endless small soldiers. Iron Eagle Scouts have reconnaissance skills. When they entered the mountain road, crossbow arrows were fired in the forest, killing dozens of Iron Eagle Scouts. The remaining scouts fled in panic. There is indeed an ambush. Seeing that there was an ambush at Bawangpo, Chu Tian could only launch a forceful attack. Who is willing to lead an army and attack by force? Chu Tian considered candidates. The Jingzhou army is good at bows and crossbows, and it is really not easy to conquer the mountain road at Bawangpo. In particular, in order to pursue the Yuzhou army and Jingzhou army, Chu Tian led the light cavalry and suffered a great loss when faced with crossbows. If it is heavy infantry or heavy cavalry, they can withstand the opponent's arrow rain and use the cover of trees to attack the mountain road. Yu Qigong took the initiative to ask for help. Sergeant Xuanjia is willing to fight. A group of generals also took the initiative to ask for a fight. The black armored cavalry dismounted and could barely be used as heavy infantry. Ordinary crossbows may not be able to break through the defense of the Xuanjia army unless they hit the vital point. I also want to fight. Joan of Arc hesitated and volunteered to join the war. Chu Tian nodded slightly. Encouraged by Joan of Arc, Chu Tian invested more than 10 generals and 400 Xuanjia troops. Not only that, Chu Tian even regarded the White Horse Yi Song and the White Robe Army as archers to participate in the battle for Bawangpo Mountain Road. The two sides fought in small groups at Bawangpo. If my prediction is correct, Tang and Yang Zhulang just passed by Baoang Slope. We are blocked outside Baoang Slope, and I am afraid it will be difficult to catch up. Chu Tian can judge the opponent's position based on the opponent's marching speed and the condition of the stove left behind. He was about to catch up with Tang and Yang Zhulang, but was blocked by Bawangpo, which was somewhat similar to the Battle of Bawangpo between Liu Bei, Xiahou Dun and Eugene. In order to avoid being overturned, Chu Tian still had to be careful. After all, in the Battle of Bawangpo, Eugene and Xiahou Dun were accidentally defeated by Liu Bei's ambush. After Bawangpo, there is Wancheng, then Xinya, and then Xiangyang. Chu Tian thought that capturing Wancheng would be enough. Xiangyang is so strong that it cannot be captured by Chu Tian's tens of thousands of people, or even by hundreds of thousands of people. As for Xinya, Chu Tian may be able to capture it, but he cannot hold it. Occupying Xinya will always face the siege of the entire Jingzhou army, which means that Chu Tian will station 100,000 troops in Xinya. When the Jingzhou army arrives, reinforcements will be sent to relieve the siege. Xinya is the buffer zone between Wancheng and Xiangyang. Said that Tang and Yang Zhulang left Wu Jia's regiment to ambush. Wu Jia is good at bows, crossbows, and ambushes, and Yang Zhulang trusts him very much. At the same time, Yang Zhulang warned Wu Jia that if the situation was unfavorable, he would immediately lead his troops to escape and leave Wu Jia with thousands of war horses. Finally arrived at Wancheng. It is said that Tang and Yang Zhulang finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Wancheng's reinforced city wall. It is said that the Tang dynasty had arranged for Wei Zheng and a garrison to garrison Wancheng and set up defenses in Wancheng as a retreat. Even if Chu Zimu had millions of people, he would not be able to capture this city. When Tang entered the city, he only had Guozi, Qin Qiong, Su Chu, and Chen Dao by his side, and he lost less than half of his generals. However, Tang believed that his lineup was much better than Liu Bei's during the Xingye period, and it was still within the acceptable range for him to garrison troops in Nanyang County. This is Guard Zhongsun. During the Ungshi Rebellion in the Tang Dynasty, less than 10,000 people held off more than 100,000 rebels for 10 months, buying enough time for the Tang army to launch a counterattack. I have long used Wancheng as a retreat. We have been reinforcing Wancheng for a year. Even if Chu Zimu forces hundreds of thousands of troops to press the border, as long as Wancheng has reinforcements, we can hold on for more than a year. It is said that Tang climbed up the city wall of Wancheng. When Yang Shilang heard the name of the guard Zhongsun, the corners of his eyes twitched. Said Tang actually got this ruthless man? Maybe Zhongsun is not yet at the imperial level, but when it comes to defending the city, he can be ranked among the top in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Zhongsun, Tian Dan, and Lu Renjian were all famous generals. The reason why Zhongsun was ruthless was because in order to defend the city, all the people in Suiyang were killed. If you really can't hold on, don't be so cruel. As a player, Yang Zhulang cannot accept cannibalism in feudal society. If you really can't fight, just surrender. I am just taking advantage of its bonus to the defenders. If I really run out of food, of course I will surrender. Even Tang found it difficult to accept. Yang Zhulang breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that Tang Jin was a ruthless person, who even sent Zhang Sun to the battlefield. If it weren't for the blood feud, in Yang Zhulang's view, there was really no need to hold on until all the troops and food were exhausted. I summon the officials of Renan County. Those who are willing to follow me to Nanyang County can use the teleportation array to come to Wancheng. If not, directly loyal to Chu Zimu can be regarded as an opportunity to improve the relationship between the two parties. It is said that Tang summoned everyone from Renan County. On the battlefield of Renan County, the commander who stayed in Renan, General Dashu, Feng Yi, was being flanked by the two commanders Cao Cao and Wei Qing. After the defeat of Liang State, he moved to fight against Jin State. Later, he was defeated again by Cao Cao and Wei Qing, and was forced to give up the state of Chun and retreat to Renan County. Yuzhou has jurisdiction over two counties, Yingchuan County and Renan County, and 4 kingdoms, Liang, Pei, Chun, and Lu. Among them, Lu State and Pei State had already been within Chutian's sphere of influence. At this time, Wei Qing and Cao Cao gained 2 more countries. Chutian personally attacked Yingchuan County, leaving only Renan County. As for Nanyang County, it already belongs to Jingzhou. If Renan County is captured, the entire Yuzhou will fall into Chutian's hands, and Chutian will become the legitimate lord of the 4 states, basically owning Cao Cao's territory during the Battle of Guandu, except Guanzhong. Chapter 453 Breaking Feng Yi. During the Battle of Guandu, Cao Cao's sphere of influence was not small, but he had experienced wars for a long time. His population and military strength were not as good as Yuan Shao's, and his actual control was even worse than Chutian's. The Yellow Turban bandits in Renan and the Taishan bandits in Qingzhou did not completely surrender. Chutian's control over the territory was unprecedented. All army commanders were appointed and dispatched by him, and there were a large number of civil servants. Moreover, Xuzhou is now the most fertile state in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Years of farming have paid off and can provide Chutian with sufficient food and grass. After the Huainan area started farming, it has become self-sufficient. As long as Renan County is captured and the entire Yuzhou is completely owned, Chutian can pacify Hebei with the strength of the 4 states. On his way out of the Qin kingdom, the taciturn Feng Yi received a request from his lord to use the teleportation array in Renan County to join him in Wancheng. It is obvious that his lord has planned to give up the hard-working Renan and turn to Nanyang. Renan County is not small, but Tang Dynasty has no confidence to continue to defend it, thinking that it will definitely fail. Go to Pingyu City. Feng Yi thought for a while, and decided to follow his lord and go to Wancheng to join him. Feng Yi still had tens of thousands of Renan soldiers in his hands. They heard that they wanted to abandon Renan, and soldiers fled from time to time. Even Feng Yi could not stop them. And, lord, in addition to the panels, soldiers also have a lot of hidden data. They are not just killing machines. They can also be afraid and flee. Feng Yi gave up on stopping this behavior, and those who were unwilling to leave Renning County with him could leave the team at any time. After all, Feng Yi has some charm, and there are still 20,000 subordinates willing to follow him. If some yellow-turbaned generals were commanding the troops, there would probably be only a few hundred people left. As long as you arrive at Pingyu City, you can use the teleportation array to go to Nanyang County. I didn't expect that there are so many powerful commanders in the world. Feng Yi suffered heavy losses in the contest with Wei Qing and Cao Cao. Wei Qing was good at cavalry, while Cao Cao commanded infantry. Pang Wan led Wei's soldiers as the vanguard to break the formation, with Feng Yi's commanding ability. Although he was not completely defeated under the opponent's offensive, he was retreating steadily due to the defeat, so that the states of Liang and Wei were captured by Wei Qing, Cao Cao, and Pang Wan. General, cavalry! When Feng Yi led 20,000 people near Pingyu City, he was suddenly attacked by cavalry. The most terrifying thing about Chu Tian's power is not the infantry like Yin Jia and Wei Wuzu, but the king's cavalry in the cold weapon era. Feng Yi frowned. Did Wei Qing's cavalry come after him? Not long ago, he managed to get rid of Wei Qing's Yulin Legion, which was not far from Pingyu. If he was caught up by Wei Qing's cavalry, it would be quite fatal. No! It's the cavalry from the direction of Yingchuan County. The deputy general wiped the sweat from his forehead. Enemy cavalry appeared in the direction of Yingchuan County, indicating that the enemy had occupied Yingchuan County. So they sent troops into Renning County. Set up the formation! Feng Yi looked in the direction of Yingchuan County, and sure enough, a group of cavalry was approaching. Feng Yi's pupil shrank, and he saw hundreds of Western knights. Knights in the West are equivalent to military nobles. Although they are small in number, they are willing to spend money to build equipment, so their individual combat effectiveness is very strong. There were approximately tens of thousands of cavalry arriving from the direction of Yingchuan. When the opponent's general saw Feng Yi's rapid formation, he ordered the march to stop. King Arthur, Taisher Ci, Shui Wanche, Hua Xiong, the 4 tigers of the Northern Army, and other generals were sent by Xiao Lian to rush to Renning County. They took advantage of the weakness and entered with overwhelming force. Chu Tian took away 30,000 light cavalry, and still left some light cavalry. So Xiao Lian mobilized the remaining light cavalry to attack Rennin. Because Xiao Lian was weak and easy to overthrow, she did not come in person. Instead, she appointed Artoria as the chief general, Taisher Ci and Shui Wanche as deputy generals, and led more than 10,000 light cavalry to march straight in and attack Pingyu City, the seat of Rennin County. As long as the troops approach Pingyu City, the teleportation array will immediately become ineffective, and no one in Renning County will be able to leave. Why not attack directly? When the 4 tigers of the Northern Army saw the cavalry stopped, they asked in confusion. King Arthur looked at Feng Yi's infantry. The opponent's military formation is rigorous, and a frontal attack will cause heavy losses. Xing Darong was carrying a mountain-breaking axe and looked down upon Artoria, a female leader. As the general, he was very proud and said, "When I take the enemy general's head among the thousands of troops, it is like searching for something from a bag." 4th brother. Mi Fang couldn't help but get anxious when she saw Xing Darong clapping his horse and crossing his axe, heading straight for Feng Yi's flag. Mi Fang knew how much Xing Darong was worth. At this time, she saw that Xing Darong wanted to kill Feng Yi among the thousands of troops, and couldn't help but be anxious. Feng Yi's army witnessed Xing Darong rushing out from the Yanzhou and Shuzhou coalition forces, and was ready. The soldiers around Feng Yi even protected the general at every level. If the opponent dares to ride 1,000 horses, his or her force must be at a level of 97 or 98. After a while, Xing Darong, who had 3 arrows hanging on his body, returned to his own army formation. He was dying and almost died, and was shot in the hip by an arrow. As for Feng Yi's army, not a single soldier was injured. If it weren't for Tai Shirtzi and Shui Wan's timely support, Xing Darong might have been buried in horse leather. King Arthur waited patiently. When cavalry faces infantry, there is no need for a frontal attack. As long as the opponent is tired or has weaknesses exposed, it is the opportunity for the cavalry to destroy the enemy's formation. Feng Yi really couldn't withstand the pressure brought by the cavalry. He calculated in his mind the time when Cao Cao and Wei Qing's army would arrive. More than 10,000 enemy cavalry appeared in the direction of Yingchuan County, which was beyond his expectation. He could not say whether he could escape to Nanyang County this time. Alternate retreat. Feng Yi divided his 20,000 troops into 2 groups and retreated towards Pingyu City. If they don't retreat, Cao Cao and Wei Qing will pursue them, and the situation will only be worse than now. Finally caught him! While Feng Yi was entangled by more than 10,000 cavalry from King Arthur, Tai Shirzi, Shui Wanche, and the 4 tigers of the Northern Army, Wei Qing's Yulin Army, and Cao Cao's Tiger and Leopard Army finally arrived on the battlefield. Cao Cao is already familiar with the identity of a legion commander. Once, he doesn't have to worry about farming. His military talents can be fully utilized. The Tiger and Leopard Regiment has light cavalry and heavy cavalry. When Cao Cao and Wei Qing entered the battlefield, they caught a glimpse of King Arthur's more than 10,000 cavalry, and knew that this was a 3-way cavalry attack on Feng Yi's army. The fighter plane is fleeting. King Arthur also realized this. Even Feng Yi, as an enemy general, also realized that he was facing the biggest crisis. He tried his best to assemble the phalanx. Knights of the Round Table, follow me to attack the enemy formation. As the King of Knights, Artoria led more than 100 Knights of the Round Table to attack the retreating Feng Yi. Behind her, Tai Shirzi, Shui Wanche, and the 4 tigers of the Northern Army clamped down on their horses, leading more than 10,000 light cavalry to launch a mighty offensive. Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, capture the enemy general. Cao Cao drew his sword, led the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, and attacked King Arthur from left to right. Cao Chun was dressed in uniform, holding a spear, and took the lead. As the general who leads the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry into battle, Cao Chun is unwilling to lag behind others. Wei Qing and Gong Sun Ao led the Yulin Cavalry to break through head-on. 3 lines of cavalry attacked. The horses neighed, the hoofs clanked, and the spears were like a forest. The Knights of the Round Table broke into the enemy formation. Ordinary crossbows could not break through the defenses. The lances, which were longer than the infantry spears, easily penetrated shields and armor, directly knocking down the 3 rows of pikemen in front. The iron hooves trampled over the pikemen. As a 9th-level military unit, the destructive power brought by more than 100 Knights of the Round Table is undoubtedly devastating. Directly tearing a hole, Arturia rushed at the front. The holy sword cut off the spear, bringing out a bright blood on Artoria's left and right. Tai Shirzi pulled out 2 short halberds behind him and killed 2 enemies at the same time, winning the title of the 3 armies. Shui Wanche held a sharp horse spear in his hand. This weapon had the same effect as a Western-style lance. Before the enemy's weapon stabbed him, the horse spear had already penetrated the opponent. An inch long, an inch strong. Revenge for the 4th brother! When Mi Fang saw that Xing Durong was seriously injured, she was extremely angry and stabbed an enemy soldier to death with a spear. They, the 4 tigers of the Northern Army, are brothers and sisters. And Xing Durong was injured, which has angered him. Wu Angua's hammer came, and a Yuzhou soldier's armor deformed, and he was killed by the hammer. Lu Quan was also furious and stabbed him with his spear. He has been brainwashed by Mi Fang and becomes brothers with Wu Angua and Xing Durong. This fight to the death is to avenge Xing Durong. Feng Yi was still trying to turn the tide, but under the attack of the Knights of the Round Table as heavy cavalry, the retreating infantry was unable to resist. At this time, Cao Chun's Tiger and Leopard Cavalry had arrived. Like the Knights of the Round Table, they broke into the enemy's formation. Cao Chun's spear knocked an oncoming general off his horse. Feng Yi's army, which responded to the challenge, was defeated, and troops were scattered everywhere. Feng Yi saw that there was nothing he could do, so he had to mount his horse and prepare to lead the cavalry to break out. Wei Qing had already mobilized a group of light cavalry to take the back route and block Feng Yi. Feng Yi held a long spear in his hand, stabbed several enemy cavalry to death, and led the cavalry to fight and flee. The 20,000 infantrymen in the rear were strangled by 3 pythons, and almost the entire army was wiped out. Moreover, it is still difficult for Feng Yi to escape. A group of plate-armored Knights of the Round Table came after him and surrounded Feng Yi, who was still fighting hard. Feng Yi shot the Knights of the Round Table with a gun, and several Knights of the Round Table joined forces to fight him. But they did not lose. This is the horror of the 9th level arms. Unless they encounter a fierce general, ordinary generals may not be able to escape when they are surrounded by 9th level troops. A sharp sword struck. The cold light was biting. Feng Yi returned the spear to resist, and the sword in the lake cut off the spear, stopping abruptly only an inch away from Feng Yi. As long as Artoria, who leads the Knights of the Round Table, advances an inch further, Feng Yi will be beheaded. Feng Yi's face was pale, and he held 2 broken guns in his hands. I lost this battle. Chapter 454. Chen Kun and his son. After several tug-of-wars, Wu Jia's army retreated, and Xuzhou's army captured Baoang and controlled the pass leading to Xianghan. Baoang faces Funyo Mountain to the north, Yinshan Mountain to the south, and Baihe River to the west. The Jingzhou coalition must pass through Baoang if they want to conquer the Central Plains. The Central Plains army can also pass through Boangpo, enter the Nanyang Basin, and attack Jingxiang. Chu Tian asked everyone to rest in Baoang and inquire about the enemy's deployment in Wancheng. Wancheng is no longer Chu Tian's sphere of influence. Xiao Liang led the army to follow from the rear and join Chu Tian. When I was in Xucheng, the players in the rear got information saying that the Tang dynasty had obtained the guard General Zhang Sun after the war. Although Zhang Sun was not a particularly powerful commander, his ability to defend the city was top-notch. It was said that the Tang dynasty was likely to have him garrisoned in Wancheng. After Xiao Liang entered Xucheng, he obtained information from Xuzhou players and brought the information to Chu Tian camp. Zhang Sun? His reputation is not very good. Chu Tian remembered this man. In order to defend the city, all the people in the city died. He was probably the most ruthless defender. However, unless the player princes have a deep hatred for each other, they should not reach that point. After all, players only have the concept of China. As for who will unify China, it is not a problem. Even so, with Zhang Sun's city defense bonus, it would be extremely difficult to capture Wancheng. Wancheng is located in the north of Jingzhou, and Yang Sherlang will definitely help Tang dynasty defend Wancheng. There is another important piece of information. The Jingzhou army's reinforcements have gathered in Xinya and are preparing to support Wancheng. In this case, we can only give up attacking Wancheng. Chu Tian is not yet able to attack Jingzhou. Once it fights with the behemoth Jingzhou, it will miss the opportunity to annex Hebei. In Chu Tian's strategic plan, Hebei had higher priority than Jingxiang. Wancheng has gathered nearly 200,000 people, and Xinya has brought tens of thousands more. Xiangyang, Jiangling, and Jiangxia in the rear are still mobilizing troops. Wancheng with its defenders will become a meat grinder, and Chu Tian's main force will be handed over to Wancheng. Chu Tian stared at Xiao Liang. From your point of view, what should it be? Guard Xiaodao in Fancheng and stir up discord. Jingzhou will go to war with Jiangdong and Yizhou. Tongke is about to unify Jiangdong. As long as he cannot expand to Jiangbei, he can only march towards Jingzhou. Regarding Tang, we can also win over. Xiao Liang expressed her opinion. The Fancheng Summer Road she refers to as the Boangpo area, which is the key pass in and out of Jingxiang. Fang Xianling and Sun Yu nodded slightly after hearing her opinion. This is probably Chu Tian's view as well. To deal with the Tang dynasty, in addition to using force, it is also possible to use a gentle policy. Chu Tian needed a garrison to garrison Baoang, guard Xia Road in Fancheng, and prevent the Jingzhou army from entering the Central Plains. Xiao Dun and Li Dian can guard Baoang. Chu Tian sent 2 generals to guard Baoang and block the exit of the Jingzhou army, and then sent a general to guard Xucheng to provide support at any time. Change Xucheng into the administrative seat of Yingchuan County. After making up his mind to retreat, Chu Tian changed the administrative seat of Yingchuan County without authorization, and planned to establish farmland and garrison troops in Xucheng. The terrain around Xucheng is flat and suitable for farming. Kong Min, Yuan Chu, and Shuatang all worked there for a time, but now they all have an advantage over Chu Tian. The information brought back by the Iron Eagle scouts, who went to Wancheng to investigate, was almost the same as the information obtained by the players behind them. Wancheng's defenses were complete, and in Xinya, a reinforcement force of about 70,000 to 80,000 people was assembled, under the guidance of General Wapin and others under the command of military generals. They prepared to go north for reinforcements and turn Wancheng into a Shura field. Tens of thousands of people from Running County used the teleportation array to arrive at Wancheng to reinforce Wancheng's defenses. After confirming that the information was correct, Chu Tian secretly withdrew his troops, personally commanded the army, and moved to Xucheng. Yuzhou was basically occupied by Chu Tian, but people's hearts were not yet calm. Chu Tian needed to take control of Yuzhou and readjust the official structure of Yuzhou. Chu Zimu has retreated. Yang Sherlang and Shuatong from Wancheng breathed a sigh of relief when they learned that Chu Tian had withdrawn his troops. But they couldn't help but feel regretful. If we can have a big battle with Chu Tian in Jingzhou, we may be able to turn defeat into victory. The morale of my Yuzhou army has been exhausted. For a year and a half, they have been unable to advance into the Central Plains. It is said that Tang counted his troops and suffered heavy losses, because Tang had been operating in Rennan County for many years and was very popular. About 50,000 people came to seek refuge with him. But Tang found that one of the most important figures was missing. And that was General Feng Yi. Feng Yi was his commander-in-chief second only to Guizi. And he was considered loyal to Tang dynasty. If Feng Yi didn't come to Wancheng, then only one of them might die in battle or be captured. Not only Feng Yi, but also the teleportation array in Rennan County has failed, indicating that Pingyu, Zumadian, the administrative center of Rennan County, has been lost. Even if there are still people who are loyal to the Tang dynasty, they are blocked in Rennan County and unable to come to Wancheng. Feng Yi, Zheng Yaojin, and the entire Yuzhou. The losses this time are quite large, said that Tang's mentality was on the verge of collapse. He finally occupied Yuzhou and worked hard to manage Rennan County for many years. But in the end, he took advantage of Chutian. The population and agriculture of Rennan County were quite good under the management of Tang dynasty. And it was probably even richer than Langya Kingdom. Since Zhu Zimu has withdrawn, I will return to Xiangyang and leave Nanyang County to you for defense. This time, my losses are not small. Yang Zhulang also sighed. Yang Yanxiao was captured, and all legions suffered losses. His losses were so great that he was unable to capture the soldiers and horses of the Tang dynasty. At this time, he could only cooperate with Tang Shua to save Jingzhou. Saiheng asked, "What are you going to do? Only Jingzhou is no match for Chu Zimu. Ground the fields in Xiangyang, Jianling, and Dongting Lake, and train the navy. If possible, unify the south of the Yangtze River. Or wait until Chuzi plans to attack Hebei with the main force, and then enter the central plains." Yang Zhulang began to retreat. Rennan County, Pingyu City. Troops are approaching the city. The city gate opened, and a group of officials came out and surrendered to the Yanzhou and Shuzhou coalition forces. Not everyone is willing to follow Tang dynasty. After all, those who understand current affairs are heroes. Two of the civil servants held the official seal of Yuzhou Mu, representing the subordinate officials of Yuzhou, and welcomed the army into the city. "Who are you?" Cao Cao was wearing a red robe and narrowed his eyes. The father and son replied, "Chen Ji and Chen Kun, who are from Su County. Yingchuan are the pastoral officials of Yuzhou. The Yuzhou pastoralists abandoned their defense in Rennan, so they are willing to surrender to the Yanzhou pastoralists. It turns out to be Chen Ji." Cao Cao was impressed by this scholar, who was once active in Luoyang. Chen Ji and Chen Kun are considered members of the Yingchuan family. The most active families in the world are in Yingchuan, Nanyang and Rennan. Chen Ji and Chen Kun not only presented the official seal of Yuzhou Mu, but also handed over the account books recording the population, money and food of each county in Yuzhou. It is said that Tang, as the player lord, implemented policies that were basically the same as those of Chutian, such as population statistics. The combination of the imperial examination system and the imperial examination system. Of course, the winner takes all, and all Tang Zhongtian's achievements become Chutian's spoils. In Yecheng, Jizhou, Zhou Yafu's troops approached the city, causing panic among the defenders in the city. This was the second time Yecheng was besieged. The person leading the way was none other than Su Yu, a counselor who went south to seek refuge with Chutian. Su Yu tried to persuade the defenders, but Zhao Long had already replaced his confidants Gao Jiang and Han Qinhu. Zhao Long's people were at every city gate, so Su Yu could not shake the Yecheng defenders. Zhou Yafu saw that Zhao Long had left 30,000 soldiers to guard Yecheng, and 15,000 soldiers to guard Handan. They were the horns of each other, and it was difficult to capture them for a while. So he changed his tactics. He brought civilians from Liang to harvest wheat in Yecheng, and took away part of the wheat grown in Yecheng this year, putting Yecheng into a food shortage situation. Not only that, Zhou Yafu also moved people from villages and towns near Yecheng to fill Liang's population and strengthen Liang. When Han Qinhu saw this, he was furious and led a group of cavalry out of the city to attack Zhou Yafu's camp. Zhou Yafu set up an ambush to attack Han Qinhu. Han Qinhu originally wanted to break out of Zhou Yafu's general flag and capture Zhou Yafu alive. However, Chutian specially arranged Li Guang as Zhou Yafu's deputy general in order to protect Zhou Yafu and strengthen the offensive capabilities of Zhou Yafu's army. Li Guang almost killed Han Qinhu with one arrow. Han Qinhu fled back to Yecheng after leaving hundreds of cavalry casualties. Zhou Yafu continued to harvest wheat and migrate people unhurriedly. According to Duruhui's rough statistics, a total of 60,000 people and 150,000 units of grain and grass were captured, which was enough to meet the expenses of 150,000 people for a year. In order to ensure that Yecheng was safe, Gao Zhang and Han Qinhu could only defend Yiqing, and did not dare to go out in full force. Like Su Yu's judgment, the people in Yiqing were undecided. Once Gao Jun and Han Qinhu led the main force out of the city to fight Zhou Yafu, there would probably be a rebellion within Yiqing. So Gao Jun did not dare to take risks. Han Qinhu dared to act recklessly, but was restrained by Gao Qiao. Gao Yan believed that Han Qinhu was no match for Zhou Yafu, so he only gave Han Qinhu some of his troops and constantly harassed Zhou Yafu's wheat-cutting team. Zhou Yafu was attacked by Han Qinhu and could not take away all the wheat, but it had already dealt a big blow to Yiqing. The grain and grass harvested are completely enough for Liang's defenders to use for a year. In addition, Du Ruhui organized civilians to dig a canal while Zhao Long was heading north to fight Huma, and Yiqing was too busy to take care of itself, so as to divert Qishui into Baigo and raise the water level in Baigo. Baigo connects Yanzhou, Liang, and Yiqing. That is to say, after the water level in Baigo rises, grain transport ships from Yanzhou can enter Jizhou. From now on, when Chu Tian's main force pacifies Hebei, there is basically no need to worry about insufficient food and grass. This is also part of Su Yu's plan. In order to defeat Huma as soon as possible, Zhao Long himself paid a heavy price, not only compromising with Liu Bei and Tian Qi, but also giving up Liang to be occupied by Zhou Yafu. Zhou Yafu and Du Ruhui were making small moves under his nose, but he was unable to divide his troops to defeat Zhou Yafu. Zhou Yafu and Du Ruhui were obviously preparing for Chu Tian to conquer Hebei. Under the management of the two men, Liang City became a fortress in Hebei. Grain ships continued to enter Baigo to transport soldiers, grain, grass and weapons to Liang. Damn it! Zhou Yafu and Du Ruhui! At this time, Zhao Long, who entered Chanshan Kingdom to confront Huma, received a report from his confidant Gao Jiong. His spies in the Chu Tian forces had obtained corresponding information. It was Zhou Yafu and Du Ruhui who captured Liang. Zhou Yafu played steadily and wanted to severely damage Zhou Yafu and drive him from Hebei to Hunan. Unless Zhao Long personally led the army south. Du Ruhui, who has always had no sense of existence, is a difficult figure for Zhao Long. There were too many counselors and civil servants under Chu Tian's command, and Du Ruhui didn't have many opportunities to perform. So many people forgot that Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling were counselors of the same level, or civil servants. When Du Ruhui had the opportunity to stand alone, he turned into a big devil who gave Zhao Long a headache. A man who was good at both resourcefulness and internal affairs, paired with the calm Zhou Yafu, stayed in Liang, Hebei, and could not be driven away. Instruct Gao Jiong and Han Qinhu to continue to defend according to the established plan. Yiqing is the most important. If some of the food and grass is lost, it can be transported from other counties. Zhao Long was irritated by being fooled by Zhou Yafu and Du Ruhui, but still focused on defeating Huma. Liu Bei and Tian Qi received Zhao Long's promise to break the earth and become king, and led some troops to support Zhao Long and start the Battle of Chanshan Kingdom with Huma. This is the game between Jizhou and Bingzhou. Jizhou Zhao Long took advantage. Zhao Long not only owned most of the land in Jizhou, but also occupied half of Yuzhou, with Liu Bei and Tian Qi as his minions. Huma only had Bingzhou. Huma originally took advantage of Zhao Long's feud with Yuan Shao to attack Jizhou. However, Zhao Long quickly captured Yuan Shao alive and annexed his tribe, leaving Huma in an extremely embarrassing situation. Huma's Bingzhou army invaded Chanshan State in Jizhou, Zhao Yun's hometown. Zhao Long had already gathered soldiers and horses from Jizhou and Yuo to encounter Huma's Bingzhou army in Chanshan State. Yuan Shao failed too quickly. I am no match for Zhao Long, Liu Bei, and Tian Qi. Facing Zhao Long's army, Huma felt timid. He only Mu and Lianpe, and was supposed to annex Jizhou in one go. But Zhao Long had Yang Su under his command, who was not inferior to Li Mu and Lianpe. Yang Su was a ruthless man. He was the marching marshal of the Sui dynasty, who destroyed the Chen dynasty and unified China. He later defeated the Turkic Khan Datu, suppressed the rebellion of the Han dynasty King Yang Liang, conquered the south and the north, won every battle, and became a general. In addition to Yang Su, Zhao Long also conquered Yuan Shao's powerful generals such as Hu Lu Mingyu, King Wanling, Yan Liang, Wen Chou, Zhang He, and Zhu Yi, as well as Liu Bei's Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Wu Han, Ashai Nashir, Tian Qi's generals Tian Ji, Gongsun Jia, Tian Kaijiang, Gaizi and others helped. Urgent report from Taiyuan. The southern Xiongnu tribe has rebelled again, and the Black Mountain Army has a tendency to attack Taiyuan. When Huma was about to give it a try and fight Xiaolong to the death, the backyard caught fire again. Huma's face was gloomy. This was the second time Xiaolong used diplomatic tactics to trick him. The Bingzhou army had to retreat backwards. Otherwise, once Taiyuan was lost, the Bingzhou army would be trapped deep in Jizhou and become homeless. The Bingzhou army has retreated. The time has come to pacify and merge the states. Xiaolong ordered Liu Bei to move to the left, Tianqi to move to the right, and himself in the center to jointly attack the Bingzhou army. 3 groups of soldiers and horses advanced together, and the shaken Bingzhou army was defeated again. Xiaolong took advantage of the situation to regain the well path and invaded Bingzhou. Liu Bei was stationed on his horse and watched the mighty Jizhou army attacking Taiyuan County from the well path. He couldn't help but sigh. 2 military advisors. The north is indeed a land of tigers and wolves. Liu Bei believed that his talents were not weak, but in the north where many heroes were gathered together, he seemed to be unable to take advantage. Chu Zimu of Xuzhou pinned Cao Cao to Dong Jun for friction, while Zhao Long of the north was so powerful that even Huma, who had Li Mu and Lianpa, was defeated by him twice. Chapter 455 Daughter is born. Yuan Shao's counselor Su Yu defected to Zhou Yafu, who was stationed in Liang, and presented him with strategies and a topographic map of Jizhou. Hundreds of civil servants surrendered in Yuzhou, among whom Chen Ji and Chen Kun's father and son were the representatives. Artoria, Wei Qing, Cao Cao and others captured dozens of generals in Runan, including Runan Governor Feng Yi. Chu Tian left Li Dian and Xiahou Dun to guard Baoang, and then returned to Xucheng, receiving intelligence from all sides one after another. In the Battle of Yingchuan, Chu Tian captured Yang Yanzhao, Cheng Yaojin, He Yi, Lu Pai, Liao Hua, and tens of thousands of troops from Runan. I originally thought that the harvest was good, but I never thought that Su Yu, Chen Ji, and Chen Kun would take the initiative to surrender and capture Feng Yi, one of the 28 generals of Yantai. Among the 28 generals of Yantai, Feng Yi should be ranked first in terms of commander-in-chief. He is one of the more capable generals under Guangwu Emperor Lu Xiao. He is nicknamed General Big Tree. He is as dull as Zhou Yafu, but very reliable. It's a pity that the opponents Feng Yi encountered were commanders of the level of Wei Qing and Cao Cao. Feng Yi is also a qualified candidate for the army commander, which can be seen from the way he carried out Wei Qing and Cao Cao's offensive in Runan County alone. It is not easy to conquer Feng Yi for your own use. According to Su Yu's plan, Zhou Yafu harvested grain and grass in Yeqing area, moved the population to Liang, and diverted Qishui River into Baigo to transport military grain. Su Yu also suggested to Huairou the Black Mountain Army to attack Yeqing. However, Zhang Yan of the Black Mountain Army had already surrendered to Zhao Long, so this plan failed. Chu Tian got more information about the war in Hebei. Su Yu may be biased in some aspects. Zhao Long was not doing nothing a few years ago, but was actively attacking the Black Mountain Army. It was equivalent to Chu Tian suppressing the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army and the Taishan bandits. General Shi Wansui defeated the Black Mountain Army and forced the leader of the Black Mountain Army, Zhang Yan, to be loyal to Zhao Long. Su Yu's strategy to win over the Black Mountain Army failed. However, Su Yu's other suggestions were quite successful. Let Zhou Yafu and Du Ruhui choose the opportunity to act. As for Su Yu, if something happens in Jizhou, you can go to Xiaqing to see me. Chen Ji, Chen Kun, Feng Yi and others are all brought to Xia City. Chu Tian began to mobilize troops to Dongjun. At present, Chu Tian's army is concentrated in the Yingchuan and Runan areas, which belong to Yuzhou. It will take a lot of time to transfer to the Beima and Puyang areas of Yanzhou. At the same time, before establishing a defensive corps in Yuzhou, Chu Tian still has to leave no less than 100,000 troops to defend Xucheng. Otherwise the Jingzhou army may come back at any time. Collect troops from Yuzhou and form 4 legions, including 1 legion stationed in Baoang, 1 legion stationed in Runan, and 2 legions stationed in Xucheng, each with 40,000 troops, totaling 160,000 troops. Chu Tian recruited troops again. The expansion of territory means that the scope to defend is also larger. Yuzhou is facing pressure from Jingzhou and Guanzhong at the same time, and 160,000 troops are not too many. As for the person to guard Yuzhou, this is a problem. Cao Cao should have been the most qualified candidate and could have farmed and trained troops in Yuzhou. But the location of Yuzhou was too important. Once the governor of Yuzhou rebels, and takes refuge in Jingzhou or Guangzhou. Chu Tian's attack on Yuzhou will be meaningless. Zhou Yafu, a qualified guard general, was working as a nail shop in Liang at this time. Eugene was guarding Gaoeng and Qingzhou. For the time being, Li Yi will guard Yuzhou. When Hebei is pacified, other generals will be appointed. Chu Tian thought for a while. If we want to pacify Hebei, we must naturally bring siege-type Li Yi with us. It will take some time to mobilize troops and horses. During this period, it should not be a problem for Li Yi, who is a high-ranking commander and a high-ranking politician, to guard Yuzhou. To the west, Chao Ren and Man Chong guarded Hulao Pass and Xingyang to block the military front from Guangzhou. To the south, Li Dian and Xiahou Dun guarded Bao'an and controlled the Xia Road of Fancheng to block the military front from Jingzhou. In the middle, Li was stationed in Xucheng, supporting both sides at any time. As for Runan, Chu Tian transferred Prince Wen, the prefect of Jin, to Runan as the prefect of Runan to eliminate the remaining Tang dynasty forces in Runan County. At the same time, Gong Zuowen's departure from Jin County, which he had run for a long time, could also eliminate Gong Zuowen's control over Jin County. This is a way for those in high positions to centralize power. Gong Zuowen is also willing to serve as the governor of Runan. According to the default rules, he served as the prefect of Jin County and the prefect of Runan successively. Next time he may be the governor. After surrendering to Chu Tian, it is quite rare for players to be able to serve as a high-level governor. After Chu Tian made personnel arrangements, he looked through Yuzhou's information and found that Runan County was also extremely wealthy, with a registered population of 8 million. Although the area of Runan County is equivalent to 3 to 4 Yingchuan County, it is indeed rare for one county to have such a large population. It is said that the Tang dynasty secretly accumulated strength and prepared to dominate the Central Plains. But unfortunately Chu Tian grew up next to it. It is said that the Tang dynasty was defeated by Chu Tian's 400,000-strong army. No wonder the Tang dynasty could have so many soldiers and horses, and easily defeated Yuan Shu. It seems that as long as they farm well in a county and absorb the surrounding refugees, the population will definitely be large. Chu Tian underestimated the population of Runan County, because Runan County was too large, accounting for almost half of Yuzhou. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Cao Cao directly split Runan County into 3 counties, and divided them, and ruled them. This was also a means to strengthen centralization of power. No matter what, these 8 million people became Chu Tian's spoils, and Chu Tian received a large amount of labor force. The gains from attacking Yuzhou were very rich, and Chu Tian was quite satisfied. Lord, urgent report from Xia City. When Chu Tian was shocked by the foundation Tang left behind, a messenger from Xiacheng came to report urgently. Chu Tian checked the information, but his mind went blank. Hua Mulan gave birth to a daughter for him in Xia City. It's actually my daughter. This time Chu Tian had a 1-year-old son and a newborn daughter. It's time to go back to Xia City. Chu Tian has basically finished handling the affairs in Yuzhou, and the army is still on its way to Dongjun. He can use this free time to return to Xiacheng to visit Hua Mulan and her daughter. Sister Mulan gave birth to a daughter? Xiao Liang learned the news and planned to go back to Xia City with Chu Tian, because Su County was changed by Chu Tian into the administrative seat of Yingchuan County. It is a large city in itself, so with the teleportation array, you can directly return to Xia City. In the backyard of the Lord's mansion, Hua Mulan was holding her newborn daughter with a doting look on her face. The Lord is back! The maid hurriedly came in to report. Hua Mulan was overjoyed. Chu Tian and Xiao Liang had already entered. My lord! Look! It's my daughter! Hua Mulan seemed a little incoherent because of her excitement. Chu Tian always felt that it was like a world away. Hua Mulan, who was fighting in all directions not long ago, had become a wife and had a daughter of her own. If he can unify the Eastern Han Dynasty in the future, then this daughter can be named the eldest princess as a reward for Hua Mulan. Chapter 456 Layout in Monan. Prince Yan, Gong Sunzan and Lu who came to ask for an audience. Invite them in. While Chu Tian was waiting for Su Yu, Chen Ji, Chen Kun and others to come to see him, 3 lords from Monan asked to see him. Prince Yan and Gong Sunzan had been working for Chu Tian for a long time, assisting Lu Hu, the lord of Monan, to develop Dragon City in Monan. At this point, Monan Dragon City has been upgraded to a large city, and a teleportation array has been opened with Xia City. As long as a certain price is paid, one can directly come to Xia City. Chu Tian did not specially summon Prince Yin and others, but they took the initiative to ask for an audience, which is enough to show that they encountered a difficult problem that they could not solve themselves and could only ask Chu Tian, as the sect leader, for help. Soon Prince Yin, Gong Sun Zan, Lu Hu and others arrived. Their clothes were different from those in the Central Plains, and their faces were covered with stubble. Chu Tian could hardly recognize them. When Gong Sun Zan saw Chu Tian again, he was already afraid. At this time, Chu Tian was the general who conquered the east and led the herdsmen of Yanzhou, and his status was far higher than him. Gong Sun Zan has only held the official position of Beiping prefect until now. Moreover, although Chu Tian is only the Mu of Yanzhou, in fact, the Mu of Shuzhou, the governor of Qizhou, and the governor of Yuzhou are all people of Chu Tian. It is a pity that the Eastern Han dynasty did not have the official position of admiral of the four states. As a local prince, Gong Sun Zan still attaches great importance to superiority and inferiority. On the contrary, Prince Yin was not so restrained. Lu Hu was the lord of Monan, and his development was not very good. He went directly to Chu Tian and got help from Prince Yin and Gong Sun Zan. And then, he developed. His face was worried. We brought 30 diamond level and 500 gold level war horses on this trip. Monan Dragon City has just been upgraded to a large city, and it has to spend a lot of gold and silver to build fortifications. Therefore, it is very tight. It is not a war horse. It's not enough. But the teleportation array is expensive. Prince Yin sent the first batch of war horses to Xia City. This batch of war horses is enough to recruit high-level cavalry. Chu Tian funded Prince Yin, Gong Sun Zan and others to develop in Monan, in order to save the cost of raising good horses. Even with the cost of transmission, the cost of raising good horses in Monan is lower than that in the Central Plains. The Central Plains is suitable for growing crops, and raising horses means sacrificing farmland income. If I just send the first batch of war horses, it shouldn't be enough to mobilize a large number of troops, so that 3 people come to visit me. Chu Tian's eyes swept over the 3 people, and he could see something was wrong from their expressions. Lu Hu said, "The Mongolian cavalry in Mabe. Some lords in Monan claim to have seen the Mongolian cavalry. Now the whole of Monan is in chaos. After the national war, everyone knows that Mabe is the Mongol Empire. You should know that Tai Muzhen is not a player. He acts according to his thinking mode, which means that he may massacre the city." As the lord of Monan, Lu Hu usually has a fierce temperament, but when it comes to the Mongolian cavalry, he can't help but be afraid. During the Mongolian cavalry's western expedition, there were many records of massacres of cities. The appearance of Mongolian cavalry in Monan was news that was enough to trigger an earthquake in the Han Empire, which was experiencing constant internal disputes. If Temujin plans to go south to conquer the Central Plains, then the problem will be serious. Chu Tian was not sure whether the chaotic Central Plains was capable of blocking the Mongol Empire's troops. The entire Han Empire can naturally defeat the Mongolian cavalry if they join forces. Prince Yin said, "The situation is not that bad. The Mongolian cavalry only occupied a small piece of pasture in Monan and have no intention of moving south. It seems that they brought back too many people from the national war, and the resources in Mabe are not enough to feed so many people. We can only go south." Lu Hu retorted, "But they have threatened our Monan lords and are seizing our pastures. The threat of the Mongolian cavalry is indeed a big problem. But I can't interfere in Monan's affairs yet." Facing the threat from the Mongol Empire, Chu Tian currently has no ability to regain Mabe. Chu Tian had participated in the Battle of Mabe and knew how harsh the terrain of the Gobi between Monan and Mabe was. Mabe in the main world was larger and more difficult to conquer. "You must pacify Hebei and occupy Yuzhou as soon as possible. Otherwise you will not be able to join forces with us to resist the Mongol Empire. All the lords in Monan have formed an alliance because of the arrival of the Mongol Empire. If the Mongol Empire goes south, the Monan alliance will temporarily withstand the front line of their troops. When the time comes, at least a few big princes south of the Great Wall will step forward to turn the tide. One prince from Yuzhou, one from Bingzhou, and one from Liangzhou sent troops in 3 directions to attack Mabe." Prince Yin had a good grasp of the overall situation, and he directly pointed out the strategy of conquering the Mongol Empire. If his opponent had not been Mingwan, Prince Yin would have become a great prince in Yuzhou now. Gong Sun Zan said, "My dear brother, you think too highly of the Mongolian cavalry. My white horse loyal followers will make it impossible for them to come back." Lu Hu saw that Gong Sun Zan was full of confidence, so he still attacked him. "The Mongolian cavalry is terrible. I am afraid that even the White Horse followers, who specialize in dealing with foreigners, are no match for the Mongolian cavalry. Gongsun Zan couldn't help but get angry when he heard that Liu Hu had taken advantage of others' ambitions and destroyed his own prestige. I'll go meet the Mongolian cavalry who came to Monan later. General White Horse, please don't be impulsive. Chu Tian spoke up to stop the grumpy Gongsun Zan. Chu Tian deeply agreed with Liu Hu's judgment. Gongsun Zan and his White Horse each sung fought against the Wuhuan tribe, and suffered some losses at the hands of the Wuhuan tribe. They were surrounded by the Wuhuan cavalry for several months. The one who invaded Monan was the Mongolian Empire, which had carried out many western expeditions and fought with multiple civilizations. Temujin's Chishua's military rank is higher than that of Beimei Song, who is a light cavalryman. Even Mawali's Tan Ma Chi is estimated to be able to defeat Gongsun Zan. Mu Huali was the hero who conquered half of the Jin kingdom, and his performance in Yuzhou was even more outstanding than Gongsun Zan's. Therefore, it was undoubtedly right for Prince Yin and Liu Hu to come to Chu Tian for help. The number of people the Mongol Empire gained as a result of the Third National War was no less than that of Monan. You actively participated in the formation of the Monan Alliance, focusing on defense. The Mongol Empire should not be able to absorb tens of millions of people. It will take at least a year or two for them. Chu Tian considered that the Mongol Empire gained a large population at one time. In order to appease these populations, Temujin could not rush to start a war. Otherwise, the tens of millions of people would easily revolt. How many people and cavalry are there in Monan Dragon City now? Dragon City has a population of 570,000, plus the surrounding tribes. The population is about 900,000, and the professional cavalry is about 40,000. If the herdsmen are called in, 60,000 new cavalry can be obtained. This is the terrible thing about Monan and Mabe. The mobilization rate of conscription is much higher than that of farming civilization. However, the herdsman cavalry is almost the same as the low-level light cavalry. Once they join the battle and do not plunder the spoils, their morale and loyalty will drop rapidly. 40,000 professional cavalry and 60,000 herdsman cavalry. Chu Tian was surprised by Lord Monan's generosity. The scary thing about nomadic civilization is that every household has a war horse, and they have grown up on horses since childhood. Once a war starts, a tribe of 1 million people can improvise hundreds of thousands of cavalry. You guys are like this. Chu Tian then ordered Prince Yin, Gongsun Zan, and Liu Hu to go down and make arrangements. After hearing Chu Tian's deployment, Prince Yan's eyes were shining, and he nodded from time to time. There was a ruthless look in Liu Hu's eyes, and he and Gongsun Zan also agreed with Chu Tian's arrangement. If necessary, I will send 2 to 3 cavalry officers to assist you. Chu Tian laid a chess piece in Monan. Since Prince Yin, Gongsun Zan, Liu Hu and others came to the Lord's mansion, Chu Tian set up a banquet to entertain them and discuss the details in order to win over these lords, who had come to seek refuge with him across a long distance. The population of Monan was over 10 million, which was almost the same as that of Mabe now. However, there has never been a big lord in Monan who can take charge of the affairs on his own. The grassland in Monan is too big and lacks a large city to serve as a teleportation array. After a lord is defeated, he can take his tribe and move to other places, leaving no lord able to unify Monan. The current Lord Liu Hu, with a population of 900,000, is already one of the top lords in Monan. This is probably the reason why Temujin took several years to unify Mabe. Until now, only 3 or 4 large cities have appeared in Monan. In other words, only now is it possible for Monan to be unified. However, the emergence of the Mongol Empire made the lords of Monan form an alliance, making it impossible for them to merge. The 3 princes and princes of Yin discussed the affairs of Monan with Chu Tian again, and agreed to send a batch of war horses every month before leaving. The Mongol Empire. Chu Tian's eyes were ruthless. Mabe corresponds to Monan. Sooner or later, he will regain Mabe and defeat the Mongol Empire. At this time, a child who had just turned 1 year old tugged on Chu Tian's trousers and shouted in a sweet voice, "Dad!" Chu Tian picked him up with one hand, while Xiao Liang was holding Hua Mulan's daughter. It seemed that his son had fallen out of favor. After the son acquired the characteristic of, "I am born with talents that will be useful," he grew up faster than ordinary people. Xiao Liang asked, "It should have been the Lord of Monan just now." "Right," Chu Tian replied. "The front of the Mongolian cavalry has arrived in Monan, but the 2 sides are still testing each other. In the Third National War, Our Han Empire joined forces with Rome and Macedonia to defeat the Mongolian cavalry. The Mongol Empire seems to be very hostile to our Han Empire. We are afraid. So we dare not go south directly. Otherwise, the lords of Monin will not be able to resist. And in the end, we will have to rely on the princes in the pass to launch a large-scale northern expedition. Xiao Liang said matter-of-factly. Then we must capture Hebei and Yuzhou as soon as possible and border Monin to reduce the cost of sending troops. That's what I have in mind. The various states and counties immediately recruit troops and transport troops to Yenzhou. Within 1 or 2 years, Hebei will be pacified, and Yuzhou will be occupied within 3 years. I will go out with you. And I. After her daughter was born, Hua Mulan was eager to join the war again. Chu Tian couldn't help but have a headache. The women he was looking for seemed to be very capable. One was a commander-in-chief, and the other was a general-type talent. Xiao Liang said, My Shinji battalion requires gunpowder and matchlocks to set up. According to the information, I entrusted Shuiyu to investigate. The Han Empire's technology in this area is currently monopolized by Mingwan. He is an enemy of Xiongong and cannot be willing to give this precious technology to Xiongong. Maybe ask Miju to go to Japan to see if we can get the corresponding drawings from the Japanese daimyo. I will ask Miju to inquire. Chu Tian knew that because the Japanese civilization was relatively weak, some famous Japanese people had a special unit called the Iron Artillery Team, and their equipment was almost the same as that of the Shinji Battalion. As long as you have money, you may be able to take advantage of the conflicts between the Japanese daimyo and buy the corresponding blueprints. In order to form the Shinji Battalion, the price of the blueprints was less than 100,000 taels of silver, which Chu Tian could accept. If it really doesn't work, at worst, in this year's 4th epic battle, you can directly use points to redeem them, provided that you have the corresponding blueprints. According to past practice, the epic battle should start in November. November is still some time away. In view of the threat from the Mongol Empire's troops to Monin, Chu Tian had to speed up his attack on Hebei. So Chu Tian urgently summoned Su Yu to see him. In the Grand Duchy of Moscow and St. Petersburg, the always powerful Duke Ekaterina unexpectedly stopped expansion and recuperated. This puzzled her old enemies, the lords of Poland, Lithuania, Sweden and other civilizations. They were ready to use all their national strength to fight to the death with Yekaterina. But now Yekaterina had no intention of fighting at all. Sophia, I'm going to kill him! Ekaterina's voice came from her room. Oh! Don't stop me! Oh! Dot! Ekaterina finally sat down on her seat dejectedly, stroking her slightly bulging belly. She really couldn't do it. Originally she just wanted to take revenge on Chu Tian. But she didn't expect Chu Tian to be so capable. No matter what, I will never go to the Eastern Han Dynasty. This child only belongs to St. Petersburg. Chapter 457 Seeking Talents is like thirsting for Chu Zimu. Chu Tian had no idea that there was an accident on Yekaterina's side. He was now focusing all his energy on conquering Hebei. First, he wanted to summon Su Yu, the leading party in Jizhou. Su Yu's family had arrived in Xiaqing and became hostages. When he heard that Chu Tian was going to summon him, he quickly crossed the Yellow River from Liang south to Puyang, and then used Puyang's teleportation array to reach Xiaqing. Su Ziyuan, why are you here? Cao Cao was wandering around Xia City with his father Cao Song. According to the rules set by Chu Tian, after a large-scale expedition, every general will take turns to take vacations to maintain sufficient physical strength and spirit. As a general in the establishment, Cao Cao also had his own holidays. Here he met an unexpected friend Su Yu. Uh-huh. It's a long story. Su Yu was a little depressed at this time, and was not in the mood to ridicule Cao Cao. Although Cao Cao has lost his official position as governor of Yenzhou, he is still a partial general, and one of the 10 army commanders. His father, Cao Song, made his fortune by speculating on land prices in Xiaqing, and was one of the prominent figures in Xiaqing. Su Yu does not have a formal official position yet, and is much worse than Cao Cao's current situation. After hearing Su Yu's purpose, Cao Cao said, I see. How could Yuan Binshu make such a stupid move? Did Yu Ziyuan suggest that Yuan Binshu hire an assassin to kill Zhao Long? Su Yu innocently said, How could I use such a despicable method? I came to seek refuge with Yin Zhoumu this time, just to deal with Zhao Long. Zhao Long favored the scholars from Hebei, and I was afraid of being harmed by him. So I had no choice but to go south. Su Ziyuan, please don't be arrogant when meeting Yin Zhoumu this time. Otherwise, Cao Cao knew that Su Yu's character tended to be arrogant and dissatisfied. So he reminded Su Yu repeatedly before visiting the Lord's mansion. Su Yu still calls Cao Cao by his nickname. Although Cao Cao feels unhappy, he usually doesn't say much. This time Su Yu wanted to meet Chu Tian, who had no friendship with him, and had even been enemies with him. Maybe when Chu Tian needs Su Yu, he will still tolerate it. But if he bites the nose, who knows if Chu Tian will kill the donkey? As a former friend, Cao Cao was able to persuade him with words. Otherwise, if someone else is replaced, Cao Cao will directly let him seek death. Su Yu said seriously, "Thanks to Man for reminding me. When I get out, I will definitely visit my house." Cao Cao saw that Su Yu still called him Ma, so he shook his head and followed Cao Song away. Su Yu came to the Lord's mansion. Outside the Lord's mansion, Dian Wei, a 5 big and 3 thick humanoid beast, was dangling back and forth with a halberd. Su Yu couldn't help but feel frightened. If he were hit by the big iron halberd in Dian Wei's hand, he would probably be killed on the spot. "My lord, Su Yu from Nanyang wants to see you." Su Yu is finally here. Chu Tian, who was wearing casual clothes and with ashes on his face, came out of the backyard to greet him anxiously, making Su Yu burst into tears of gratitude. If Chu Tian didn't value him, why would he be so eager? "The old grudges I had with you will be wiped out from now on. You are the king's best assistant. My Zhang Liang and Xiao He. With your help, the world can be settled." After Chu Tian finished speaking, he wiped his tears with his robe. In fact, just now Chu Tian was in the backyard, and he was rarely in the mood to cook on the stove with Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan. While cutting onions, he got smoked in his eyes. In Su Yu's view, Chu Tian is simply a wise master who is thirsty for talents. No wonder Chu Tian's power can develop as fast as a snowball and become the overlord across 4 states. After Chu Tian wiped away his tears, he thought to himself that the onions imported from the west were really bitter. Chu Tian spared no effort to praise Su Yu, and Su Yu also wiped his tears with his robe. After escaping from Yeqing, Su Yu finally met the Ming Lord. Again, I didn't take refuge under Yin Zhou Mu's tent as soon as possible. It was because I met him too late. Yuan Binshu didn't listen to my plan and reused Zhao Long, which ended up raising a tiger. Su Yu regretted not serving Chu Tian earlier. Otherwise, he would now be a veteran of Chu Tian's forces. Fan Xianling, the veteran of Chu Tian's forces, has been a long history of Chu Tian. Li Kui is now the governor of Qinzhou. Zhou Yafu, an official who rose to the rank of general against the bandits. As for Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan, they have become wise. Of course, Su Yu couldn't learn this. In order to win over Su Yu, Chu Tian said, 5 years ago, if Su Ziyuan had helped me, I would be in Hebei now. Su Yu heard Chu Tian's overtone. Master, don't worry. I have account books of the population, key passes, and towns in various places in Jizhou. Master, if you want to take Jizhou, it will be as easy as flipping the palm of your hand. Su Yu took out several account books from his arms. Sure enough, Su Yu still had a trick up his sleeve. After finally deceiving Su Yu's trump card, Chu Tian was satisfied. With Su Yu as the leader, the difficulty of conquering Hebei and recruiting troops from Hebei will be reduced. Su Yu is loyal to Chu Tian, and Chu Tian can see Su Yu's attributes. Name: Su Yu. Talent: King-level counselor. Identity: counselor under Yuan Shao in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Loyalty: 79. Commander: 36, Force: 21, Intelligence: 91, Politics: 56, Charm: 23. Character: Pride. Favorability: 65. Characteristic 1, Low Configuration Mastermind, S-level trait. When accompanying the army in battle, there is a high probability of putting forward proposals, a certain probability of increasing the success rate of the strategy, and a certain probability of seeing the enemy's flaws. Characteristic 2, Burning the Black Nest, A-level trait. When serving as a strategist, when the unit performs a fire attack, the fire intensity will be plus 10%. Characteristic 3, Surprise Attack Strategy, A-level trait. When serving as a strategist, when the unit surprises the enemy, the attack power plus 5%. Does not conflict with the general trait. Characteristic 4, Relying on Merit, Negative trait. Easy to be arrogant. Decreased favorability among colleagues. Chu Tian secretly checked Su Yu's characteristics, and found that Su Yu's characteristics were pretty good. None of the 3 characteristics conflicted with the generals, making them very practical. As one of Yuan Shao's 3 masterminds, he is worthy of his name. It's just that because Yuan Shao failed, Su Yu didn't have many opportunities to perform. He only received an intelligence evaluation of 91, which was just at the level of a king-level counselor. If Yuan Shao had won the Battle of Guandu, the ratings of counselors in Yuan Shao's camp would have been higher. Unfortunately, there is no if. The principle that China upholds is that the winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. Even so, Su Yu can already serve as a military strategist for a legion. Su Yu has the rare negative characteristic of relying on merit, and he may get involved with the generals of the same legion. This is where the headache comes in. Now Xiao Long is sending all the troops from Jizhou to the north. I ask my lord to gather all the troops and horses to cross the Yellow River north to attack Xiao Long. Su Yu didn't realize that Chu Tian was checking his panel. I have dispatched a large army to Dongjun. Once assembled, if there is an opportunity, I will go north to besiege Yeqing. Once Yeqing and Hannan are captured, Xiao Long's power will almost collapse. Chu Tian knew Xiao Long's weaknesses very accurately. Xiao Long's two most important cities, Yeqing and Handan, were very close to Chu Tian's sphere of influence. But Chu Tian's most important Xia city was thousands of miles away from Xiao Long's sphere of influence. If the battle between Chu Tian and Xiao Long is compared to the Battle of Guandu, then the roles of the two sides are reversed. Chu Tian has the advantage of Yuan Shao in history and is on the offensive. Xiao Long is on the defensive and must defend Yeqing and Handan, just like Boss Chao must defend Xucheng. However, Chu Tian is not Yuan Shao, and Xiao Long is not Cao Cao. I would like to worship you as the order of Yeqing. Chu Tian directly worshipped Su Yu as military advisor and Yeqing magistrate. Yeqing is in the hands of Xiao Long, which means that if Su Yu wants to become a veritable order of Yeqing, he must assist Chu Tian in capturing Yeqing. Chapter 458 Shen Kun and Feng Yi. On the battlefield of Goryeo, a dragon flag was placed on the wall of Yiju City. The fierce General Chan Yucheng climbed onto the wall, and corpses were everywhere below. In order to capture the northern city of Goryeo, the Liaodong army besieged Weijia City and stormed it. The 80,000 defenders of Goryeo were killed, and Ming Guan led Guan Ning's cavalry into the city. What should we do with the Goryeo officials guarding the city? Abai escorted a group of Goryeo officials to Mingguan. This group of Goryeo officials were all terrified. Their lives and deaths depended on the thoughts of the Han Empire's lords. Kill all the resistors. Those who offer the city can obtain part of the resistors' property and hold high positions. After Mingguan issued an order, dozens of Goryeo officials were killed, and the remaining officials obeyed. They shared part of the loot, which was equivalent to boarding a pirate ship. Cui Zishan has retreated to Xijing and defended it with 100,000 people. He also called on 200,000 rebels to support Xijing. Chu Zimu of Xuzhou occupied Yuzhou with the intention of attacking Jizhou. Yanqi Guild brought the information that Mingguan wanted to know. Chu Zimu is about to come at Hebei. If we don't pacify Korea as soon as possible, we will be in a passive position. Send a message to appease various towns. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Main force of the Legion, follow me south. Only 50,000 defenders were left in Mingguan to suppress Yizhou City, and more than 100,000 main forces drove Goryeo's troops southward. Mingguan's strategy is also very simple. There will always be someone in Korea who is willing to be his dog. As long as the dog leads the way, it will be relatively simple to attack the remaining cities in Korea. Guaning Cavalry, 8 Banners, Xianbei Cavalry, Wuhan Cavalry, and the Liaodong Army, which is dominated by cavalry, continue to move south in a mighty way with no end in sight. Chu Tian ordered Su Yu to be placed in Xiaqing and prepared to take him to conquer Hebei. Chen Ji and Shen Kun, father and son of Yingchuan, came to the Lord's mansion to meet him on Chu Tian's orders. Chen Ji and Shen Kun, father and son, were originally civil servants under the Tang dynasty. Considering that there was no future in following the Tang dynasty, they came to seek refuge with Chu Tian. Some members of the family may not be loyal to the Lord. Historically, Chen Kun followed Liu Bei and Liu Bu, and then took refuge with Cao Cao. He was not a foolish and loyal person. Chen Kun persuaded Liu Bei to be careful about Liu Bu, but Liu Bei did not listen. Maybe Chen Kun was disappointed with Liu Bei for a time, so he did not follow Liu Bei anymore. There is nothing wrong with relying on powerful princes in troubled times. Chen Ji and Shen Kun, their father and son, were both scholars. Chu Tian was somewhat wary of the Yingchuan family. Chao Wei's forces implemented the 9-level Zhongjing system and became an election tool for the powerful noble families. This was a helpless compromise made by Chao Wei to the aristocratic family. But Chu Tian was different. He exercised strict control over each legion. The main generals came from other dynasties, and had not yet formed aristocratic families. So he could not give much face to the local aristocratic families. Chen Ji and Chen Kun cannot deal with Chu Tian in the past way. Otherwise they will die without knowing how. Chu Tian casually glanced at the panels of the two people, focusing mainly on Chen Kun. Chen Ji is already old and his achievements are far less than those of his son. Name Chen Kun. Talent, Imperial Civil Servant. Identity Sikong. The main advocate of the 9-rank Zhongjing system. Loyalty 70. Commander, 32. Force, 24. Intelligence, 83. Politics, 96. Charm, 73. Phaseality, Calm. Favorability 50. Characteristic 1, 9-rank Zhongjing system, SS level neutral characteristic. When implementing the 9-rank Zhongjing system, the satisfaction of all powerful families will be plus 30%. The probability of the emergence of family talents plus 20%. The etiquette system will be stable plus 20%. And the poor families and common people will be satisfied. Degree minus 30%. Talent appearance probability minus 10%. Characteristic 2, Wei LV, SS level trait. Public security and public sentiment will not easily decline. And the probability of crime and corruption will be greatly reduced. Characteristic 3, Qing Lu Yuang, S level trait. When Chen Kun is not dead, the family satisfaction plus 10%. Chen Kun experienced 3 dynasties, Chao Chao, Chao Pai, and Chao Rui. He was older than Sima Yi. He advocated the 9-rank Zhongjing system, which influenced the entire official selection system in the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties. It was not until the imperial examination system was perfected in the Sui and Tang dynasties that the 9-rank Zhongjing system was replaced. Chen Kun's characteristic bonus is also quite large. However, the 9-rank Zhongjing system is a system with both advantages and disadvantages. After Chu Tian's forces implemented their own imperial examination system, the effect of the 9-rank Zhongjing system was not great. The 9-rank Zhongjing system is a system that sacrifices the interests of poor families and common people to safeguard the interests of aristocratic families. It is also Chao Wei's compromise to the aristocratic families. However, there are a large number of players in Chu Tian's territory. It is impossible for the player group to agree with Chu Tian's implementation of the 9-level Zhongjing system, which will form a solidified class. The interests of players, civilians, poor families, aristocratic families, and soldiers must all be considered. Secondly, the 9-rank Zhongjing system has a certain historical background. After Kai Luan improved the paper-making technology, the price of paper was still very expensive. So there is an allusion to the expensive paper in Luoyang. The aristocratic family almost monopolizes all knowledge. So the probability of talents being born is higher, and they have the ability to govern the country. It was not until the advancement of printing technology that the dissemination of knowledge became relatively cheap that the imperial examination system replaced the 9-rank Zhongjing system. In the Song dynasty, when printing technology reached its peak, the status of literati was even higher. In territory, there are already economic buildings such as paper mills, and a large number of players are pouring in. The aristocratic family cannot monopolize knowledge. There is no greater significance in implementing the 9-level Zhongjing system. Of course, Chen Kun has a political value of 96. As the Minister of Internal Affairs, he is more than enough to handle daily internal affairs. You go to Xuchang and still deal with Yuzhou's internal affairs. Xu Tian considered that Li Kuei, the governor of Qizhou, was a capable minister in internal affairs. Yin Zhou had Cheng Yu and Du Ruhui. Xuzhou had 2 Zhangs, Zhang Zhao, Zhang Hong, and Yuzhou lacked ministers. So he sent Chen Ji and Chen Kun to Yuzhou. Chen Kun is a smart man and is very sensitive to taking sides. The power of Tang dynasty declined, leaving only Nanyang County. Chen Kun would not choose to return to Tang dynasty no matter what. We must do our best. Chen Ji and Chen Kun did not expect Chu Tian to call his party, and simply asked them about the situation in Yuzhou, and then let them return to Yingchuan to visit Yuzhou, which they were familiar with. Chu Tian squinted his eyes, and watched Chen Ji and Chen Kun leave. Within his sphere of influence, scholars from all over the Xuzhou family, Yingchuan family, Yinzhou family, and Nanyang family served as officials. However, Chu Tian was not too worried. The imperial examination system attracted a group of players, poor families, commoners, and talents from other dynasties. All forces competed for checks and balances. He did not need to compromise with the local aristocratic families like Chao Pai. Can Feng Yi be brought here? In addition to summoning Chen Ji and Chen Kun who surrendered, Chu Tian also summoned Feng Yi. General Feng Yi of Dashi was so reliable that even Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu was unable to capture the city he defended. If he can be recruited and surrendered, Chu Tian will have a stable army commander equivalent to Zhou Yafu's level. The larger the territory, the more legion commanders Chu Tian needs. After a while, Feng Yi was brought by Dian Wei. With Dian Wei beside him, it was impossible for Feng Yi to kill Chu Tian with his bare hands. As a prisoner, Feng Yi's expression was quite calm. Nowadays, the world is in chaos, and the people are in dire straits. The soldiers are pointing at the front, and the lives of the people are in ruins. If we want to end the chaos, we can only use force to stop the war. If there are generals to help, great things can be accomplished. This is a blessing for all people. Chu Tian moves with emotion and dawns with reason. Feng Yi was a little shaken. Chu Tian possesses Hanwu characteristics, which has additional appeal to the civil servants and generals of the Han dynasty. As a military commander in the early Eastern Han dynasty, Feng Yi was inevitably affected. Chu Tian continued to brainwash Feng Yi. I raised troops from Langia, suppressed the Yellow Turbans, crusade against Dongzhou, and swept across the Central Plains. What I did was for my own enjoyment. I did it for the people of the world. General, give me a helping hand to pacify the world and guard the four directions. It is a good thing for the country and the people. General, please think twice. Chu Tian continued to brainwash Feng Yi, who remained silent, and it took a few hours for someone to take Feng Yi away. Feng Yi is a little confused now. Chu Tian has mastered the basic brainwashing ability. Unless he is a die-hard person, Chu Tian will probably convince him. If it doesn't work for one day, then call Feng Yi in every day and discuss with him how to support the Han dynasty. Chu Tian believed that Feng Yi would surrender soon. After all, Feng Yi was brainwashed by Chu Tian every day. Chu Tian has enough patience to deal with special talents. After capturing Yuzhou, Chu Tian presented all his meritorious ministers to the imperial court and requested their promotion to generals such as miscellaneous generals, partial generals, Shonglong generals, and school lieutenants. Suyu came to visit Cao Cao at his residence in Xia City, carrying 2 pots of sake and cooked wine, and talked with Cao Cao. The next step, Yin Zhoumu will definitely take Hebei, and the next step may be Guanzhong. Cao Cao had a clear view of the situation. Suyu shook his head. That may not be the case. When I was in Jizhou, I heard that cavalry from Hebei entered Monan. By then, the Central Plains may face an unprecedented crisis. Cao Cao's eyes gradually became sharp. If the Hebei cavalry dares to enter the Central Plains, they will be wiped out. Only you, Cao Amo, have such courage. If Yuan Benshu were here, it would be lively. Suyu and Cao Cao were both Chu Tian's subordinates, and Suyu no longer cared about the difference in official positions. Yuan Shao has lost his status as a prince, so Suyu thinks that Yuan Shao can still be friends with him, and at worst, they can become officials in the same dynasty in the future. With the identity of Yuan Shao's 4th and 3rd prince, not many princes dared to actually kill Yuan Shao. Suyu mentioned another thing. Xia City is really a mixed bag. When I wandered around the city, not only were there many strangers, but also various aristocratic families, merchants, and powerful people were settling in. I also saw some people recruiting disciples and raising knights. Scholars, there are hundreds of applicants. When Cao Cao heard Suyu mention that someone was raising knights in Xia City, he frowned and realized something was wrong. In troubled times, it is not uncommon for many powerful people to gather people to protect themselves and set up manners. The number of people ranges from hundreds to tens of thousands. Some aristocratic families and merchants also have the habit of recruiting retainers. For example, the Mi family in Donghai has tens of thousands of slaves. And when armed, they are tens of thousands of warriors. Chu Tian has consciously begun to crack down on this behavior. When the powerful gather the villagers, the population will be hidden. The income will also belong to the powerful, and the Lord's mansion will not be able to collect taxes. Moreover, the existence of retainers will threaten Chu Tian's rule over the 4 states. The most effective way to deal with this behavior is to conduct a population census and bring the entire population under the rule. At every census, a county can have at least tens of thousands more people. In addition to registering the population every year, Chu Tian sent troops to disperse various manors and resettle villagers in various villages and towns, weakening the influence of local powerful people on civilians and placing civilians under the direct rule of the government. If the local tycoons dare to resist, the 4 tigers of the Northern Army will lead an army to raise the local tycoons' Wubao. Now the four states no longer need strong men to protect civilians. The government will provide protection for civilians and allocate wasteland. Not only that, Chu Tian strictly restricted the practice of various aristocratic families or merchants to support their retainers. So they issued a restriction on retainers. However, anyone who hires retainers must register with the government and cannot exceed a certain number. Someone dares to raise knights in Xia City. This is simply challenging Chu Tian's authority. Cao Cao asked. I wonder who is recruiting knights in Xia City? Su Yu asked doubtfully. It must be a young man from the east of the city. Didn't Yin Zhou Mu grant him a mansion or some privileges? Cao Cao shook his head. Unheard of. Cao Cao's eyes were a little surprised. Chu Tian didn't seem like a monarch who would publicly announce a restriction order and then secretly grant privileges to certain people. Chu Tian can rise and will not commit such taboos unless Cao Cao misjudges the person. Let's go to the east of the city to meet this person for a while. Cao Cao took advantage of the drunkenness and planned to go with Su Yu to see who dared to recruit followers with great fanfare during Chu Tian's implementation of the restriction on followers order. In the east of the city, there was indeed a large family that was recruiting extraordinary people, and a notice was posted in front of the house. Anyone with a certain skill can become a disciple. Cao Cao saw the notice and looked at Su Yu, becoming even more curious about the identity of the master. 8 unarmed men stood around the gate, stopping Cao Cao and Su Yu. They glanced at the short Cao Cao and the helpless Su Yu, and stopped them. You two don't look like good people. Don't you have a skill? If it's just an ordinary skill, it's not worthy of the title. A great skill. Leave quickly. Cao Cao, a partial general and army commander, was scorned by the janitor, and he couldn't help but get angry. Commanding thousands of troops and pacifying the Central Plains. Does this count as a special skill? Su Yu was also indignant. Strategizing and winning from thousands of miles away. Does that count as a skill? It's rare for two people to wear the same pair of pants, no matter what. It is really a shame to be underestimated by the other party like this. Go! Go! Don't talk nonsense here if you have nothing to do. What kind of status does our young master have? Unless you can defeat 10,000 people, or have some skills like chickens and dogs, you can gain the insight of our young master. The guard thought that Cao Cao and Su Yu were just here to cause trouble, and planned to drive Cao Cao and Su Yu away. If Xia Cheng had not implemented the sword hunting order and confiscated the weapons of everyone except the army and civil servants, who could only wear swords, these big men would have driven Cao Cao away with swords. Cao Cao became more and more curious about where the owner here came from. He rolled his eyes a few times and said to Su Yu, We must find a way to enter this courtyard, or try to lure the owner out. Su Yu asked. What's the plan? Cao Cao said ruthlessly. Set fire. Ahem. You two will tell us your names directly, and these servants will bring you in. A voice sounded from behind Cao Cao and Su Yu. Chapter 459. The fourth young master of the Warring States period. The young master frowned when he heard that Cao Cao and Su Yu were discussing setting fire to his house. Cao Cao and Su Yu were shocked when the owner of the mansion finally came out. They looked at the young master in the mouth of the janitor. The other party is handsome, well-dressed, and looks aristocratic, not comparable to Cao Cao and Su Yu. This person's origin is nobler than mine. This is the first impression of Cao Cao and Su Yu. People with good family backgrounds, except for a few prodigal sons, have performed quite well. Although the servants at the gate have not received you well, there is no need for you to set fire to my mansion. If you two are capable and are the talents I am looking for, please come and talk to me next to me. Although this young man was of noble birth, he did not have the arrogance to be superior to others. Instead, he invited Cao Cao and Su Yu into the mansion for a detailed discussion, with the intention of recruiting Cao Cao and Su Yu for his own use. Now it's interesting, Cao Cao murmured in his heart. He didn't expect that in Xia City, someone was recruiting talents under Chu Tian's nose. And they also wanted to recruit Cao Cao and Su Yu, two of Chu Tian's current subordinates. The young master told his origin. I was originally a subordinate of a lord of Runan. Later, he was defeated and died. So he led some followers who were willing to follow me and wandered around. During the wandering, some followers left, and those who followed me to this place, less than 30 people. Many of these retainers are good at business. They resold goods on the way, and gradually became prosperous. So they bought more than 10 houses in Xia City, recruited more knights, and planned to gain a foothold in the troubled times and make contributions. Cao Cao and Su Yu suddenly realized at this time that this man liked to give away money to support his followers. It was precisely because of his loyalty that when he was in trouble, his followers would always come forward to save him. Cao Cao said, "The Lord's palace has an order restricting the recruitment of private soldiers by various wealthy families. But the young master is recruiting capable people and strangers with great fanfare. Isn't this a violation of the law and asking for trouble?" The young master was shocked when he heard this. "So there are still such rules? Isn't it normal for generals and families from all over the world to support their tribes?" Su Yu shook his head. "This is just wishful thinking of the young master. There are legions guarding the 4 states, and private tribes and retainers will be a big trouble if the young master does not get rid of the excess retainers as soon as possible. I am afraid that a disaster is coming." Cao Cao nodded. Chu Tian would never allow a young master to recruit hundreds or even thousands of capable people and strangers in Xia City. Now that Xuzhou has been pacified, it is not completely chaotic. The main army is preparing to attack Hebei. There are not many city defense troops left to guard Xia City. If this young master gathers thousands of disciples and creates chaos in the city, it will be a big blow to Chu Tian. Heavy blow. Chu Tian will try to eliminate all potential threats. The young master smiled bitterly. "It seems that one moment, another moment, I will stop recruiting talented people and strangers. Thank you both for reminding me." Cao Cao stared at this young man of extraordinary origin and asked, "Don't you know your name?" The man replied, "My surname is Wei, and my first name is Wuji, which is really not worth mentioning. Wei Wuji." Cao Cao had no memory of the spring and autumn period and the warring states period, so he only thought that Wei Wuji was a native surname. If Chu Tian had been present, he would have been extremely surprised. Wei Wuji is one of the for young masters of the warring states period. Wei Wuji, the Lord Xinling, the son of the kingdom of Wei, is equivalent to the prince in later generations. Wei Wuji, the lord of Xinling, Huang Xie, the lord of Chunshan, Tianwen, the lord of Mengchang, and Zhao Sheng, the Pingyuan lord, are known as the for young masters of the warring states period. Moreover, in the battle outside the river, Wei Wuji led the coalition forces of 5 vassal states to defeat the Qin army south of the Yellow River. Qin General Meng Ao was defeated and fled. Taking advantage of their victory, the allied forces of the 5 kingdoms attacked Qin's Hangzhou Pass. The Qin army closed its doors tightly and did not dare to fight again. It can be said that Wei Wuji was the last commander-in-chief of Wei state, but he was still marginalized by the king of Wei. After the death of Wei Wuji, the state of Wei was unable to fight back against the Qin army and was quickly destroyed. The 4 princes of the warring states period all liked to support their retainers, and Wei Wuji, the lord of Xinling, was no exception. Even in Xia City, Wei Wuji was still recruiting customers. It's not that he wants to revolt in Xia City, but his way of doing things. There are 3,000 customers. As long as a few of them come in handy at critical moments, the cost of supporting the customers will be worthwhile. After Cao Cao and Su Yu reminded him, Wei Wuji gave up recruiting disciples. Su Yu saw that Lord Xinling had an extraordinary appearance and was not an ordinary boy from a wealthy family. So he winked at Cao Cao. Cao Cao understood. Su Yu meant to introduce Lord Xinling to Chu Tian. If the recommended talent can be reused, then the recommended person will also have merit. Not only that, once Lord Xinling becomes a general, he will definitely remember the benefits of Cao Cao and Su Yu. Cao Cao rolled his eyes and thought of a way to win over Wei Wuji. It's not easy for the young master to make achievements. So why recruit disciples? Yen Shou Mu is recruiting talents. If a talented brother is recommended by us, he will definitely be appreciated by Yen Shou Mu. Wei Wuji was slightly surprised. He had just arrived and had heard about Yen Shou Mu, but he had never had the chance to meet him because Chu Tian went to attack Yuzhou not long ago and was not in Xiaoqing. Su Yu fanned the flames on the side. With the talent of the young master, it would be a pity if he does not make a career. Corporal Mu Lixian of Yenzhou. It is easy for the young master to become a general or a prime minister. Lord Xinling was a little moved, but he was not easily persuaded by Cao Cao and Su Yu. He still needs to wait and see Yen Shou Mu's character before he can decide whether to surrender to him. Who are you two? Wei Wuji discovered that Cao Cao and Su Yu were not talented strangers who came to apply for the army at all, but looked like lobbyists. Cao Cao replied, I am just a subordinate general from General Xingdong's mansion. Su Yu replied proudly, I am the magistrate of Yiqing. Su Ziyuan, a native of Nanyang. It turns out that you are subordinates of Yen Shou Mu. Wei Wuji understood the other party's intention. Cao Cao and Suyu probably came to inquire about his origins. After learning about his origins, they planned to recruit him. Now the positions of both parties were reversed. Wei Wuji is more like the capable person and stranger that Cao Cao and Suyu like. Come here. I'd like to entertain these two distinguished guests. Wei Wuji was also a smart man. He did not directly agree to Cao Cao and Suyu, but instead entertained Cao Cao and Suyu with good wine and food. During this period, Cao Cao and Suyu expressed their intention to recruit again. But Wei Wuji was just prevaricating. After drinking and drinking, Cao Cao and Suyu staggered out of Wei Wuji's house. Wei Wuji personally sent him off and did not say whether he would join Chu Tian. Cao Cao was drunk and left Wei Wuji's mansion. When he saw Wei Wuji returning to the mansion, he suddenly seemed to be a different person. Sober, he said to Suyu, "This is a capable man. If you want him to become an official, you have to do something. Attack hard." Suyu was a little confused because of his superiority. How? Why are you so aggressive? Set fire to his mansion and force him to become an official." Suyu also woke up now. It seems that Cao Cao is addicted to arson. Chapter 460 Chaomingda's Arson Incident. A horrific arson incident occurred in Xia City, and a mansion in the east of the city was almost burned down. The person who set the fire was none other than General Cao Cao and Yeqing Commander Su Ziyuan, so that the young master Wei Wuji reported it to the Kaiyang County government. It was difficult for Kaiyang Ling to deal with the partial general, who had more power than him, and the Yeqing Ling, who was at the same level as him. So he informed the Lord's palace. When Chu Tian heard the news, he couldn't help but be stunned. Chu Tian was not surprised that Cao Cao dared to do this. After all, when Cao Cao was young, he and Yuan Shao stole other people's brides. The question is why Suyu is messing around with him. Take Cao Cao, Suyu, and the victim. Chu Tian needs to personally hear the matter. After all, the perpetrator is the commander of his army, and only Chu Tian has the authority to directly command the commander of the army. Soon the disgraced Cao Cao and Suyu were brought to the Lord's mansion, and with them came the suffering master, Lord Xinling. Cao Cao and Suyu were blackened by the thick smoke, and no one needed to accuse them of setting the fire. "My subordinates are not guilty." When Cao Cao saw Chu Tian, he explained that he was not guilty. Suyu was also upright, as if he had burned down other people's houses, but it was natural for him to do so. On the contrary, the young man whose house was burned down looked sad. He met the legendary Yin Zhou Mu and complained to Chu Tian about Cao Cao and Suyu. "I treated these two people with courtesy, but unexpectedly they broke into the courtyard, set fire in the courtyard, and burned one of my wing rooms." Chu Tian was even more confused. He looked at Cao Cao and Suyu. "Mingda, Ziyuan, why is this?" Cao Cao and Suyu looked at each other and whispered to Chu Tian. When Chu Tian looked at the young master again, his eyes were already burning. Cao Cao and Suyu saw that Wei Wuji was a talented person and used special means to lure him to the Lord's mansion. It doesn't seem like a big deal to burn down a wing in order to acquire a talent. This is Cao Cao's behavioral logic, and Chu Tian's thoughts are almost the same as Cao Cao's. This is one of the 4 young masters of the Warring States period and has a long reputation. "For the arson, the Lord's mansion will fully compensate you. You two go down. This young master, please stay at the Lord's mansion to explain." Chu Tian asked Cao Cao and Suyu to retreat, leaving Wei Wuji alone. Wei Wuji was a little puzzled at first that Chu Tian let Cao Cao and Suyu off so easily and then left him alone at this time. But then he understood that the purpose of Cao Cao and Suyu setting the fire was probably to introduce him to Chu Tian. This method of introduction is truly unprecedented and unheard of. Wei Wuji currently has some property and would not mind having a wing burned down. He is just unhappy about taking revenge on Cao Cao and Su Yuan. After understanding the true purpose of Cao Cao and Su Yu, Wei Wuji said to Chu Tian, "I don't need the Lord's mansion to pay for the losses. I will treat this matter as if it were left to my 2 friends Cao Mengde and Su Ziyuan. He is worthy of being the 4th young master of the Warring States period, who spared no effort in righteousness and wealth. People like Zillingjun didn't care about money at all. Instead, they used gold and silver to support their guests and make friends with knights. They had the chivalrous style of the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. Of course, the premise is that you have money." Chu Tian asked people to entertain Lord Xinling, intending to win over this figure, one of the 4 princes of the Warring States period, to serve him. Wei Wuji is the object of Lu Bang's worship, just like Zhuge Liang compares himself to Guan Zhongli. With Wei Wuji taking charge, Chu Tian would undoubtedly feel more at ease. Wei Wuji was deceived by Cao Cao into the Lord's mansion, and was already doomed. Young Master Wei can serve as a general himself, and does not need to support many retainers. Nowadays, legions are used to guard each side. Each general has hundreds of personal soldiers, so retainers are not necessary. Chu Tian directly pointed out that the era of relying on retainers has passed. In the Warring States period, accepting retainers was a polite and virtuous corporal. In the late Han dynasty, this was a buoy, or supporting soldiers with self-respect. Times have changed. Chu Tian continued to lobby Wei Wuji. Young Master's keeping of followers is undoubtedly for the purpose of establishing a good career and preparing for emergencies. There are constant disputes in the world today. Why don't you unify the army and quell the war? Wei Wuji moved, but his movement of holding the wine bottle stopped. If the young master is willing, I would like to worship the young master as a middle-ranking general. I will temporarily wrong the young master. Once he has achieved military exploits, he will be promoted to a partial general. Chu Tian saw Wei Wuji's hesitation, so he took advantage of the victory to pursue it, and persuaded Wei Wuji to join. Seeing Chu Tian's fiery eyes, Wei Wuji finally said, "If the Lord Ming doesn't dislike it, Wei Wuji is willing to do it." Ding! King-level Commander Wei Wuji pledges his allegiance to you. Ding! The SS-level achievement mission for young masters of the Warring States period is now open. Collect Lord Shiling Wei Wuji, Lord Chun Shen Huang Xie, Lord Meng Chong Tianwen, and Lord Pingyuan Zhao Sheng to receive special rewards. Chu Tian started the achievement mission of the 4 young masters of the Warring States period. The 4 young masters of the Warring States period came from Wei, Chu, Qi, and Zhao respectively. Now Chu Tian could see what Wei Wuji was capable of. Name, Wei Wuji. Talent, King-level Commander, Infantry type. Level 60. Identity, the 4th young master of the Warring States period. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 90 plus 2, maximum 92. Force, 60, maximum 66. Intelligence, 70, maximum 71. Politics, 67, maximum 74. Charm, 90. Character, chivalrous. Favorability, 70. Characteristic 1, 3000 retainers, S-level exclusive feature. Retainer loyalty plus 10%. Retainers with the same chivalrous personality will have plus 50% loyalty when in trouble, and will risk their lives to help. The affinity for subordinates will be strengthened. Characteristic 2, 5 kingdoms defeat Qin, S-level trait. Unit attack power plus 18%. Morale before battle plus 18%. Characteristic 3, reputation, A-level trait. Increased probability of attracting special talents, making enemies more likely to be fearful. Special unit, Weiwu soldiers, 7th level heavy infantry. Upper limit of 10,000. Special equipment, Wei Gongzi's Art of War, Emperor level military book. Chu Tian saw Wei Wuji's faceplate, and there was actually a military manual. In other words, Wei Wuji is considered one of the representatives of military strategists, and he also has a bonus for Jixia Academy. Moreover, both Wei Wuji and Pang Wan can recruit 10,000 Wei soldiers, and the 2 of them combined can recruit 20,000 Wei soldiers. If Wei Wuji is transferred to the Wuzhou Legion as the head coach, the Wuzhou Legion can be stronger than if Pang Wan is the head coach. There are 5 main infantry corps: offensive, defensive, Wuzhong, TB, and Qingzhou. Among them, Li Yi's offensive and Zhou Yafu's defense have the strongest presence. And now, the military soldier army formed by Wei Wuji and Pang Wan will rise strongly. Until now, Chu Tian had not allowed the military soldiers to act alone. With Wei Wuji and Pang Wan joining forces, they were fully qualified to act alone. Chu Tian sent Gui Jia to serve as the military counselor of the Wuzhou army, with Wei Wuji as the main general, Pang Wan and Li Ling as deputy generals, and a strong general. The Wuzhou army was formed. Who should be sent to serve as a strong general in the military soldier army? Chu Tian believed that Dian Wei was undoubtedly a qualified infantry general, but Dian Wei had to stay with him as a guard. The rest of the fierce generals seemed to be cavalry generals. Zhao Yun and Shui Ergui belonged to the White Robe Legion, and Yang Yi, Mu Guiying, and Yang Yin Zhao belonged to the Invincible Legion. Chu Tian could only dispatch personnel from his own guards corps to the Armed Forces Corps. Yu Qigong was a cavalry commander and commanded the Xuanjia army. The next most powerful people are Taisher Si and Shui Wanche, who are also cavalry commanders. It is not necessarily impossible for a cavalry general to join the army of soldiers. So Chu Tian planned to transfer Shui Wanche to the military soldier corps. The military soldier corps consists of 3 parts. Infantry, mainly Wei soldiers, equipped with infantry crossbows. Crossbowmen, mainly Jingqiu warriors, equipped with ring-headed swords. And light cavalry, used to cover the flanks and chase down the enemy. According to Chu Tianqin's idea, Pang Wan commanded the infantry, Li Ling commanded the crossbowmen, Shui Wanche commanded the cavalry, Wei Wuji controlled the 3 generals, and Gui Jiao was appointed as the military advisor. Since then, the combat effectiveness of the military soldier army has soared. The offensive army was led by Lu Yi as its general, with Lu Jin and Zhou Cong as deputy generals. Because Lu Yi was intelligent enough, there was no military advisor. The defensive army was led by Zhou Yafu, with Li Guang as deputy general and Du Ruhui as military advisor. The Iron Wall army was led by Chao Ren as its general, Chao Hong as its deputy general, and Man Chong as its military advisor. The Qingzhou army was led by Eugene as its general. With a vacant deputy general, Li Dian was transferred to Baolang, and Li Kuei as its military advisor. From this point of view, the military soldier corps was suddenly promoted to a top-ranked corps. In comparison, the Iron Wall army and the Qingzhou army were quite pitiful. Only one person in the Qingzhou army, Eugene, was carrying the beam. But the problem is not big. Chu Tian has already planned to replace Eugene with Feng Yi and let Eugene serve as deputy general. At the same time, he will strengthen the generals of the Qingzhou army. Wei Wuji was discussing with Chu Tian, but he didn't expect that Chu Tian was making plans in his heart at this time. He said to Chu Tian, "I have several volumes of the Art of War in my mansion, and I would like to submit them to the Lord. I keep these treasures, and it would be a waste of natural resources." To Chu Tian's surprise, Wei Wuji planned to give up his special equipment. Wei Gongzi's Art of War. To Chu Tian, the art of war during the Warring States period was recorded on bamboo slips or sheepskin. Wei Wuji ordered his followers to bring the bamboo slips, and formally transferred this treasure to Chu Tian. And, Lord, the military manual is equivalent to special equipment, which only has an effect on the holder, so it is impossible to teach it to everyone. Moreover, a person can only own at most one military book, which can be replaced. Wei Wuji gave up the military strategy to Chu Tian, and his generosity was unimaginable. For the 4 young masters of the Warring States period, this was a means for them to make friends with others. Even treasures, and even concubines could be transferred. The thinking of the Spring and Autumn period, and the Warring States period, was very different from that of later generations. Chu Tian pretended to decline, but couldn't help but want to see the properties of the legendary military book. Military books are also an important means to strengthen the Legion's combat capabilities. As long as there is a way to strengthen the Legion's capabilities, Chu Tian will not let it go easily. After Chu Tian obtained the essential art of Qi Men, he also obtained another book-like treasure. He was able to read the military book presented by Wei Wuji. Name, Wei Gongzi's Art of War. Grade, Imperial Treasure. Effect 1, when the holder's commander is lower than 95. The commander temporarily +2, not exceeding 95. Effect 2, the more soldiers and horses the commander has, the stronger the Legion's attributes will be. The upper limit is attack power +5%, defense power +5%, and morale decline rate -5%. Description: the princes of the 6 countries presented their art of war, and Wei Wuji compiled it into a book, totaling 21 chapters. Wei Gongzi's Art of War is undoubtedly a treasure. It can not only increase the commander's value, but also provide bonuses to the Legion. Although the 5% bonus is nothing compared to some S-level characteristics, you must know that a weapon type can only have 2 characteristics at most. Chu Tian already has the characteristics of Sealing the Wolf and Jishu, and Song Lang White Deer. The improvement of the cavalry had originally come to an end. The emergence of Wei Gongzi's Art of War allowed Chu Tian's command value to rise again, with an additional 5% bonus. Name, Chu Tian, I just want to farm well. Title, Marquis of Kaiyang County. Official position, Yanzhou Mu. General Zhengdong. Level, 67. Commander, 86 + 2, Force, 79, Intelligence, 81, Politics, 84. Gong Method, Huang Tianju, can improve physical fitness. Wu Qin Shi, can improve physical fitness and prolong life. Characteristics, Tian Khan, SSS level Monarch characteristics. Sanlong Bailu, SSS level Cavalry characteristics. Feng Lang Jushu, SSS level Cavalry characteristics. Hanwu, SSS level Monarch/Whole Army Halo. For San Gong, S level characteristics. Great Master, S level characteristics. Special Arms, the 5th School of the Northern Army. Huban Army. Special Equipment, Ganjiang Sword, Emperor-level weapon. Wei Gongzi's Art of War, Emperor-level military book. Chu Tian looked at his own characteristics. In the entire Eastern Han Dynasty, there should be no player with a more comprehensive panel than him. If it's just a single ability, he may not be able to surpass other players with other adventures. For example, Ekaterina has the means, and her strength reaches an astonishing 89. But when it comes to comprehensiveness, Chu Tian thinks to himself that among all civilized players, no one may be able to surpass him. Chu Tian is now a tetrathlete, physically strong, with 6 attributes, 4 of which are SSS level. He has 2 rare special arms, of which the Huban Army is a mandatory reward from the system, as well as Emperor-level weapons and Emperor-level military books. Not many people dared to block Chu Tian's cavalry charge head-on. If Chu Tian completes the SS-level achievement, 3-minute world, controlling the 4 states within 20 years, then his panel can be improved again and truly step into the ranks of king-level commanders. Approaching Li Shimin. After Wei Gongzi's Art of War was handed over to Chu Tian, Wei Wuji's current commander dropped from 92 to 90. But he still has 2 commander points of room for growth, which is enough for him to use. Chu Tian also summoned Peng Wan, Li Ling, Guijia, and Xue Wanqie, several corps generals and military advisors of the military soldiers, to fuse Wei Wuji, the king of Ling, to meet with everyone. Peng Wan heard that he had become a deputy general, and his arrogant self-esteem was hurt. However, he had no objection to Wei Wuji. Wei Wuji was born in the royal family of Wei, and Peng Wan was a general in the Wei camp. He could not be dissatisfied with Wei Wuji, who had a royal background, and Wei Wuji had an affinity with him. The military soldier army is entrusted to Feng Xiao. Please be sure to listen to Feng Xia's suggestion. Chu Tian ordered Wei Wuji, Peng Wan, Li Ling, and Xue Wanqie to follow Guijia's advice. Whether it is Wei Wuji, Peng Wan, Li Ling, or Xue Wanqie, they are all short of strategy, so they must be equipped with a military advisor. In order to strengthen the strength of the military soldiers, Chu Tian made a big investment and sent Guijia to the military soldiers to be a permanent resident. Guijia gradually grew up and became much more stable. He replied, "Please rest assured, my lord, the army of soldiers will guard Yuzhou for your lord. Although there are thousands of troops in Jingzhou and Guangzhou, they will never come back. How did you know that I wanted to leave an army of soldiers to guard Yuzhou? The lord is eager to capture Hebei, so he must send the offensive army that is good at attacking the city to go north. The defensive army is stationed in Liyang and cannot go south for a while. Otherwise Liyang will be captured by the defenders of Yeqing. Therefore, the lord is very likely to lead the army of soldiers to guard Yuzhou. Ha ha. You are worthy of being a filial piety. That's right. This time, I will protect Yucheng with filial piety and coordinate the overall situation. Don't let me down." Chu Tian confided in Guijia and directly stated his plans. Guijia bowed, regained his usual unruliness, and replied seriously, "Follow your filial piety, even if you die?" Chu Tian nodded and said to Guijia, "In addition to guarding Yuzhou, you should not be too dissolute and drink wantonly. Young people should pay attention to their health and recharge their batteries." Guijia rarely heard Chu Tian interfering in his private life, so he had to cater to him. Feng Xiao will pay attention to restraint in the future. Although Guijia said this, he murmured in his heart that besides not being a drinker, Chu Tian usually had 2 women and even hung out with Ekaterina during the National War. He really had no right to criticize him. Seeing that Guijia didn't take it seriously, Chu Tian couldn't help but sigh. Just like Chen Ding still secretly eating sashimi in private. No matter what, Chu Tian could not interfere too much with the private lives of his subordinates. So he said, "From now on, the military soldiers' army will be stationed in Yuzhou. Produce weapons in Xucheng. Recruit Wei military soldiers. And guard the gates of Jingzhou and Guangzhou.